Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 5594 to Chapter 5777. Xiran and Shangguan both breathed a sigh of relief after receiving this affirmation. Although there were many dangers in the upper realm, there was still a chance for them to improve. However, if they stayed in the lower realm, it would be troublesome if something like this happened again. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other after noticing this. How they wished Lan Yunxiao would agree so easily. In fact, when Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other, Lan Yunxiao and Yu Linfeng also exchanged glances. Compared to Wen Jinghui, they seemed to be thinking too much and complicating things. With all the knots in his heart untangled and his injuries gradually recovering, Wen Jinghui's condition improved a lot in a short time. Since it's a 7-day agreement, there aren't many days left. Why don't we stay here for the time being? Sitian suggested. Wen Jinghui nodded and hurriedly called out to Xiran, "Xiran, quickly arrange a place for us to stay." "Brother Situ, I really have to thank you this time. What's your relationship with me? You're still being so courteous." Sitian patted Wen Jinghui. "Rest well and don't worry about anything else. You have a good son and a good daughter-in-law, so you can rest assured." The last time he spoke with Wen Jinghui, he could clearly feel the former's worry and helplessness. Although he wanted to comfort Wen Jinghui, he couldn't think of a good way to do so. Fortunately, everything was easily resolved now, so they could be completely at ease. "Isn't this all thanks to Beichen and Hongzhuang?" Wen Jinghui was full of smiles, his eyes filled with pride and gratitude. "Xiran and the others already told me that if it weren't for Beichen and Hongzhuang taking care of them, they might not have been able to keep their lives. Uncle, it's only natural that they've been helping us." Beichen said, "Because of my physique, Xiran and Ying went to Punlai Island to help me. I know the relationship between you two brothers. You must always be good in the future." Wen Jinghui looked at Xiran and Beichen with gratification. Although the two of them were not biological brothers, they were closer than biological brothers. Their relationship had always been very good over the years. Definitely. The two of them spoke almost at the same time, their expressions full of determination. After leaving Wen Jinghui's house, Wen Xiran led Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to their residence. Actually, in the Cloudsword sect, Si Tuyen and Beichen had always had residences that belonged to them. Because in all these years, both of them would frequently go to each other's sects, so they both had their own residences. The Tiangang sect similarly had residences for Xiran and Wen Jinghui. However, this was the first time Lan Yunxiao and the others had come here, so when Xiran rearranged everything. After settling everything, Xiran said, "Seniors, you should all rest first. This matter has caused quite a stir in the sect, so I still need to go and deal with it." Hearing this, everyone nodded and said, "Then quickly go and do what you need to do." Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang didn't stay in the house, but went out to see if there was anything they needed help with. When Xiran nodded. Indeed, that fellow even released his own pressure, allowing many disciples to clearly sense it. Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen sighed with emotion when they heard this, and merely by hearing it, one could guess how shocking the situation was to all the disciples at that time. Even Sect Master Wen was extremely shocked by such formidable strength, let alone these young cultivators. Probably many people were directly terrified out of their wits. "It's exactly as all of you think." When Xiran shrugged, his face filled with helplessness. "So the entire sect is in a state of panic now, and there are even some cultivators that have directly fled." The Cloudsword sect had stood towering for so many years, and even though there were many disciples that were loyal and devoted to it, but there were similarly many people that valued their own lives more. Presently, all the disciples of the Cloudsword sect didn't have the mood to cultivate, and all of them were pondering the problem of whether they should leave or stay. If they left just like this, it would be too heartless, but if they didn't leave and left their lives here, it would be too much of a pity. After thinking about it, everyone was hesitant and uneasy, and they completely didn't know what to do. "What do all of you think we should do now? The sect master is already heavily injured, and even if the young sect master returns, it would be of no use." "Wait, don't be anxious. Didn't the sect master of the Tiangang sect come as well? Perhaps this matter will take a turn for the better. In my opinion, it's probably very difficult. All of you have felt how terrifying that expert's strength is. I wonder how the sect master offended such a terrifying opponent. It's truly terrible. All the disciples discussed with each other, and all of them had their own plans in their minds. When Xiran and the others arrived, they heard sporadically some conversations, and they weren't surprised by this. Every man for himself, and the heavens take the hindmost. What everyone valued the most was naturally their own life and future. After they saw Xiran and the others appear, all the disciples went silent. Xiran sized everyone up before saying, "I understand what everyone is thinking now, but I still have to tell everyone that the matter this time isn't a big deal to our Cloudsword sect, so there's no need for everyone to panic. It's impossible for them to cause any damage to our Cloudsword sect in the 7-day agreement, much less destroy it." His sonorous and powerful voice was like a reassuring pill, causing the originally unstable heart to calm down. Faced with Xiran's confident look, everyone immediately felt more at ease. However, there were still many disciples who had doubts. One had to know that even the sect master was injured to this extent. Even if sect master Sidhu was slightly stronger than the sect master, it couldn't be by much. It was obviously difficult to convince everyone with just one sentence. "Young sect master, is the opponent that strong? Have you thought of a solution?" Xiran glanced at the person who asked the question, and the man immediately shrank back. "It seems that no one has confidence in me." Everyone looked at each other. Even though they had such thoughts in their minds, no one dared to say it out loud. "Since that's the case, I'll let everyone have a taste of my strength so that everyone can feel at ease." As soon as his voice fell, Xiran's aura swept out in all directions. In just a short moment, everyone felt as if dark clouds were covering their heads. A powerful and terrifying aura enveloped them. No one had expected Xiran's current strength to be so powerful. Everyone stared blankly at the warm figure in front of them, and their hearts were already in a state of shock. How terrifying! This was simply too terrifying. Even though the young sect master had previously told them the same thing, none of them believed him too much because the gap between them was simply too great. However, it was only at this moment that they realized that the young sect master's powers were not any weaker than the peerless cultivator whom they had previously thought to be. As Xiran retracted his aura, the crowd burst into an uproar. "Heavens, I never thought that the young sect master would be so powerful. It seems that we don't have to worry anymore. I feel that the young sect master's coercion is not any weaker than that cultivator's. I can finally relax. I can have a good night's sleep tonight." The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Recently, they had been unable to eat or sleep well, which had made them feel extremely helpless. Fortunately, they could finally relax after thinking about all of this. Xiran heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed the changes in the crowd. Even though they had lost quite a number of disciples in this incident, as the young sect master, he felt that it was not a bad thing to eliminate some people through this incident. There were still a few days left, but those fellows had already left in a hurry. It was clear that they had no feelings at all. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. It seems that all words are not as effective as the deterrence of power. Of course, power is still the most important thing. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the entire sect to fall into such a situation with just one person. Shang Guaniying secretly sighed. "Initially, we had wanted to do this yesterday, but we weren't sure how powerful the other party was, so we didn't take any action for the time being. However, it seems that all of this isn't a big problem now." Shang Guaniying heaved a sigh of relief. "Now that I think about it, I still feel a little scared. If we hadn't returned at the right time, I'm afraid that we would have been in trouble." As soon as she said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt the same way. "We're really lucky to have returned this time. If we had returned a little later, both my father and sect master Wen would not have been able to escape this disaster." Bailey Hongzhuang understood Shang Guaniying's feelings very well. She had the same feeling when she was on Red Moon Island. Perhaps it was all luck. "So, God is kind to us and let us catch up." Shang Guaniying smiled. Although he had experienced a period of fear and trepidation, fortunately, everything was developing in a good direction. "By the way, my father has already agreed. Has uncle changed his mind?" Xiran suddenly asked. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "We haven't talked about this topic since then, but I hope that what happened today will change father's mind." I think it should have some effect. Shang Guanyin pondered and said, I noticed that Uncle's expression changed a little at that time. I hope so. Let's have a good talk after this matter is settled. Bewitching said. In fact, he also wanted to find a suitable time to talk to his father-in-law, but he had not found it yet. I can try asking Mother. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. In her opinion, dealing with Mu Lingbing was easier than dealing with Lan Yunxiao. After Wen Xiren stabilized the hearts of the people, the entire Cloud Sword sect returned to its former tranquility, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Compared to the nervousness and worry from before, everyone was extremely curious about this 7-day agreement now, and they wanted to know what kind of scene it would be when the time came. At the same time, this news was also known by all the forces. Even if the matter of Wen Jingwei being heavily injured was intentionally concealed, it was still inevitably leaked out in the end. Many cultivators who fled successively sought refuge with other forces in order to find a place to stay, and in the process, they naturally couldn't help but speak of this matter. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, although the distant forces didn't know, the nearby forces had practically already heard of it. Sect Master Wen's strength is extremely strong. I saw him make a move once before, and many people weren't his match. This time, he was actually heavily injured and even suffered a calamity, truly unlucky. Don't speak too slowly, it's said that young Sect Master Wen has already returned, and Tiangang Sect's Sect Master Situ has also gone over. Perhaps this matter will take a turn for the better. In my opinion, you're thinking too naively. The other party dared to say such vicious words. It can be seen that he has sufficient confidence. Sect Master Situ's strength is indeed not weak, but compared to Sect Master Wen. Could it be that the other party didn't understand this beforehand? Such a conversation was practically played out in the various forces, and in the end, the vast majority of people firmly believed that Cloud Sword sect was going to suffer a calamity this time. As for helping, they had never thought of it at all. Unless they wanted to throw their own forces into it as well. How close are these fellows normally with me? Now, all of them are looking for excuses. When Jingwei looked at the reply in his hand, and it was difficult to conceal the rage on his face. After this matter happened, he was worried that Cloud Sword sect would be powerless to resist, so he sent out letters to some close friends, hoping that they could help him. However, after understanding the strength of Xiren and the others, he was completely at ease, and originally wanted to tell this news to everyone so that they didn't have to worry, but he received a reply. In closed-door cultivation recently, heavily injured and unable to make a move? Going out to look for his daughter who was wandering outside. What kind of messy reasons were these? Even if he wanted to make up a story, he had to make up a convincing one. Okay, he helplessly realized that apart from Situ Yan, almost everyone else was running away if they could. This kind of perfunctory reason was obviously that they had already determined that he was finished this time, and they didn't even bother to pretend to be polite. Looking at Wen Jinghui's angry appearance, Situ Yan sighed and said, "You still don't know what kind of people they are? This kind of reaction is very normal. How many of them were true friends who would go through life and death together? Moreover, most people would make such a choice when their entire force was involved. To think that these fellows usually speak so nicely." Wen Jinghui's anger could not be quelled. "If anything happens to them in the future, I will definitely not pay attention to it. It's good that you've seen it clearly. You've always been such a loyal person. This kind of thing isn't a bad thing for you." Situ Yan sighed. He and Wen Jinghui had known each other for many years, so he knew Wen Jinghui's character very well. Wen Jinghui was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. Most of the time, Wen Jinghui would even neglect Situ Yan. "You still have the nerve to talk about me." Wen Jinghui, who was originally flustered and exasperated, suddenly laughed after hearing Situ Yan's words. "I've already fallen into such a desperate situation and you still want to help me." Haha. Situ Yan also laughed. "We've been brothers for so many years." "That's true. What's the point of thinking about those fellows? What a waste of time." Wen Jinghui smiled in a carefree manner. Although he had misjudged people in his life, being able to befriend Situ Yan was undoubtedly his greatest gain. As night fell, the entire world was covered by a layer of black veil. Everything was silent. When Xiren originally planned to find Bewitching for a drink and wondered if he would disturb the two. However, before he reached his residence, he saw Bewitching's figure and was surprised. "Don't you usually not come out at this time?" Bewitching looked at the wine jug in Xiren's hand. "Didn't I guess that you would come looking for me? That's why I specially came over." Hearing this, Xiren looked suspiciously at Bewitching. Why did he feel that something was wrong? "Where's Hong Zhuang?" "She's with mother-in-law." When Xiren suddenly came to a realization. "I was wondering why a man like you, who treats his wife like his life, would want to drink with me. It turns out that you've been abandoned by Hong Zhuang. You're alone tonight, ha ha ha." Bewitching looked at Xiren, who was laughing without a care in the world. His long and narrow eyes narrowed. "Xiren, sometimes it's not good to be too smart." "Ha ha ha, I don't care. Just let me laugh for a while." Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang, Mu Lingbing, and Mu Jin sat together. The three women were like a drama. Moreover, they had not seen each other for a long time. They simply had endless things to talk about. "Hong Zhuang, I think Sect Master Wen is planning to go to the upper realm with Xiren. Is that really okay?" Mu Lingbing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang curiously. When she had first heard Xiren ask about Wen Jinghui, she had already wanted to ask, but the circumstances had not been appropriate. Bailey Hongzhuang had long wanted to have a good talk with her mother about this matter. Now that she heard her mother bring up this topic, of course, she was even happier. "That's right, it's possible." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. "Actually, that's why we came back this time. We hope to bring you to the upper plane with us. That way, we won't have to be separated." Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mu Lingbing and Mu Jintz looked at each other. "That's a good thing." Mu Lingbing's face was full of joy. To her, there were many things she could let go of. As long as she could be with everyone, that was enough. But there are as many powerful cultivators as there are clouds in the upper realm. With our current strength, going there will be very dangerous. Mu Jinsei frowned. "Grandmother, when I first went to the upper realm, wasn't it the same situation? But now, I can keep up with everyone. When I'm not strong enough, I can stay at home and cultivate. When I'm strong enough, it won't be too late to go out and train." Bailey Hongzhuang was in high spirits. In her opinion, all of this was not difficult to solve. But, Mu Jin's expression was still somewhat conflicted. She felt that there were still some other problems that had not been solved. "Hong Zhuang, have you told your father about this?" Mu Lingbing asked. Mu Lingbing's eyes flashed with confusion. "Rejected? Why is that?" "I don't know either." Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and elegant face was full of distress as she looked pitifully at Mu Lingbing. "Mother, it's not easy to come back from the upper realm. If possible, I really hope that you can all go together." Ever since she'd found out that a darkness-type cultivator had come here, her sense of danger had grown even stronger. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's serious expression, Mu Lingbing and Mu Jintz understood her sincerity. "Hong Zhuang, don't be anxious. I'll have a good talk with your father later." Mu Lingbing patted Hong Zhuang's hand. "I understand that you're a filial child and want to take us with you. However, your father must have his reasons for rejecting us. Once I've figured it out, we can discuss it again. How about that?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "All right. If you don't want to, that's fine too. I'll come back when I have the chance." After changing the subject, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly thought of something and smiled. "Grandmother, mother, Beichen's family has prepared many things for me to give to you. They say that they want to thank you for marrying me to Beichen." Mu Lingbing was taken aback. "They've already given us many things when they came. How can they give us more?" "I've already said that, but Beichen's grandmother and mother insisted. That's why I brought them over." Xiaohei nodded. "They said that it's their fortune that you're willing to marry a darling like Master to Beichen. They want you to express your sincerity." Seeing that Xiaohei was beaming with joy, Mu Jintz reached out and pulled the mischievous little girl into her arms. "You little girl, you're really a living treasure." Xiaohei also liked Mu Jinsei very much. Lying in Mu Jinsei's embrace, she closed her eyes comfortably. This feeling of being smoothed down was really comfortable. Although the two had already guessed that the D family wouldn't be stingy, they were still shocked when they saw what was inside. Heavens, so many treasures. Mu Jintze looked at the things in front of her and didn't know what to say. These things, no matter which one it was, were all very valuable in the lower realms. But now, they were piled up here like cabbages. It was too unbelievable. Hong Zhuang, how big is the D family in the upper realm? With so many treasures, his foundation must be terrifying. Mu Jintze was clearly thinking more. These things, even the entire sect wouldn't be able to take out. The D family is also a first-class aristocratic family in the upper realm. They are very powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. These things aren't important to us. But from this, we can see that their family values and likes you very much. I can rest assured. Mu Lingbing was very happy. As a mother, she cared most about her daughter's well-being. Everything else wasn't important to her. That's right, this is the most important thing. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood the good intentions of Bei Chen's grandmother and mother. The reason why they had prepared all this, on the one hand, it was their good intentions, and on the other hand, it was to make her family feel at ease. Don't worry, they treat me very well. You don't have to worry at all. The 7-day agreement was getting closer and closer, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day. The entire Cloud Sword sect seemed extremely calm, as if it wasn't affected at all, but everyone could feel the pressure of the coming storm. On this day, someone suddenly came. The sect master of Ancient Profound Sect is here? Wen Xiren had a puzzled look after hearing the news. Ancient Profound Sect was also a very influential sect in Xianxia continent, but they didn't have much contact with them. In 5 days, almost everyone already knew about the 7-day agreement. Logically speaking, no one should come at this time. After all, no one wanted to implicate their own sect. This Ancient Profound Sect rarely deals with us. Is there a purpose for them to come here today? Di Beichen said solemnly. Although he wasn't in Tiangang sect these few years, he had already understood the general situation from his master. Obviously, it didn't have much to do with Ancient Profound Sect. After sending someone to receive the sect master of Ancient Profound Sect, Xiren went to Wen Jinghui's residence. Now that Wen Jinghui's injuries were gradually recovering, he could move freely. You said Gu Yanran of Ancient Profound Sect is here? Wen Jinghui raised his eyebrows. When Xiren nodded slightly, Father, I always feel that something is wrong with this situation. You should go and talk to him personally. He was the young sect master, and the other party was the sect master. No matter from which point of view, it was better for Wen Jinghui to personally receive him. I'll go and take a look too. Si Tuyen stood up. Even if Gu Yanran hadn't explained the purpose of his visit, he vaguely felt that it was related to the 7-day agreement. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have chosen to come at this time of the storm. Conference Hall. When Jinghui walked into the conference hall with a smile, Sect Master Gu, I didn't expect you to come today. I'm really sorry for not going out to meet you. Gu Yanran had some doubts in his heart when Xiren said that he was going to invite Wen Jinghui. When he really saw Wen Jinghui and found that Wen Jinghui's spirit was very good, he couldn't help but be stunned. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Wen Jinghui and Si Tuyen naturally did not miss the change in Gu Yanran's expression. Just by noticing this, they already had some guesses in their hearts. Sect Master Wen, please forgive me for disturbing you today, Gu Yanran cupped his hands and said. What are you saying, Sect Leader Gu? I can't welcome you more than you can come here. What's there to bother you about? After everyone sat down, Gu Yanran said, Actually, I came here today because I have something to say. Speak your mind. I've heard about the 7-day agreement this time. I'm sure Sect Master Wen has been working hard on this matter, right? Gu Yanran looked at Wen Jinghui, his calm face full of confidence. The Cloud's Word sect is Sect Master Wen's painstaking effort. According to my thinking, you ought to not wish to see the Cloud's Word sect be annihilated, right? That's such a pity. Hearing this, Wen Jinghui said without batting an eyelid, could it be that Sect Master Gu has some good suggestion? My suggestion is very simple. As long as you give up the position of Sect Master and quickly leave here, then the Cloud's Word sect won't have to suffer such a great calamity. You and the young Sect Master will also be able to keep your lives. How about it? Grandfather's guess is right, this sect Master Gu is indeed related to dark attribute cultivators. It seems that he's here today as a lobbyist. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly, and a haze appeared in her eyes. I think he's not a lobbyist at all, but here to show off. Xiren's eyes were cold. Even if Gu Yanran's words were rather polite, he could still clearly feel his disdain and ridicule. That look, it was as if he had already looked down on them, and it was impossible for them to turn things around. It was clearly persuasion, but it carried an aggressive feeling. Wen Jinghui naturally understood the situation in front of him, but he did not immediately flare up, and continued, how did Sect Master Gu know about this matter? Could it be that you know that powerhouse? At this moment, almost everyone's gaze fell on Gu Yanran. Regarding this point, everyone was rather curious. Gu Yanran nodded without any scruples, that's right, I know Master Shen. Immediately after, his gaze circled the surroundings, and then he continued, Sect Master Wen, you and Master Shen have fought face to face, I'm sure you know how strong he is. Even if you have the help of Tiangang sect, it's useless. Master Shen's strength is not something that can be defeated by numbers. Sect Master Gu, that Master Shen is so strong, it should be impossible for him to listen to you. Situ Yan suddenly said, could it be that your ancient profound sect is already controlled by Master Shen? As soon as these words came out, Gu Yanran's expression suddenly changed, and his voice also turned cold. Master Shen is an elder of my ancient profound sect. If he wants the ancient profound sect, there's absolutely no problem. I'm here today to remind you that all these years, there's still a little friendship between us, so I plan to let you live. Of course, if you don't know how to appreciate favors, crippling the Cloud Sword sect is also a simple matter for us. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked at each other. It seemed that this sect Master Gu was completely controlled by that Master Shen, and he was willing to be controlled. Although Gu Yanran still held the position of sect master, it was obvious that he only existed in name. The entire ancient profound sect was already under the control of Grandmaster Shen. Originally, everyone had some sympathy for Gu Yanran's situation, because the sect could be said to be the painstaking efforts of the previous sect masters. How could they be worried about giving away the inheritance of so many years? However, what Gu Yanran said at the moment made everyone lose all sympathy. It was obvious that he was being controlled by someone, yet he still wanted to use that person's might to intimidate others. Speaking of which, it was very laughable. Sect leader Gu, you don't have to worry about our Cloud Sword sect, Wen Jinghui said bluntly. If it was before Xiren and the others returned, perhaps he would have made such a choice because he could not ignore the lives of all his disciples. But now, he no longer had to worry about this. Ridiculous. Gu Yanran's face was full of disdain. Do you really think you can compete? Let me tell you the truth, not only Cloudsword sect, Tiangang sect and Limitless Palace are all our targets. At that time, all the forces in the Xianxia continent will be under our control, if you don't know. What's good for you, you're courting death. What a wild ambition. Facing Situ Yan's anger, Gu Yanran remained arrogant. Old man, I'm telling the truth. If you don't know how to adapt to the situation, be careful of implicating all your descendants. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang moved and slapped Gu Yanran's face. You despicable bastard, watch your mouth. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. If I hear you insult my grandfather again, I'll knock out all your teeth. Gu Yanran obviously didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to dare to hit him and couldn't react in time. Pa. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which surprisingly contained 2 teeth. Looking again, everyone noticed that Gu Yanlong's face was swollen and even his speech was incoherent. Bailey Hongzhuang, you're courting death. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, what can you do to me here? She wasn't even afraid of the so-called Grandmaster Shen, let alone this Gu Yanran who was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. At the same time, Di Beichen, Lan Yunxiao, Yu Linfeng, and the others all looked coldly at Gu Yanran, as if they would beat him into a pig's head if he dared to move. Seeing this scene, Gu Yanran swallowed back the words he wanted to say. If Grandmaster Shen was here, she wouldn't be afraid of anything, but now that he was alone, she naturally had to be extra careful with her words. Otherwise, if these guys went crazy and killed him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. After thinking it over, Gu Yanran could only be a bastard. Master, why didn't you just leave this guy here? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others let Gu Yanran go like this, Xiaohei was a little puzzled. This guy was so arrogant, wouldn't it be more satisfying to just get rid of him? Let him go back and report the resentment he felt today. When the time comes, we'll let him know the truth. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Xiaohei was slightly stunned. After understanding Bailey Hongzhuang's meaning, she couldn't help but sigh. Master, you're trying to anger him to death. I'm looking forward to the day after tomorrow. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't keep Gu Yanran's arrival a secret. On the contrary, they publicized it. This Gu Xuanzong was so despicable. Because they knew this Grandmaster Shen, they started dreaming. In their opinion, it was ridiculous. He might as well take this opportunity to announce this matter to the public so that everyone could get to know the true ancient profound sect. When Gu Yanran returned to the ancient profound sect, he immediately went to look for Master Shen. Shen Yaolong frowned after seeing Gu Yanran's embarrassing appearance and said, "What's the matter with you? Grandmaster Shen, you have to take revenge for me." Gu Yanran's face was full of indignation, that when Jinghui really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. I let him live. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he also acted arrogantly with Tiangang Sect's sect master Situ. They hit you? Shen Yaolong narrowed his eyes. A dangerous look flashed across his eyes. The person who hit me is Wuji Palace's palace master, Bailey Hongzhuang. She's too arrogant. She doesn't put you in her eyes at all. She said she's not afraid of us at all. She despises us to the extreme. Shen Yaolong snorted coldly. This one Jinghui really has guts. If I didn't let him live, he would have died long ago. Shen Yaolong was full of confidence. When Jinghui had mistakenly barged into his cultivation mansion, and Chu Chu, a purple realm cultivator, dared to offend him. Naturally, he was very unhappy. Originally, he wanted to teach Wen Jinghui a lesson, but after knowing that Wen Jinghui was the sect master of the Cloud Sword sect, he felt that it would be good to take down the Cloud Sword sect through this opportunity. In the past, he had been suppressed everywhere in the upper realm, and his life was very unhappy. He never thought that by chance, he would come to the lower realm through a loophole. After coming here, he found that the lower realm was simply heaven. All the cultivators here had strength that did not exceed the purple realm. Even the major families and sect masters would not be able to withstand a single move in front of him. He had heard that the lower realm was a place that could not be compared to the upper realm, but he did not expect the gap between the two to be so big. It just so happened that he had no future in the upper realm. If he stayed in the lower realm, he could be the king of the mountain, and no one could resist him. This feeling was much better than staying in the upper realm. After meeting Gu Yanran, he controlled the entire Gu Xuanzong. After a discussion between the two, he decided to control the entire lower realm. At that time, he would be able to call the wind and summon the rain, and the world would be under his control. Hearing Shen Yaolong's question, Gu Yanran shook his head in confusion. Master Shen, when I saw Wen Jinghui earlier, I found that although he lost a hand, his mental state was not affected. He looked very good. He was very confused about this point. He was very clear about Master Shen's means. That dark power was not something that ordinary people could resist. What did you say? Shen Yaolong was stunned, and suspicion appeared in his eyes. That's impossible. Everyone knew how destructive the power of darkness was, and it was impossible for a purple realm cultivator to fight against it. Master Shen, everything I said is the truth. When I saw it earlier, I felt that it was very strange. I don't know what method they used to eliminate it. Tell me everything that happened after you went over. Shen Yaolong became more serious. According to his understanding of the Xianxia continent, no one could destroy his dark power. Such a situation suddenly happened. He had to figure out what was going on. Could it be that other cultivators from the upper realm came here? He had always had some misgivings about this. After all, since he could come here, it also meant that others could come here as well, so he had to be vigilant at all times. Seeing this, Gu Yanran immediately recounted everything that happened after this trip in detail. You said that young sect master Wen had gone out to train for a few years and had just returned? Shen Yaolong raised his voice and asked. Gu Yanran nodded slightly. Yes, not only him, but also the young palace master of Limitless Palace and the young palace master of Heavenly Dipper sect. They all just returned this time. Although they never said where they went to train, there were rumors that they went to Punlai Island. As for whether this is true or not, I don't know. If they really went to Punlai Island, then this matter is easy to understand. Noticing the change in Shen Yalong's expression, Gu Yanran couldn't help but ask, Master Shen, do you know the reason? Punlai Island has a medicine that can treat wounds caused by dark energy. Since they've been to Punlai Island, it's normal for them to have this medicine in their hands. Shen Yalong's expression was relaxed. Actually, he didn't kill Wen Jinghui in the first place, but dark energy was the most difficult to treat. Once this problem was solved, everything else would no longer be a problem. However, since Wen Jinghui already knows how powerful I am, he actually still dares to do this. He's truly courting death. Shen Yalong's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and his face was filled with viciousness. Him being willing to let Wen Jinghui live was already a great mercy, and now he actually dared to not appreciate it. That's right. Gu Yanran gnashed his teeth and said, these fellows are so detestable. Master Shen, we absolutely can't let them off. Just thinking about how he was knocked out by a junior in front of so many people, he couldn't control his anger. If he didn't take revenge for this, he wouldn't be Gu Yanran. Don't worry. Shen Yalong turned around and looked at the sunset outside the house. His voice was cold without the slightest bit of warmth. I will take all their lives. Hearing this, Gu Yanran's face revealed a smile. This was the result he wanted the most. He wanted to let this group of ignorant fellows know how wrong of a decision they made today. However, he wouldn't give them any chance to regret it. This day was destined to not be a peaceful day. After the Cloud Sword sect spread the ancient profound sect's plot, all the forces understood everything in a short period of time. This undoubtedly caused a huge commotion, and because it was too sensational, some people couldn't help but wonder if this was fake. Although the ancient profound sect's strength isn't weak, they usually don't do things that stand out. This time, they actually caused such a big matter. Isn't it a bit too unbelievable? I think it might not be groundless. It's impossible for the Cloud Sword sect to make up such a reason. According to what I know, Gu Yanran of the ancient profound sect did indeed go to the Cloud Sword sect that day. Normally, the ancient profound sect doesn't have much contact with the Cloud Sword sect. This is truly too strange. Even though many people had doubts in their hearts, more people still chose to believe it. Because, if there wasn't such a thing, it was impossible to make up such a strange story even if it was made up a reason. In the blink of an eye, the appointed time had already arrived. The 7 days' promise had already spread among the various major forces. If it was said that they still had an indifferent attitude before, then now that they understood the purpose of the ancient profound sect, they could no longer treat it as if nothing had happened. Because this was related to their own interests. Once the ancient profound sect controlled the Cloud Sword sect, their strength would become even stronger. No one was willing to allow their own forces to be devoured by others, so when this day arrived, many leaders of forces came to the vicinity of the Cloud Sword sect. Inst because SSS. S's. Because the TTSSST. I'm afraid today will be a rare lively day for our Cloud Sword sect. Xiran couldn't help but sigh with a hint of ridicule in his calm voice. He also knew that his father had sent many letters to other forces, but they were all rejected. Now that this matter was related to their own interests, they all sighed with emotion. This was really the reality. After sensing the familiar auras outside, Wen Jinghui's gaze became gloomy and complicated. These old fellows are really getting more and more shameless. Since they rejected me, they should pretend to be more serious. Today, they actually came by themselves. What a joke. He originally thought that those old fellows would stop after coming up with such a strange reason, but he didn't expect that there would be even more exaggerated things behind. Perhaps, they would find another lie to cover it up later. I think they should have come together after discussing it. Situ Yan shook his head and patted Wen Jinghui's back. It's every man for himself. It's not strange for them to be like this. Although they had lived for so long and had to have some face, in front of the interests of the entire force, this face didn't seem that important. Father, all of them are gathered outside the sect. Should we let them in? Wen Xiran pondered and asked. Wen Jinghui raised his right hand, no need. Now that the people from the ancient profound sect haven't arrived, they don't dare to come in, at this time, they don't want to have anything to do with us. He knew too well that these fellows were obviously treating them as a touchstone. Your father is right. Let's wait until the people from the ancient profound sect arrive. Lan Yinxiao's voice was calm and indifferent. It would be a good show later. At the same time, it was especially lively outside the sect. I wonder when the people from the ancient profound sect will arrive. Is it appropriate for us to stay here like this? What's inappropriate about this? Today's matter is extremely important. Only by figuring it out can we be at ease. But if we see Sect Master Wen later, we'll really have no face. The few of them looked at each other with embarrassment. They had just replied that they didn't have time, and now they were here. Wasn't this slapping their own faces? However, they didn't have any other way. While everyone was discussing, Gu Yanran and Xin Yaolong's figures slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Behind the two of them was a row of ancient profound sect cultivators. At this moment, all of them had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Their arrogant expressions made the leaders of the various factions feel very unhappy. The cultivators of the ancient profound sect were filled with confidence at this moment. Ever since this Master Xin came to the sect, the status of the sect had been rapidly rising. Those fellows that went against the sect in the past had restrained themselves greatly now. Most importantly, they'd come here today for the sake of subduing the entire Cloudsword sect. Just thinking about it filled their hearts with pride. How strong was the Cloudsword sect? But from today onwards, he was going to become a subsidiary of the ancient profound sect. The status of these people would naturally rise as well. In the past, when they met the leaders of these forces, they could only be respectful. But now, when they thought about how these forces would all be under their control, they no longer had the respect they had in the past. Xin Yaolong felt the surrounding gazes on him, and his eyes were filled with disdain and pride. He didn't care about these so-called leaders of the forces at all. Master Shen, it is said that when Jinghui spread everything I said that day, so there are so many people here today. I think they all want to understand the situation. As if worried that Xin Yaolong would be unhappy, Gu Yanran hurriedly explained the reason for the matter. Hearing this, Xin Yaolong was very calm. It's good to let them see the situation today. When the time comes, you won't have to waste your breath. You're right. These guys won't shed tears until they see the coffin. When they see Master Shen's strength, they'll naturally understand. As Gu Yanran and his group got closer and closer to the gate of the Cloudsword sect, the leaders of the forces outside could not hold back anymore. They came here today to understand the strength of Master Shen and the others. If Xin Yaolong and the others went in like this, wouldn't they not be able to see anything? If they suggested that the Cloudsword sect let everyone in, it seemed to be a bit hard to say. After thinking about it, the only way was to figure out Xin Yaolong's strength outside the sect. Gu Yanran, I heard that you plan to annex the forces of the Xingxian continent. Is this true? The sect master of the Azure Cloud sect looked at Gu Yanran and asked first. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze fell on Gu Yanran. If it was said that Gu Yanran had come here today for the sake of his personal enmity with the Cloudsword sect, then they could completely disregard it. But if all of this was true, then everyone couldn't think of nothing. Feeling the gazes that were fixed on him, Gu Yanran smiled calmly. That's right, I do have such a plan. His calm voice was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. That contemptuous look seemed to not put anyone present in his eyes. After the disciples of the ancient profound sect felt the sect master's attitude, they became even more proud. In the future, their ancient profound sect would become an existence that looked down on all forces. The sect master of the Azure Cloud sect obviously didn't expect Gu Yanran to admit it so easily. He didn't even have the slightest intention of hiding it, and was instantly dumbfounded. When the others saw this scene, they also sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect all of this to be true. In the face of Gu Yanran's arrogant tone, anger burned in everyone's hearts. Gu Yanran, you're too arrogant. So what if I'm arrogant? Gu Yanran sneered, I came here today to subdue the Cloudsword sect first. As for you guys, wait for my ancient profound sect to subdue you one by one. Here, I would like to introduce to all of you the chief elder of our ancient Xian sect, Xin Yaolong. I don't care about your nonsense. Gu Yanran, I advise you to stop dreaming. Otherwise, the one that will be exterminated will be your Gu Xian sect. You're truly a wolf with wild ambitions. Dream on. Trying to swallow all the other forces? What a joke. Everyone mocked in disdain. This kind of thing, just thinking about it, knew that it was simply impossible. Hearing this, Xianxia glanced at the surrounding people and said disdainfully, "You bunch of trash, let me remind you first. If you obediently hand over your forces, I can let you live. Otherwise, your outcome will be the same as Cloud Sword Sect's Wen Jinghui, becoming a complete dead man." Following Xianxia's words, everyone was stunned as they looked at this arrogant fellow in front of them in disbelief. Standing in this position for so many years, they had never seen such an arrogant fellow. "Xianxia, you're too arrogant." The Azure Cloud sect master could no longer hold it in. His figure moved and directly charged towards Xianxia. "Let me meet you and see how strong you are to actually dare to say such words." Facing the figure that was rapidly approaching, a trace of disdain flashed across Xianxia's eyes. He just stood there without moving and did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Only when the opponent's attack was close at hand did he strike out with his palm. It was an ordinary palm strike, but everyone could feel the boundless power contained in the palm wind. In everyone's line of sight, they saw the Azure Cloud sect master's figure quickly fly away and then fly out at an even faster speed. Bang! A shocking sound rang out. Only then did everyone realize that a mountain in the distance seemed to have been flattened by this palm. As for the Azure Cloud sect master, he was heavily injured and blood was spurting out. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Although the Azure Cloud sect master's strength was not the strongest, he was definitely not weak. The other party was able to beat him to such a state so easily. Recalling that Wen Jinghui was also heavily injured earlier, everyone understood where the problem was. With such strong strength, they were indeed not a match for him. How can this fellow be so strong? If we can't withstand a single move, wouldn't we be finished? Everyone looked at each other. At this level of strength, they also understood that if there was a great disparity in strength, then it was no longer something that could be dealt with by numbers. Today, the ancient profound sect's target was the Cloud Sword sect. But once the Cloud Sword sect was dealt with, it would be them later. If they could not deal with Xianxia, then they would not be able to protect their own forces. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but panic. After Xianxia noticed the change in everyone's expression, a trace of a smug smile appeared in his eyes. "Since everyone is so curious, then I'll let everyone have a good look at my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely tyrannical pressure, with Xianxia as the center, erupted. This pressure carried a black luster as it swept across the mountains and plains. Everyone felt that the scene in front of them was like the end of the world. An indescribable despair spread in everyone's hearts. Crush, it was an absolute suppression. Even if everyone joined forces, they would be able to resist the pressure. It was as if, of them, of course of them of course of course, this thought flashed through everyone's mind, but no one could think of an answer. After noticing this scene, Gu Yanran's face was filled with pride. Cloud Sword Sect. While the leaders of the other forces were on the verge of collapsing, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were extremely calm. This can be confirmed. This guy is at the Starlight Realm. Wen Xiren spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders, but there was a confident glow between his brows. As a dark attribute cultivator, it's already pretty good to be able to cultivate to such a level. I wonder how this guy came to the lower realm. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows rose slightly. They had to figure this out. Other than that, nothing else was a problem. A Starlight Realm cultivator was nothing to them. Those guys outside must be in despair. Shang Guanying's expression was cold. They deserve it. Who asked them to have such an attitude? It's good to let them experience the feeling of despair. You're right. These guys should be taught a lesson. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Although Sect Master Wen's reply was within her expectations, she couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Let's just wait for a while before going out. We're not in a hurry anyway. Xiren smiled faintly. If the leaders of the other forces outside the Cloud Sword Sect knew that the people of the Cloud Sword Sect were gloating, who knew what they would think? Just when everyone was in despair and on the verge of collapsing, when Jingwei, Situ Yan, and the rest gradually appeared in front of everyone. It was only at this moment that Xianxia retracted his pressure. Everyone looked at Xianxia with lingering fear. His strength was too strong, and they couldn't deal with him at all. Xianxia looked at Wen Jingwei, who was refreshed and didn't seem to be affected at all. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed through his eyes. Although he knew that Wen Jingwei's injuries had improved, the scene before him was still beyond his expectations. Sect Master Wen, I didn't expect your injuries to recover so well. Xianxia mocked. Wen Jingwei said casually, it can only mean that you're not strong enough. Everyone gasped when they heard that. They felt that Wen Jingwei was crazy. This Xianxia's strength was so strong that everyone wished they could stay as far away from this guy as possible. Wen Jingwei actually took the initiative to provoke him. Wasn't this seeking his own death? As expected, Xianxia's face instantly darkened, and his eyes were filled with threat. Wen Jingwei, you're really worried, aren't you? Have you forgotten the consequences of angering me? Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at Xianxia's arrogant appearance, but they were not in a hurry to expose him. They just treated him like a clown. The consequences of angering you? Wen Jingwei chuckled. What consequences? Situ Yan slowly said, Xianxia, right? Although I don't know where you came from, I think you don't know much about the situation in the Xianxia continent. You think that your strength is not bad, but it is impossible to control everyone. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. Why didn't they realize that their grandfather had such a hobby of teasing people before? Clearly, he was just toying with Xianxia. Xianxia was annoyed when he saw that Situ Yan was lecturing him. You bastard, I think you're tired of living. Do you want me to send you to heaven? Everyone looked at Situ Yan and Wen Jingwei, who were echoing each other, and they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that Situ Yan and Wen Jingwei didn't feel Xianxia's terrifying strength? Logically speaking, shouldn't these two be more nervous than them now? Why were they still acting as if nothing had happened? Not only were the leaders of the surrounding forces confused, even Gu Yanran was at a loss at this moment. Why couldn't he understand the situation in front of him all of a sudden? Could it be that Situ Yan and Wen Jingwei were scared silly? Were they giving up on themselves? Xianxia's heart was filled with anger. These two guys, who he thought could be killed with one slap, actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. He came here today to make an example out of them and remind the leaders of the surrounding forces when he subdued the Cloud Sword sect. Therefore, Gu Yanran couldn't let Wen Jingwei and the others take the initiative. Therefore, he quickly tried to take back the initiative. Sect leader Wen, I've already explained our plan a few days ago. Have you thought it through now? Gu Yanran's gaze was calm and proud. He didn't want to see these guys jumping around anymore. If you still don't obediently hand over the position of sect leader, then we can only take action and make you, the so-called sect leader, disappear from this world. As Gu Yanran's voice fell, a trace of coldness appeared in Xiran's eyes. This hateful guy seriously injured my father back then, and now he's still talking nonsense in front of me. Sect leader Gu, I remember that when you came a few days ago, I've already answered you very clearly and knocked out 2 of your teeth for you as a gift. Have you forgotten so quickly? Wen Jingwei's face was filled with a faint smile, and his casual appearance seemed to be talking about the good weather today. He didn't feel threatened at all. But it was such a conversation that everyone present could feel the murderous intent contained in it. Although they hadn't made a move yet, this was already a round of confrontation. Gu Yanran's face suddenly darkened. His originally proud face looked as if he had eaten a fly at this moment, and it was extremely ugly. He wished he could completely cover up the embarrassing incident that day, but Wen Jingwei just had to bring it up in front of everyone today. Wasn't this not giving him any face at all? Wen Jingwei, I think you're really refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Gu Yanran didn't want to say anything else. If he wanted to wash away the shame of that day, he could only wash it with blood. With that, Gu Yanran turned to look at Xianxia. Master Shen, since Wen Jingwei is so unappreciative, I don't think we need to be polite. Xianxia couldn't stand it any longer. Xiu, a purple realm cultivator from the lower realm, actually dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Wen Jingwei, I'll give you a chance to make a move. Let's have a match so that people won't say that I'm bullying you. Xianxia's gaze was filled with disdain that came from his bones. Xin Yaolong's gaze was calm, as long as he made a move, Wen Jinghui would not have any chance to resist. After seeing that things had developed to this point, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat for Wen Jinghui. It was fine to talk about it, but once it was done, it would be for real. Since you want to fight so badly, and since my son has just returned, I'll let him fight with you today and let you understand the power of the cultivators in the Xianxia continent. Wen Jinghui casually threw out these words. At the same time, Wen Xiren stepped forward and stopped in front of Xin Yaolong. I heard that, you're very arrogant? Wen Xiren raised his eyebrows slightly as his handsome face curled into a devilish smile. His gaze was clearly calm, but one could feel a bone-deep threat and pressure. Xin Yaolong looked at the unusually young Wen Xiren in front of him and laughed in his heart. Old man, you couldn't have been beaten silly by me, right? Xin Yaolong sneered, even you are no match for me. Wouldn't your son be smashed into meat paste under my palm? Then you can try. Wen Xiren narrowed his good-looking eyes as a sharp light flashed across them. Seeing this, the crowd looked at each other in dismay. They could not understand what Wen Jinghui was up to. What is Sect Master Wen trying to do? Although young Sect Master Wen has gone out for training this time and his power is indeed outstanding among the younger generation, he is no match for such a powerful cultivator. For a moment, the crowd even thought that Wen Jinghui had gone mad. Even if Wen Xiren had improved greatly this time, it was still impossible for him to be compared to Xin Yaolong. You've got some guts. A cruel and bloodthirsty light flashed across Xin Yaolong's eyes. I will do as I said and smash you into meat paste. When that time comes, if you want to hate someone, hate your father. I will leave him with a scene that will leave a deep impression on him. When the icy voice fell into the ears of the crowd, they could only feel a chill run down their spines. However, Wen Xiren only chuckled. Master Shen's interests are truly unique. Since that's the case, I will send you to your death in a moment. There's no need to be polite. Hiss, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They only felt that Wen Xiren was simply too courageous. You're courting death. Xin Yaolong's palm directly attacked Xiren. The tyrannical chi force caused the surrounding cultivators to retreat, fearing that they would be accidentally injured by the chi force. Xiren's figure flashed and dodged Xin Yaolong's attack. Seeing this, Xin Yaolong's pupils shrank slightly. He had clearly used his chi to lock down the entire space. With the strength of the cultivators in the lower realms, it was impossible for them to break free from such a shackle. How did this young boy do it? However, Xiren did not give Xin Yaolong any time to think. He spun around in midair and unleashed a powerful kick. Bang, gotcha. Everyone only saw a sweep, and then heard the sound of bones breaking, but they didn't know whose bones were broken. You really overestimate yourself. Gu Yanran sneered. He didn't need to look to know that Xiren's bones were broken. With this guy's strength, going against Master Shen was like hitting a rock with an egg. He was seeking his own death. You really overestimate yourself, Bewitching said lightly. Gu Yanran heard this and looked at Bewitching. He was a little suspicious. Wasn't Bewitching a good brother of Xiren's? Why was he suddenly standing on the same side as him? Could it be that Bewitching knew that they were no match for him in terms of strength, so he had changed his stance and was now expressing goodwill towards him? Ah, an ear-piercing scream rang out, shattering Gu Yanran's fantasy. That was because the voice was far too familiar to him. Wasn't that Xin Yaolong's voice? He hurriedly took a closer look, only to discover that Xin Yaolong's legs had been directly broken by Wen Xiren's horizontal sweep. At that moment, Xin Yaolong was kneeling on the ground. His pants were dyed red with blood and his face was flushed red from the pain. Impossible, this is impossible. Gu Yanran was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and simply could not believe that everything before his eyes was real. However, when he clearly saw that Xin Yaolong had really been crippled and looked to be in pain, his face turned pale in an instant. He could not believe that all of this was real. Gu Yanran was not the only one who was dumbfounded. The leaders of the surrounding forces were also dumbfounded. That scene was simply too shocking. It was so shocking that they could not believe that all of this was real. Has young Sect Master Wen's strength become so terrifying? Xin Yaolong's strength has surpassed the Purple Realm. Young Sect Master Wen has only gone out to train for a few years and his strength has increased by such a terrifying amount. No wonder Sect Master Wen is so calm. It turns out that he's already prepared for this. At that moment, everyone understood. No wonder Si Tuyen and Wen Jingwei had been so calm before this. They had already had a card up their sleeves. The leaders of the forces who had been on good terms with Wen Jingwei were extremely regretful. With Wen Xiren's strength, his future achievements had already exceeded their expectations. If they had been willing to step forward at a time like this, they would have definitely received an incomparably precious friendship. Unfortunately, they were cowardly and had missed out on all of this. If they wanted to be on good terms with him now, it would be too difficult. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Even if they regretted it, it would be of no use. After Wen Xiren had crippled Shen Yaolong's legs, he did not stop there. With another palm strike, Shen Yaolong's hands were crippled as well. How dare you be so arrogant with such little strength and try to control the entire Xinjiang continent? What a fool's dream. Shen Yaolong endured the intense pain, but the shock in his heart was more intense than the pain in his body. Nebula Realm, you are a Nebula Realm cultivator. Previously, Xiren had been concealing his aura, so he did not sense it. At this moment, he finally understood. He actually saw a Nebula Realm cultivator in the lower realm. How was this possible, Nebula Realm? After Gu Yanran heard this sentence, his legs went soft. He also learned about the division of realms from Shen Yaolong. In his eyes, Grandmaster Shen, who was terrifyingly powerful, was only at the Starlight Realm. However, Wen Xiren actually had the strength of a Nebula Realm. They had really kicked an iron plate this time. You actually cultivated to the Nebula Realm on Punlai Island? This is impossible. Countless thoughts flashed through Shen Yaolong's mind, and then his eyes widened as he stared at Xiren. You've been to the upper realm. He knew all too well that on Punlai Island, he could only cultivate up to the astral boundary. However, if he wanted to cultivate online, he could only do so after awakening his innate talent. Therefore, cultivators above the astral boundary must have been to the upper realm. Xiren did not deny it. You don't need to know so much. You just need to know that you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. The huge palm carried with it a tyrannical pressure. From the moment it appeared, the entire world seemed to have been enveloped by this terrifying aura. Everyone felt that under this pressure, their breathing was suppressed and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Shen Yaolong looked at the huge palm and a thick sense of panic appeared in his eyes. No, I beg you, please let me go. He looked at Wen Xiren in horror and nervousness. I won't do it again, please let me live. At the same time, Gu Yanran and the group of disciples who came were also in a state of panic. They had come here today to show off their power, but who would have thought that they could lose their lives at any time? Go to hell and regret it. A bloodthirsty cold light flashed in Xiren's eyes. Since he dared to make a move on his father, he wanted him to die without a complete corpse. Boom! With a horrifying sound, Shen Yaolong's figure was crushed into a pile of mud. Gulp. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That bloody and cruel scene had greatly affected them. Everyone thought that the person who would end up like that would be Xiren. Such a reversal was truly shocking. Wen Jinghui's eyes were filled with pride and arrogance. This was his son. Haha, good son. Wen Xiren smiled faintly and walked to Wen Jinghui's side. He did not say anything else, but no one could ignore his existence. Sect Master Gu, it seems that your beautiful dream has been shattered. Wen Jinghui looked at Gu Yanran indifferently. The latter's face was pale and he no longer had his previous arrogance and complacency. Gu Yanran could not help but take 2 steps back. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. The smell of blood in the air entered his nostrils and the horrifying scene made his heart tremble. He regretted it. He really regretted it. He never thought that Wen Xiren's strength would actually be so strong, and when he thought back to everything he had said earlier, he really wished that he could give himself a tight slap. Turning his gaze, he could feel that the other leaders were also looking at him with cold gazes. It seemed that even if Wen Jinghui let him go today, the other legal representatives would not let him go. Sect Master Wen, I was wrong. I was under Shen Yaolong's control before, that's why I said those words. Please be magnanimous and let me off this time. Gu Yanran knelt down. He really didn't want to die. Looking at the guy who was kowtowing and begging for mercy at his feet, when Jingwei did not have the slightest bit of sympathy in his eyes. Gu Yanran's decision was indeed influenced by Xianxia, but from his previous performance, it could be seen that he was also looking forward to this plan. If it wasn't for the return of Xiran and the others this time, the current Cloud Sword sect would already have ceased to exist. Of course, he would not be merciful to such a person. Sect leader Gu, you've been the sect leader for so many years. How can you still be so naive? A cold voice with a faint smile came out, but it made Gu Yanran lose all hope. The cultivators of the ancient profound sect were not stupid. Naturally, they knew that if they did not run, their little lives would be left here for good. In the next moment, everyone did not care so much and fled in different directions. Looking at the disciples of the ancient profound sect leaving, when Jingwei and the others did not make a move. After this matter was over, the ancient profound sect was destined to disappear from the Xianxia continent. This world was so cruel. If you don't succeed, you'll die trying. When Jingwei didn't kill Gu Yanran right away, but brought him back to the Cloudsword sect. In the matter this time, they still had some things to ask clearly, such as everything related to Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia going too far earlier, Xiran didn't intend to kill him right away. But since Xianxia had spoken such words, then for the dignity of the entire Cloudsword sect, he would absolutely not be courteous. Now, they could only see if Gu Yanran knew all of this. If he didn't know, then forget it. Closing the door of the Cloudsword sect, he directly blocked all the leaders of the various powers that wanted to get closer to the Cloudsword sect. Everyone couldn't help but sigh when they saw the scene. Xiran had already returned for a few days, and this meant that the Cloudsword sect was already not afraid of the Guxian sect. The reason this news was spread earlier was to give everyone a warning, and to give them an opportunity. If they contacted the Cloudsword sect at that time and expressed that they would stand on the same side, then they would be able to appear within the Cloudsword sect now, and not be blocked outside like now. But unfortunately, no one thought of this at that time, and they missed this best opportunity. With young sect Master Wen, the future of the Cloudsword sect is truly limitless. Who can compare to it? Alas, who asked us to not grasp the opportunity before? After this incident, I'm afraid Sect Master Wen won't pay attention to us in the future. Young Sect Master Wen went out to gain experience with young Sect Master D and the others this time. Does this mean that young Sect Master D and the others' strengths have also attained such a level? Everyone looked at each other. Because Bewitching and Xiran had an extremely good relationship, so everyone often compared them together in the past. All along, Bewitching's performance was even more outstanding than Xiran's. Presently, Xiran already had such results, so it was impossible for Bewitching's strength to be weak. Along with this point being brought up, everyone looked at each other. If it was really like this, then these powers like the Tiangang sect would really be unshakable in the future. Do you think Sect Master Wen and Sect Master Situ will take advantage of this opportunity to unify the world? Originally, everyone was worried about the ancient profound sect's plan, but now, they couldn't help but worry about the Cloud Sword sect and the Tiangang sect. After all, these two sects were stronger than the ancient mysterious sect. If they had such thoughts, no one would be able to stop them. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their hearts, which had just calmed down, were now in their throats again. Bailey Hongzhuang and her team did not care about the thoughts of the people outside, even though they had already guessed that their performance today had caused a huge uproar. Master, those fellows outside must be regretting it to death. Xiao He had a complacent smile on her face. Perhaps they are now worried about whether we will continue with the ancient profound sect's plan. Let them worry about it. These fellows should feel the consequences of their actions in the first place. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were indifferent. They did not intend to do so, but letting these people be frightened for a while was also a punishment. Oh right, then those cultivators who escaped earlier were allowed to escape just like that? Xiao Bai asked doubtfully. Those fellows were also extremely arrogant earlier. Letting them escape just like that was really not worth it. The cultivators of the ancient profound sect who came this time are obviously their core disciples. Once they run away, who knows when they will cause trouble in the future. Those people naturally know about this situation, so they should have taken action long ago. Xiran explained. He was in an extremely good mood after solving this matter so quickly today. Assembly Hall. Gu Yanran was kneeling on the ground at this moment, looking at everyone with an embarrassed expression. He was extremely nervous. "Speak, tell me everything about Xianxia's appearance and everything else." When Jingwei looked at Gu Yanran coldly, his voice full of intimidation and threat, "If you dare to lie, you will die miserably." Gu Yanran had long been frightened out of his wits. At this moment, how could he dare to lie? He immediately told everything in detail. After hearing all this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also understood. It turned out that when Xianxia saw other cultivators going to the lower realm, he took advantage of the fact that the guardian was absent-minded and secretly ran down. In that case, he happened to come to the lower realm by chance. Xiran raised his eyebrows. "That's what he told me." Gu Yanran nodded. "I promise that everything I said is the truth, there is absolutely no concealment." After knowing this result, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were no longer worried. This was just a coincidence, and it would only happen if one was lucky. Otherwise, they would be discovered if they were not careful. Although they could not prevent such things from happening, there was no need to worry too much with such a small probability. In addition, when Jingwei asked other questions, after understanding everything, everyone was completely relieved. "Sect Master Wen, I've said everything I can. Can you let me live?" Gu Yanran looked at Wen Jingwei nervously. "This time, I was confused. I beg you, spare me. I promise, I will disappear in front of you in the future. I will never do such a thing again." Bang bang bang. Gu Yanran kept kowtowing and weeping bitterly. Where was his usual demeanor and majesty? As the sect master of the ancient profound sect, he had always been very proud of his life. He really did not want to die. Once he died, there would be nothing left. However, Wen Jingwei showed no mercy. "I've said all that needs to be said. You no longer have any value. Men, take him away and deal with him." With a wave of his hand, Gu Yanran was pulled down. No matter how Gu Yanran pleaded, it was of no use. Everyone just watched this scene indifferently. Fortunately, this scene today was stopped by them, otherwise, the entire Cloudsword sect would surely flow with blood like a river. To be merciful to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. They had been in the Jianghu for a long time and would never make such a mistake again. This Gu Yanran really deserves it. Mu Lingbing shook her head and sighed. If it weren't for his wild ambition, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Even if we let him live today, there's no way he won't hold any grudges against us. But once he leaves, the other factions won't let him go, Lan Yunxiao slowly said. With Gu Yanran's contemptuous attitude towards everyone today, it was impossible for everyone to let him go. As everything was resolved, everyone's mood became brighter. "Jingwei, since the matters here have been resolved, then we'll go back first." Situ Yan revealed a smile. Hong Zhuang and the others had just returned, and they didn't even have the time to return to Tiangang sect. No matter what, they had to go back and take a look. When Jingwei naturally understood all of this and immediately nodded. "I've really troubled you this time. Hong Zhuang and Bewitching just returned, and they didn't have the time to have a proper gathering with you all before coming to Cloudsword sect." As he spoke, when Jingwei turned to look at Bewitching and Mu Lingbing. "As an uncle, I'm really sorry." "Uncle, you're too polite. We're all on the same side," Bewitching said with a smile. He had often come to Cloudsword sect since he was young, and when Jingwei was also in existence like family to him. "Haha, I won't be polite either. When I go to the upper realm, I'll have to rely on you juniors." When Jingwei was extremely carefree. After experiencing this incident, he had already seen through many things. Now, his strength couldn't compare to these juniors. When he went to the upper realm, he still had to rely on the help of the juniors. However, as a senior, he must work hard to catch up to everyone's cultivation. Hearing Wen Jingwei say that he was going to the upper realm again, Mu Lingbing and the others secretly sighed in their hearts. This point made them very conflicted. Everyone didn't stay any longer and returned to Tiangang sect together. Returning to this familiar place again, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips bloomed into a bright and sunny smile. Back then, it was here that she and Bewitching's relationship had undergone a baptism. Back then, her status was low. Until now, she still remembered the sensation when Bewitching announced her identity to the world. Even though so long had passed, the memory had always been in her heart. Young sect master. Eldest young miss. Joyful voices came from the mouths of the Tiangang sect disciples. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and excitement. Young sect master and eldest young miss are finally back. We heard the news of the Cloud Sword sect long ago and were waiting for your return. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching smiled and responded to the crowd. Among the lively faces, there were familiar faces and unfamiliar faces, but the atmosphere made them feel at home. Mu Lingbing and the others couldn't help but sigh at the lively scene. Beichen and Hongzhuang's reputation in Tiangang sect is extraordinary. When have we ever seen these cultivators so excited? Even if Situyen had appeared, he would not have been able to cause such a commotion. Beichen and Hongzhuang were well-known figures among the younger generation. Many young people idolized them. Now that they've returned, this kind of situation is normal. Lan Yunxiao faintly smiled. Young people, of course, were targeted at young people. Hongzhuang, Beichen. A familiar voice rang out from the crowd. No matter how noisy the surroundings were, Bailey Hongzhuang could still determine the owner of the voice in the first second. Turning her gaze slightly, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed Xia Jiqing in the crowd at a glance. Jiqing. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, her eyes filled with joy. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had noticed her, Xia Jiqing's face also filled with joy. The surrounding disciples looked at the cordial appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang and Xia Jiqing, and their eyes were filled with envy. I heard before that the relationship between the eldest miss and senior sister Xia is very good. Now it seems that it is true. That's naturally true. You joined the sect late, so you don't know that senior sister Xia came to Tiangang sect with the eldest Mississippi. Although they are not biological sisters, they are closer than biological sisters. So, senior brother Bai, senior sister Lu, senior brother Dongfeng and senior brother Gong all know the eldest miss? Isn't that so? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and took Xia Jiqing's hand. Long time no see, Jiqing. You were away for so long, you worried us to death. Fortunately, you came back safely. Xia Jiqing said with emotion, has everything been resolved? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and said, don't worry, everything has been resolved. That's good. Just as the two were talking, Bai Junyu, Dongfeng Yu, Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue also arrived. At this moment, they were looking at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen with smiles on their faces. Everyone is here. Di Beichen smiled warmly. Although he didn't know how everyone was doing, he could guess that everyone was doing well just by looking at their spiritual appearance. Bai Junyu nodded, when I heard the news of your return, Jiqing was looking forward to seeing you as soon as possible. In the past few days, the news of Cloud Sword sect had spread like wildfire. Everyone had been worried until they heard the good news and were relieved. Early this morning, Jiqing has been waiting for your news. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xia Jiqing in front of her and felt a little touched. It's good that you're back. Xia Jiqing's eyes were slightly red. I've been waiting for you for so long, you're finally back. When she was in the academy, she had always been with Hongzhuang. Later on, when Hongzhuang came to Tiangang sect, she followed her to Tiangang sect. In her life, Hongzhuang was her most important sister. This time I really don't have enough confidence, so I acted alone. In the future, I will do my best to act together with you. How about that? Her dark phoenix eyes flashed with a firm light. Even if they hadn't seen each other for a long time, as long as he looked at Xia Jiqing's eyes, he knew that the friendship between them had never changed. Jiqing had always supported her so firmly, and she cherished this friendship. That's great. Xia Jiqing was happy for a while. She always remembered the time when she was adventuring with Hongzhuang. Although it was full of danger, that kind of life made her feel at ease. Her life in Tiangang sect was very stable. With the resources of the sect, her cultivation did not fall behind. However, since Hongzhuang left, she had always felt that something was missing. Mu Lingbing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Xia Jiqing chatting happily. She couldn't help but smile and say, Hongzhuang, go back to the house first. You have plenty of time to talk. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and smiled. Yes, let's go back and have a good chat. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang and a group of young people gathered together. Hong Zhuang, you've been away for a long time this time. Dongfeng Yu laughed aloud. We've been waiting for you every day, our necks have grown long. I see that your neck is still the same as before. There hasn't been any change. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Beichen, has the problem with your physique been completely solved? There won't be any danger in the future, right? Gong Xiaoqing looked at Di Beichen with concern. When Di Beichen fell into a coma, everyone was extremely worried. Who would have thought that there would be such a big risk with his physique? Now that it's completely solved, there won't be any more problems. Di Beichen said. Then we can be at ease. Gong Xiaoqing nodded. They were very clear about the relationship between Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. If anything happened to Di Beichen, Hongzhuang wouldn't live alone. Lu Qingyue quietly glanced at Gong Xiaoqing and asked, "You guys won't leave again this time, right?" "That's not it." Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "This time, the matter of Cloud Sword sect has spread like wildfire. I won't hide it from you guys. On the other side of Xianxia continent, there is an island called Punlai. The cultivators there are stronger than here. The reason why ancient profound sect is so arrogant this time is because an extremely strong cultivator has appeared in their sect." "That cultivator came from Punlai Island?" Dongfeng Yu asked in surprise. "No. Since he didn't come from Punlai Island, what's the relationship between the two? He came from a place stronger than Punlai Island, the upper realm." When these words came out, Dongfeng Yu and the others were stunned. When they heard about Punlai Island, they were already shocked. Now, there was another place that was even stronger than Punlai Island. This was too unbelievable. There are actually so many powerful places in Xianxia continent? Bai Junyu's eyes widened. "I suddenly feel that I don't know anything about the upper realm." These words were undoubtedly full of shock to Gong Xiaoqing and the others. Everyone fell into silence for a moment. All along, they felt that the world they lived in was incomparably familiar. Only now did they understand that everything was not like that. Bailey Hongzhuang paid attention to everyone's expressions. In fact, the existence of the upper realm itself was not a big secret. It was just that they were worried that such news would cause some panic, so they had never mentioned it. The reason why she told Xia Jiqing and the others was that she felt that everyone might reach this level in the future. The earlier he knew, the more motivation he would have. After a brief surprise, Xia Jiqing quickly recovered. These things were not important to her. What she cared about was whether she could continue to travel with Hong Zhuang. She missed those days very much. If she could continue to live that kind of life, it would be the happiest thing in her life. "In that case, you and Beichen went to Punlai Island and the upper realm previously?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. "That's right. We're only here temporarily. We'll be leaving in a few days." "I understand." Xia Jiqing understood and couldn't help but sigh. In the beginning, she and Hong Zhuang had always been on the same side. Although Hong Zhuang's strength had always been stronger than hers, she had always been working hard to catch up with Hong Zhuang's footsteps. Now, the gap between them seemed to be even bigger, so big that it was difficult to catch up. "If you want to go there, I can take you with me. However, you have to think about it. The cultivators there are extremely strong, far stronger than the cultivators in Xianxia continent." After everyone left, Bailey Hongzhuang said to Di Beichen, "Beichen, isn't this news too hard for everyone to accept?" To her, these pieces of news were not inconceivable at all. Even before she knew about Punlai Island, she doubted whether there would be such a strong existence in the Xianxia continent. After knowing all this, she accepted it very calmly. However, she neglected the fact that not everyone could calmly accept all of this. "That's not it." Di Beichen's voice was as warm as the ocean. "Dongfeng and the others' cultivation talent is very good, and they are likely to come in contact with this side in the future. Letting them know earlier may not be a bad thing, and you also gave them a chance to choose. No matter what choice they make, we will support them." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly, thinking back to the time when everyone was in the same team and worked hard to join the sect. Now, there was a new road in front of them, but not everyone's thoughts were the same as before. "As far as I know, Dongfeng and the others are now outstanding disciples in the sect, and their daily lives are quite comfortable." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen. Although she only said half of the words, she already understood. Not everyone liked to pursue higher strength, and there were more people who worked hard to improve their cultivation in order to live a comfortable life. Perhaps everyone was very satisfied with their current life, so they were not willing to make any changes. You are right, everyone has their own aspirations, and my thoughts may be different from theirs now. In the past 2 years, we have been immersed in the rhythm of our original lives, but they are completely different. Although the disciples of the sect often compete with each other, with their current cultivation, it is not difficult for them to deal with it, but to go to the upper realm with us, it is indeed difficult. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed, she thought that she was too naive. I understand that you are doing this because of our friendship, but I think that even if they choose to go, it is best to experience Punlai Island first. It is not too late to go to the upper realm after they have adapted to life on Punlai Island and their strength has improved to a certain extent. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the serious and handsome face and smiled, I understand your concerns. In fact, I also think that there is a Punlai Island between the upper realm and the lower realm because this is a place for everyone to adapt to. If Dongfang and the others are really willing to go, we can entrust them to Punlai Palace. As disciples of Punlai Palace, they will have less trouble like us, and if they can't adapt, they can come back on their own. Debachen's deep eyes revealed his thoughts and consideration. He was not worried about sect master or the others. Because his master and the others have always been aware of the existence of a higher realm, and they had never relaxed. And they were more mature, so it was not a problem to deal with these things. Dongfang Yu and the others were still very young. Perhaps their thoughts would change in the future. But no matter from which point of view, staying on Punlai Island for a while was excellent. Only after getting used to high-intensity battles would they be able to catch up to the upper realm as quickly as possible. After returning to Tiangang sect, Bailey Hongzhuang and Debachen traveled together and visited all the places they were familiar with. When they arrived at the Pill Refinement Hall, Bailey Hongzhuang did not leave immediately. Instead, she walked in to check on the situation of the Pill Refinement Masters. The pill refiners of Tiangang sect were naturally aware of the eldest young lady's deep attainments in the art of pill refinement. Immediately, some of them plucked up the courage to ask for guidance. Bailey Hongzhuang did not refuse them and answered them one by one. Pills have always been very important to cultivators and to a sect. The Pill Refinement Hall was also extremely crucial. When the crowd saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was so amiable and approachable, their hearts were filled with joy. One by one, they began to ask the questions in their hearts. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's answers, they realized that the questions that had been troubling them for a long time had been solved so easily. In the end, Bailey Hongzhuang simply opened a lecture hall and began to introduce some of the questions that they needed to pay attention to when refining pills. Her pill refinement skills have improved since she had ascended to the upper realm. Now, it was very easy for her to answer all of these questions. I've long heard that the eldest young lady's pill refinement skills are extremely outstanding. Now, it seems that the rumors are well-deserved. Isn't that so? Usually, it's very difficult to find definite answers to these questions. I never thought that the eldest young lady would be able to answer them without any hesitation and without any mistakes. I really hope that the eldest young lady can stay here forever. Then, our pill refinement skills will definitely surpass the medicine sects. Debachen's eyes rippled with a doting smile when he saw this. Aside from being an outstanding pill refiner, his wife was also a good teacher. Once they returned, Mu Lingbing's voice rang out before Bailey Hongzhuang could say anything. I heard that you went to the Pill Refinement Hall today and even opened a lecture hall. Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. Mother, how did you know? This news has already spread throughout the entire Tiangang sect. Mu Jinsei chuckled. Along the way, I've heard disciples talking about it. Eldest young miss, you're very popular. Hongzhuang and Beichen have always been very popular here. I see that almost all the topics recently revolve around them. Mu Lingbing's face was full of pride. She was very satisfied to see her daughter grow up to be so outstanding. That's true. Mu Jinsei nodded. When the old man and I were here, we had never seen such a lively situation. In my opinion, even the cultivators who originally wanted to go into seclusion had to give up their plans. Listening to their conversation, Bailey Hongzhuang and Debacchen looked at each other and smiled. While the entire Tiangang sect was in joy, the masters of the various forces were in fear. No one knew what the Tiangang sect and the Cloud Sword sect were planning. During this process of waiting, they felt that every minute and every second was extremely unbearable. Most importantly, no news at a time like this meant that there was good news. Hence, the various large forces could only continuously ask around for information. On one hand, they were rejoicing that no news had been released. On the other hand, they were worried that the next news would be something they could not accept. "Mother, have you discussed the matter of going to the upper realm with father?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked curiously. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes dimmed. She thought that with her mother's help, it wouldn't be difficult to solve this problem. She didn't expect that they would still fail in the end. "Mother, did father say why?" Mu Lingbing noticed the sadness on Bailey Hongzhuang's face and couldn't help but feel heartache. She hurriedly said, "Hongzhuang, don't be sad. Your father said that he will go to the upper realm to find you after he becomes stronger. Although he can't immediately go with you this time, he just needs to spend some time. He will go sooner or later. Be well in the upper realm and wait for us to come find you." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "No matter what you choose, I will support you." Seeing this, Mu Lingbing and Mu Jinsei looked at each other helplessly. Both father and daughter were doing this for each other. Although this result made them feel very helpless, they felt very warm in their hearts when they thought of their concern for each other. Bewitching silently watched this scene from the side. He already had some thoughts in his heart, and after hearing his mother-in-law's words, he was even more certain that his judgment was correct. At night, the bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night was as cold as water. Bewitching went directly to Lan Yunxiao's residence with a jug of good wine in hand. When Lan Yunxiao saw Bewitching suddenly appear, he was somewhat surprised. Without waiting for him to ask, Lan Yunxiao entered. Bewitching raised the jug of wine in his hand and smiled. "Father-in-law, do you have time to drink with me?" "Yunxiao, the two of you should have a good drink." Mu Lingbing smiled. Lan Yunxiao immediately nodded. Of course. He was very satisfied with this son-in-law of his. If not for this, he wouldn't have married Hongzhuang so soon after he recognized her. Fortunately, Bewitching didn't disappoint him. Even when he went to the upper realm, he didn't let Hongzhuang suffer in the large D family. The two of them sat on the ground in the back mountain. The bright moonlight shone on them, elongating their shadows and making them seem as close as brothers. "Father-in-law, I toast you. Thank you for letting Hongzhuang marry me." Bewitching raised the jug of wine. At this time, the two of them were too lazy to hold wine cups, so they directly drank from the jug of wine. "Haha, good." The two of them drank in large mouthfuls. The moonlight illuminated their handsome faces, hazy and beautiful. "Beichen, when we return to the upper realm, you must take good care of Hongzhuang." Lan Yunxiao patted Dee's back. "I already heard from your mother-in-law. This time, your family prepared many gifts, and I know that they treat Hongzhuang's treatment. However, Hongzhuang has no one to rely on in the upper realm after all. She still needs you to take good care of her. I'm entrusting Hongzhuang to you. You can't let me down." Bewitching nodded seriously. "Father, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully Hongzhuang. I swear on my life on this." Lan Yunxiao also looked at Bewitching seriously and solemnly. When he saw the clear light in the other party's eyes, he revealed a satisfied expression. "That's good. I'm relieved. Father, since you're so worried about Hongzhuang, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to go to the upper realm? I know that you all want to see Hongzhuang often. Although there are many family matters, as long as you handle them well, it's not difficult to put them aside for the time being." Lan Yunxiao didn't say anything and only took another sip of wine. "Actually, I understand your concerns." Bewitching slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, the reason why you didn't take advantage of this opportunity to head to the upper realm is because you're worried that you'll implicate Hongzhuang." Lan Yunxiao's expression froze, then he looked up at the bright moon with a complicated expression. Bewitching continued, "Father-in-law, you might not be too clear about Hongzhuang's current status in the upper realm. She's not isolated and helpless in the D family. On the contrary, the D family still has to rely on her identity as the Holy Maiden of Light. The radiant sacred assembly is a prominent existence in the upper realm, and the Holy Maiden of Light only appears once every several hundred years. Just based on this identity, no one dares to bully her. Lan Yunxiao's expression changed. He really didn't know much about this. Although Bewitching and Hong Zhuang had mentioned this before, he didn't think that the Holy Maiden of Light's status could be compared to the status of an aristocratic family. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the Holy Maiden of Light's status. Not only that, Hong Zhuang is also a manager of the Alchemist Guild. She previously obtained first place in the Alchemist Assembly and is hailed as the existence most likely to become a 10th grade alchemist. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. Father-in-law, I believe that you understand Hong Zhuang's personality very well. She definitely won't do anything she isn't confident in. You have a very important position in her heart, so before she came back, she already thought of a comprehensive plan so that you can head to the upper realm with peace of mind. Right, there's one more thing that I believe Hong Zhuang should have mentioned. Bewitching raised his brows. Hong Zhuang is now the head of the Bailey family. Lan Yunxiao nodded. Hong Zhuang did mention this, but I don't understand. How did Hong Zhuang suddenly become the head of the Bailey family? When Hong Zhuang mentioned this, they all felt it was very strange. But they had been rather busy recently and had already made up their minds, so they didn't ask in detail. Actually, when Hong Zhuang was in Fengbo, she recognized a master. This master was from the upper realm's Bailey family. He passed the inheritance of the Bailey family to Hong Zhuang, and Hong Zhuang discovered all this after she went to the upper realm. After that, Hong Zhuang returned the inheritance of the Bailey family to them. In addition, the Bailey family had a prophecy that a Miss Hong Zhuang would lead them to become stronger. She was that person, and by chance, she became the head of the Bailey family. Di Beichen's expression was calm as he narrated all the ins and outs of the story in an orderly manner. He had already discussed this with Hong Zhuang before they came back. It was clearly inappropriate to directly tell Lan Yunxiao and Lan Yunxiao that she wasn't the real Lan Yixuan. It would truly hurt their hearts too much. After thinking about it, this was the most suitable and acceptable way to put it. As expected, although Lan Yunxiao was shocked after hearing this, he didn't suspect anything. No wonder Hong Zhuang was able to perform so well in Fengbo. It turns out that she has an outstanding master behind her. Lan Yunxiao immediately understood. He had been very shocked at this point. He didn't expect his daughter to grow up so well in a small dynasty. Previously, Hong Zhuang was worried that you would feel uneasy in the D family after going to the upper realm. After she became the head of the Bailey family, she made up her mind to bring you to the upper realm. Because it's her family, you don't need to feel uneasy. Di Beichen explained everything that Bailey Hong Zhuang had been worried about. His deep voice was filled with sincerity. She really has prepared everything she could think of. After hearing all of this, Lan Yunxiao's face revealed a trace of shock. Although Hong Zhuang had mentioned this before, it hadn't shocked him as much as this. Only now did he understand that his daughter had made so many preparations to make them feel at ease. When I first met Hong Zhuang, General Bailey's family didn't treat her well, but she was very strong. The humiliation she endured was unbearable for many men. When she found out that she wasn't her biological daughter and that you didn't abandon her on purpose, I clearly saw her joy. In the past few years, her goal was to save you. I saw everything she did with my own eyes and understood her feelings for you. During these days in the upper realm, Hong Zhuang lived very well. Even though she was only there for a short period of time, she already had an unshakable position in the upper realm. But even so, she has always been worried about you. She was worried that you would encounter unknown dangers in the lower realm, but she also hoped that you could stay in the upper realm because it's more suitable for cultivators to develop. Father-in-law, I believe that you also love Hong Zhuang. If you chose to refuse because you were worried about her situation, I think it's better to make her happy. What do you think? Di Beichen looked at the shocked Lan Yunxiao. This was the first time he had said so much because he couldn't bear to see Hong Zhuang sad. Hong Zhuang had always been very strong, as if nothing could break her. But there was still a weak spot in her heart. Lan Yunxiao's heart trembled and his eyes reddened. In fact, he had always known that Hong Zhuang's life had not been easy all these years. Even though Hong Zhuang had downplayed everything, they could more or less guess. However, it wasn't until Bewitching explained everything that he realized that they were still too naive. He was still so young, but he was already mature enough to think of everything for them. After a while, Lan Yunxiao nodded. Bewitching, you're right. Nothing is more important than Hong Zhuang's happiness. When Bewitching heard this, his face showed a happy smile. Father, so, do you agree? Agreed. Lan Yunxiao nodded solemnly and raised the wine pot. Come, cheers. After drinking a large mouthful of wine, Lan Yunxiao said, I didn't consider this matter from Hong Zhuang's perspective. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, Hong Zhuang would be very disappointed when she leaves. He had already caused his daughter to lose so many years of happiness. How could he continue? Father-in-law, Hong Zhuang also understands your painstaking efforts. Bewitching smiled faintly. But if she knows that you're willing to go together, she'll be very happy. Haha, actually, your mother-in-law also wants to go to the upper realm to accompany Hong Zhuang. This is great. I don't have to be nagged by her anymore. Lan Yunxiao laughed heartily. Clearly, he was very happy after resolving one of his worries. Come, drink. The next day, the weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Bailey Hongzhuang saw Mu Lingbing appear in front of her door with a smile on her face early in the morning. She was a little surprised. Mother, did something good happen? Why are you so happy this early in the morning? Hongzhuang, let me tell you some good news. Mu Lingbing held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, unable to conceal her joy. Your father has agreed to go to the upper realm. As soon as the words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly surprised. Suspicion flashed in her eyes, followed by a fiery joy. Really? Father really agreed? Mu Lingbing nodded. Of course. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Father's attitude has always been firm. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful black eyes were filled with doubt. She was very puzzled. She had tried to persuade him many times before, but to no avail. She had already accepted this result, but her father had suddenly changed his mind. Something must have happened that she didn't know about. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to change his mind. Mu Lingbing smiled and pointed at Bewitching, who was standing behind Bailey Hongzhuang. You'll have to ask Bewitching about this. Last night, Bewitching went to find your father for a chat, and the two of them drank until the middle of the night before returning. This morning, your father told me that he changed his mind. Although she didn't know what Bewitching had said to Lan Yunxiao, she was certain that this change had something to do with Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching. Her beautiful face was filled with joy and gratitude. You really did it? Bewitching had said that he would handle this matter, but because her father's attitude was too firm, she hadn't taken it to heart. She hadn't expected that Bewitching would really be able to persuade her father. This was too shocking. Bewitching nodded with a smile. I'll naturally do what I promised you. You're amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but give Bewitching a big hug. Her pretty face was filled with joy. Ever since she'd returned to the lower realm, she'd hoped to persuade her father, and Bewitching had accomplished what she'd thought was impossible. She was truly overjoyed. Feeling this warm hug, Bewitching smiled slightly. After seeing such a happy Hongzhuang, everything was worth it. He believed that his father-in-law would think so too. Mu Lingbing looked at the loving Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, and her eyes flashed with love and affection. You two have a good chat, I'll go back first. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang let go of Bewitching, a little embarrassed. Mu Lingbing had already turned to leave. Just as she was about to let go, Bewitching hugged her tightly and carried her directly into the house. Bewitching? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. Wife, I helped you fulfill such a big wish. You can't just thank me with words. You have to take action. Bewitching smiled evilly. It's morning now. I don't mind. After Xianxia learned that there was a higher existence in this world, her heart was extremely shocked, but she did not hesitate at all. Since Hong Zhuang had gone to the upper realm, of course, she would go with her. Jiqing, you should be planning to go to the upper realm, right? By June you noticed Jiqing's expression and had already guessed her thoughts. He and Jiqing had been together for a few years, and he knew Jiqing's temperament very well. Xia Jiqing nodded, although I haven't been there, just listening to Hong Shuang, I know that it's very good. If we go there, our strength can be improved. Saying this, Xia Jiqing seemed to think of something. She turned to look at Bai Junyu and said, Junyu, do you want to go? Looking at Xia Jiqing's worried look, Bai Junyu chuckled, I thought you forgot about me after Hong Shuang came back. I didn't. Xia Jiqing smiled. Bai Junyu was good to her, and she had always kept it in her heart. Even if they had been together for so long, Bai Junyu still took care of her as always, which made her very touched. Seeing that you still have a little conscience, I will go with you. Bai Junyu smiled dotingly. What you said is true. Xia Jiqing jumped up in surprise. As far as she was concerned, this matter did not need to be considered at all. The only thing she was worried about was that Bai Junyu was not willing. If Junyu did not go, then she did not know whether to go or not. Now that Junyu had agreed, she had no more worries. Do you think I don't know you? Bai Junyu looked helpless. Hong Shuang is so important in your heart. When Hong Shuang was not here, you always talked about it. Now that Hong Shuang is back and gives you such a choice, it would be strange if you don't agree. Junyu, you really know me too well. Xia Jiqing's face was full of joy. In fact, the reason why I can be where I am now is because of Hong Shuang. If it weren't for Hong Shuang encouraging me and helping me, I wouldn't have been able to join the sect. You also heard what Hong Shuang said. There are so many strong people in this world. Are we satisfied with the status quo and give up everything? Bai Junyu nodded slightly. You're right. It's not necessarily a bad thing to venture into the upper realm. It had only been a few years since Hong Shuang and Beichen had left, but their strength had increased so much. Right now, they were still very young. If they took advantage of this time to go out and make a name for themselves, they would be able to achieve even greater achievements. Jiqing, actually, with our current cultivation, Hong Shuang is already taking care of us by being willing to take us there, so we must work hard. Bai Junyu's expression was serious. Although Hong Shuang did not mention this point, he understood in his heart. If they needed help, it would undoubtedly be much easier to find one from the upper realm. However, Hong Shuang had proposed to bring them along. This was because she wanted to guide them because of their previous friendship. If he didn't see such a good opportunity, he would be letting Hong Shuang down. Listening to Bai Junyu's words, Xia Jiqing also understood. I understand. Hong Shuang has always been very sincere to us. What she was most grateful for was that Hong Shuang's status was no longer on the same level as hers. However, Hong Shuang had never cared about this and had always treated her sincerely. Since it has been decided, should we tell Hong Shuang first? Xia Jiqing raised her lips and smiled. This time, I'm afraid they won't stay for long. The earlier we tell her, the earlier we can prepare. Just as Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing were heading to Bailey Hongshuang's residence, they unexpectedly met Dong Fengyu on the way. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. It seems that you have also thought about it? Dong Fengyu took the lead and said. Xia Jiqing nodded slightly. Yes, we have decided to go to the upper realm. What about you? My thoughts are the same as yours. Dong Fengyu chuckled. We are still so young, how can everything stop here? Since there is a more powerful place, no matter what, we have to go and see it. Even if we can't adapt, we can still come back. Looking at Dong Fengyu's casual appearance, Xia Jiqing and Bai Junyu also sighed. Dong Fengyu had always been the most free and easy person. Many problems that seemed incomparably tangled to others were not problems at all for him, but they had to admit that such a free and easy attitude was really admirable. By the way, did you not call Xiaoqing when you came? Bai Junyu was a little puzzled. Usually, Dong Fengyu would call Gong Xiaoqing. The two of them had always had a good relationship since they were at the academy. However, the situation had changed slightly after Gong Xiaoqing and Lu Qingyue got together. I have already asked Xiaoqing, but this time, his plan is different from ours. Dong Fengyu shrugged, his face full of emotion. Hearing this, Bai Junyu and Xia Jiqing were slightly surprised. They did not expect Gong Xiaoqing to refuse. Did Xiaoqing say why? One had to know that Gong Xiaoqing was the most hardworking among them. It was reasonable to say that he would not refuse such an opportunity. Xianxia feels that life here is very good and does not want to go out again. Dongfangyu pursed his lips, his eyebrows showing a trace of sadness. He and Gong Xiaoqing were good brothers for many years. Over the years, the two of them had been working together and could be said to be inseparable. They did not expect that the two of them would have different choices now. Although there was still a chance to come back, they knew in their hearts that once they left this time, they did not know when they would meet again in the future. Xiaojiqing suddenly understood, Qinyue's temperament is very gentle. A life of fighting and killing is not suitable for her. On the contrary, it is very suitable here. When they were at the academy, Qinyue's characteristics had already been exposed. She preferred a more stable life and did not want too many twists and turns in her life. The future of this trip to the upper realm was uncertain, and they might encounter danger at any time. It was normal for them to be unwilling to go. Since this is their choice, we can only give them our blessings. Bai Junyu spread out his hands. It's a pity that the number of people in our team will be reduced. That's right. Bai Junyu sighed. It was so lively when we were together. When Bailey Hongzhuang learned that Xiaojiqing and the other two had chosen to go together, her face also showed a happy smile. It's great that you're willing to come with us. It's a pity that Xiaoqing and Qinyue chose to stay here. Actually, it's good that they're staying here. They're all outstanding disciples in the sect. Now that the three of you have left, it'll have a certain impact. If the two of them stay here, they can at least lead a group of disciples. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. She was very open-minded about this. Qinyue's temperament was not suitable to go outside. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately said this decision, in addition to you, the sect and the Lan family will choose some excellent cultivators to go with you. Punlai Island is actually a very good place to gain experience, and there is a magic refining tower there. If there is a chance, you can try to get the inheritance. After you adapt to the situation on Punlai Island, we will take you to the upper realm. She had made up her mind to let her family and sect gradually become stronger. Letting some cultivators improve in batches and then slowly transition was undoubtedly the best. After hearing this news, Dongfangyu and the others were a little surprised, but they also understood Hong Zhuang's painstaking arrangement. No problem, I understand that the gap between the upper realm and the lower realm is too big. It is good for us to adapt to Punlai Island first. Dongfangyu blinked his charming peach blossom eyes, looking relaxed and calm. In fact, he had been worried about this problem before. Although he didn't know how strong Hong Zhuang was now, just by feeling her aura, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary gap. If the strength of everyone in the upper realm was so amazing, they wouldn't know what to do after going there. Basically, in addition to silently cultivating, they didn't even have the courage to go out. If they accidentally offended someone, they wouldn't even have the ability to fight back. Although the cultivators on Punlai Island were very strong, at least the gap could be seen and there was a goal to pursue. We are very familiar with the Punlai Palace on Punlai Island. We were disciples of the Punlai Palace before. You can directly join the Punlai Palace. With the help of the Palace Master and Master Long, there should be no problem with your cultivation. Bewitching said. Hearing this, the three nodded slightly. Since Beichen said so, they knew that the relationship with the Punlai Palace must be very familiar. If not, Hong Zhuang and Beichen wouldn't be at ease to let everyone stay there. You arranged it, we are relieved. Bai Junyu smiled, I didn't expect you to help us plan it all. Bailey Hongzhuang took Xiaojiqing's hand, Jiqing, in fact, I wanted to go with you, but the difference in the upper realm is really big. If you stay in the house all day to cultivate, it will undoubtedly be very boring. On the Punlai Island, there are more suitable places for you to cultivate. As a cultivator, it was obviously not appropriate to cultivate in seclusion without experience. However, the dangers of the upper realm were not suitable for them, and the world in the Chaos Ring was now more dangerous as their strength increased. It was no longer suitable for Xiaojiqing and the others. Xiaojiqing's face was filled with a warm and kind smile. Hong Zhuang, I know that you have always cared about me. This is the best way so far. Don't worry, we will definitely cultivate properly on Punlai Island. It is impossible for us to surpass you. However, we will definitely catch up to you as soon as possible and head to the upper realm. Bailey Hongzhuang was completely relieved when she saw Xiaojiqing like this. I believe that with your talent, you will soon reach the standard to go to the upper realm. Maybe you will have a fortuitous encounter on Punlai Island. Punlai Island was located between the upper realm and the lower realm. It also had a good inheritance. If there was an opportunity, the improvement would be very fast. Looking at Dong Fengyu, who was as handsome as ever, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but tease him. Dong Feng, with your personality, you've always been very popular with women. How come you still haven't found someone you like? Thinking back to when they were in the academy, Dong Fengyu was an extremely popular senior brother. No matter where he went, there would always be women secretly throwing flirtatious glances at him. After coming to Tiangang sect, the situation didn't change. With his handsome appearance and his sunny personality, he was really popular. Fate hasn't arrived yet. Dong Fengyu shrugged, I'm also very helpless. Hong Zhuang, don't pay attention to him. Xia Jiqing glanced at Dong Fengyu, you don't know how many senior and junior sisters admire him in the sect. You also know his personality, he's very approachable. Every year, many of the junior sisters who join us have their hearts captured by him. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She really believed this. A gentle, handsome, and strong senior brother, the average woman couldn't help but admire him. This guy just treats everyone as a friend, breaking their hearts. Xia Jiqing shook her head, if I were the elder sister of those junior sisters, I would definitely beat you to death. This is called passing through a field of 10,000 flowers without a single leaf touching my body. Dong Fengyu's face was proud, a real man's ambition is to travel far. I'm still young, why would I find someone to manage me so early? Look at Xiaoqing, he doesn't even have a chance to go out now. Xia Jiqing and the others looked at each other. This was indeed a bit helpless. Dong Feng, you don't have to find excuses. Can't Jiqing and I still go? You can only say that your luck is good. Dong Fengyu raised his eyebrows, if you didn't agree, you would be in trouble now. Dong Feng, I think your fate hasn't arrived yet. Maybe when you go to Punlai Island or the upper realm, you'll find the woman you like. Bewitching laughed. I think so too. Dong Fengyu's face was full of smiles, Beichen, when the time comes, I'll have to rely on you to take care of me. There are quite a few young and beautiful women in my family. However, with your personality, it's best that you don't harm them. Di Beichen shook his head. He had already experienced Yi's situation once. If such a situation were to happen again in the future, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two couldn't help but laugh. Dong Fengyu's face fell. Beichen, you should at least leave me some face. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be polite. Di Beichen patted Dong Fengyu's shoulder. Is this how you use your own people? Dong Fengyu was dumbfounded. Big brother, you're too deceitful. Ever since Lan Yunxiao changed his mind, everyone was in a good mood. Si Tuyen was also thinking about how to arrange the affairs of the sect. Fortunately, there were trustworthy elders in the sect. Even if he left for a period of time, there would not be any impact. As for the Lan family, Lan Yunxiao was also not worried. Although he had only regained the position of family head for a few years, the younger generation had already grown up to be very outstanding. In addition to the elders and the old family head, the Lan family would not have any problems. Mu Jintz was also arranging the affairs of the sect. Everyone was busy with their own matters, but the progress was quite good. Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu naturally decided to go as well. They couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Something happened to the ancient profound sect. A piece of news quickly spread. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest who were prepared to head to Punlai Island in 2 days frowned when they heard the news. Isn't the matter already settled? What else can happen at this time? Si Tuyen frowned. After dealing with the sect master of the ancient profound sect was clearly in a state of disunity. So many forces present would not miss this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Even if they did not send anyone to take a look, they were able to confirm the outcome of the ancient profound sect. After this matter, the ancient profound sect would definitely be completely removed from the Xianxia continent. Sect master, it's like this. Great Elder's expression was solemn. Shen Yaolong was indeed dealt with by us. However, no one would have thought that Shen Yaolong actually had an elder brother, Shen Yaoyang. Just as the major forces were preparing to overthrow the ancient profound sect, Xianxia suddenly appeared and directly killed several sect masters. That kind of strength was completely beyond our imagination. After Xianxia found out that Xianxia had been killed, he became even more furious and threatened to have us arrive at the ancient profound sect today. Otherwise, he will kill everyone present, and then annihilate the Cloud Sword sect and our sect. Following Great Elder's words, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were shocked. They did not expect this matter to have such a follow-up. Xianxia actually has an elder brother. Looks like they should have come to the lower realm together. Bailey Hongzhuang's brows twitched. Her phoenix eyes were filled with thoughts. Could it be that both of them are of the dark attribute? Even if they are blood brothers, their awakening might not be of the same attribute. Bewitching shook his head. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. However, this Xianxia did not mention this matter before he died. It's really interesting. According to the news, this Xianxia's strength is much stronger than Xianxia. It is said that he had just come out of seclusion and coincidentally caught up with the major forces dealing with the ancient profound sect. He was furious and killed several sect masters with a single slap. The Great Elder's face was filled with worry. Previously, Xianxia alone was already very difficult to deal with. Luckily, the young sect master and eldest miss were strong enough to deal with him. Now that Xianxia, who was even stronger than Xianxia, had appeared, it would be troublesome if they couldn't deal with him. Gu Yanran also didn't tell the truth. This guy is probably waiting for Xianxia to come out of seclusion to deal with us. Lan Yunxiao's gaze was gloomy. Before Gu Yanran died, he noticed that there was something wrong with his eyes, but he didn't take it to heart. Now, it seemed that there was indeed something strange going on. He had been careless. I wonder how strong Xianxia really is. Mu Lingbing couldn't help but worry. What if he's too strong? What will we do then? Mother, don't worry. Since they're brothers, if their ages aren't too different, their strength won't be too different. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted Mu Lingbing, her beautiful face serious. No matter what, let's go and take a look. Even if they stayed here, Xianxia would come to find them. Why not let them go and take a look? That's right. Yu Linfeng nodded. Let's go now. Noticing the actions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest, Wen Xiren understood their thoughts and immediately said, looks like you guys have already received the news. Bewitching nodded, let's go to the ancient profound sect to take a look. Everyone immediately set off. Whether it was the Tiangang sect or the Cloud Sword sect, their relationship with the ancient profound sect could not be considered close. Hence, they did not have a direct teleportation array, so it was inevitable that they would spend some time on the journey. I really didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen. I wonder what kind of strength this Xianxia has. Shangguan Ying's small face scrunched up, luckily we haven't left yet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As Shangguan Ying's voice fell, everyone couldn't help but rejoice. If Xianxia had appeared a little later, once they left, then the Tiangang sect and the Cloud Sword sect would have suffered a calamity. Ying, hearing you say this, I suddenly feel that this Xianxia has appeared at the right time. Wen Xiren chuckled. Isn't that so? Shangguan Ying's face was serious. I feel that this Xianxia's strength shouldn't be much stronger than Xianxia's, right? We'll have to wait until we get there before we know. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was indifferent. Because Xianxia's strength was already stronger than all the leaders of the forces, they were unable to determine how strong everyone was talking about. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were hurrying on their way, Gu Xuanzong was in a tragic situation. The smell of blood spread in the air. The once prosperous ancient profound sect now had many dilapidated walls and dilapidated walls. Some buildings had turned into ruins, and only some buildings at the back were not affected. At this moment, the disciples of the ancient mysterious sect all had terrified expressions on their faces. On the other hand, the various elders were standing behind a man in a black robe. Their expressions were bewildered, and there was also some hatred and exaltation. On the other hand, the leaders of the forces were suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Cold sweat had already soaked their clothes, and their faces were extremely pale. An indescribable worry and fear spread in everyone's hearts. After seeing the tragic deaths of those people, they were worried that they would be next. As the leader of a force, they all cherished their lives. No one wanted to lose their lives here. For a moment, everyone was regretting. If they hadn't wanted to take advantage of the situation today, they wouldn't have encountered such a situation now. I wonder if the Cloud Sword sect and Tiangang sect will come. If they don't come, we're dead. They should come. Even if they don't come now, Xianxia will come knocking on their door. I hope young sect leader Wen can defeat Xianxia. Otherwise, we're really finished. Everyone sighed and placed all their hopes on Xiran. The scene of Xiran teaching Xianxia a lesson was still vivid in his mind. He only hoped that he would be able to get rid of Xianxia this time. In reality, after these few days, they understood that the Cloud Sword sect and Tiangang sect didn't have the intention of unifying the powers of the entire Xianxian continent, so they were extremely at ease. As long as they could get rid of Xianxia, everything would return to normal. Xianxia looked at the leaders of the forces who didn't have the slightest bit of resistance in front of him, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. Following Xianxia's words, everyone's hearts were in their throats as they nervously looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's strength made them feel incomparable despair. As long as Xianxia had the intention to kill, none of them present would be able to defeat him. Xianxia, why are you so sure that I won't come? When Xiran and the others heard these words as soon as they returned, they immediately responded. Hearing this, everyone quietly heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Xiran and the rest with anticipation. Now, when Xiran and the rest were saviors in their eyes, all their hopes were placed on him. If Xiran could deal with Xianxia, they would be able to save their lives. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Xiran and the rest who were slowly walking over. His eyes were filled with hostility. You're Xiran? That's right, I am, Xiran said coldly. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were sizing up Xianxia in front of them. His appearance was quite similar to Xianxia's, so they could tell at a glance that the two were brothers. You're the one who killed my younger brother. Xianxia's voice suddenly turned cold, and an endless pressure erupted. Feeling the aura that Xianxia released, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's expressions changed slightly. Nebula Realm, this guy's cultivation had actually reached the Nebula Realm. Wood attribute. Bewitching's eyes narrowed. Xianxia's is not of the darkness attribute, but of the wood attribute. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. When Xianxia's aura erupted, he had already revealed his attribute talent. Indeed, it was not of the darkness attribute. It seems that Xianxia and Xianxia's relationship is really good. Because Xianxia couldn't survive in the upper realm, Xianxia accompanied him to the lower realm. Regarding this, she was also quite helpless. If Xianxia didn't have the idea of annexing all the forces, things wouldn't have ended up like this. In the end, it was his own fault. You're just a Nebula level 2 cultivator, yet you dare to make a move on my brother. As soon as he said this, the hopeful eyes of the leaders of the various forces instantly dimmed. They were filled with dejection and despair. I didn't expect that even young sect master Wen wasn't a match for Xianxia. I'm afraid we're really finished this time. Who would have thought that there was another Xianxia besides Xianxia? I just hope that Xianxia won't be too ruthless. Everyone sighed. Even though the two of them hadn't fought yet and they didn't know what the Starlight Realm was, they weren't fools and could tell from the exchange. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, his figure had already flown up. His aura was locked tightly onto Xiran, and the viciousness and hostility on his face were fully displayed. Bang! A ferocious fist with boundless chi energy pierced through the air towards Xiran's vitals. The crowd didn't expect Xianxia to make a move so quickly and were instantly shocked. Xiran, be careful! Shang Guanying shouted. The strength of a Nebula realm wasn't something that Xiran could contend against. Xiran's reaction speed wasn't slow either. After seeing Xianxia make a move, he immediately retreated. He didn't intend to face a Starlight Realm cultivator head-on. Trying to run? No way. Xianxia snorted coldly, but his gaze was locked onto Bailey Hongzhuang, who was in the crowd. No one expected Xianxia to change his target midway. In an instant, Xianxia's attack landed in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, Lan Yunxiao and the rest were shocked, but by the time they reacted and wanted to stop it, it was already too late. The leaders of all the forces present couldn't help but close their eyes, because they could already imagine the scene of Bailey Hongzhuang's death. Bailey Hongzhuang originally wanted to help when she saw Xianxia attacking Xiren, but she didn't expect this guy to suddenly change his target to her. This was great, she didn't even need to chase after him. Xianxia's fist enlarged in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex, and his black pupils were filled with cruelty and ruthlessness. Xianxiang was his only younger brother, so he also wanted to let Xiren have a taste of what it felt like to personally see someone he cared about die. He wouldn't kill Xiren first. He wanted to kill everyone by Xiren's side, one by one. He wanted to let Xiren experience this kind of despair and pain before dying. Bang! Just as Xianxia's fist was about to land on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, Bailey Hongzhuang also made her move. Her slender arms were unable to withstand a single blow from the big fist. Xianxiang ridiculed in his heart, but when he noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's calm expression without any trace of fear, a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. Ta-ta-ta, a figure was sent flying out. Everyone sighed, but when they saw clearly, they realized that the person who flew out wasn't Bailey Hongzhuang, but Xianxiang. Xianxiang retreated several steps before stabilizing himself. When he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, his expression was no longer as confident and arrogant as before. Nebula Seventh Order? His deep voice was filled with disbelief. Xianxiang couldn't believe that this young woman's strength had actually reached the Nebula Seventh Order. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and slowly walked forward. Her exquisite and dazzling face was filled with coldness and disdain. You really know how to pick people to fight. The cold voice caused Xianxiang's expression to stiffen. He didn't understand why he randomly picked such an opponent. If he had known this would happen, he would have directly attacked Xiren. Xiren couldn't help but chuckle. Among them, apart from Bewitching, Hongzhuang's strength was the strongest. This guy actually chose Hongzhuang, and gave himself a resounding slap to his face. Even if you're at the Nebula Seventh Order, you still can't beat me. Xianxiang's eyes flashed coldly. The reason why he was at a disadvantage before was because he did not think that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so strong, so he did not use his full strength. Therefore, he fell into a disadvantage. Bewitching, what's this guy's strength? Shang Guanying couldn't help but worry. She originally thought that this guy wasn't Hongzhuang's opponent, so they didn't need to worry. But now, it seemed that this guy's strength wasn't any weaker than Hongzhuang's. At the same time, Lan Yunxiao and the others all looked at Bewitching, wanting to know the result. This guy should also be at the Nebula Seventh Order. Bewitching slowly said. Following Bewitching's words, Lan Yunxiao and the others' hearts were once again in suspense. With the same level of cultivation, it was really hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. If the other party's strength was much stronger than Hongzhuang's, they would still be worried. However, in the face of cultivators of the same cultivation level, Hongzhuang had never lost. Then you can try. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. Her bright and beautiful face was surrounded by a confident luster. That strong and dazzling confidence rendered everyone present. Xianxiang snorted coldly and his figure swept out again. This time, he no longer had the slightest bit of carelessness. This woman in front of him was the key to obstructing him today. Only by dealing with her could everything be completed. The leaders of the forces who had long lost hope were once again rekindled with hope. This was probably the second time in history that they had such a mood of ups and downs. I didn't expect young Palace Master Bailey's strength to be even stronger than young Sect Master Wen. Young Palace Master Bailey's reputation was already very well known in the past. It seems that she has also gained a lot in these few years of experience outside. Now, Wuji Palace and the Lan family really can't be provoked. Countless thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. In the past, because the Lan family, Tiangang sect, and many other forces had united together, they had already become an unshakable existence. Now, needless to say, with such terrifying strength, who could shake them? However, just as Xianxiang attacked again, a tall and straight figure was already standing in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. With me here, how can I let my wife take action? Bewitching's lips curled up slightly. His wild and unrestrained voice was domineering and protective. A trace of cold light quietly flashed through the depths of his eyes. This guy was so arrogant to attack Hongzhuang in front of him. Did he treat him as if he didn't exist? After seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed again. How could they forget that Bewitching was also an extremely outstanding existence? Xianxia couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Wasn't Xiran the only guy? The sudden appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang was one thing, but now there was Bewitching. Who knew if there would be another guy? Just Bailey Hongzhuang was already troublesome enough for him. If there was another nebulous 7th order cultivator, just in terms of numbers, the other party would have already won. When Bewitching saw that Xianxia was in a daze, he didn't waste any time. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and directly rushed out. Black energy lingered in his hands and a terrifying chi swept out in an instant. Boom. The ferocious punch directly blasted the air, bringing along an ear-piercing explosion sound as it headed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's first reaction was to dodge, but Bewitching seemed to have already predicted how he would dodge. His attack turned around halfway and landed directly where Xianxia was dodging. Xianxia felt uneasy, but he was unable to dodge again. Bang! The unavoidable punch mercilessly landed on Xianxia's face. No matter the angle or position, it was exactly the same as when Xianxia attacked Bailey Hongzhuang previously. Gotcha! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Xianxia's body flew out again, however, this time was much more difficult than the previous time. The bridge of his nose was broken. Blood flowed continuously from his nose. Xianxia endured the pain and used his sleeve to wipe the nosebleed, but it didn't stop at all. On the contrary, the nosebleed blurred his entire face. Where was the arrogant and proud look from before? Damn it! Xianxia cursed. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. Xianxia was about to die from anger. Wasn't there no cultivator above the purple realm in this lower realm? It was because of this that he allowed Xianxia to do whatever he wanted while he found a place to go into seclusion. However, not only did a Nebula Rank 2 and Nebula Rank 7 appear, there was even a Nebula Rank 8 cultivator. Do you really think that you are the only Nebula Realm cultivator in the lower realm? Bewitching sneered. Xianxia looked at the figure in front of him and didn't say anything because he really thought so. You are a dark attribute cultivator, then how did you reach the Nebula Realm? After knowing that he wasn't a match for him, Xianxia didn't want to make a move. A Starlight Rank 8 was already stronger than him, plus Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiran. The result was obvious. However, he couldn't understand. Dark attribute cultivators didn't have a suitable cultivation method, so it was impossible to reach the Nebula Realm. Could it be that there was a cultivation method in the lower realm? What's the use of you knowing all this now? Bewitching was too lazy to talk to Xianxia. A Nebula Rank 7 couldn't cause any impact in the upper realm, but it was enough to cause a huge uproar in the lower realm. It was fine if he was strict with himself, but he had to be killed for doing evil. Therefore, Bewitching's attack was merciless and swept out again. Before leaving the lower realm, he had to deal with all the dangers that might appear. Xianxia knew that he wasn't a match for Bewitching and tried to escape, but he didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had already seen through his trick and blocked his path. Bang bang bang, a loud and frightening sound echoed. Xianxia resisted with all his might, but Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang didn't show any mercy. Shangguaningyin couldn't help but cover her eyes. I can't help but pity Xianxia. With Bewitching and his wife making a move, he's doomed. Who asked him to be unlucky? This is the result of not being able to show off. Wen Xiran shrugged. This outcome was within his expectations. Boom, another loud crashing sound rang out. Another huge crater appeared in the ancient profound sect. Xianxia also fell into it. Cough, cough. Xianxia coughed and spat out blood. The combat power of these two people was beyond his imagination. He didn't even have the chance to escape. From the very beginning, this matter was started by your younger brother working with the ancient profound sect. If it weren't for you all having such malicious intentions, things wouldn't have ended up like this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly as she looked at Xianxia, whose face was pale and didn't seem to be able to live for much longer. The people of the lower realms were not in the wrong. It was only because they relied on their own strength that they did not care about the lives of others. Such a person deserved to be in such a situation. Xianxia stared fixedly at the two people above. He could not help but feel regret in his heart. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have hooted here earlier. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Unfortunately, he had no chance at all now. Clap clap. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching clapped their hands and walked back to the group with smiles on their faces. Now we can leave in peace. This kind of thing shouldn't happen again, Bewitching said with a smile. Only then did the leaders of the various forces regain their senses. The situation before them had changed so quickly that it was completely beyond their imagination. Xianxia, who they thought was impossible to deal with, fell into the hands of Bewitching and his wife, and was so easily dealt with. However, in the process of fighting, they still felt the horror of the super strength. Ancient profound sect had now completely turned into ruins. The elders and cultivators who were originally watching had already begun to flee when they realized that the situation was not good. In a short period of time, they had already disappeared without a trace. If it was said that everyone was still thinking of reviving ancient profound sect if they had the chance, now that they had personally witnessed the tyrannical strength of Bewitching and his wife, they had already completely erased this thought from their minds. What kind of joke was this? With such a strong strength, it was impossible to deal with them. The leaders of the various forces walked over one after another and cupped their hands to apologize to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Young Sect Master D, Young Palace Master Bailey, thank you very much for your help today. Sect Master Situ, Lon Family Head, you are really lucky. If there is a place where we are needed in the future, we will definitely rush over at the first moment. Hearing this familiar sentence, Wen Jinghui snorted coldly. He would no longer believe these words. Among them, a few familiar leaders of the various forces smiled awkwardly. Even if they were smiling, one could feel the hesitation and helplessness in their hearts. After offending such an expert, it was really difficult to eat and sleep in peace. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned to Tiangang sect, they did not immediately set off for Penglai Island. After the incident with Xianxia, everyone felt that it was safer to first clarify the matter before leaving. If another person related to them appeared after they left, wouldn't the world be in chaos again? Taking advantage of this time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also made a trip to Limitless Palace. Thinking back, Bailey Hongzhuang also stayed in Limitless Palace for a while and made a lot of friends here. Although when she first arrived, her identity was criticized, fortunately, all the rumors were put to rest. Reappearing in Limitless Palace again, the elders and cultivators were extremely welcoming. Have you heard? Our young palace master is a nebulous stage 8 existence. So many sect masters aren't his match. The young palace master has always been so powerful. I heard that the young sect master is coming back this time to select some cultivators to go and gain experience. This is a good opportunity, everyone has to seize it. The entire Limitless Palace was in full swing after this news was spread. Almost all the disciples were discussing this matter. They were thinking about how to perform well so that they wouldn't miss this good opportunity. Hongzhuang, which disciples do you plan to choose this time? Nangongwu laughed lightly. Going to Penglai Island, I'm afraid there can't be too many people, right? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. The practitioners on Penglai Island are all very powerful. If the practitioners who go there are too weak, it will be difficult for them to develop even if they have someone to protect them. Therefore, we mainly choose practitioners who have reached the Purple Realm. Nangongwu smiled and said, however, there are not many cultivators who can cultivate to the Purple Realm. Some elders can take advantage of this opportunity to gain experience. Mistress, since you're so familiar with this situation, I'll leave it to you. After discussing with Bewitching this time, Bailey Hongzhuang made the decision to select some cultivators from each force to go to Penglai Island. At the same time, they would distribute some of the cultivation resources they brought back to each force, hoping that more cultivators would be able to advance to the Purple Realm and above. In this way, as everyone's strength steadily increased, they would be able to slowly develop even in the upper realm. Although it would take a long time, as long as they could achieve this result, it was not a big deal to spend a long time. Since the elders can also go, then the choice is a lot bigger. Nangongwu was in high spirits. I'll make the arrangements right now. Oh right, Hongzhuang, you're the young palace master after all. This time, you finally came back. Why don't you open a small lecture hall? Now that everyone is very curious about your situation, It's good to introduce them to encourage them to work hard in their cultivation. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was stunned at first, then she smiled helplessly. I understand. Master, I think that if you have nothing to do in the future, it's not bad to be a teacher. Xiaohei could not help but tease. Every time Master opened a lecture hall, she would be very popular. Bailey Hongzhuang reached out and flicked Xiaohei's forehead. You're quite bold, you even dare to tease Master. Hee hee, occasionally. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Master, did you miss me? Hearing this funny voice, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other, and a smile appeared in their eyes. Xiaoxuanzi, you're finally out. Xiaoxuanzi had been in seclusion before. This guy was always noisy when he was around. They were not used to his absence during this period of time. Hee hee, Master, I knew you missed me. Xiaoxuanzi looked proud, flapped his wings and came in front of Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang patted Xiaoxuanzi's head, and suddenly said, Didn't you say that you won't come out until you've cultivated to the point where you can transform into a human? Could it be that he has already succeeded? Speaking of which, she was really looking forward to Xiaoxuanzi's appearance after he transformed into a human. This guy was obviously a little perverted beast. If his looks were ordinary, then it would be fine. But if he was really handsome and elegant, then he would really be busy with his love affairs in the future. Xiaoxuanzi's expression froze slightly, then he shook his head and said, No, I came out first because I missed you guys. A trace of disappointment flashed through her beautiful pitch-black eyes before they brightened again. You're the one who's the most talkative. Xiaohei and Xiaobai looked at Xiaoxuanzi who was acting cute in front of them and could not help but curl their lips. In my opinion, you came out because you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation and could not improve, right? Nonsense. Xiaoxuanzi immediately retorted, I'm such a genius, how could I possibly encounter a bottleneck? Haha, Xiaobai said. At this time, Bai Lianche and Linger also came out. Yanche, tell us quickly. Is what Xiaoxuanzi said true? Xiaohei saw Bai Lianche appear, and her eyes immediately lit up. She quickly jumped onto him and asked curiously. Yanche. Xiaoxuanzi hurriedly called out and gave him a look. Bai Lianche faced everyone's different gazes, and the corner of his mouth moved, then he said, Let Xiaoxuanzi say this kind of thing himself. Seeing that Bai Lianche's words had a hidden meaning, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but become curious, and they all turned to look at Xiaoxuanzi. It seemed that the situation wasn't as simple as Xiaoxuanzi said. Xiaoxuanzi, what's the situation? You'd better tell us honestly. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Normally, this little guy was lively and fearless all day long. Being so shy today was really not in line with his style. She didn't know what was going on. Actually, it's really nothing. I'm just a little lazy, right? Linger? Xiaoxuanzi turned his hope to Linger. Bai Lianche, that hateful guy. He had already asked for help before, but this guy still didn't have the slightest intention of covering up for him after coming out. Seeing that Xiaoxuanzi actually asked Linger to cover up for him, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were even more surprised. One had to know that Linger was the one who was the least likely to cover up for others. Sure enough, Linger spoke. It has already cultivated to the nebula realm. Clang, Xiaoxuanzi was petrified. He looked at Linger in disbelief. He originally thought that Bai Lianche was already very disloyal for not covering up for him. Linger, on the other hand, completely sold him out the moment she opened her mouth. Linger's expression was very calm. I'm just telling the truth. Xiaoxuanzi covered his face. Xiaoxuanzi, breaking through to the nebula realm is a good thing. Why can't you say it? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiaoxuanzi suspiciously. A guess had already appeared in her mind. Xiaoxuanzi, you wouldn't be like us, unable to transform into a human even after breaking through to the nebula realm, right? Xiaohei's eyes lit up, and she quickly thought of this possibility. It and Xiaobai were currently unable to transform at all. Previously, Xiaoxuanzi had been using this to tease them. If Xiaoxuanzi was unable to do it now, then it would be interesting. Hearing this, Xiaoxuanzi paused for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, more or less. My situation is similar to yours. Your attitude is a little perfunctory. Bewitching looked at Xianxia, whose attitude was ambiguous, and suddenly chuckled. Could it be that your image after the transformation is not good-looking? Bailey Hongzhuang also said, it can't be an ugly person, right? After noticing Xianxia's strange behavior, such a thought had already appeared in her mind. After all, previously, Xianxia had always hoped that after he broke through to the nebula realm, he would be able to transform into a handsome man. Logically speaking, if he succeeded, he would definitely be impatient to tell everyone about this situation. However, now that he was so hesitant, perhaps some changes had occurred in the situation. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia seemed to have been poked in a sore spot. The entire beast jumped up and hurriedly flapped its wings. That's not the case. However, no one paid attention to Xianxia's refutation. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other, and a playful smile appeared on their faces at the same time. As expected of Xianxia's master, you guessed it right. Ling Er slowly said. This sentence was like a heavy hammer that settled everything. Even if Xianxia wanted to refute, looking at everyone's expression, it understood that its refutation had no meaning. It was exposed, he had been completely exposed. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also couldn't help but laugh. The corners of their lips twitched slightly, and their eyes were full of smiles. They remembered that Xianxia had been fantasizing about replacing by Xianxia to stop the crazy bees and butterflies. Now it seemed that this plan was ruined. No wonder this little guy was not as naughty as he used to be. This incident must have been a big blow to him. Xianxia, did you really become ugly after transforming into a human? Xiaobai looked at Xianxia seriously after laughing and asked. Nonsense. Xianxia quickly denied, I'm not an ugly freak. Are you serious? Why don't you transform into a human and let us see it now? Xiaohei looked doubtful. It said that like master, like contracted beast. Just by looking at my master's appearance, you can tell that my appearance is definitely not bad. Don't slander me. Xianxia looked unconvinced, and his wings directly pointed at Bewitching. Seeing that Xianxia suddenly shifted the topic to himself, Bewitching was slightly startled, and said, this matter has nothing to do with me. Master, you're not giving me face. Bewitching chuckled, touched Xianxia's head, and said, don't keep us in suspense. Show us what you look like. We won't dislike you. Actually, I'm really not ugly. I'm just a little fat. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching immediately understood. The two carefully looked at Xianxia's current body shape. After transforming into a human, such a situation was indeed possible. You're just a little fat. It's nothing at all. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, we're all on the same side. We won't mind. Just show us. No. Absolutely not. Xianxia refused without hesitation. I want to lose weight. I'll show you after I've lost weight. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. They knew that this little guy had always been very concerned about this, so they did not continue to ask. Then we'll be waiting to see your handsome appearance. No problem. Just wait patiently. Xianxia said proudly. After little Xuanzi left, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and asked, Xianxia, how fat is little Xuanzi? You are indeed a little fat. Bailey Xianxia shrugged, his eyes full of smiles. With Xianxia's gluttonous nature, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult for him to lose weight. Bewitching pondered, because this guy just said that he wanted to lose weight, and now he had already gone out to eat. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a heavy expression. What you said makes sense. Although Xiaohei and Xiaobai had been pestering Xianxia to see his true appearance, Xianxia had always stuck to his bottom line and was unwilling to transform into a human no matter what. Even when Xiaohei took out her favorite pig trotter as bait, it did not succeed. In these few days, the impact caused by Xinyaoyang's appearance had dissipated, and the ancient profound sect was removed from the Xingxian continent. The other forces also began to eagerly contact the Tiangang sect and the Cloud Sword sect, wanting to get closer to each other. Regarding this, Si Tuyen did not refuse. They would soon head to the Punlai Island, and temporarily could not oversee the sect. Building a good relationship with the other forces was also a good choice. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen took advantage of this time to go to Shirtian Pavilion. This time Mo Yunjue did not come back and only asked them to deliver the letter. They naturally kept this matter in mind. Shirtian Pavilion had always been an extremely mysterious existence among the many forces in Xianxia continent. However, with the improvement of their cultivation, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were no longer as dangerous as before. When Shirtian Pavilion's master saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, he was extremely surprised. However, when he saw the familiar handwriting on the letter, his expression suddenly changed. After thanking them, he did not say anything else. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen did not stay for long. They did not know the situation of Shirtian Pavilion, but since Yunju was not willing to come back, he must have his reasons. What should be done was done. As for the rest, Yunju must have his own plans. However, the two did not expect that when they were about to leave Shirtian Pavilion's sphere of influence, Shirtian Pavilion's master would appear in front of them again. Looking at Shirtian Pavilion's master in front of them, the two looked at each other with some doubts in their hearts. I know that the two of you are nobles. I ask the two of you to take care of Yunju. Hearing this, the two of them were slightly stunned. Then, they nodded and said, "Rest assured, Pavilion Master. We are good friends. We will definitely support each other." That's good. I am relieved. After walking for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but say, "In the past, I heard that Shirtian Pavilion's master has a very strange personality. He is bloodthirsty and cruel. However, today, it seems that this is not the case." Shirtian Pavilion was a very terrifying force for many cultivators. This place seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Everything was mysterious and hidden. For Mo Yunjue to be able to possess such outstanding strength at such a young age, it went without saying that he cultivated extremely hard. The Heaven Slaughter Pavilion's cruel methods of training cultivators were extremely famous. It was unknown if he, as the young pavilion master, had also experienced all of this. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Perhaps Shirtian Pavilion's master is perverse and cruel, but after all, he is his son. He still has concerns. Di Beichen said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed, perhaps there is some misunderstanding between Yunju and Shirtian Pavilion's master. That is why he is unwilling to come back this time. When we go back, we can tell Yunju about this situation. Okay. After everything was ready, Bailey Hongzhuang's group did not delay and went to Punlai Island in groups. A group of disciples began to move under the lead of the elders, while Bailey Hongzhuang and the others took the lead. And Shirtian Pavilion's master Shirtian Pavilion. But there are a lot of people here, Shirtian Pavilions. And Hongzhuang's, Hongstian Bing. Mu was also Ling was. Tian Hongzha. Mu Ling Bing also found it strange. Hongzhuang, why don't you bring some people over first and split into two groups? Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. No need, let's go together. But this flying car can't fit at all. Could it be that this flying car can become bigger? Nangong Wu carefully sized up the flying car in front of her. The treasures of the upper realm had infinite possibilities. Perhaps it would have such a special effect. That's not it. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I'm going to take you there in another way. In front of him was a huge black and white palace. At first glance, it gave off a grand and majestic feeling. Taking a closer look at the patterns on the building, he could feel its powerful foundation. After a short moment of shock, everyone was even more curious about why they had appeared in this place. Hongzhuang, where is this place? Lan Yinxiao was shocked. In the blink of an eye, they had appeared in another place. This was simply too unbelievable. This shouldn't be your secret, right? Yu Linfeng suddenly asked. Just like his stairway to heaven, it was an independent space that was different from the outside world. All of them had suddenly appeared in another place. It was impossible for them to have teleported. The biggest possibility was that they had entered another space. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. Master, you're so smart. Once she said this, everyone was slightly startled. Then, they all understood. I knew that you must have a secret for your strength to increase so quickly. I didn't expect it to be such a big secret. Nan Gongwu chuckled, but she was more concerned. This palace looks unusual. You can't tell anyone about this so easily. Mistress, don't worry. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was warm. Actually, not many people know about this. I'm only telling you now. Previously, she was too weak. Once the existence of the Chaos Ring was known, it would be very difficult for her to protect it. Now that her strength had gradually increased, she could be a little more at ease. Moreover, everyone in front of her was her family. They could be completely trusted, so she did not need to worry. Compared to the joy of Si Tuyen and the others, Wen Jinghui's feelings were undoubtedly the most complicated. The others were Hong Zhuang's family, but he was not at that level. However, just by looking at Xiren and Shang Guanying's habitual expressions, he knew that these two little guys already knew about it. While he was sighing, he also felt a little gratified. The friendship between these little fellows was really extraordinarily stable. Don't worry, I will definitely not leak this news. Wen Jinghui said. Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes. After noticing Wen Jinghui's serious expression, everyone could not help but smile at each other. Sect Master Wen, we all believe in you. Xiren and Shang Guanying also had smiles on their faces. My father is absolutely trustworthy in this regard. Because the flying car can't fit all of us, we'll stay here for the time being. We'll leave when we reach Punlai Island, Bailey Hongzhuang said. She had already thought of this problem when she was preparing to set off. He didn't have to keep this a secret from his loved ones. I see. No problem. Lan Yunxiao nodded. This place is more suitable for cultivation. We'll reach Punlai Island in a few days. Bewitching steered the flying car towards Punlai Island, while Bailey Hongzhuang led everyone on a tour around the Chaos Ring. In the end, everyone chose a place to cultivate in peace. At present, everyone was wholeheartedly hoping to increase their cultivation bases as soon as possible. After all, the pressure of heading to the upper plane was considerable. Increasing their cultivation bases by just a little bit would allow them to feel more at ease. Going to Punlai Island again, Bewitching was undoubtedly familiar with the road. The flying car had become his magic tool, and he could control it easily. The people on the ground only saw something flying through the air, but they didn't know what it was. The elders rushed to Punlai Island with the cultivators, and their speed was undoubtedly much slower. However, everyone's heart was full of excitement, especially after seeing the powerful strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. They were full of yearning for Punlai Island. To a cultivator, there was nothing more exciting than strength. At this moment, Xia Jiqing, Bai Junyu, and Dong Fengyu were sitting together on the flying magic tool. The three of them were also very curious about all this. Hong Zhuang, does the upper realm have many things that the lower realm doesn't have? This flying car is very amazing. I haven't even heard of it before, let alone seen it. Xia Jiqing's face was full of curiosity. After learning about a more powerful and mysterious world, they were not worried about the future, but longing and yearning. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it and nodded. In some ways, yes. In fact, the difference between the upper realm and the lower realm is not big, but the things there are more comprehensive. In the lower realm, the most prominent thing is alchemy. In the upper realm, alchemy, inscription, forging, array, and so on are very good. The same is true for cultivation methods. There is a more comprehensive way of cultivation that can help cultivators improve their cultivation. Hearing this, Bai Junyu and the others were all excited and couldn't help but look forward to it. Listening to you, I am even more looking forward to the upper realm. Xia Jiqing rubbed her hands and smiled. Punlai Island is also a very challenging place. I believe you will have a lot of rewards here. With the flying magic tool, even if the distance was far, they still arrived quickly. This time, because they were more familiar with the path, their speed was faster. 7 days later, everyone successfully arrived at Punlai Island. Everyone looked at the islands in front of them, and there was surprise and emotion in their eyes. It turns out that this is Punlai Island. There are really many islands. Xia Jiqing couldn't help but sigh. The edge of the island was surrounded by clouds and mist, and it looked like a fairyland from a distance. She had only seen such a place in her dreams. She had never thought that it would actually exist. What a magical place. Dongfeng Yu's eyebrows rose slightly, his handsome face revealing a pleasantly surprised expression. Sure enough, this place is different from the outside world. It's even more mystical with just a glance. Looking at the appearance of Xiaojiqing and the others, Bailey Hongshuang smiled. When they first came to Punlai Island, they also had the same feeling. However, at that time, they were being chased all the way and did not have the leisure to appreciate all of this. They only thought that it would be good enough if they could safely escape. When Bailey Hongshuang and her group appeared on Punlai Island again, everyone's eyes fell on them. It had to be said that Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were extremely conspicuous. After the previous battle on the Scarlet Moon Island, the strength of the two of them made everyone understand how powerful they were and how they could not fight against them. Now that the two had appeared again, it was no surprise that they would attract everyone's attention. Why are there so many people around Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching? Also, these people look unfamiliar. These people must be coming to Punlai Island for the first time. Don't tell me they brought their relatives here? That's too much. Punlai Island is not a place that just anyone can come to. One of the cultivators frowned. They had all come to Punlai Island because their strength had reached the standard. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching had brought all their relatives here without a second thought. That was too inappropriate. Hearing the man's words, the person next to him patted his head and said, "Do you want to die? Speak softly." Even if Bailey Hongshuang and the others broke the rules, so what? Even sect leader Yuan of the Crimson Moon sect was no match for her. She can bring whoever she wants here. Everyone looked at each other. Even though this situation made them speechless, no one dared to say anything. Who asked the other party to be so powerful? In everyone's eyes, Bailey Hongshuang was more powerful than the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect. Unless you were more powerful than her, you would be courting death. Moreover, there was still Bewitching. Even though Bewitching did not make a move at that time, everyone knew that Bewitching was more powerful than Bailey Hongshuang. On top of that, this guy was undoubtedly protective of his wife. No one was willing to offend Bailey Hongshuang. Mu Lingbing looked around Punlai Island with a faint smile on her beautiful face. It's really lively here. But, Hongshuang, why do I feel like everyone here knows you? Even though they were far away and she could not hear the discussions clearly, she could still vaguely hear Hongshuang and Bewitching's names. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang was slightly startled. She looked around, and the cultivators who were originally sizing them up immediately retracted their gazes, not daring to look again. Because we used to be inner palace disciples of the Punlai Palace, everyone is more familiar with us. That's right. Besides, Hongshuang and the others are so outstanding. It's normal for everyone to know them. Nangongwu was very optimistic. With the combination of Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching, no matter where they appeared, they would definitely attract attention. Let's go to the Punlai Palace first. The sect master and Lord Long are very familiar with us. When the elders and disciples arrive, we will have to rely on them to take care of us, Bewitching said slowly. Situyen nodded. Indeed, we should settle everyone down first. Only then can we leave with peace of mind. When Bai Songming, Long Yanwei, and the others heard that Bailey Hongshuang had returned, they immediately came out to welcome her. As they already knew the purpose of Bailey Hongshuang and Long Yanwei's return, Bai Songming and Long Yanwei were not surprised to see so many people. Hongshuang, you're here. Hall Master Bai, we'll have to trouble you again, Bailey Hongshuang said with a smile. We're already so familiar with each other. Why are you still being so courteous? Bai Songming waved his hand, as if saying that they were on the same side and there was no need to be courteous with him. After everyone sat down to rest, Bewitching said, Hall Master, we really have something to ask of you this time. While Bailey Hongshuang and Long Yanwei were conversing with Bai Songming, Si Tuyen and the others were sizing him up. When they entered the Punlai Palace, they knew that the Punlai Palace was a very large sect. Along the way, they felt that the cultivators' auras were all in the purple realm. Some of the cultivators' auras even made them feel dangerous. As a palace master whose basic disciple was at the purple realm, he must be an extremely powerful existence. Now, the palace master's attitude towards Hongshuang was actually so polite. They could not help but feel proud. Our clan's cultivators will arrive in a few days. At that time, I hope that the palace master can take care of them. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. She understood that the cultivators who came this time might not be as powerful as the cultivators from Punlai Palace. However, as long as the palace master was willing to take care of them, there would be no problem. If they stayed here, they naturally did not need to worry at all. No one would provoke them. However, they would be heading to the upper realm very soon. At that time, they would need someone to take care of them. Since they had brought them here, they had to be responsible. Bai Songming also understood when he heard that. He originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to bring everyone to the upper realm. He did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang had such a plan. From the looks of it, Bailey Hongzhuang still had her own forces outside. It was because it was inconvenient to bring the entire clan over that she made such an arrangement. Both Bai Songming and Long Yanwei understood Bailey Hongzhuang's overall plan. Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to bring the entire clan to become powerful. She even wanted to move the entire clan to the upper realm. Although this plan seemed very shocking now, it was not impossible to implement it in detail. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Bai Songming agreed without hesitation. He was actually not worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would have a request. On the contrary, he was worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would not have a request. With the current status of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, they would definitely be extremely terrifying existences in the future. There was absolutely no harm in being on good terms with such people. Thank you, Palace Master Bai. Seeing that Bai Songming agreed so readily, Bailey Hongzhuang also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A relaxed smile appeared on her face. You're welcome. With our friendship, this is only a small matter. Palace Master Bai, actually, we also understand that the cultivators from our clan are not as strong as the other disciples. So when the time comes, it will inevitably cause some trouble. Bai Songming chuckled. Hongzhuang, you're overthinking this matter. Actually, as long as they know that they are your people, they will not be blind. Bai Songming and Long Yanwei, he's and Yanwei's Hongzhuang's SS and Hongzhuang Yanwei's and Yanwei's. If you don't worry. And the Hongzhuang you, Yanwei's, you. Songming, you. 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 May. Some. This time, she brought the cultivators of her family to improve their cultivation. The dangers during the experience were inevitable. This kind of risk was naturally borne by them. She wanted to take care of them so that what happened in Punlai Palace would not happen to her own cultivators. At that time, they were also very lucky. If there were more cultivators, then even they would not be able to save their lives. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang understood, Bai Songming's smile became more and more cheerful. That's good, then I can rest assured. In short, you can rest assured that after they come to Punlai Palace, I will definitely give them the treatment of the inner hall disciples. In addition, I will also send people to ensure their safety in the palace. With your name, I think the average disciples will not come to touch the bad luck. As for the risks encountered during the experience, it will depend on them. Thank you. After all this was determined, Xianxia and the other two had also arranged their accommodation. Although the other cultivators had not yet arrived, the accommodation had been uniformly divided. At that time, everyone would live here together. You can receive cultivation resources every month, and at the same time, you can do some other tasks to earn points in exchange for resources. Bailey Hongzhuang introduced the situation of Punlai Palace to Xianxia and the other two. The others have not arrived yet. You can familiarize yourself with the situation for a while, and then tell everyone the situation. Xianxia and the others nodded slightly. Understood. If there is anything you don't understand or are not satisfied with, you can tell me. I will arrange everything before you leave. Xianxia and the other two looked at each other, and then shook their heads. Hongzhuang, I think it's already very good here. Xianxia looked satisfied. The power here is very rich, and the cultivation should be much faster than before. The most important thing is that you can receive so many cultivation resources every month. Spirit stones are very helpful for cultivation. I finally understand why your cultivation speed is so fast. Here, your cultivation speed is really much faster. The cultivators I encountered along the way are all very formidable. I get the feeling that this place is already a completely different world. I wonder what the upper plane will be like. I am looking forward to it. Bai Junyu rubbed his hands, his sunny face filled with longing. Beichen, Hongzhuang, we will definitely work hard to improve our cultivation and strive to join you in the upper realm as soon as possible. Dongfang, the girls here are not only beautiful, but they are also not weak. You should take a look. Xia Jiqing teased. Along the way, she had noticed that many girls were interested in the East. That's right, this can indeed be developed. Bai Junyu agreed. Dongfang Yu looked at the two gossipy people in front of him. How come I didn't realize that you two had the potential to be matchmakers? Are we just worried that you'll die alone? Don't worry, I won't. The news that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others brought their relatives to Punlai Island quickly spread. For a time, everyone was curious about their relatives. Even more people couldn't help but feel envious. This was the privilege of the strong. When a man achieves the Tao, all his friends and family will ascend to heaven. This must be the case. I have to say that Hongzhuang is really capable. Bai Tsongming looked emotional. The D family is also an extremely powerful force in the upper realm. I was originally worried that she would be wronged in the D family, but now it seems that it's not the case at all. Bailey Hongzhuang could bring her family to the upper realm. This was definitely because the D family valued her very much. Otherwise, it would definitely be impossible. Hongzhuang has a very strong tenacity. This tenacity is a very precious quality for cultivators, but very few people have it. I think that someone like her can survive well no matter where she is. Long Yanwei smiled, and his voice was filled with certainty and confidence. Although I don't know how Hongzhuang did all this, I admit that what you said makes sense. Bai Tsongming nodded in agreement. I think you also want to go to the upper realm to take a look. Hearing this, Long Yanwei was slightly stunned. Why are you suddenly talking about this? I know that you've been staying here to help me. Now that the Punlai Palace's position is stable, if you want to go to the upper realm, then go to the upper realm. If you really want to go to the upper realm, then go. I don't want you to stop your own development because of me. Bai Tsongming's expression was serious. There was some reluctance in his deep eyes, but there was also a kind of tranquility. Long Yanwei looked deeply at Bai Tsongming and then smiled. With our friendship, how can it be considered stopping my development? Moreover, I promised Qianer that I would help you strengthen the Punlai Palace. I know that you've been helping me because of Qianer, but so much time has passed. It's time for you to let go of this heavy responsibility. Bai Tsongming patted Long Yanwei's shoulder, and his black eyes were filled with emotion. If it weren't for your help, the Punlai Palace wouldn't have developed to its current scale. Back then, when the three forces were in a balance of power, the Punlai Palace was not the most outstanding. It was precisely because Long Yanwei was a sealing master and the temptation of these contract beasts that so many outstanding cultivators were attracted here. Now that the Punlai Palace had become the pinnacle existence among the three major forces, countless cultivators wanted to enter this place. There was no need to worry about this problem. I'm actually doing pretty well here. Long Yanwei smiled faintly. Don't think too much. I've long treated Punlai Palace as my home. Because they had just arrived at Punlai Island, Mu Lingbing and the others were curious about the situation here. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others weren't in a hurry to leave. Instead, they brought everyone around Punlai Island for a tour. This Punlai Island is truly very lively. I hope that the elders will be able to get used to this place after they arrive. Mu Lingbing smiled as she surveyed her surroundings. Although the elders were usually working hard on their cultivation, they could not help but spend some of their energy on the family. Now that he had come to a place where he could concentrate on cultivation, he might feel a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, their adaptability isn't bad. Sitiyan smiled faintly. Although they were not young anymore, it was precisely because they were not young that they were more serious in their cultivation. Only when one's cultivation was stronger would one's lifespan be longer. Everyone hoped to live longer. There are many new things on Punlai Island. Mother, if you're interested, you can look around here and buy whatever you like, Di Beichen said with a smile. Even though he had already married Hong Shuang, he still had to coax his mother-in-law well. Just as Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were about to tour Punlai Island with everyone, someone suddenly came to inform them of a piece of news. Young Master D, Miss Bailey, the palace master sent me to inform you that the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect would like to see you. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were shocked when they heard that. After they had dealt with the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect, they did not take this matter to heart. They did not expect the sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect to come and ask for an audience today. It seems that the Crimson Moon sect is quite fast. They already have a new sect leader. Bewitching raised his eyebrows as his lips curled into a playful smile. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. The Crimson Moon sect is a big sect after all. Although the Crimson Moon sect has been slightly affected after the first incident, their strength is probably weaker than before. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. They definitely do not want to be destroyed just like that. Therefore, they are supporting a new sect leader as soon as possible. This is the only way to stabilize the hearts of the people. Although she had only killed the sect leader, an elder, and a teacher, the three of them were extremely important to the Crimson Moon sect. It was obvious that the Crimson Moon sect had gone through a huge upheaval and had only just stabilized. If I'm not wrong, the new sect leader is probably worried that we will cause trouble, so he specially came to greet us first. Bewitching nodded. I'm afraid that many people in the Crimson Moon sect have not been able to eat or sleep well since the day we returned. After Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching returned to Punlai Palace, Bai Songming and Long Yanwei were already waiting for them. You're back. Bai Songming was delighted. The new sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect is here to see you. Tell us about the new sect leader first. The Crimson Moon sect has been divided into two factions. As the original sect leader was killed, the new sect leader's faction rose. He took the opportunity to overthrow the other faction and became the new sect leader. This new sect master is called Pei Yuan. His evaluation is not bad, but he has been suppressed previously. If you didn't kill the previous sect master, he probably wouldn't have stood out, Bai Songming introduced. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly, her heart also understood. If there were two factions, then this would be the best time for them to rise. This Pei Yuan shouldn't be as ridiculous as the previous sect master, right? Bailey Hongshuang asked. Bai Songming was shocked when he heard the word absurd, but he quickly understood what Bailey Hongshuang meant. Pei Yuan did not condone the cultivators bullying others. Although he has not been in office for long, everyone's comments about him are quite good. Furthermore, he does not have any bad habits. Instead, he changed some of the rules of the Crimson Moon sect and paid more attention to the character of the cultivators. In my opinion, you have your reasons for doing this. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. No matter what the reason is, it's good that he has restrained himself. If that's the case, let's go and take a look. Bailey Hongshuang turned to look at Bewitching. Sure. Bewitching smiled. The Crimson Moon sect seemed to have an inexplicable and ill-fated relationship with them. Ever since they came to Punlai Island, the cultivators of the Crimson Moon sect had been in conflict with them. When Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching saw Pei Yuan, they realized that he was unexpectedly young. He looked like he was in his 30s. He was indeed quite capable to become the new sect leader of the Crimson Moon sect. Miss Bailey, Master D. Seeing the two of them, Pei Yuan hurriedly stood up and bowed to them. If others saw this, they would be surprised that the sect leader would bow to the two young people. However, Pei Yuan did not find it strange at all. If the two of them were willing, Punlai Island would definitely be under their control. However, the two of them had not done so because they did not care about it. Sect leader Pei, you're too kind. Bewitching's voice was gentle and there was no expression on his calm face. It was this appearance that made Pei Yuan even more fearful. He had long heard that the two of them were extremely powerful. Today, although the two of them did not deliberately release their auras, he could clearly feel the difference between the two of them. Moreover, he had angered the two of them time and time again. Today, he was already trembling with fear. Now that he saw the serious Bewitching, he could not help but feel worried. Actually, I'm here today to apologize to the two of you for what happened previously. It was our fault for doing such a thing. Pei Yuan bowed deeply and his face was filled with guilt. Thank you for your forgiveness. I represent the entire Crimson Moon Sect's cultivators to apologize to the two of you. Seeing Pei Yuan's actions, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and there was less disgust in their eyes. In fact, they would not condemn everyone. The previous incident might not have been related to Pei Yuan. Sect leader Pei, it's all in the past. You don't have to keep it in your heart. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice rang out. I've already said what happened previously. The grudge is over and I won't blame you for it. However, if something like this happens again in the future, don't blame me for making the entire Crimson Moon Sect disappear. Hearing the cold warning in Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Pei Yuan quivered and hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Miss Bailey. I won't let something like this happen again. If something like this happens again, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll commit suicide to atone for my sins. Pei Yuan's expression was serious. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang fearlessly, revealing his confidence. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's good. I heard that your family members have also come to Punlai Island. If you have the chance, you are welcome to visit the Crimson Moon Sect. I guarantee that no one in the Crimson Moon Sect will be disrespectful to them. There's no need for that. We've already arranged for them to stay in the Punlai Palace. If there is anything that the Crimson Moon Sect can do for you, it would be our honor, Pei Yuan said once again. I hope that you can manage the Crimson Moon Sect well and not allow the cultivators to do as they please. I definitely will. Pei Yuan heaved a sigh of relief after he left. Actually, he had been extremely nervous to come here today. However, he had no choice but to come. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were not as unapproachable as he had imagined. On the contrary, they gave him an amiable feeling and did not make things difficult for him. Thinking about it, he was extremely grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. After everyone stayed on Punlai Island for a while, Xia Jiqing's group of 3 took advantage of this opportunity to gain a better understanding of Punlai Island. Although they basically stayed on Punlai Island and didn't go to other islands, they were already familiar with the environment of Punlai Island. As long as their strength improved, they could go to other islands. Among them, Demon Refining Island was the place they were looking forward to. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang's group was ready to set off. Jiqing, I'll leave the matters here to you. Bailey Hongzhuang held Xia Jiqing's hand, her bright face full of reluctance. I hope you can improve your strength as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll come to pick you up. Don't worry, when everyone arrives, we'll definitely pick them up as soon as possible. During this time, we've also understood the situation here. When the time comes, we'll tell them one by one. You can rest assured. Xia Jiqing smiled and nodded, we'll definitely not give up on our cultivation. I hope we can go to the upper realm and meet up with you soon. Then we'll wait for you in the upper realm. Di Beichen looked at Dongfang Yu's group of 3. Just wait, our speed is very fast. Dongfang Yu smiled, his expression relaxed and indifferent. We'll be looking forward to it. After explaining everything, Bai Xangming and Long Yanwei also came to send them off. Although they didn't know how long they would be gone this time, everyone knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's group would return after Xia Jiqing's group's strength improved. Have a safe trip. Bai Xangming smiled. Take care. As soon as his voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang's group didn't stay any longer and directly entered the transmission array. If they wanted to go to the upper realm, they still had to pass through the training grounds and arrive at the transmission array. When Lan Yunxiao and the others arrived at the training grounds, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw the scene of death everywhere. This kind of death aura seeped out from every corner, and there wasn't the slightest bit of vitality. It was shocking. This is the training grounds? Situ Yen frowned, it's so lifeless, without the slightest bit of vitality. There's actually such a place. Di Beichen nodded slightly. When they first came to the place of experience, they were also full of shock, but now looking at all this again, they had long become accustomed to it. Moreover, as someone of the darkness attribute, he felt even more intimate with this. This is the place where the skeletons gather. Only cultivators would come here to train. Normally, no one else would come here. Bailey Hongzhuang explained. However, this training ground is filled with endless risks. It is very safe during the day, but once night falls, the skeleton army will appear. Every night, there would be cultivators dying in the hands of the skeletons. However, it was precisely because the size of the skeleton army was not small that they needed to be exterminated. In order to ensure everyone's safety, the three great powers set up this place as a training ground. Hearing this, Si Tuyen and the others immediately understood the painstaking efforts of the three forces. It turns out that the three major forces are actually shouldering such a responsibility. How admirable! When Jinghui's eyes were filled with admiration. He had never seen the skeleton's true strength, but the cultivators from the upper realm were so powerful, yet they were still filled with fear of this place. Just from this point alone, he could determine how terrifying the skeleton was. Lan Yunxiao and the others all nodded. Experts often shouldered responsibilities that others didn't understand. Because of this matter, they had a trace of admiration for the three great factions. It's quite dangerous here. It'll take us a few days to reach the transportation array. Moreover, there's a mysterious force here that prevents flying vehicles from flying. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly spoke and turned to Si Tuyen. Grandfather, do you all want to enter the Chaos Ring? Hearing this, Si Tuyen and the others immediately understood. It seemed that this training ground wasn't an ordinary place of danger. Even with Bewitching's strength, they were worried that they would be in danger. Since we've come to this training ground, let's take a look. Si Tuyen spoke, then looked at the others. What do you all think? I'm fine with it. Wen Jinghui was the first to speak. He originally liked training grounds, so he wasn't afraid of any kind of danger. It was his first time seeing this mysterious training ground, so he naturally wasn't willing to miss it. Moreover, his son had been training here for so long. How could he, as his father, be lax? I also agree. Yu Linfeng quickly followed. I agree. Instantly, the others expressed their agreement. Everyone wanted to see what was different about this place that they had never seen before. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and didn't refuse. The current training ground wasn't as dangerous to them as before. The reason why they suggested for everyone to enter the Chaos Ring was because they were worried that a sudden hole would appear and they wouldn't be able to dodge in time. If anything happened, it was clearly something they didn't want to see. However, since the elders wanted to take a look, they naturally wouldn't refuse. They just had to be a little more careful. The cultivators in the trial grounds noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang and her family had appeared here. They were also very curious in their hearts. They did not understand why they would appear here with their families. Look, isn't that Bailey Hongzhuang's group? I didn't expect them to come to the training ground. Have you forgotten? Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang's group appeared, they were also in the training ground. Now that they're here, I feel like there's some secret in this training ground that we don't know about. Do you want to follow and take a look? Do you want to die? Even though everyone was curious about Bailey Hongzhuang's group, no one dared to get close for fear of angering them. Such a powerhouse was not someone they could afford to provoke. Mu Lingbing and the others sighed as they listened to the discussions of the cultivators around them. From the moment they arrived at Penlai Island, they had already understood how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang's people were in everyone's eyes. All the practitioners were respectful to them, which made them very proud. Everyone quickened their pace and quickly approached the teleportation array. As time passed, night gradually fell. When the entire training ground was shrouded in darkness, Lan Yunxiao and the rest felt their hearts sink for no reason. A stifling feeling spread out, causing them to unconsciously feel a trace of nervousness. The skeleton army can appear at any time in the dark. We have to be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang reminded. When Jinghui was only slightly weaker as he was at the 9th level of the Purple Realm. Mu Jintz, Mu Lingbing, and Namgong Wu were also at the 8th level of the Purple Realm. With their talent, it would be easy for them to break through to the Astral Realm once they reached the Upper Realm. Because of this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others weren't worried. They believed that they would quickly adapt to life in the Upper Realm. Be careful, there's a darkness aura up ahead. Just as they were about to advance, Bewitching's warning rang out. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately stopped. No one doubted Bewitching's judgment. Just as Bewitching finished speaking, they quickly discovered that the flat ground ahead of them was beginning to wriggle. Soon after, potholes quietly appeared on the ground. The potholes appeared extremely quickly, as if they had always been there. Skeletons quickly emerged from the ground, accompanied by rustling sounds. Under the moonlight, they appeared even more sinister, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Nan Gongwu's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Her round eyes revealed the shock in her heart. So many skeletons. Previously, she had been curious as to how many skeletons Hong Zhuang could command. How could it be called an army? Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she understood that it wasn't an exaggeration. This was a real army. Lan Yunxiao and the others were also shocked. So many skeletons, yet they can move freely in the dark. The upper realm is truly mysterious. I thought I already understood this world very well, but now it seems that we were too naive. Wen Jingwei sighed. His clear eyes blossomed with radiance. Situyen smiled in the midst of his shock. Isn't this in line with your personality? Well said. I'm looking forward to the upper realm even more. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard Wen Jingwei's words, she immediately understood why Situyen had chased Xiran to Pulai Island. His personality dictated it. Beichen, can your darkness attribute control these skeletons? Lan Yunxiao asked. Beichen nodded slightly. Sure. Why don't you show us how to control it? Nan Gongwu's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, she really hadn't seen Beichen's methods. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Beichen. Beichen looked at everyone and then agreed with a smile. Dark energy gushed out from Beichen's body, and the skeleton that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws suddenly changed its appearance. It respectfully bowed to Beichen. Greetings, my lord. The leading general dismounted from the skeleton horse and respectfully saluted. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with surprise. She already knew about Beichen's method of controlling skeletons, but she didn't expect that these skeletons could actually speak. This was too unexpected. Beichen was also surprised, but then he nodded. Rise. My lord, where are you going? Do you need this subordinate to escort you? No need. Yes. Situyen and the others stared blankly at this scene. If they hadn't personally seen that this fellow was indeed a skeleton, they would have thought it was an obedient subordinate. It wasn't until they were some distance away that Wen Jingwei couldn't help but say, the power of darkness is really powerful. Aside from their appearance, these skeletons look just like living people. It's precisely because darkness attribute cultivators are so powerful that a catastrophe once happened in the upper realm. Since then, darkness attribute cultivators have been targeted, and the inheritance of darkness disappeared without a trace. Now, darkness attribute cultivators in the upper realm are in a difficult situation. Xiran said. I think Beichen's current strength isn't weak at all. As long as he is strong enough, who cares what others think? Wen Jingwei had an indifferent expression. Most geniuses are envied by others. Many people think of ways to harm others because they don't have the ability. A true powerhouse will make them shut up. Although Wen Jingwei said it casually, no one present could refute it because it was indeed the truth. As long as one was strong enough, everything they said was the truth. But if one wasn't strong enough, even if what they said was the truth, it was nothing but nonsense. Beichen, that skeleton soldier just called you lord. Do you know why? Bailey Hongzhuang had a puzzled expression. They had never encountered such a situation before. Moreover, this title was very interesting. I don't know. Beichen shook his head. This is the first time I saw a skeleton that can talk. I feel that this skeleton army seems to have improved a little. Back then, that lich was stronger than ordinary skeletons. Now, more and more skeletons are appearing. Could it be because the inheritance of darkness has reappeared in the world? Bailey Hongzhuang secretly thought. He Shenjun was the holy son of darkness. This inheritance was completely different from the ordinary inheritance of darkness. I wonder if other darkness attribute cultivators are also called Lord? Shang Guaniying suddenly asked curiously. As soon as this question came out, everyone looked at each other. This was indeed a good question. If we encounter more skeleton soldiers like this in the future, let's try again. Bailey Hongzhuang smirked. She was also a cultivator of the darkness attribute. Although she and Beichen cultivated at the same time, her attainments in the darkness attribute were still slightly inferior. Just like how Beichen's light attribute was slightly inferior, even though the two of them had dual attributes, there was still a direction they focused more on. Beichen, your ability is truly amazing. Situyen smiled faintly. This dangerous training ground is like your own backyard to others. It's not a threat at all. That's because this place is full of skeletons. If we were in other places, we would have to be careful. In front of Situyen, Beichen was always very modest. Because of Beichen, they didn't slow down much even though it was dark. When some cultivators saw Beichen's group safely passing through the skeleton army, their eyes widened. It was as if they had seen something inconceivable. Some even thought that their eyes must be playing tricks on them. On the third day, everyone finally encountered skeleton soldiers again. This time, Beichen didn't use the power of darkness. Instead, it was Bailey Hongzhuang who used it. Similarly, the skeleton soldiers also addressed Bailey Hongzhuang as Lord. Just when everyone thought that the skeleton soldiers had the same attitude towards all darkness-type cultivators, Bailey Xianxia also gave it a try. Upon noticing this, everyone's thoughts changed. The skeleton soldiers seemed to only address the two of you as such. What's the difference between the two of you and Xianxia? When Xiran was puzzled. They were both of the dark attribute, so there shouldn't be much of a difference. Could it be that these skeletons know that Xianxia is a demon beast and not a real human? Xiaohei was surprised. Even skeletons have become so smart now? Just as everyone was puzzled, Ling Er gave an explanation. You've all received the inheritance of the Dark Holy Sun. Although Hongzhuang only received the Holy Sun's recognition, it's normal for these skeletons to treat you this way because of the relationship between the Holy Sun and the Holy Daughter. Even if they're both dark energy, their purity is different. Skeletons are very sensitive to dark energy. There's also a strict hierarchy among them, and this hierarchy is based on the purity of their dark energy. Without a doubt, Beichen's energy purity is the highest, and Hongzhuang's is second. As for the others, they don't look any different, but the difference is huge to the skeletons. Everyone finally understood. They didn't expect there to be so many reasons behind this. Bailey Xianxia turned to look at Ling Er. Since you knew, why didn't you say so earlier? I saw that everyone was so interested in this matter, so I let you give it a try. Everyone looked at each other. Ling Er's brain was indeed wired differently from normal people. Who asked her to be a demon beast in the upper realm? This time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't teleport to Rong'an City. Instead, they appeared in another city. Before entering the teleportation formation, Bailey Hongzhuang sent Situyen and the others into the Chaos Ring. Although she was the Holy Daughter of the Light and had certain privileges, it was still against the rules to suddenly bring so many cultivators, some of whom hadn't even broken through to the Starlight Realm. Therefore, it was best to keep it a secret. The people guarding the teleportation formation were also very surprised when they saw the Holy Daughter of the Light appear. They received them respectfully and even specially prepared a map. With the map in hand, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three set off. The upper realm was extremely large, and the distance between the different cities was very far. They had come to this unfamiliar place, and if they wanted to go back, they would need to buy a map first. Beichen looked at the map in his hand and understood the direction. He immediately led everyone to the flying car and rushed towards the D family. According to Bailey Hongzhuang's plan, everyone would stay with the Bailey family, but before that, they had to go to the D family. Just as Beichen and his group set off for the D family, Xiao Wanrong and Lin Yunqing were also talking about them. Beichen and Hongzhuang have been in the lower realm for a while now. I wonder how they are now. Why haven't they returned after so long? Xiao Wanrong couldn't figure it out. She knew that some time was inevitably delayed on the way, but no matter how she looked at it, it wasn't a short time. If they planned to accompany their family in the lower realm, it's understandable, but didn't Beichen and the others plan to bring everyone to the upper realm? Lin Yunqing was also thinking, Mother, do you think it's possible that Hongzhuang's family is unwilling to come to the upper realm? Within the D family's territory. After traveling for a period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang's group finally arrived at the D family's territory. The four of them got off the flying carriage. At the same time, Si Tuyen and the others also came out of the chaos ring. Looking at the vast and boundless grassland in front of them and the scene of exuberant vitality under the sunlight, everyone's mood became better. Beichen, are we almost there? Si Tuyen asked. Di Beichen nodded slightly and pointed to the front. Not far ahead is my family's home. This area usually doesn't have many people coming here. Looking at the environment in front of us, I really don't feel much difference. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, we're already in the upper realm. Yu Linfeng smiled. Lan Yinxiao's gaze turned to the distance. It was empty and didn't look like there was anyone living here. He understood. The upper realm and lower realm are the same in this aspect. They both set up illusions. If others came here, they definitely wouldn't think that there was a family here. However, this illusory realm is much more advanced than our illusory realm. When Jingwei seriously looked around, he was extremely familiar with the illusions of the Cloud Sword sect. Even if ordinary people couldn't see through it, he could still sense some fluctuations. Standing here, he couldn't sense any fluctuations at all. If it wasn't for Di Beichen's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed that there was a cultivation family nearby. The upper realm's methods are indeed much more advanced. Si Tuyen nodded in agreement. Not long after, Di Beichen's hand seals flipped and the scene before them suddenly changed. It was no longer an endless grassland, but a huge family that meandered upwards majestically. Lan Yinxiao and the others looked ahead in shock. This scale was indeed much larger. The origin energy here is so dense. Nan Gongwu could not help but exclaim. From the moment she stepped into this place, she could feel that the density of the Yuan Qi had increased by several times. Under the support of the array, the concentration of elemental energy in Limitless Palace was much stronger than the outside world. However, the entire D family was so big and the concentration of elemental energy was increased to such an extent. It could be seen how powerful the array was. This is only the bottom. The higher you go, the denser the Yuan Qi. Bailey Hongzhuang introduced with a smile. So everyone's cultivation speed will be very fast here. No wonder the cultivators from the upper realm are so strong. With such a good environment, it would be difficult for them to not increase their cultivation base. The cultivators of the D family were the first to appear when they sensed that someone had entered. However, when they saw that it was the young master and his wife, they were all delighted. Greetings, young master and young madam. Get up. The old madam has been looking forward to your return. I'll inform the master and madam now. The man turned around with a smile and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. Soon, the news of Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang's return spread throughout the Di family. Di Yujue and the others all came out to welcome them after hearing the news. From afar, Di Yujue saw several familiar figures and the smile in his eyes deepened. We've finally brought Hongzhuang's family over. In a short time, all of the Di family's cultivators came out to welcome them. In-laws, I've finally met you. Xiao Wanrong's face rippled with an amiable and joyful smile as she quickly walked forward. Her happy appearance made everyone clearly feel her welcome. Mu Jintz and the others originally had some worries in their hearts, but after feeling Xiao Wanrong's amiability, that trace of worry was quietly put down. Xiao Wanrong had a very strong affinity to begin with. Coupled with her heartfelt happiness, although this was the first time they met, everyone inexplicably became much closer. Let me introduce you. This is my grandmother. Di Beichen stepped forward and introduced with a smile. This is my grandfather, my mother, there's no need to introduce me. I've already met the in-laws. When it came to Di Yujue's introduction, he took the lead to speak first. Lan Yinxiao smiled and nodded. Di family's head, we meet again. Welcome to the upper realm. We met in a hurry that day, so I didn't have the chance to properly reminisce and express my gratitude. Now that I have another chance, I'm truly overjoyed. I've already ordered people to prepare wine and dishes. Why don't we go inside to rest and chat? Di Yujue asked amiably. His tone had long lost its usual dignity. On the contrary, it was amiable and approachable, making people unconsciously relax. We'll follow Brother D's arrangements. Lan Yinxiao also calmed down. Everything was as Di Beichen had said. The D family didn't have any prejudice against them. The D family's disciples sized up Bailey Hongshuang's family with curiosity in their eyes. Even if they felt that Lan Yunxia's group wasn't strong, no one had the slightest intention of looking down on them. Cultivators in the lower realm were restricted. If they wanted to increase their cultivation, they could only come to the upper realm. Back then, the young madam was also like this. But now, who dared to look down on her, inside the room? Following Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang's introductions, the elders quickly figured out each other's identities and exchanged greetings. The atmosphere was warm and lively. So this is Sect Master Situ, the one who raised Beichen. Di Linxian stood up and bowed to Situ Yan, Sect Leader Situ, thank you so much. If it wasn't for your kindness, I wouldn't have been able to see my grandson. The D family will never forget your kindness. Old family head, you can't do that. Situ Yan hurriedly stood up and helped Di Linxian up. I should be the one thanking Beichen. This brat also brought me a lot of joy. The old man is right. We will definitely remember this kindness. Sect Master Sidu, thank you so much. Xiao Wanrong straightened her expression and stood beside Di Linxian. How important was Di Beichen to them, all these years? Because of Beichen's disappearance, they had been suffering for a long time. It was only when Beichen returned that everyone felt relieved. Seeing this, Di Yujue and Lin Yunqing also stood up and bowed deeply to Situ Yan. Sect Leader Situ, we also don't know what to say to express our gratitude. Now that Hong Zhuang is married to Beichen, we have become a family. No matter what happens in the future, we will always be a family. Di Linxian's eyes were filled with sincerity as a joyful smile spread across his face. Seeing the Di family acting like this, Situ Yan and the others were all moved. They had already met Di Yujue before and knew that Di Yujue did not put on airs. Now that they had met Di Linxian, they completely understood that the old patriarch's temperament was also the same. If it was an ordinary family, it would already be good enough if they did not order them around. After coming here, not only did they not feel this way, on the contrary, they were so sincere and grateful, which made everyone feel touched. Most importantly, they were a family. From now on, they were a family. You're right, we are a family. Situ Yan smiled and said, I'm also very grateful to you for taking care of Hong Zhuang. Grandfather, Master, since we've already said that we're a family, then there's no need to thank each other. Quickly sit down. Di Beichen eased the serious atmosphere with a few words and became warm again. Haha, Beichen is right, I won't treat you as an outsider in the future. It's only right, it's only right. Not long after, the scene turned into Situ Yan and the other men talking, while Xiao Wanrong and Mu Jinsei were chatting enthusiastically on the other side. Are you really Hong Zhuang's grandmother? You look so young, I thought you were Hong Zhuang's elder sister. Xiao Wanrong looked at Mu Jinsei in disbelief. In fact, this doubt had appeared in her mind the moment she saw Mu Jinsei. Logically speaking, the two of them should be about the same age, who would have thought that the gap between them would be so big? Hee hee. Mu Jinsei chuckled, Madam, you must be joking. In fact, the reason why I become like this is all thanks to Hong Zhuang's pill. Otherwise, I would really be ugly now. Pill? Xiao Wanrong was surprised, could it be the return of Spring Pill? That's right, it's the return of Spring Pill. Mu Jinsei nodded. Hearing this, Xiao Wanrong looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and her eyes brightened. I didn't think that Hongzhuang would have such a lost pill formula like the return of Spring Pill, the effects are just too good. Lin Yunqing also sighed, I've heard of the return of Spring Pill's miraculous effects before and seeing it today, it really is amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Mu Lingbing and the other four were chatting happily. Even though it was the first time they met, they looked like sisters who had known each other for a long time, a joyful smile on her face. Mother, what are you talking about so happily? Bailey Hongzhuang came over and asked. Xiao Wanrong held Hongzhuang's arm, and her kind face was full of joy and excitement. Hongzhuang, I heard from your grandmother that you know how to refine the rejuvenation pill? As soon as the words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood. No matter what, a woman would always pay attention to her appearance. Grandmother, I happen to have one in my hands. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand and a white porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. Seeing this exquisite white porcelain bottle, Xiao Wanrong instantly felt that it was even more beautiful than colored glass jadeite. Then grandmother will accept it? Of course, I originally intended to give this to grandmother. I've always said that Hong Zhuang is especially lovable. Xiao Wanrong grinned from ear to ear. When I first saw Hong Zhuang, I liked her very much. Not only is she obedient and sensible, she's also filial. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Hong Zhuang in the future, Mu Jinsei said with a smile. Just like that, Si Tuyen and the others stayed with the Di family. Although they had made up their minds to go to the Bailey family in the future, they had just arrived in the upper realm. Neither Di Linxian nor Di Yujue were willing to let them leave so soon. It was hard to refuse such hospitality, so Si Tuyen and the others didn't refuse. Di Baichen gave his cultivation room to Si Tuyen. It was the most abundant cultivation room, so it was also the fastest. Right now, the most important thing was none other than increasing their strength. At the same time, Di Yujue brought over a lot of cultivation resources from the resource room. Brother Di, Hong Zhuang already brought a lot of cultivation resources with her when she went to the lower realm. We really don't need any more. Lan Yunxiao hurriedly refused. Even if the Di family was rich and overbearing, they always took out a lot of cultivation resources. They were already embarrassed to accept so many cultivation resources before, so they definitely couldn't accept any more. Di Yujue grabbed Lan Yunxiao's shaking hand and placed a storage ring on it. Brother Lan, since we're already a family, there's no need for such polite words. Di Yujue smiled warmly. You just arrived in the upper realm. Although Hong Zhuang brought a lot of cultivation resources back, I believe you must have left them with your family. Since you're already in the Di family, there's no need to be polite. The most important thing is to increase your cultivation as soon as possible. Brother Di, we really do have enough cultivation resources. Lan Yunxiao tactfully refused, but his heart was filled with warmth. Keep them. They'll come in handy one day. Di Yujue didn't give them any chance to refuse. Cultivate well. I won't disturb you anymore. Lan Yunxiao watched Di Yujue's departing figure, then looked at the storage ring on his hand. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. It seems that Hong Zhuang has a good in-law. Mu Jins chuckled. Previously, you were worried that Hong Zhuang would be bullied in the upper realm. Now, you can be completely relieved. The Di family will not bully Hong Zhuang. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I'm relieved. Mu Lingbing smiled. The Di family is such a big family, I didn't expect them to be so friendly. After Si Tuyen and the others went into seclusion, Bailey Hongzhuang first went to Dr. Wu to check on the progress of the Bailey family's doctor. She had been away for a few months this time, but just as she thought, Dr. Wu was a trustworthy person. There wouldn't be any problems if he were to hand the matter over to him. Dr. Wu was indeed worthy of being called an extremely powerful existence among doctors. In just a few short months, the group of young doctors had made rapid progress. When the cultivators of the Bailey family saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had returned, they were all very friendly. Bailey Yunyan was the first to rush over. Of course, when Bailey Yunyan appeared, Di Xiaofeng also quickly appeared. In just a short conversation, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen could keenly sense that the two of them had made rapid progress. Whether it was the Di family or the Lin family, they had no plans to interfere with Di Xiaofeng's feelings. In addition, the two of them were in love and often met here, so it was normal for their feelings to improve. Big brother, has there been any movement from the Jun and Xiao families recently? After the greetings, Di Baichen also became serious. Currently, the Jun family and the Xiao family haven't made any moves yet. What happened last time was a big blow to them. Even if there are many strong cultivators in their families, they shouldn't make any moves for the time being. The Xiao family has the deterrence of the Holy Assembly, so they won't dare to make any moves, so there's no need to worry for the time being. Di Xiaofeng patted Di Baichen's shoulder. I used to be worried that the Xiao family and the Jun family would join forces, but I didn't expect that after they joined forces, we have nothing to be afraid of. It's good that they haven't made any moves. These two families aren't easy to deal with, especially the Jun family. Their methods are extremely despicable and impossible to guard against. Thinking of this dirty family, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes quietly flashed with a touch of haze and coldness. By the way, big brother, has anyone come to find me recently? Bewitching suddenly asked. Di Xiaofeng shook his head. I don't think so. Are you waiting for someone? No. Bewitching shook his head. I'm just asking casually. Bailey Hongzhuang also understood why Bewitching asked this. When they left, Huang Futing said that he was going to take the dark attribute cultivators out to experience and improve their cultivation. After such a long time, she didn't know if they had returned. Logically speaking, if they had returned, they would definitely have come to find Bewitching immediately. Since they hadn't come, it meant that they hadn't returned from their experience. Is there any news about Yunju recently? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes revealed a trace of worry as she asked. Yunju went out to experience after you left. I asked him where he planned to go, but he didn't say. However, I also gave him some defensive treasures. As long as he doesn't encounter two strong cultivators, he should be able to avoid a disaster, so you don't have to worry too much. Di Xiaofeng knew about the relationship between Bewitching and Mo Yunjue. In order to reassure them, he spoke very carefully. Hearing this, the two nodded slightly. I believe in Yunju's strength. He acts according to his ability, so there shouldn't be a problem. You've been running around for so long. Now that you're finally back, don't think about running around. Just stay at home for a while. Di Xiaofeng looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. In the past, he was always said that he liked to go out, but now he felt that his brother and sister-in-law were not worse than him. Big brother, don't worry. Hongzhuang's family has just arrived. We won't leave for the time being. Bewitching smiled. That's good. The sun shone through the window into the room, illuminating the desk and filling the room with warmth. Bailey Hongzhuang was sitting on a chair, holding a crystal in her slender hands. Under the sunlight, the crystal emitted a dazzling rainbow-colored light. The rich power of light spread out from it, making the already warm room even brighter and more comfortable. When I went back earlier, I didn't have time to study this Holy Maiden crystal properly. I should take this opportunity to study it properly. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the Holy Maiden crystal in her hand. Previously, the president had told her to study the use of the Holy Maiden crystal. The healing power of this Holy Maiden crystal was extremely powerful. If it was dug out, it would be really useful. Are you worried that you won't know how to face the president's questions when you see him again? Bewitching chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Do I look so perfunctory? After trying to communicate with the Holy Maiden crystal with her spiritual sense, Bailey Hongzhuang found that it didn't seem to have any effect, and she felt helpless. Usually, such a treasure was communicated with spiritual sense, but this method didn't work, and it was really hard to think of another way. She poured the power of light into the Holy Maiden crystal, and the Holy Maiden crystal would emit an even more dazzling light, making her power stronger and purer, which would be extremely useful in battle. But to use this power in medicine, she really couldn't figure it out. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She had studied the Holy Maiden crystal for a long time, but she didn't find the corresponding use at all. Since the previous Holy Maiden of Light discovered this use, it proves that this use does exist, but how did it do it? Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was muttering to herself, and walked to the latter's side with a doting smile. Wife, there's no need to worry if you can't find the use in a short time. This Holy Maiden crystal is a treasure. Over the years, the president and the others must have studied it many times, but they still didn't find anything. Although the president has placed this hope on you, I believe he also understands that this is not something that can be found in a short time. Bewitching picked up a snack and handed it to Bailey Hongzhuang. I believe you will find it, it's just a matter of time. We haven't been cultivating the light attribute for long, and there are still many aspects that are lacking. Maybe when our strength increases, all of this will be easily solved. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching, who was as warm as the sun, and the corners of her lips rose into a bright arc. No matter when, you can always dispel the worries in my heart. I can't bear to see you worry. Bewitching smiled faintly, and reached out to pull Bailey Hongzhuang into his arms. He couldn't help but want to hug this fragrant person in his arms. Comfortably leaning against Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. What you said makes sense, maybe we're not strong enough. We've also rested for a while, why don't we go and train? I have the same idea. Bewitching nodded. Yunju has been training for a while, maybe his cultivation will surpass mine when he comes back. I can't let that happen. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be so competitive. That depends on who the opponent is. When Shang Guanying and Wen Xiren heard Bailey Hongzhuang's suggestion, they immediately nodded. What are we waiting for? Let's go. After informing Di Xiaofeng that they were going into seclusion, they directly entered the Chaos Ring. When the riches, the Holy Maiden Crystal Riches Tuzes, USS the Sun's Maiden Crystal Maidens TS looking around, the surroundings were lush and verdant, and the lush greenery brought endless vitality, making people's moods unconsciously improve. If it weren't for the terrifying strength of the demon beasts here, this would really be a good place to relax. Wen Xiren was full of smiles, but a trace of seriousness and caution unconsciously appeared between his brows. Linger and Yanche also came in. They also needed to train and improve, and cultivating in seclusion all day was obviously not enough. Rules of heaven and earth? Shang Guanying frowned. What do you mean? In order to increase a cultivator's strength, other than their own aptitude and cultivation resources, the cultivation environment is also very important. In a place with more comprehensive rules of heaven and earth, one's cultivation speed will be faster than in a place with incomplete rules. The rules of heaven and earth in the lower realm are not as perfect as the upper realm, and the rules of heaven and earth here are more perfect than the upper realm. After listening to Ling Er's explanation, everyone understood. This is the world in the Chaos Ring. I heard from Master that the Chaos Ring is a divine artifact. It should be normal for the laws of heaven and earth in the divine artifact to be more perfect. Bailey Hongzhuang's face revealed a thoughtful expression. She wasn't too surprised by this. After all, not every magic treasure could be called a divine artifact. Ling Er, you have been following my master's wife before. You should have some understanding of the Chaos Ring, right? Di Beichen looked at Ling Er. Among them, Ling Er knew the most about it. Ling Er shook her head. Although my memory has recovered a lot, it is still incomplete. I can't remember some of the more distant memories. According to my judgment, if I can remember everything, I should know the secret of the Chaos Ring. During this period of time, I have been trying to remember, but the effect is not good. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and said with concern, if you can't remember, then forget it. Don't force yourself. Anyway, I finally know some of the secret of the Chaos Ring. I believe that I will know it sooner or later. Feeling Bailey Hongzhuang's concern, Ling Er's gaze became gentler. She had always followed Bai Yunjiao. She had already acknowledged Hongzhuang as her master, but they seemed to be more like friends. With her arrogant personality, she had never been good at expressing her feelings. However, she knew in her heart that Bailey Hongzhuang was really an excellent master. She would protect Bailey Hongzhuang well. Not only because of her previous master's instructions, but also because of Bailey Hongzhuang herself. I feel like this forest world isn't an illusory world, but a real one. Ling Er voiced her conjecture, and this conjecture made everyone present agree. Xiren opened his mouth so wide that 2 eggs could fit in it. He looked at Ling Er in disbelief. Is what you said true? This is my judgment. I'm inclined to believe that it's true. Ling Er didn't say anything definite. Because her memory wasn't complete, she was only speaking based on her judgment. If this is really a small world, then it's too mystical. Could it be that Senior White created this small world to help you increase your cultivation? Shang Guanying had a look of amazement on her face. She felt that this primordial chaos ring was too mystical. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have thought that a ring could have so many wonderful uses? What I mean is, this is not a small world that belongs to the chaos ring. Ling Er spoke again. Then, she shook her head. I'm not too sure right now. Let's take it one step at a time. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other in dismay. A very shocking conjecture had already appeared in their minds. If Ling Er's judgment was true, then this was really too shocking. But because it was too outrageous, they couldn't really believe it. As the group continued forward, they saw some demonic beasts and some small animals along the way. However, these demonic beasts were clearly not as powerful as them. Once they sensed Bai Li Yanche's majestic aura as a beast king and Ling Er's draconic might, they all retreated. Only a few daring beasts observed them curiously. The group of 6 continued to walk as if they were out for a stroll. Until now, the chaos ring was still the same as before. Once one enters, they would need 3 days to leave. The group was already used to this rule. During the day, they would hunt demonic beasts and search for heavenly treasures. At night, they would find a quiet place to cultivate. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the group continued to move forward. The forest was extremely large. Even though they had been moving forward, it was as if they had only covered a small area of the forest. However, just as they were walking, the group suddenly stopped and stared blankly at the scene before them. Bailey Hongzhuang widened her eyes and rubbed them. After confirming that she was not seeing things, she murmured, "If I'm not mistaken, is that a person?" Bewitching gently nodded, "There is indeed a person there." "How could there be a cultivator in here?" When Xiran was dumbfounded. This was completely out of their expectations. Previously, in the oceanic world, even though countless demonic beasts had appeared, they had never seen a single person. They had thought that the same situation would occur in the forest world. However, a person had appeared here. There are other people in the chaos ring. Is this possible? Bailey Hongzhuang's mind raced as she connected the dots with everything that Linger had said. She suddenly felt that Linger might have guessed correctly. Just as the group was staring at that figure, that person had also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's existence. His reaction was not much different from Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. He was equally shocked and astonished, only to a lesser extent. That person hesitated for a moment before slowly walking closer. When he saw the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest, his eyes quietly flashed with astonishment. "Young master and young miss are both very good-looking. You two are dressed in extraordinary attire. Could it be that you came from the immortal domain? Celestial realm?" Bewitching raised his eyebrows. This was the first time they had heard of this name. The man noticed the puzzled expressions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "All of you don't know about the immortal domain?" "Indeed, I don't know. I hope you can tell me a thing or two about it." Bewitching spoke in a friendly tone. When he first noticed the man, he noticed that he was dressed differently from the rest of them. This person wasn't wearing a brocade robe, but a robe made of animal skin. Although it looked a little shabby, it was obviously very sturdy. It had a unique characteristic that made people's eyes light up. "You don't know about the immortal realm?" The man pondered. "So you're saying that you're also abandoned immortals?" "Abandoned immortals?" Bailey Hongzhuang was puzzled. Just by hearing this name, she knew that this was not a good identity. "That's right." The man nodded. "As long as you can't enter the immortal domain, cultivators without identity are all abandoned immortals. The area we're in right now is the abandoned immortal forest. Many abandoned immortals live here. However, because this forest is very large, everyone is rather far from each other." Bewitching cupped his hands and nodded, just as little brother said, "We haven't really left the area before, so there are many things we don't know. I hope little brother can tell us more about it. One look and I can tell that you are well protected by your elders." After seeing everyone's clueless look, the young man put down his previous vigilance and began to speak directly. "Most of us abandoned immortals were chased out of the immortal domain by our elders and ended up in the abandoned immortal forest. The cultivators of the immortal domain look down on us, so we usually don't go near the immortal domain. Once we're discovered, we'll be caught and sent to mine. Mining is a very difficult job. The few people I know were caught and sent to mine. They died not long after. Those guys don't even see us as humans." The man's eyes were filled with hatred, however, we're not as strong as them. "I see that you're only at the nebula realm. With such strength, it's better to follow your elders. If you accidentally meet an expert, you won't be able to keep your lives. Little brother, you thought we were from the immortal domain, but you still dared to talk to us?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. "My grandfather taught me that if I really meet people from the immortal domain, I can't run. Once I run, they'll know my identity and capture me. But if I don't run, I might be able to get away with it." The man smiled honestly. "I see that your elders made you dress like this because they were worried that the people from the immortal domain would recognize you. At least, it's easy to scare people like this." "I see." Bewitching chuckled, we were wondering why our elders told us to dress like this. I'm Zhongli Mu, let's be friends. I'm Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang. Wen Xiren. After everyone introduced themselves, they became familiar with each other. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't reveal their true identities. If they said that they came from the ring, it would be too inconceivable. Most importantly, although Zhongli Mu was young, his strength was extremely terrifying. At the very least, they could feel the terrifying difference in strength just by sensing it. In the course of this exchange, everyone knew that Zhongli Mu had lived here since he was young and was very familiar with the surroundings, so they became bolder. In Zhongli Mu's words, with their strength, they should just stay in the abandoned immortal forest. There was a certain distance between the abandoned immortal forest and the immortal domain. Adding on the fact that the treasures here were not as abundant as other forests, people from the immortal domain rarely came here. Of course, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were even more amazed by this. From their point of view, the number of natural treasures in the abandoned immortal forest was already very shocking. At the very least, the upper realm could not compare to it. However, this place that was filled with treasures in their eyes was actually a place that was despised by the celestial realm. How great was the disparity between them. Zhongli Mu, take this shirt as our gift to you. Thank you for introducing so much to us. Bailey Hongzhuang took out a few sets of clothes and handed them to Zhongli Mu. When they first met, she could tell that Zhongli Mu really liked their clothes. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a smile, yes. Thank you very much. Zhongli Mu happily took the clothes. If I wear these clothes in the future, it will be easier to fool the people of the immortal domain. Looking at Zhongli Mu's happy face, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and smiled. This Zhongli Mu was simple and honest, which made people feel close to him. My grandfather said that it's impolite to not return the favor. I can't just accept your gifts. Zhongli Mu stood up, wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Zhongli Mu, there's no need. Bewitching shouted, but Zhongli Mu's speed was obviously faster, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing Zhongli Mu leave, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' faces became more serious. It seems that the Chaos Ring is an entrance that leads us to another world. Bailey Hongzhuang said in a deep voice. This place is called the Immortal Domain, could it be a world stronger than the Upper Realm? Bailey Yanchei's eyes rippled with thoughts. It's very possible. Bewitching nodded. Zhongli Mu's strength is so strong, in the lower realms, he should be a strong person, but here, he has to worry about being captured by the people of the Immortal Domain. It can be seen that his strength should only be ordinary here, or even weak. Following Bewitching's words, everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. If that was really the case, then it was too scary. This kind of strength was too far away from them. Everyone fell into silence. This fact was really hard for them to digest. Bewitching, do you think that the world where Master and the others were blocked is here? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She didn't understand what kind of power could make her master and grandmaster fall into such a situation. There was no such power in the upper realm, not to mention that she was not affected at all after becoming the Holy Maiden. Master said that her true inheritance was in another place, and she also said that she could visit the forest world more often. All of a sudden, she seemed to have understood. Bewitching naturally knew what Bailey Hongzhuang was talking about. After thinking about it, he immediately felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was probably right. It's possible. At the very least, this plane is much stronger than the upper realm. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Bewitching frowned slightly. Why is this entrance in the Chaos Ring? Could it be that the cultivators of the upper realm don't know about the existence of the Immortal Domain? Hearing that, the crowd looked at each other in dismay. They truly did not know about that. Let's think about it when we get back. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. The news they heard today was too shocking, and they needed some time to sort it out. Just as they were talking, Zhongli Mu's figure appeared in the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone. These things are for you. Zhongli Mu took out a bamboo basket from behind his back and handed it to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang peeked into the bamboo basket. Her eyes couldn't help but change. This was because there were many precious heavenly treasures in this bamboo basket. Furthermore, they were all medicinal herbs that were very beneficial to their current cultivation. Zhongli, these things are too precious. We can't accept them. However, Zhongli took out so many treasures for them. How could they accept them? Hearing this, Zhongli smiled and shook his head. These things are useless to me. On the contrary, they can help you guys increase your cultivation. In the abandoned immortal forest, there are many of these things. I usually use these herbs to feed my demonic beast. However, its strength has already surpassed the nebula realm, so it's not very effective for it. Feed his demonic beast. Such precious treasures were actually used to feed his demonic beast. Most importantly, he didn't even want his demonic beast anymore. Everyone looked at each other. One had to know that these materials were incredible treasures in the lower realm. Every single one of them would be fought over by various forces in the lower realm. However, these were actually food that demonic beasts didn't even need. Wasn't the difference a little too big? In an instant, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others thought of the leaders of various forces. They only felt that they no longer had their usual dignity and power. If that's the case, then we'll accept them. Bewitching's smile was a little forced. Now it seemed that their strength couldn't even compare to Zhongli demonic beast. Haha, I hope you guys can come often in the future. I'm usually very bored. Zhongli smile was incomparably bright. This is the first time I've made so many friends of the same age. Bai Liyanche's eyes lit up and suddenly asked, Zhongli, if we come in the future, can you bring us along to cultivate together? Now that they thought about it, it was too dangerous for them to come to the forest world first. After today's understanding, with their strength, they were completely powerless here. If they weren't careful, they could lose their lives. If they had Zhongli with them, it would obviously be much safer. Hearing Bai Liyanche's words, Zhongli nodded slightly. No problem. That's great. Everyone's face was filled with joy. With Zhongli strength and his understanding of this area, they didn't need to search around like headless flies. Then we'll take our leave first. Bewitching cupped his hands and smiled. Right, can I ask you guys for a favor? Zhongli suddenly said before leaving. Speak your mind. I wonder if you have any suitable clothes for my grandfather. My grandfather's birthday is in a few days. I want to give him a gift. Originally, everyone thought it was a big deal, but after hearing this, they all smiled faintly. Bewitching nodded readily. No problem. We'll bring it over tomorrow. Great. Thank you. Looking at Zhongli happy face as he left, Wen Ziran silently looked at the bamboo basket in Bewitching's hand. He probably doesn't know how many clothes these spirit grasses can be exchanged for. Would he still be so happy if he knew? Shangguaninging raised her head and looked at the crowd. After returning to the Chaos Ring, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching made a trip to Emperor Cloud City. The two of them clearly didn't have any clothes that were suitable for Grandpa Zhongli, so they had to make a trip to the cloth store. Previously, I was worried about going back and emptying your family's resource room. Now it seems that I don't need to worry. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled brightly. In her opinion, the abandoned immortal forest was a treasure trove. Bailey Hongzhuang bought some cloth and ready-made clothes from Buzhou. Thinking that Zhongli might be lacking something, she immediately bought some necessities as well. They had been living in the abandoned immortal forest, so they didn't have to worry about cultivation resources, but their necessities might be relatively poor. Beichen, what do you think of the immortal domain? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Currently, I only know that the immortal domain is a stronger plane, but I just figured out a problem. What problem? There must be cultivators from the upper realm who have been to the immortal domain. His eyes were as deep as the sea and filled with wisdom. If these two worlds are completely unrelated, how can the names of the realms be the same? Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and immediately understood. That's right, Zhongli could tell that we were in the nebula realm at a glance. I think this situation is just like the lower realm and upper realm. The truth is in the hands of a small number of people. Bewitching's eyes were deep. This world was far bigger than they imagined. When Master told me those words earlier, I didn't understand, but now I finally understand. Her delicate face was filled with emotions and sadness. She just didn't understand before, but now she understood how her master felt at that time. How powerful were the cultivators in the immortal domain? With her strength, the difference was too great. She didn't know how her master changed his mind in the end, but she would work hard to make the road ahead less scary. Bewitching's heart also sank. This made him think of a problem between them. If the union of the Holy Maiden of Light and the Son of Darkness wasn't obstructed in the upper realm, then the situation might change in the immortal domain. Back then, master and mistress couldn't escape the calamity, so could they? Both of them obviously thought of this, but they tacitly didn't mention it. At least now, they still had time. There was still time to change everything. Just as the two of them were about to leave, a voice called out to them. Young Master D. Their voices were filled with surprise. Several cultivators looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang in front of them and appeared to be extremely happy. Looking at these figures, Bailey Hongzhuang felt a sense of familiarity. She quickly recalled that these people were dark attribute cultivators. You're back from your training? Bewitching asked. Previously, I suffered some injuries while training, so I came back to recuperate. Now that my injuries have recovered, we plan to go back again. Hearing this, Bewitching nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Be careful when you train. Young Master D, don't worry. We won't be discovered. How was your training this time? Bewitching's voice was filled with concern. The idea of establishing the Dark Sacred Assembly had never changed. Huang Futing and the others would be his left and right hands, so he was naturally very concerned. Young Master D, don't worry. Everyone's mercenary mission went very smoothly. Although we encountered some dangers along the way, they all turned the danger into safety in the end. Big Brother Huangfu told us that we will work hard to improve our cultivation and not let young Master D down. Bewitching's lips slowly curled up. He clearly felt that these cultivators were different. That was the light of hope. Because there was hope, his spirit, energy, and spirit had become completely different. Oh right, have you heard of Mo Yunjue during your training? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly asked. Until now, Yunju had not returned. She thought about it and decided that if he went out to train alone, he would definitely be heading towards mountains and rivers. Furthermore, he did not know much about the upper realm, so the mercenary guild was a very good place to go. Not only could he train, but he could also obtain rewards. It would also be very easy to find helpers. Young Madam knows of Mo Yunjue? The man was a little surprised. Mo Yunjue is the most outstanding mercenary in the mercenary guild recently. He has completed many missions that others could not complete. He is now very popular. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and smiled. Indeed, Yunju had gone to the mercenary guild. With his strength, this is also expected. Bewitching smiled faintly. After you go to the mercenary guild, help me pass a message. Tell him that we are back and ask him to come back soon. Yes. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Yunju left, the crowd could not help but whisper. Young Master D and young Madam are very powerful. Even their friends are so powerful. Isn't that so? How famous is Mo Yunjue now in the mercenary guild? Actually, he has only appeared for a few short months. It is really amazing. I feel that there is more and more hope, haha. Bewitching, where did you get so many cultivation resources? Yujue looked at the spirit herbs in the bamboo basket in front of him. His eyes flashed with a strong sense of surprise. The level of these spirit herbs was much higher than the ones in the immortal cloud secret realm. These were all extremely precious treasures. It was really surprising that the two of them suddenly took out so many of them. I got it by chance. Bewitching said perfunctorily, Father, why don't you give these spiritual grasses to the family's alchemists and refine them into pills? Hongzhuang and I have to go into seclusion to cultivate. I'm afraid she won't have much time to refine pills. I'll leave this to Father. Yujue was smart enough to see that there was a little secret between Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, but he didn't ask. No problem, I'll send someone to deliver the spirit grass to the alchemist. These spiritual herbs are very suitable for Nebula Realm cultivators. I'll give them to you when the time comes. Thank you, Father. Bewitching said with a smile, if I get more spiritual herbs in the future, I'll give them to you to fill up the resource room. Then I'll be waiting. Di Yujua's eyes were filled with love. He was also very fond of this little son of his. Only after Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang left, Lin Yinqing said, "These spirit grasses are simply tailor-made for Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang. They are very beneficial to Nebula Realm cultivators. However, these spirit grasses are very hard to come by. I wonder where these two little fellas got them. These two little fellas always have a lot of secrets. No matter where they got them, it's a good thing. I feel that they must have their own ways to improve their strength so quickly." Lin Yinqing smiled faintly. "They are very smart. Moreover, all outstanding cultivators have their own secrets. This proves that they have a great opportunity. I'm really looking forward to their future growth. I believe they will amaze everyone." The next day, Bailey Hongshuang and the rest went to the forest world again. Not long after they appeared, Zhonglimu appeared at the same place as yesterday. "You guys are already here, even earlier than me." Zhonglimu was very happy. "Yes, from today onwards, we will be following you to cultivate." Bailey Hongshuang smiled. "No problem." Zhonglimu smiled and nodded, "But after I brought back the clothes you guys gave me yesterday, my grandfather asked me to bring you guys home to thank you." Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other, their emotions complicated. Zhonglimu had been living in the abandoned immortal forest all these years and did not come into contact with many people, so he was very simple and honest. However, they would not think of Zhonglimu's grandfather in this way. It was probably because of their meeting with Zhonglimu yesterday. After he went back and told his elders about this matter, his elders became suspicious of their existence. If they went today, it might cause a lot of trouble. Zhonglimu's strength was already something they could not deal with, let alone Zhonglimu's grandfather. Killing them would be as easy as killing a grasshopper. Shangguaning Yingying and Wen Xiren naturally thought of this as well. Although they did not have any ill intentions towards Zhonglimu, it was already very difficult for them to explain why they had come here so inexplicably. At that moment, everyone fell into a state of hesitation. If we encounter danger, we might not be able to escape unscathed. Bewitching said in a low voice. "But if we don't go, it will seem like we have a guilty conscience, and it will be impossible to contact Zhonglimu in the future. Without Zhonglimu, it will be very dangerous for us to cultivate here, and it will be very difficult for us to obtain information about the immortal realm." Bailey Hongshuang's brows wrinkled slightly. This really gave them a big problem. It would not be easy to find other simple cultivators like Zhonglimu in the abandoned immortal forest. Most importantly, no matter who they met, they would have to go through this hurdle. When Zhonglimu saw the hesitation of Bailey Hongshuang and the others, he was a little confused. "Are you really not from the abandoned immortal forest?" Zhonglimu found it hard to believe. Yesterday, when his grandfather told him about this matter, he strongly refuted it because everyone was so good, so it was impossible for them to lie to him. However, the hesitation of Bewitching and the others revealed a lot of information. "You really are from the immortal domain." Zhonglimu raised his voice and hurriedly took a few steps back. His expression was no longer as friendly as before, and there was a trace of hostility and vigilance. "What is your purpose in approaching me?" Bailey Hongshuang's group of 6 looked at each other, a trace of helplessness in their eyes. Just as they were about to explain, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. A figure appeared beside Zhonglimu. Although the old man looked old, he was still full of energy and didn't look haggard at all. This was the strongest aura Bailey Hongshuang had felt other than when she first met her master. Under this pressure, even breathing became difficult. "Mu-er, I have taught you many times to not trust others, but you are always like this, how can I not worry?" The moment the old man appeared, Bailey Hongshuang and the others had the thought of running away. Because once they were controlled by the old man, they had no chance to struggle at all. However, the old man's speed was too fast. Even if they wanted to leave, it was too late. Everyone looked at each other. In this situation, there was no other way but to tell the truth. "Senior, we are really not from the immortal domain." Bewitching clasped his hands and bowed. "You still want to deny it?" Zhonglimu said angrily. Yesterday, he had chatted happily with Bewitching's group, treating them as friends. But today, he found out that the other party had deceived him. This feeling of being deceived was like betrayal, which made him even more annoyed, and his words became more and more rude. Zhongli Mu, although we are not from the abandoned immortal forest, we are also not from the immortal domain. Bewitching explained again. However, just as Bewitching was speaking, Zhongli Mu's grandfather's figure flashed and grabbed Bewitching's neck in the blink of an eye, lifting him up. Bewitching did not have time to dodge at all. When he realized what was happening, Zhongli Mu's grandfather had already controlled him. The aura of death instantly enveloped him, bringing with it endless coldness and despair. "Stop!" Bailey Hongzhuang shouted. After seeing the old man's actions, she felt that it was difficult to breathe. It was as if the person who was being held was not Bewitching, but her. "Senior, you should have sensed that we are only in the nebula realm. We are no threat to you. I hope you can listen to our explanation." "Vixen, are you trying to stall for time and make me wait for your people to arrive?" The old man snorted. Clearly, he did not believe Bailey Hongzhuang's words. "Old man, if we were really from the immortal domain, why would we wait until now?" Ling Er said coldly. "Zhongli Mu, we are not lying to you. Can you ask your grandfather to stop and listen to our explanation?" Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Zhongli Mu. Zhongli Mu was their only hope. His grandfather's strength was so terrifying that it made them despair. Only Zhongli Mu could make him stop. Zhongli Mu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's anxious appearance, a trace of hesitation flashing between his brows. "Grandpa, why don't we take them back first and interrogate them later?" The old man looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate their hearts, making it impossible for them to hide. "That's fine too. Let me find out what they're here for." When they returned to Zhongli Mu's residence, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others discovered that it was just a simple wooden house. There were large courtyards around them, where some birds and beasts were kept. There was even a sky-shrouding eagle among them. Presumably, this was the demonic beast that Zhongli Mu had mentioned before, which had more resources than them. They immediately took off the storage rings. The old man carefully inspected them, and after discovering that there was nothing special in them, he frowned slightly. Zhongli Mu also took a closer look. However, when he discovered that there were many clothes and daily necessities that were suitable for him and his grandfather, his expression softened slightly. It seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others really did prepare a lot of things for him after they left yesterday. "We really just wanted to get to know you as a friend." Xiran sighed. Sure enough, they were too naive. They thought that after getting to know Zhongli Mu, they would be able to gain a foothold here and use the spiritual energy here to raise their cultivation. Who would have thought that they would lure Zhongli Mu's grandfather out, and now they were being controlled and unable to move? Bewitching's mind was filled with countless thoughts. He forced himself to calm down. Right now, everyone's lives could be decided with a single thought. If they were wrong, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhongli Xiaoran looked at Bewitching's constantly changing eyes. His old voice was filled with endless majesty. "I'll only give you one chance to speak the truth. If you don't, then you can leave your little lives here forever." Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were shocked. Zhongli Xiaoran was like a Buddha in front of him. His heavy aura suppressed them, causing them to be unable to lie. What kind of strength was this? He was just an abandoned immortal, yet he had such tyrannical strength. The immortal region was truly a terrifying place. With their current strength, they should not even set foot in this place. The slightest carelessness would cause them to lose their little lives. "Senior, we are indeed not from the immortal region. You have seen our rings, so you should be able to tell, right?" Bewitching said in a deep voice, "We only came here by accident. We are not from the immortal region." "Nonsense." Zhongli Mu immediately retorted, "This is the immortal region. How can you not be from the immortal region?" Whether it was the immortal region or the abandoned immortal forest, they both belonged to the immortal region. He simply could not understand what he meant. However, Zhongli Xiaoran's expression changed slightly. "Came here by accident? Nebula realm. You are from the upper realm?" Hearing Zhongli Xiaoran mention the upper realm, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were stunned. Their eyes flashed with deep shock. "Senior, you also know about the upper realm?" Previously, everyone suspected that there was a connection between the upper realm and the immortal region. Now, it seemed that their guess was correct. Cultivators from the upper realm actually came to the abandoned immortal forest by accident. How interesting. Zhongli Xiaoran asked again, then how did you come here by accident? We found a strange entrance in a ruin. As soon as we entered, we were already in this forest. Previously, we thought that this was a small world, so we treated this place as a training ground. It wasn't until we met Zhongli Mu yesterday that we realized that the situation was different from what we thought. Bewitching explained everything, but he did not mention the Chaos Ring. However, what he said was the truth. He only said that the palace in the Chaos Ring was a ruin. After saying all this, Bewitching felt a little worried. He had already tried his best to control his emotions, hoping that he wouldn't be discovered. However, he still didn't have enough confidence to face an expert like Zhongli Xiaoran. Zhongli Xiaoran only looked at Bewitching indifferently. He did not say anything. However, Bewitching was shocked. He felt that all his thoughts had been seen through. He thought that he could hide his skills from the old man, but they were nothing in front of the old man. Just a glance was enough to defeat him. Cultivators from the upper realm accidentally came to the abandoned immortal forest. I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. Zhongli Xiaoran stood up and released his control over Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Zhongli Mu saw this and understood that Bewitching was telling the truth. He was even more confused. Grandfather, what is the upper realm? The upper realm is a lower realm than the immortal domain. When the cultivators there reach a certain level of cultivation, they will ascend to the immortal domain. In the past, many cultivators in the immortal domain came from the upper realm. However, there are fewer and fewer of them now. I didn't expect there to be other places besides the immortal domain. No wonder they are so weak. Zhongli Mu understood and a smile appeared on his face again. As long as you are not from the immortal domain, it's fine. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others listened to Zhongli Xiaoran's words. Although it was only a few simple words, they revealed a lot of information. The connection between the upper realm and the immortal domain was indeed like this. However, he used the word ascend. Could it be that ascending to become an immortal meant that one would become a member of the immortal domain? If that was the case, wouldn't the people of the immortal domain be immortals? Everyone was shocked. This was something they had never thought of before. Senior, are the people of the immortal domain immortals? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. If it was before, she definitely wouldn't have dared to ask Zhongli Xiaoran. However, after Zhongli Xiaoran found out that they were from the upper realm, his attitude changed for the better. Only then did she muster up the courage to ask. What is an immortal? Zhongli Xiaoran chuckled. If someone can do something that mortals can't, then they are immortals. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can do things that mortals can't do. Even if they are immortals, why can't they? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. Zhongli Xiaoran's words made her suddenly understand many things that she couldn't understand before. Indeed, what they could do now was already inconceivable to the ordinary people of the lower realm, let alone the experts of the immortal domain. It was normal to be called an immortal. Xiran and the others were clearly shaken by these words. Even though it was just a simple exchange, it allowed them to understand Zhongli Xiaoran's strength and comprehension. Senior, you said that the cultivators from the upper realm will ascend? Why are there fewer cultivators in the upper realms of the immortal domain? Bewitching asked. After the cultivators from the upper realm ascend, they will go to the crossing immortal domain. Only when they reach the crossing immortal domain will they have the chance to truly ascend to the immortal domain. However, the current celestial realm was already different from before. The people there were arrogant and unruly, and thought highly of themselves. They completely looked down on people from other places. Even people like us who live outside the immortal domain are treated as outsiders by them. What do you think the cultivators of the immortal domain are to them? Zhongli Xiaoran's gaze had an additional trace of ridicule. I came to the abandoned immortal forest because I couldn't stand the ugly faces of those people. Although this place isn't rich and life isn't convenient, it's good to be carefree and not have to face those hypocritical and pretentious fellows. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were immersed in what Zhongli Xiaoran said about the crossing immortal domain. Even though he didn't say it clearly, they understood the meaning behind his words. The cultivators in the immortal domain must be in a difficult situation, perhaps even more difficult than the cultivators in the abandoned immortal forest. At this moment, they suddenly understood why they had not heard much about the immortal domain in the upper realm. If the cultivators in the upper realm were to encounter such a situation after ascending, the number of cultivators who could return to the upper realm would decrease. As time passed, the number of people who ascended would decrease. Is that why Senior said that we are lucky or unlucky to be here? Bailey Hongzhuang sighed and asked. Although there are many dangers in the abandoned immortal forest, the people here are not as powerful as the people in the immortal domain. As long as you are not from the immortal domain, they will not attack you, so don't worry. However, because you are in the abandoned immortal forest, you will not ascend to the immortal domain directly, which means you have lost your identity. Between the two, it is hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Time and fate, luck is hard to predict. Perhaps it is your opportunity to be here. Zhongli Xiaoran's attitude was a lot more peaceful than before, and the pressure of a strong person had long been withdrawn. At this moment, he looked like a kind grandfather next door, but obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would not really treat him as a kind grandfather. This grandpa's strength was too terrifying. Thank you, Senior, for not killing us. Bewitching cupped his hands. He could sense that Zhongli Xiaoran no longer had the killing intent from before. In other words, their lives were saved. Zhongli Xiaoran looked at Bewitching, and a smile appeared on his lips. Well, it's fate that brought us together. This old man no longer cares about these things. With that, Zhongli Xiaoran walked out of the wooden house and sat at the door to boil a pot of tea and leisurely basked in the sun. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This feeling was no different from taking a trip to the gates of hell. Fortunately, they were lucky and did not lose their lives here. At this moment, Zhongli Mu also knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had only befriended him for no other purpose. He was a little embarrassed in his heart. He scratched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. I seem to have been too arbitrary before, I'm really sorry. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. From Zhongli Mu's point of view, this was understandable. Zhongli Mu, you don't have to apologize. Actually, we did hide something from you. Bewitching slowly said. Even though they weren't from the immortal domain, they weren't from the abandoned immortal forest either. So, you don't want to be friends with me anymore? Zhongli Mu was a little dejected. I didn't want to target you guys, but when I thought about how you guys are from the immortal domain and how you guys lied to me, I couldn't control my emotions. Grandpa said that the people of the immortal domain are very cunning. After they capture us, they will bully us. That's how my friends lost their lives. Zhongli Mu, we can understand you. Actually, we are also very sorry. Bailey Hongzhuang said apologetically, if you don't mind, how about we continue to be friends? If they guessed correctly, this Zhongli Mu was younger than them. Adding on the fact that he had always lived here and rarely interacted with outsiders, his personality was also very straightforward. Actually, if they really made friends with someone like this, there was no need to worry. He was someone who was truly trustworthy. Everyone smiled and nodded, of course we're willing. Outside the house, the old man who was drinking tea slowly smiled, then squinted his eyes and lazily basked in the sun. After their identities were exposed, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. At least they didn't have to worry about their identities being exposed. At the same time, they also understood that Zhongli Xiaoran saw that they weren't telling the truth, but it was obvious that Zhongli Xiaoran didn't care. Zhongli Mu, these are the things that you asked us to bring. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the clothes to Zhongli Mu. Other than that, I thought that you guys would definitely lack some daily necessities, so I prepared some based on the situation. I hope that they'll be useful to you. Bailey Hongzhuang took out the things from the storage ring and handed them to Zhongli Mu. Zhongli Mu looked at the many things in front of him and felt even more embarrassed. Previously, when he checked the storage ring, he had already discovered these things. Now that he knew that everything was prepared for him, he couldn't help but feel touched. Thank you so much, these things are really useful to us. Zhongli Mu smiled, you guys don't know, because the abandoned immortal forest is very far from the city, it's very difficult to exchange for things normally. These things are what we lack the most. If other people know that we have these things, they'll definitely be envious. With that, Zhongli Mu turned to the outside of the house and shouted, Grandpa, we have seasoning now. Then I'll leave today's meal to you. Zhongli Xiaoran lazily said. Zhongli Mu smiled and nodded, no problem. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked at each other. Grandfather, this is really our grandfather. Why don't you guys rest for a while? I'll go hunt some wild animals, as an apology. Zhongli Mu smiled. No need. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, why don't we go with you? That's good too. Following behind Zhongli Mu, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest also witnessed his true strength. Previously, when they were dealing with the demonic beasts in the forest world, it was very exhausting. They had to use all of their skills to deal with the stronger demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were like chickens and ducks in front of Zhongli Mu. They were easily killed. The disparity was so great that it made everyone sigh. Zhongli Mu noticed everyone's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, my strength is nothing compared to grandfather's. You don't have to worry. As long as you work hard, your cultivation will increase very quickly. Zhongli Mu, let's train together with you in the future. The cultivation resources of our lower realms are not comparable to the immortal realms. Moreover, your strength is so strong, I believe our cultivation speed will be faster. No problem. Grandpa has already agreed. Zhongli Mu laughed heartily, I've been cultivating by myself all this time, and I've been bored to death. You guys can keep me company. I can't teach you how to cultivate, but I can tell you my previous cultivation method. Maybe it will be helpful to you. Thank you very much. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's eyes lit up. Zhongli Xiaoran looked like an expert, which was why Zhongli Mu had such strength at such a young age. Since Zhongli Mu taught them this method, they naturally benefited a lot. Zhongli Mu, let us prepare today's meal. Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying looked at each other. Clearly, they were very good at this kind of thing. Although they had only met once today, they would have to trouble Zhongli Mu and Zhongli Xiaoran in the future. Naturally, they had to perform well. According to their guesses, Zhongli Xiaoran was an expert. There were too many things they didn't know about the immortal realm. They might have to trouble him in the future. Hearing this, Zhongli Mu was slightly stunned. He waved his hand and said, no need. You are the guests. How can I let you prepare? No need to be polite. These are all small things. We are very good at it. Xiran nodded, women are the best at this kind of delicate work. As he spoke, when Xiran pulled Zhongli Mu to the side and gave Shang Guanying a look. Whether or not they could please Zhongli Xiaoran would depend on their skills. Ling Er stood at the side with her arms crossed. This kind of thing, she obviously wasn't good at it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ling Er, who was standing on the side. She couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Ling Er, you should also rest and wait for us. Ling Er nodded when she heard this. She felt that she was in the way, so she walked to the other side. Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying didn't usually cook, but their skills were still there. Very quickly, the demonic beast meat was turned into a dish. A rich aroma slowly spread out and reached the tip of everyone's nose. Everyone was immediately attracted. It smells so good. Zhongli Mu's eyes lit up. His young face was filled with joy and anticipation. This is much better than what I usually cook. Hong Zhuang and Ying are very good at cooking. You will know when you try it later. I am already looking forward to it. Zhongli Mu was very happy. Grandpa always thinks that my cooking is not good enough. Then how is your grandpa's cooking? Xiran asked curiously. Zhongli Mu thought for a moment and said, ever since I learned how to cook, my grandpa never cooked again. I have forgotten how good he is, but I don't think he is better than me. Seeing this, Bewitching and the others immediately thought of Zhongli Mu, who started cooking at a young age, and Zhongli Xiaoran, who was peacefully sunbathing outside. I suddenly feel that my old man is very good to me. Xiran said. Bewitching nodded, my master too. My sister too. Bai Liyan said. As the dishes were prepared, Bailey Hongzhuang called out to the door, Senior Zhongli, it's time for lunch. Creak. A sound came from the chair at the door. Apparently, it had been used for a long time and had fallen into disrepair. Just as Zhongli Xiaoran was about to enter, several voices suddenly came from outside the door. Old Zhong, what did your family do this afternoon? Why is it so fragrant? Zhongli Xiaoran looked at the few familiar old men outside and rolled his eyes with a look of disdain. Your noses are really good. You can smell it so quickly. An old man of similar age walked to Zhongli Xiaoran's side and sat down. In any case, we have been neighbors for many years. You actually didn't invite us to taste the delicious food you made. Zhongli, old man, you are really stingy. I knew that old man Zhongli wouldn't be so stingy. He knew that we would definitely come, so he didn't bother to call us. The gray-robed elder was full of smiles, as if he had already seen through Zhongli Xiaoran and completely ignored his own familiarity. Old man, I think that your words are quite reasonable. The only old woman smiled and nodded. I can tell that Muir didn't make today's food just by smelling it. I'm so hungry, let me have a taste. Old woman Hua, you're too anxious. Hua Shukong shook his head, his expression filled with disdain. Hearing that, old woman Hua sneered. When I went out just now, I saw someone run out without even closing the door. I wonder who it is. Cough cough. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest heard the sound coming from outside the house. They couldn't help but look at each other, their faces filled with worry. Although Senior Zhongli had already accepted their existence, it didn't mean that the others in the abandoned immortal forest were willing to accept them as well. If they weren't willing, then wouldn't it be very dangerous for them to stay here? It was just that they were blind and couldn't run away even if they wanted to. This feeling of resignation was really helpless to the extreme. Most importantly, they would rather die than let these people discover the secret of the Chaos Ring. Otherwise, once these people went to the upper realm, they would turn the world upside down. At the very least, most of the cultivators in the upper realm wouldn't be their match. It would definitely cause a catastrophe. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but clench their fists. Bailey Hongzhuang's palms were sweaty. She couldn't help but worry in her heart, but her expression was unusually calm as she looked outside the house. They had no other choice but to wait. Zhongli Mu seemed to have felt Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's nervousness. He immediately said, Old woman Hua and the rest are very good. You don't have to worry. I hope so. Xiren's expression was somewhat stiff. To Zhongli Mu, these were all amiable grandparents. However, to them, these were all terrifyingly strong cultivators. Just as everyone was feeling nervous, Zhongli Xiaoran and the three old men walked in together. When Granny Hua saw Bailey Hongzhuang, she immediately took a step forward. Her eyes were filled with amazement. What a beautiful girl. In the blink of an eye, old lady Hua had already circled around Bailey Hongzhuang, sizing her up thoroughly. Bailey Hongzhuang's body was a little stiff. Under the other party's gaze, the feeling of being unable to hide came again. As expected, this old lady Hua's strength was not any weaker than Zhongli Xiaoran. Old lady Hua then looked at Linger and Shangguaning. There are quite a few pretty girls here. It's rare to see such pretty young people in the abandoned immortal forest. Old lady Hua, these young men are also very handsome. Old man you used to talk about how handsome you were when you were young. In my opinion, you can't compare to these youngsters. Nonsense. Yu Hong's expression turned serious. His gaze swept across Bewitching and the other two and said, these two young men have the same demeanor as me when I was young. Haha, old you've been exposed, haven't you? Old lady Hua guffawed. Yu Hong paused, his gaze landing on Xiren. Old Hua, tell me the truth. Was I better looking than this kid back then? Xiren stared blankly at Yu Hong, who was standing beside him with a serious expression on his face. His heart was about to break down. So, was he being despised? Although he knew that his looks couldn't compare to Beichin and Yan Che, he was still considered handsome and dashing among men, wasn't he? Why are you looking at me with such disdain? Most importantly, looking at the old man with a face full of wrinkles beside him, his heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness, but he couldn't say anything. Who asked the old man to be so strong? Pfft, Shangguaning couldn't help but laugh out loud. She almost laughed out loud, but immediately held it in. Xiren looked again and realized that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were all twitching their lips. They were clearly trying hard to hold back their laughter. However, judging from the way their lips were twitching, they probably couldn't hold it in any longer. Xiren was speechless. He only hated that Ao Lingxiao hadn't returned from the Ao family. He couldn't bear all of this alone. Old you, you're already so old, but you're still not convinced. Look at the young man beside you. He can't even be bothered to compare himself with you. Old Lady Hua rolled her eyes. Yu Hong turned his head to look at Wen Xiren and asked, "Am I wrong?" Xiren shook his head bitterly. "No, you're right." Yu Hong patted Xiren's shoulder in satisfaction. "You're a promising child. I have high hopes for you." "Thank you, Senior." Old Lady Hua didn't pay any more attention to Yu Hong. Her attention was already on the delicious dishes on the table. "Io, this old lady really has an appetite after seeing this dish. Let me have a taste." Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly handed over a pair of chopsticks. Old Lady Hua glanced at her, her eyes filled with satisfaction. After tasting it, Old Lady Hua's eyes lit up. She said, "This taste is really good. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time." Yu Hong and Hu Shukong couldn't help but start tasting the food when they saw that Old Lady Hua had already started eating. Once he tasted it, his expression immediately became the same as Old Lady Hua's. He began to eat heartily without any hesitation. Zhongli Xiaoran looked at the three fellows in front of him who were acting familiar with him and said helplessly, "Don't you have any awareness as guests?" "Woo-woo," he was answered by the sound of chewing. "Can you guys listen to me first?" "Woo-woo," what answered him was still the sound of chewing, but this time, there was a shake of the head. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others saw this scene, they immediately felt that these seniors in front of them were very interesting. Obviously, they were not just familiar with each other, which was why they were so unscrupulous. When Zhongli Xiaoran saw that these fellows were not polite at all, he did not say anything else and directly picked up the bowl and chopsticks. If he didn't start eating, he was afraid that there would only be empty plates left. "Don't just watch, let's eat together." Halfway through the meal, Zhongli Xiaoran remembered Bailey Hongzhuang and the others and immediately said. Bewitching looked at the plate with only 2 vegetables left. He shook his head and said, "Senior, we're not hungry. You guys can eat." As he spoke, Yu Hong reached for the remaining 2 stalks of vegetables. The flour blocked his chopsticks. "You're going to get fat if you continue eating. Stop eating. Look at what you're saying. This old man consumes a lot of energy. How can I get fat?" "You, on the other hand, as a woman, you're going to get fat. You two care so much about each other. You can't get fat. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Let me take care of it." Hu Shukong laughed out loud and added more chopsticks. Clap clap. The sound of chopsticks colliding could be heard. It was just a collision between chopsticks, but Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest could feel the terrifying force of the collision. Logically speaking, chopsticks shouldn't be able to withstand such force, but they did. It wasn't because the chopsticks were abnormally strong, but because the other party controlled his strength very well. That was why they could withstand all of this. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 6 was secretly frightened. Don't look at the scene of this senior who looked like an ordinary person, but his strength was really terrifying. However, just as the 3 of them were fighting with their chopsticks, Zhongli Xiaoran picked up the plate and put the remaining 2 vegetables into his bowl. Then, he put it into his mouth at lightning speed. Gooji gooji. The chewing sound stunned the 3 of them, and their faces darkened. Facing Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's stunned expressions, Zhongli Mu smiled and shrugged. "Grandpa and the rest are usually like this. You'll get used to it when you see more of them. Haha, old people don't have many hobbies. They're just more interested in eating." Hu Shukong chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest nodded slightly. Although the scene in front of them was simple, none of them dared to look down on it. What good culinary skills. Who made the dishes today? Granny Hua put down her bowl and chopsticks and smiled at Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. "Granny Hua, today's meal was made by Hongzhuang and Ying. Zhongli Mu replied with a smile. Old Lady Hua's gaze also landed on Bailey Hongzhuang and Shangguan Ying. She nodded her head in satisfaction. Excellent craftsmanship indeed. No wonder you're so clever with your hands. You must come here often in the future. Not bad. Cook more, Yu Hong said with a smile. As long as Senior likes it, I will make it often. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Zhongli Xiaoran glanced at Hua Er and the other two and said casually, "Aren't you going to ask about their identities?" As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were all nervous. They had finally asked the most important question. However, the situation did not happen as they had feared. Hua Er waved her hand and said indifferently, "Since they can even pass you, what else do we have to worry about? You're protecting your grandson. If his background was unknown, you would have dealt with him long ago. Why would you wait until now?" Yu Hong rolled his eyes. "Don't try to frame me with such things." Zhongli Xiaoran glanced at the three and said, "Since you don't want to ask any more questions, why are you still here after the meal? Don't tell me you feel embarrassed and want to help me wash the dishes?" "Old man Zhongli, what are you saying? If we really help you wash the dishes, wouldn't we be treating you like outsiders?" The three of them immediately stood up, as if it was a matter of course, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. Although Zhongli Xiaoran had said so, it was obvious that Yu Hong and the other two did not take his words to heart. "Let's go first. This old man is still the same as before. He doesn't even know how to give us some face in front of the younger generation." Hua Shukong shook his head and sighed as he took a few steps towards the door. All right, let's go." Hua nodded and turned her gaze towards the kitchen. "Speaking of which, you have quite a lot of good stuff here. Why don't you share some with me?" Hua took a few steps back and her gaze landed on the seasonings on the table. She did not look away. In the abandoned immortal forest, they did not have to worry about food. However, there were simply too few seasonings. Although some of the herbs had some flavor, it was still lacking. Normally, it would be difficult to get seasonings. Furthermore, they were not willing to move their feet to the town outside the abandoned immortal forest. Hence, it was extremely rare for them to get seasonings. "That's right. Why don't you share some with us too?" Yu Hong smiled. "I'll treat you guys to some food next time." "Put it down." Zhongli Xiaoran's firm voice rang out. "In your dreams. These are all mine. Don't even think about taking a single jar away." Tisk tsk. Old Lady Hua shook her head ruefully. However, she still put down the jar of seasonings in her hand. "I knew that you would still be so stingy. I treated you to lunch and you still have the nerve to talk about me like that." Zhongli Xiaoran frowned and turned his gaze towards Zhongli Mu. "Mu, now you know why I told you not to be a good person?" "You can't say that." Hua Shukong smiled. "Don't we still treat you as one of us?" Hua ignored Zhongli Xiaoran and looked towards Bailey Hongzhuang. "Little girl, did you bring these?" Bailey Hongzhuang heard and looked towards Zhongli Xiaoran. They still had to rely on him. Hua noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze and said, "Why are you looking at this old man? Needless to say, I know that it's impossible for him to have these. If it's not you, who else could it be?" Bailey Hongzhuang maintained a smile on her face. Although these seniors were quarreling and seemed to be very close, as an outsider, she really couldn't speak rashly. If she offended anyone, the consequences wouldn't be a joke. "How about this? I can see that your cultivation is only at the nebula realm. You still need to improve your strength." The flower looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a loving smile on her face. "As long as you cook for me every day, I'll teach you some skills. How about it?" Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Although she did not know the true strength of this granny, she could tell that she was a terrifying existence from the fight between the chopsticks. If such an expert was willing to give him pointers, he would definitely be able to improve by quite a bit. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bewitching and the others' eyes also lit up when they heard this. This was really good news. However, Bailey Hongzhuang still didn't agree immediately. Her gaze was still on Zhongli Xiaoran. Zhongli Xiaoran said, "Old woman Hua, you are really getting better at doing business. It wasn't easy for me to find a girl who can cook, and you want to kidnap her with just a few words?" Zhongli Xiaoran did not miss the anticipation in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. He paused and said, "You do need to improve your strength. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to survive in the abandoned immortal forest. Old Lady Hua is quite capable. It would be good for you to learn some skills from her." Bailey Hongzhuang was overjoyed when she heard Zhongli Xiaoran's words. She quickly cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Senior Zhongli, thank you, Senior Hua." "You're welcome." Hua Hua waved her hand, "It's a deal between us. You help me cook and I guide you in your cultivation. It's very fair. There's no need to thank me. Cooking is just a small matter. Thank you for your guidance." Hua Hua looked at Bailey Hongshuang's humble and courteous manner. The satisfaction in her eyes deepened. "You're indeed the girl that I fell in love with at first sight. The more I look at you, the more I like you. Old Lady Hua, what are we going to do now that you've snatched away the girl who can cook?" Yu Hong frowned as if he was upset that he was one step too late and missed such a good opportunity. When Xiren suddenly had an idea, "Senior Yu, why don't you give me some guidance too?" Yu Hong turned to look at Xiren with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I didn't know that you could cook." Ahem. Xiren coughed awkwardly and placed his hands on Shang Guanyin shoulders. "Senior, I don't know how to cook but my wife does." Shang Guanyin glanced at Xiren. When she heard Xiren's first sentence, she already knew what he was up to. "I see." Yu Hong nodded in satisfaction. "That's not bad. I'll consider it." When Xiren chuckled. It was not easy to get guidance from such a strong person. If it was any other day, he might not succeed even if he sharpened his brain. Now, all he had to do was help cook. Even if he had to learn how to cook, it would be worth it. Hu Shukong's eyes fell on Bewitching, by Li Yanche, and Linger. "Do any of you know how to cook?" The three of them looked at each other and shook their heads. They had never thought that cooking was so important. Seeing this, Hu Shukong looked helpless. "Old man Hua, it looks like you have no chance." Yu Hong looked smug. "Grandpa Hua, Hong Zhuang is Beichen's wife." Zhongli Mu pointed at Bailey Hongzhuang. Hu Shukong looked back and forth between Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, and finally his eyes fell on Hua Hua. "Old Lady Hua, since the two of them are a couple, why don't we make do with each other during the meal?" As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at Hua Hua with hope. What happened today was really a pleasant surprise for them. They didn't expect to gain so much after revealing everything. Obviously, as long as Hua Hua agreed, Hu Shukong was willing to teach Di Beichen. Whether it was in terms of attribute power or martial techniques, they needed to improve. Even if it was just simple guidance, they would benefit greatly. Hua Hua looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and nodded with a smile. "All right then. Grandpa, Grandma Hua and the rest have already arranged everything. What should we do?" Zhongli Xiaoran looked at Zhongli Mu's anxious look and turned his gaze to the flower. "Old Lady Hua, didn't you close the mountain? Why are you taking in disciples?" The flower raised her eyebrows. "This kind of standard naturally varies from person to person. Have you seen such a beautiful girl before?" Zhongli Xiaoran looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and fell into silence. "Master, I realized that there are many benefits to being beautiful." Xiao Hei's face was full of joy. Her master was already as beautiful as a fairy, but she didn't expect to have such an unexpected reward today. Bailey Hongzhuang also didn't expect this, but she could feel that Granny Hua was looking at her with a kind gaze. Thinking about it, Granny Hua must have been a beauty when she was young. Zhongli Mu saw that his own grandfather was defeated and felt even more helpless. It seemed that there was no hope of snatching Hong Zhuang and the rest back. Thinking about today's meal and what he usually ate, his gaze dimmed. This was really despairing. "Little girl, tell Granny, what is your name?" "Senior, Junior is Bailey Hongzhuang." "No need to be so polite, just call me Granny Hua from now on." "Yes, Granny Hua." "Come, Granny will bring you to my house to familiarize yourself." With that, the flower brought Bailey Hongzhuang outside. Di Beichen and the rest also walked out. Yu Hong and Hu Shukong also brought Wen Xiren and Xiao Hei out. In a moment, the unusually lively house suddenly quietened down. Zhongli Mu's face was dejected. "We won't be able to eat such delicious food in the future." Zhongli Xiaoran patted Zhongli Mu's head and said, "Silly child, we can go and freeload." "Freeload?" Zhongli Mu was stunned and looked at Zhongli Xiaoran suspiciously. "Grandfather, didn't you say not to be too familiar with people?" When Granny Hua and the rest came, he clearly heard his grandfather say that. Cough cough. Zhongli Xiaoran coughed lightly and earnestly said, "Mu'er, we are not too familiar with people. We are already very familiar with each other." Grandpa, is that really the case? Zhongli was a little doubtful. He didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong. Zhongli nodded. Of course, think about it, aren't you very familiar with Granny Hua and the others? Zhongli thought for a moment. That does seem to be the case. That's right. Zhongli Xiaoran heaved a sigh of relief. It was getting harder and harder to deceive children as they grew up. After going to Granny Hua's residence, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that this place was actually very close to Zhongli Mu's residence. It was only because of the trees that they did not notice before. Now that they knew the location, they realized that it was very close. The residences in the abandoned immortal forest were all simple wooden houses. Even though they looked very crude, they had a different kind of elegance. In the following days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others began to divide the work. The men were responsible for hunting while the women were responsible for cooking. If it was on a normal day, this kind of life obviously did not belong to them. However, it was this simple life that made them very happy. Ling do you want to learn too? Shang Guaninging looked at Ling who was still standing at the side and asked with a smile. Ling frowned and shook her head. I'm not good at such delicate work. Ling if you're interested, you can learn from them. These seniors are all very powerful. Being able to get their pointers is something that many cultivators yearn for. You've been stuck in the nebula realm for a while now. Breaking through is so difficult. Maybe they'll be your light. Bailey Hongzhuang was deep in thought. Although she didn't know what realm it was after breaking through the nebula realm, Ling cultivation talent was so outstanding. Logically speaking, she should have broken through long ago. However, there hadn't been any movement recently. It was a bit strange. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Ling also fell silent. Shang Guaningying's face was full of joy. That's right. Now is a good time to curry favor with the seniors. You can learn to cook, and once you do, you can even help Xianxia. Help Xianxia? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Shang Guaningying nodded. Isn't that right? Naturally, isn't it because he's relying on me to get guidance? Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling both understood. However, does this count as you being sold by Xiran and helping him count the money? I'm not helping that guy. Ling turned her gaze. She was unhappy at the mention of Bailey Xianxia. If you're not helping him, just treat it as helping yourself. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Whether it was Ling or Xianxia, they were both arrogant. She couldn't do anything about it. In the beginning, Granny Hua and the others didn't give much guidance. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were very happy cooking. In their opinion, this should be the seniors' test for them. Hua and the others were like otherworldly experts in their eyes. Naturally, they couldn't teach them everything easily. However, as long as they got familiar with them, there was always hope. Of course, during this process, Zhongli Xiaoran didn't hesitate to bring Zhongli Mu to freeload. Old man Zhongli, didn't you say that people shouldn't be so friendly? You're actually here to freeload today? Granny Hua crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Zhongli Xiaoran with burning eyes. It was as if she was waiting to watch a good show. Cough cough. Zhongli Xiaoran coughed. Zhongli Mu immediately understood and said with a smile, Granny, we're not making friends. We're already very close. Hearing this, Hua couldn't help but laugh. She patted Zhongli Mu's head and said, Mu'er, you're right. Saying that, the flower quietly looked at Zhongli Xiaoran, old man, you're even using Mu'er now. Mu'er is my grandson. Zhongli Xiaoran had a calm expression as he didn't feel that there was any problem. It was another fine day. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had already stayed in the abandoned immortal forest for a few days. In these few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and Granny Hua had become much more familiar with each other. She loved and respected her mother-in-law from the bottom of her heart. Granny Hua was very cute. She didn't care about trifles and her words revealed an indescribable carefreeness. Granny Hua, Ling has been stuck at Star Cloud level 9 for a while now. Why hasn't she broken through yet? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Ling also looked at Hua She was also very confused about this point. Hua looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and then looked at Ling who was looking forward to it. She lazily laid on the rocking chair and closed her eyes. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling Er looked at each other and were about to leave helplessly. However, they suddenly heard Granny Hua's voice. After the nebula level 9 is the Radiant Moon Realm. The Radiant Moon Realm is divided into 3 realms, the Radiant Moon Realm, the Radiant Moon Realm, and the Heavenly Moon Realm. Each realm is also divided into 9 levels. It's extremely difficult to break through from the Nebula Realm to the Radiant Moon Realm. This is a natural process, so remember not to rush things. Quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. The more stable your foundation is before breaking through to the Radiant Moon Realm, the stronger your abilities will be after the breakthrough. As far as I know, some powerhouses have deliberately suppressed the speed of breaking through to the Radiant Moon Realm. When they break through naturally, they are undoubtedly the strongest among their peers. Bailey Hongzhuang listened attentively to Granny Hua's words. Previously, she did not know much about the realms above the Nebula Realm. Although it was just a simple introduction, it gave her a clear outline in her mind. As for suppressing the speed of breaking through, she had heard of such situations before. However, after listening to Granny Hua's explanation, she was even more clear about the effects of success. No wonder there's such a huge difference in abilities between cultivators of the same level. The foundation is the most important. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. She had always known that for cultivators, the foundation was the foundation. Only with a stable foundation could one have more achievements. However, Granny Hua told her that before breaking through to the Radiant Moon Realm, she must try her best to suppress her cultivation. Presumably, the longer she suppressed her cultivation, the more her abilities would increase after breaking through. That's right. Granny Hua nodded. The higher the level of cultivation, the more important the foundation will be. Girl, you have to pay attention to this too. Thank you for your advice, Granny. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped her hands, looking as if she had learned something. As she spoke, Granny Hua's gaze turned to Ling Er. However, your situation is different from what I've described. Ling Er was slightly stunned. Granny Hua continued, the reason why you can't break through to the Radiant Moon Realm is because you were once sealed by an extremely powerful force. If you can't break the seal a little, it'll be very difficult for you to break through. As soon as she said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling Er were shocked. They thought of Bai Yunjiao. Because of some things that had happened back then, he had indeed been sealed. Not only had his strength been sealed, but his memories had also been sealed. In Bai Yunjiao's ruins, Ling Er's seal had been unlocked a little, and she had recovered part of her memories. However, they also understood that she had not fully recovered. They did not think that the increase in her strength was related to the seal. However, the two of them did not expect Granny Hua's eyesight to be so high. They didn't say anything, but Granny Hua could tell that Ling Er had been sealed before. Her eyesight was really amazing. As a member of the Dragon Clan, you became the contracted beast of a cultivator weaker than you. I believe many stories must have happened to you. As for the specifics, I won't ask. The flower's expression was calm, as if what it said was nothing out of the ordinary. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart again. From the beginning to the end, Granny Hua and the other seniors had never mentioned anything about Ling Er's identity. She only thought that Ling Er had hidden herself very well after transforming into her human form, and it would not be easy to see through her true form. Now, it seemed that the seniors had already seen through Ling Er's hidden identity, but they were too lazy to expose it. If you want to break through, it's not impossible. The most important thing is still your own cultivation. Just as I said before, a quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change. When your cultivation is enough to break through to the Radiant Moon Realm, the seal will weaken along with your strength. Perhaps, other than breaking through, you'll gain something else. Granny Hua closed her eyes again as she spoke. I'm going to take an afternoon nap. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling Er bowed and left the room. A quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change. Ling Er mumbled to herself, her eyes filled with thoughts. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ling Er, who was deep in thought and could not help but say, I wonder what happened back then that even your memories had to be sealed. Even Master did not release your seal completely the last time. They were all very confused about this and could not understand why Bai Yunjiao would do this. I believe that the previous Master must have her reasons for doing this. It's just that we can't know about it for now. Ling Er's expression gradually became determined. Since a quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change, as long as I continue to cultivate and increase my origin power, I'll naturally be able to break through the seal. I'll then know what happened back then. Until now, the feeling of having incomplete memories still troubled her greatly. She always felt as if she had lost some very important memories. Most importantly, they were now in the abandoned immortal forest. Although she did not have any memories, she was sure that she had been to this place before. If she could remember everything, she would not be so unfamiliar with the immortal realm. She would also be able to help Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. It would not be like now, where even breaking through to the radiant moon realm was so difficult. Bailey Hongzhuang also understood Ling Er's helplessness and frustration. Her beautiful face lit up with a bright and warm smile, instantly shining into Ling Er's heart, dispelling the darkness and warming it up. Ling Er, we'll find out about everything sooner or later. Don't be anxious. After all, your cultivation is the highest now. Just treat it as waiting for us. Hearing this, Ling Er nodded. That's the only way now. After Bailey Hongzhuang left the house, she found Bewitching and the others. They were all cultivating together with Zhongli Mu. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang appear, everyone's face was filled with joy. Hongzhuang, Granny Hua is already taking an afternoon nap. Bewitching asked aloud. It had been like this for the past few days, and they already knew that Grandma Hua had the habit of taking a lunch break. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, yes, but Grandma Hua told me something before she went to sleep. She immediately repeated what Granny Hua had said earlier, so when we are at Nebula Stage 9, there is no need to rush to break through. Suppressing it a bit more should be beneficial to us in the future. That's right. Back then, before I broke through to the Radiant Moon Realm, I also stopped for a long time. This was what grandfather told me, so I had been suppressing it. However, one day when I was sleeping, I quietly broke through on my own. Zhongli Mu shrugged. After breaking through, I felt that my cultivation was much stronger than before. It didn't feel like it was just a breakthrough. After cultivating with Zhongli Mu, everyone understood how powerful Zhongli Mu was. Senior Zhongli would often guide Zhongli Mu in his cultivation, and he was not stingy in the process. He would occasionally give them a few pointers, which were of great help to them. After staying in the abandoned immortal forest for a few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest returned to the upper realm. I wonder if Yunju has returned. Xiran's expression was filled with longing. The abandoned immortal forest is such a good opportunity for him to improve. It would be a pity if he missed it. That's right. With Yunju's comprehension, he will definitely improve greatly. Bewitching nodded. Hongzhuang and I have already sent people to the mercenary guild to inform him. Logically speaking, he should have heard the news and should be back soon. It would be great if he's back. I think we can stay in the abandoned immortal forest for a while. Speaking of the abandoned immortal forest, Xiran was very happy. Although they often had to hunt and cook there, and did not have as much time to cultivate as usual, their cultivation progress was much faster than before. This was all thanks to Senior's guidance. In addition, the abandoned immortal forest was rich in vitality, which made it very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, everyone's progress was very good. Later, we will tell father and mother that we will be in closed-door cultivation for a while. This way, no one will be suspicious. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching. If they were not going to come out for a long time, it would be better to inform them in advance. No problem. Bewitching replied with a smile. As a cultivator, it was normal for them to go into closed-door cultivation. Even his father often went into closed-door cultivation. Therefore, it would not arouse any suspicion. However, he was also thinking about whether he should tell his father about the abandoned immortal forest. I have to find a chance to ask father if he knows about the existence of the crossing immortal domain. Hearing Bewitching's words, everyone nodded. With the D family's status in the upper realm, it was not impossible for them to come into contact with the crossing immortal domain. Hongzhuang, you've come out of seclusion? Mu Lingbing happened to be near where Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were staying, and her face lit up with joy. Mother. Bailey Hongzhuang was overjoyed and quickly walked over to Mu Lingbing. What are you doing here? I heard that Mo Yunjue had returned today. I thought that you would want to meet up with him, so I came over to take a look. But when I saw that your doors were tightly shut, I didn't want to disturb you. Just as I was about to leave, I saw you open the door. Yunju is back? Everyone's faces lit up. It seemed like their judgment was right. That's right, he just came back. Mu Lingbing nodded with a smile. You can go and see him now. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Bailey Hongzhuang then said, Mother, let's go see him first. We'll go see you later. No problem. Mu Lingbing smiled. After Mu Lingbing returned to her room, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also walked towards Mo Yunjua's room. Just as they expected, they saw a familiar figure at the door. Yunju, you're finally back. Xiran strode forward to Mo Yunjua's side. Mo Yunjua turned around. When he saw the familiar figures, his face lit up with a warm smile. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up Mo Yunjua in front of her. Although they had only been apart for a few months, when she saw him for the first time, she had a completely different feeling. The murderous aura that hit her in the face showed that Mo Yunjua had definitely experienced a baptism of blood during this period of time. Presumably, the mercenary mission he had accepted was not simple, otherwise, there would not be such a strong murderous aura. Yunjua, it seems that you have improved a lot during this period of time. Even if she did not know Mo Yunjua's true cultivation at this moment, just by feeling his aura, she knew that it was not just a little bit stronger than before. Mo Yunjua's usually cold face raised a faint smile that was almost invisible. It's just a few missions in the forest, that's all. I have improved a little. No one ignored Mo Yunjua's words. His cultivation talent was first class, and coupled with the fact that he had never slacked off in his cultivation, even if it was just a short few months, they could imagine that he must have been extremely busy during this period of time, and did not slack off at all. Right, this time at the Mercenary Guild, did you know Huang Futing? Bewitching suddenly asked. Mo Yunjua nodded. When I was at the Mercenary Guild, Huang Futing was also a rather famous mercenary, but we did not have much contact before. It was only when you sent the cultivators to find me that I found out that their relationship with you was not shallow, and that was how I got to know them. Their performance at the Mercenary Guild was not bad? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a trace of expectation. In fact, after getting to know Huang Futing, she felt that this person's ability was extraordinary, but this time, he had led so many darkness attribute cultivators to gain experience, so they could not help but be worried. I know that they are all darkness attribute cultivators, but they hid very well, and no one discovered them. Mo Yunjua's tone became gentler. Moreover, they worked very hard during the missions. I could feel that they worked so hard to improve their strength as quickly as possible. You can rest assured that with their strength, there won't be any problems. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and felt relieved. That's good, then we can rest assured. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang continued, Yunjua, when we returned this time, we handed your letter to the pavilion master of the Shirtian Pavilion. Mo Yunjua paused for a moment, but did not say anything. Bailey Hongzhuang hesitated for a moment. He asked us to take good care of you. When these words were spoken, Mo Yunjua's expression clearly stiffened. He opened his mouth but did not say anything, as if he did not know what to say. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not say anything more. In fact, even if Mo Yunjua had never mentioned it, they could feel that there was something going on between him and the pavilion master of Shirtian Tower. Otherwise, he would not have been unwilling to go back this time. However, since Mo Yunjua was unwilling to say, they would not ask. Hongzhuang, this time, you have brought your relatives to the upper realm, so you can be completely relieved. Mo Yunjua changed the topic, and his expression was no longer stiff and complicated. Yes, I see that they are living quite freely here, so I am relieved. I think father-in-law and mother-in-law would be better off staying here to cultivate. Bewitching smiled, his handsome face becoming even gentler. Although the Bailey family is not bad, the concentration of elemental energy there is not as good as here. What father-in-law and mother-in-law need most now is to raise their levels of cultivation. It would be better for them to stay here for the time being. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. When she saw Mu Lingbing just now, she could acutely sense that the other's aura had increased. It looked like the results of her cultivation in the training room were not bad. Yunjue, now that you're back, we can cultivate together. Bailey Hongzhuang was in high spirits. This time, we've discovered an excellent place to cultivate. I'm sure you'll be able to raise your level faster than the mercenary guild. Mo Yunjue raised his eyebrows, a look of contemplation flashing across his eyes, but he quickly understood. The forest world? That's right. But I guarantee that you won't be able to imagine the changes in the forest world. Wen Xiren kept him in suspense. When we first discovered it, we were all shocked and almost lost our lives. But this time, you've really picked up a bargain. When he said this, Mo Yunjue frowned, his handsome face revealing a hint of nervousness. Could it be that you've encountered a powerful demon beast inside? You won't be able to guess what I've said. You'll know when you go in. Wen Xiren deliberately mystified him. He took a step forward, leaving Mo Yunjue with his back facing him. If you can guess it, I'll give you my precious bottle of wine. If you can't guess it, how about you tell a joke? Wen Xiren turned his head, looking at Mo Yunjue with interest. He and Mo Yunjue had known each other for so long, and this guy had always been as cold as ice. Luckily, they were very familiar with each other, so he did not find it strange. But when he thought of asking Mo Yunjue to tell a joke, he felt that this idea was too interesting. However, what answered him was Mo Yunjue's cold gaze. Mo Yunjue didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiren quietly. As he watched, Xiren could not help but shrug his shoulders and admit defeat. Forget it, I know you're not as interesting as me. Why are you still talking when you know? His voice was as cold as ever. Because Mo Yunjue had just returned, no one disturbed him. They let him have a good rest first, and tomorrow they would go to the forest world to train together. After that, Bailey Hongzhuang went to the cultivation room. Sure enough, everyone was gathered here. From the looks of it, he probably hadn't walked out of the cultivation room for a while. After sensing for a while, they were keenly aware of everyone's progress. Mother, you've already broken through to the starlight mirror? Bailey Hongzhuang was pleasantly surprised. Previously, he had only sensed that Mu Lingbing's strength had increased. Now that he had carefully sensed it, he realized that she had broken through to the starlight mirror. After all, they had only been in the D family for a short period of time. Mu Lingbing smiled and nodded. The elemental energy here is very dense. With the addition of some rare treasures, the speed of improvement is naturally very fast. Bailey Hongzhuang looked carefully. As expected, other than Mu Lingbing, everyone's strength had increased by quite a bit. This cultivation room is really suitable for all of you. Bailey Hongzhuang was delighted. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Noticing the satisfaction on everyone's faces, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt relieved. It seemed that while they were cultivating in seclusion, her mother and grandmother had come by many times and had prepared everything very well. Father, the Bailey family's status in the upper realm is not comparable to the D family. Whether it is cultivation resources or the environment, it is slightly inferior. If you feel comfortable here, why don't you stay here for a while? Bailey Hongzhuang's concerned gaze swept over everyone. Although she felt this was the most suitable place, she still had to ask for everyone's opinion. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay, then smiled and nodded. Hongzhuang, you don't have to worry about us. We are very comfortable here. Lan Yunxia's expression was gentle, his bright black eyes full of affection. He really couldn't help but like such a well-behaved daughter. As a father, he couldn't do anything for his daughter and instead made her worry about him. He also felt guilty. That's right, Hongzhuang, don't worry. Mu Jintz also smiled and said, we usually cultivate and don't have any requirements for the environment. Not to mention that everything here has been arranged so well. Noticing everyone's sincere expressions and that there wasn't the slightest bit of reluctance, Bailey Hongzhuang was completely relieved. Bewitching and I will also be in seclusion for a while. We hope to have a breakthrough in our strength. Perhaps you won't see us for a while. However, if you need anything, you only need to put a note on our door. We will definitely come over as soon as we see it, Bailey Hongzhuang said. No problem, you can all cultivate at ease. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching weren't in a hurry to return to the abandoned immortal forest. Instead, they accompanied their families for dinner and strolled around Emperor Cloud City for a while before returning. Bewitching originally wanted to find his father to ask about the crossing immortal domain, but he didn't expect that Dujue was also in seclusion, so he could only return empty-handed. Father has also been trying to break through to a higher realm recently. I hope he can succeed. Bewitching's eyes were filled with anticipation. Dujue was a very outstanding genius in the upper realm. If it were not for the fact that Bewitching had put more effort into finding him, he would be even more powerful now. Even so, he was no weaker than the Jun family and the Xiao family. On the contrary, he was even more stunning. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. With father's talent, breaking through is only a matter of time. He will definitely succeed. There was still no news from the Xiao family and the Jun family. The Di family had specially sent cultivators to keep an eye on them. As long as there was any news, they would be sent back as soon as possible. The next day, Mo Yunjue followed everyone to the forest world. He was originally very puzzled about the forest world. He did not know what kind of amazing discovery everyone had made, so much so that Xiren had been so mysterious. However, when he saw Zhongli Mu, his expression changed abruptly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. It wasn't just him. Zhongli Mu was also surprised when he saw Mo Yunjue. Beichin, you brought a new friend? Beichin nodded slightly. Yunjue is our good brother. We used to cultivate together, but he was busy a while ago, so he didn't come. Now, I'll introduce him to you. Hello, I'm Zhongli Mu. I'm Mo Yunjue. Mo Yunjue replied, but he could not help but size up Zhongli Mu. Even though it was just a glance, he could feel that this cultivator, who was much younger than them, was much stronger than him. Even though there were many outstanding cultivators in the upper realm, he had never felt such a huge gap between them. Furthermore, Zhongli Mu was so young. It was hard to imagine how talented he was. There's actually someone in the forest world. What's going on? Mo Yunjue secretly transmitted his voice. This was too shocking for him. He could not figure it out for a moment. Noticing the shock on Mo Yunjue's face, Xiren's smile had a hint of pride. He raised his eyebrows and said smugly, "It's rare to see such an expression on your face." I'll reluctantly tell you. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at Xiren's smug look. They could not help but laugh. This guy was always thinking about things that others could not think of. After Xiren told them the whole story, Mo Yunjue was still in disbelief. If he had not received confirmation from Bailey Hongzhuang's people, he would have thought that Xiren had made up a story to deceive him. The immortal region actually exists in this world. Could it be that everyone in the immortal region is an immortal? Immortal. This word had been passed down for a long time. Ever since they heard various stories when they were young, they had always yearned for immortals. They did not expect to come to the immortal region. I've asked this question before, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, then repeated Zhongli Mu's explanation. After hearing all this, Mo Yunjue's eyes were filled with even more shock. This senior is really amazing. In just a few words, he explained everything so simply and casually. Thinking about it carefully, it's true. I was too narrow-minded before. Yunjue, you're too modest. While everyone was talking, Zhongli Mu's figure appeared again. He smiled at everyone and said, "Grandpa, you said that he would teach you sword techniques today. Come with me." Once these words were spoken, everyone's faces lit up with interest. During this period of time, they had been helping the various seniors tidy up. However, it was very rare for him to receive guidance. Who would have thought that Senior Yu would actually say that he would teach them sword techniques today? How could they not be happy? In the upper realm, although they had learned a lot of martial skills, they did not know much about sword techniques. Since Senior Yu had decided to teach them, his actions should not be simple. Yunju, you're so lucky. You can learn the swordsmanship as soon as you come today. Shang Guanyin couldn't help but say with excitement in her eyes. Everyone followed behind Zhongli Mu and quickly rushed forward. Zhongli Mu's speed was as fast as lightning. He shuttled through the forest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In order to keep up with Zhongli Mu's speed, everyone had to use all their skills. However, the former's movement technique was clearly much better than theirs. Even if they used all their strength, the distance between them was constantly widening. After rushing for hundreds of miles, Zhongli Mu's figure finally stopped. When he turned around, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had yet to arrive. Everyone continued forward. They could only hear the sound of flowing water in front of them, but they did not dare to slack off at all. After everyone stopped, their faces were flushed red, and they stood on the spot, gasping for breath. The moist water vapor blew against their faces, bringing a sense of coolness to everyone. Everyone turned around and realized that they had unknowingly arrived at a river. I never thought that there would be such a majestic river in the middle of the abandoned immortal forest. Shang Guanying exclaimed. In her line of sight, the river that was a few hundred feet wide seemed to have divided the entire abandoned immortal forest into two. The river flowed rapidly. Even though they were standing on the river bank, they could feel the speed of the current. It was as if everything would be washed away in the blink of an eye. In front of the river was a majestic waterfall. The waterfall was a few hundred feet tall, as if it was a silver screen. The rumbling sound of the waterfall could be heard continuously. The river flowed down majestically, splashing water droplets that were a few hundred feet high, causing the surrounding air to be moist. This waterfall is so majestic. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the huge waterfall in front of her. She looked extremely small in front of the waterfall. Zhongli Mu, did you bring us here because Senior Yu wants to teach us swordsmanship here? Bewitching turned to look at Zhongli Mu. He felt that there must be a reason for bringing them here. Could it be that the swordsmanship had something to do with the waterfall? Zhongli Mu nodded. That's right. Grandpa, you asked me to bring you here. You are all here. Yu Hong's figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. He looked at Di Beichen and the others, and finally his eyes stopped on Mo Yunjue. Why is there another young man today? Yu Hong frowned. Seeing this, Di Beichen stepped forward and clasped his hands together. Senior Yu, this is Mo Yunjue. He is also our best friend. He was out training earlier, so he came late. I hope you don't mind. But I am only going to teach this swordsmanship to the few of you. I am not going to teach it to everyone. Yu Hong lifted his eyes and placed his hands behind his back. He looked arrogant and looked away, as if he was not willing to teach them. Everyone's hearts tightened when they saw this scene. In fact, they had been worried about these problems before, but they thought that the seniors were easy to talk to and might not care about this. But now, it seemed that the situation was not as simple as they thought. Mo Yunjue's expression changed as well. He could feel that this senior before him was extremely powerful. If he could receive his guidance, he would definitely benefit greatly. However, it was clear that his appearance had displeased this senior, and he was unwilling to implicate everyone because of him. In the next moment, Mo Yunjue also took a step forward and said, Senior, this junior's appearance has disturbed you. I hope that a great person like you will not hold a grudge against this lowly person. I will leave now. Everyone couldn't help but feel anxious as they turned to look at Yu Hong. They really didn't want Mo Yunjue to miss out on such an opportunity. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully sized up Yu Hong. According to her understanding, this Senior Yu was a sentimental person who was usually quite interesting. This matter should have taken a turn for the better. After pondering for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly came up with a plan. Senior Yu, it's indeed our fault for bringing Yunju here so abruptly. But this time, Yunjue also brought a greeting gift. He knows that you like to eat exotic delicacies, so he specially prepared many special dishes. I hope you will like them. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the arrogant Yu Hong's expression suddenly changed. His round eyes widened as he leaned his head forward and asked curiously, Are you telling the truth? Seeing Yu Hong's reaction, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart calmed down. It seemed that her judgment was right. If she wanted to tempt these seniors, she had to use her trump card. Of course. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Di Beichen and the others also smiled, because they knew that the seniors were all foodies, so this time when they went back, they brought a lot of food. Although there were many monsters in the abandoned immortal forest, there were only a few monster groups that were relatively close to each other. There was no doubt that there were fewer of the corresponding species. Emperor Cloud City was different. There were all kinds of food. Last night, they made a special trip to Emperor Cloud City and bought some of the more famous food there, in order to please the seniors. Now, what they needed most was the seniors to guide them in their cultivation. As long as they could please the seniors, it would be easier to achieve their goal. Originally, they wanted to use this trump card at noon, but they didn't expect to use it now. As she spoke, Bailey Hong Zhuang took out a plate of desserts from her Tianquan bag and handed it to Yu Hong. Senior Yu, today you have to guide us in swordsmanship, it's really hard for you. Try this dessert first, if you like it, we will definitely prepare more in the future. Yu Hong took the snacks from Bailey Hong Zhuang and nodded with satisfaction. I was wondering why Granny Hua liked you so much. You're really likable. Thank you for your praise. Bailey Hong Zhuang smiled faintly. She had a good impression of these seniors. Everyone understood that with the strength of these few seniors, they must be stunning figures without compare. However, these seniors deliberately gave them a chance to coax them. Since this kid is already here, let's stay together. Yu Hong took a bite of the snack and said casually, anyway, even if I don't teach you today, you guys will tell him anyway. It's better to stay and cultivate together. That way, he won't say that this old man is stingy. Hearing this, everyone smiled happily. Thank you, Senior Yu. What I want you to do today is very simple. Cut open the waterfall. Yu Hong pointed at the majestic waterfall in front of him and said calmly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Wen Xiren almost choked on his own saliva. Cough, cough. Wen Xiren looked at the majestic waterfall in front of him and said, Senior Yu, are you talking about this waterfall? Yu Hong nodded. Of course it's this waterfall. But Senior, aren't you going to teach us swordsmanship? Shang Guanyin was a little confused. There didn't seem to be an absolute relationship between the two. I want you to use your swords to cut open this waterfall. When you can cut open this waterfall, it will prove that your swordsmanship has improved. Yu Hong did not say much. He carried the snacks and walked towards the wooden house. Everyone looked at each other as they gazed at Yu Hong's back. It was already extremely difficult for them to stand in the middle of such a waterfall without being washed away, let alone cut it apart with a sword. Grandpa Yu has already left. Hurry up and train, don't waste any more time. Zhong Limu laughed. Looking at Zhong Limu's expression, Xiren's lips twitched. Are you sure you're not joking with us? Since Yu Hong had already said so, everyone felt that it was impossible for him to make up something like this just to tease them. Hence, everyone began to move. When Xiren's body moved, directly in front of the waterfall, in the middle of the river. There was no place to stand in the middle of the river, so he could only cover his feet with elemental energy and control his body to stand on the water surface. When Xiren held a sharp sword in his hand and was about to slash forward when a sudden wave came from the rushing river, washing him far away. Ah, when Xiren shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of the rushing river. When Xiren only managed to climb out of the river when he reached the downstream. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other in dismay. In front of such a terrifying nature, their strength paled in comparison. Most importantly, standing on the water surface was already unstable, and they would face the pressure of the rushing river at any time. It was simply too difficult to do this. However, none of them chose to give up. One by one, they rushed to the middle of the river and began to try. However, although it was beautiful to imagine, it was extremely difficult to put it into practice. If they were not careful, they would follow in Xiren's footsteps. Ouch! Voices rang out one after another. In a short period of time, everyone's clothes were drenched in sweat. When Xiren walked out of the river again, he could not help but look at Zhong Limu and ask, Are you sure Senior Yu is not joking with us? Zhong Limu shook his head, Of course not. I used to train like this too. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Zhong Limu curiously, You used to train like this too? Then did you succeed? Of course. Zhong Limu nodded matter-of-factly, but it was Grandpa who allowed me to train here. At that time, he told me to train here non-stop. If I did not succeed, I was not allowed to learn anything else. When I first started, I was like all of you. I was often washed downstream by the rushing river. However, after a long time, I gained some experience and slowly got better. So, you can cut this waterfall in half? Everyone's eyes lit up. The waterfall in front of them was so shocking. Even if they used all their skills, they could only form a crack that was 100 meters long on the waterfall, which would disappear very quickly. If they wanted to cut the entire waterfall in two, the difference was too great. Sure. Zhongli took a step forward. Since you don't believe me, I'll show you. Seeing this, everyone walked to the riverbank and looked at Zhongli expectantly. Zhongli figure flashed and landed in the middle of the riverbank. He ignored the rushing water as his gaze landed on the magnificent waterfall in front of him. In the next moment, he raised the sharp sword in his hand. The origin energy in his body gushed out, and a terrifying aura instantly expanded. Then, he slashed forward with his sword. It was an indomitable sword, as if it was the sharpest weapon in the world. It cut through the air, space, and everything. At this moment, no one was in the mood to pay attention to the pain because the scene before their eyes was simply too shocking. The mighty waterfall that seemed capable of washing away everything was suddenly split into two distinct waterfalls by a beam of golden sword chi. This ray of sword energy was incomparably sharp. Not only did it cut the waterfall in half, it also cut through space itself. Most importantly, even though Zhongli had already put away his sword, the waterfall did not immediately close up. Instead, it paused for a few seconds before merging back together. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with amazement. Even though it was only a few seconds, in reality, against a waterfall like this, it was extremely difficult to stay even a second longer. Previously, when they tried to cut through the waterfall, they only managed to create a small crack. In the blink of an eye, the crack disappeared as if it was never there. In comparison, the difference was obvious. Xiran stared blankly at the scene before him. He no longer thought that Senior Yu was joking with them. If they could really learn this move, then it would be incredible. At least, based on the people they had met so far, there were not many who could withstand this move. Zhongli, this move of yours is too powerful. Shangguaninging could not help but exclaim. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and her delicate face was full of admiration. Zhongli scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. His young and inexperienced face was filled with shyness. This move of mine is actually nothing. You guys haven't seen Grandpa Yu's move. It's much stronger than mine. Regarding this, no one doubted it. Even though Grandpa Yu had never made a move and looked like an ordinary old man, they all knew very well that once this old man made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Zhongli, now we are all confident. Bewitching smiled faintly. His deep and charming eyes were full of confidence. As long as there was something to gain, no matter how difficult the process was, they could persevere. Not only Bewitching, but everyone else's heart was ignited with hope. As long as they could learn this move, their fighting abilities would greatly increase. For a moment, no one doubted this sword training method anymore. One by one, they rushed to the center of the river and began to practice facing the waterfall. Facing this river that was hundreds of meters wide, even if everyone stood side by side in the middle of the river, they still seemed extremely small. As he swung his sword again and again, his attribute power continued to surge out and infuse into the sword. However, compared to the river, the sword chi that he swung out was undoubtedly extremely small. The river was turbulent, and waves came one after another. Just maintaining balance and standing on the surface of the river was already difficult enough, let alone swinging a sword. The moment he swung his sword, balance was the most difficult to grasp. If he was not careful, he would be swept away by the waves. Ah! A familiar voice rang out, but it was drowned out by the river in an instant. Plop, plop. The sound of things falling into the water continued to ring out. Even under the sun, everyone's clothes were still wet. After failing again and again, the crowd came up from the bottom of the river again and again. Unlike their previous helplessness, no matter how many times they failed, the faith in their eyes never wavered. Again and again, he tried again and again, trying again and again. Although the sword chi of the people in front of him could not be compared to his own, he could tell from the burning flames in their eyes that they were determined and serious. His grandfather had said that Beichen and the others were talented in cultivation, but their environment was different from his. Their cultivation resources were not as good as his, so their strength was not as good as his. He had been cultivating with his grandfather since he was young. Granny Hua would often refine pills for him, and he had almost never stopped taking medicinal baths. If Beichen and the others were in such an environment, their strength would probably not be weaker than his. When Ziren walked up from the bottom of the river again, his steps were no longer as steady and fast as before. His delicate and elegant face showed unconcealable tiredness, and he could not help but pant as he walked, and he was holding a fish in his hand. When I fell down just now, I hit a fish and it seemed to have fainted. I think we can make a fish dish tonight. Ziren raised the fish in his hand, and a bright smile appeared on his face again. After seeing Ziren's funny look, the others, who were also tired, could not help but chuckle. Good idea. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, and a playful and mischievous smile appeared on her exquisite face. She was like a forest elf, extremely cute. Ziren, how big is your body to be able to knock this fish out? Why didn't I do the same? Shang Guanying scolded with a smile, but the smile in her eyes could not be stopped. I think this fish must have seen me working too hard, so it fainted on purpose. Reward me well. Ziren said proudly. Everyone looked at each other. This guy was as thick-skinned as ever. Why don't we catch a fish if one of us falls down? How about it? Ziren looked interested. Although this river is wide and rapid, the water is clear. The fish should taste very delicious. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the fish in Ziren's hand. This fish was obviously different from the fish they usually saw. Its body was more beautiful, and its scales reflected a dazzling light under the sun. With just a glance, she could tell that the fish must be more chewy than usual. The river here is rapid. Ordinary fish cannot survive here. This fish is indeed different. I believe it will taste good. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Wen Ziren's face also showed interest. Really? Of course. If you don't believe me, ask Ying. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. I believe you. Wen Ziren's eyebrows raised and smiled. He raised the fish in his hand. Di Beichen looked at the interested Wen Ziren and shook his head helplessly. This guy hasn't changed at all after so many years. Hearing you say that, you seem to have seen it many times? Mo Yunjue said. I always felt that with my talent and cultivation, it should be more than that. Now I have finally found the reason. Di Beichen sighed. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their heads and looked at Di Beichen doubtfully. What reason? In the past, when I was cultivating, this guy would always interrupt and drag me to do other things. This was very common. Di Beichen looked at Wen Ziren with a smile, looking like he was going to settle scores. Night slowly fell, and the abandoned immortal forest was shrouded in darkness. The moonlight reflected off the surface of the river. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest tried again and again, as if they did not feel the passage of time. It's getting late, let's go back. Zhongli Mu stood up and reminded everyone who was still cultivating. However, everyone seemed to be numb to it, and they continued to practice like machines. They did not know when they would be able to master this move, but they knew that Zhongli Mu had tried millions of times before he succeeded. No matter what kind of martial skill it would definitely become a powerful killing weapon after practicing it millions of times. Granny and the rest should be hungry. Zhongli Mu said again. The weather had been getting colder recently, and the sky was getting dark earlier. However, it was time to go back. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was still immersed in cultivation immediately came back to their senses. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped what she was doing and quickly jumped onto the shore. Looking at the sky, she was shocked. I didn't expect it to be so late. You're all so focused. Zhongli Mu smiled. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest so serious, he could not help but think of himself when he was young. In the beginning, he was not so serious. On the contrary, he would often slack off. However, his grandfather would always chase after him with a wooden stick, urging him every day. Gradually, it became a habit for him. In comparison, he was not serious at all. Let's go back quickly, Senior and the rest are hungry. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everyone. It's really late today. Everyone nodded. They had agreed that they would be in charge of cooking, and the senior would guide them in their cultivation. Now that the senior had started to guide them, they could not forget their duties. At the same time, Hua Yu Hong, and Hu Shukong were sitting outside the house, looking at the stars in the sky with a relaxed expression. Old Yu, did you teach them swordsmanship today? Hua looked at Yu Hong casually and asked. These little guys have been cooking for us for so many days, it's time for them to start cultivating. Yu Hong picked up a cup of tea from the side and took a sip before continuing. However, they brought another little fellow today. They said that he's their good brother. Hu Shukong glanced at Yu Hong and looked away. I can tell from your expression that you've been bribed. This newcomer is not bad. He even brought a greeting gift. If that's the case, doesn't that mean you'll have to teach anyone in the future? Hua's eyes turned serious. Yu Hong waved his hand. Of course not. I only agreed because I'm very satisfied with these little fellows. I'll only do this once, and there won't be a next time. Humph, Hua snorted coldly. What delicious food did this little guy use to bribe you? Then shouldn't we wait for them to come back? Yu Hong looked away guiltily. Old man Yu, I've known you for so many years, how could I not know what kind of person you are? Hua sneered, I smelled the snacks on you as soon as you came back. The older you get, the more you like to eat alone. Look at what you're saying. I just ate a little while I was at it. When Zhongli Xiaoran walked over, he saw the three old fellows sitting in the courtyard and frowned slightly. Mu'er and the rest aren't back yet? Hearing that, Zhongli Xiaoran did not ask any more questions. Instead, he found a seat and sat down. This smell. Old Lady Hua, you prepared a medicinal bath? Your nose is quite sharp. Zhongli Xiaoran's eyes flashed with surprise. From the thickness of the medicinal smell, you've prepared quite a bit. You can't be biased, right? Hua's face was calm. I'm a fair person, unlike a certain fellow who likes to eat alone. Cough cough. Knowing that Hua was talking about him, Yu Hong coughed dryly. Since he was already feeling guilty, he could only remain silent. Why are you few old fellows so free? Zhongli Xiaoran did not understand. Don't you usually dislike trouble? He had known these few old fellows for quite some time. Naturally, he knew their personalities. Thinking back to when he asked these three fellows to teach Mu'er some skills, they were still hesitant. Although they agreed in the end, he still had to put in a lot of effort. After that, some cultivators from the abandoned immortal forest came to ask for guidance. However, these few fellows had no intention of teaching them at all. Everyone returned empty-handed. This time, Mu'er got to know these few young people. Although he agreed to cultivate with Mu'er, he did not have any intention of teaching them. He knew that these few young people were not from the immortal domain. It should be a coincidence that they came here. However, he did not know what treasure they used to come here. However, these few old fellows were not normal. This made him very surprised. Indeed, we don't like trouble. However, these few fellows are not troublesome either. Hu Shukong slowly said, these few fellows' eyes are very pure. Perhaps they've been in the abandoned immortal forest for too long and found it boring. Isn't it good to have a few young people to add some life? Indeed, eating tasteless food all day long. My mouth is so bland. Yu Hong sighed, it's so good now. Most importantly, it's pleasing to the eyes. Hua's face was full of satisfaction. Look at how good these few fellows are. It's much better than looking at your faces all day long. Old Lady Hua, you can praise others if you want. Why do you have to bring me into it? Yu Hong was unhappy. When I was young, I also charmed thousands of girls. TSK, forget it. Zhongli Xiaoran looked at the three old men in front of him. He didn't know if the situation was as simple as they said. He was quite fond of these young people. However, to be able to make these three old fellows act out of character, it could be considered their ability. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others returned, they saw the four seniors waiting for them in the courtyard. They immediately felt even more guilty. Senior, we're sorry. We came back late. Everyone hurriedly apologized. Let's go prepare dinner. Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanyin quickly walked to the kitchen. When Xiran raised the bamboo basket in his hand and said with a smile, we caught a lot of fresh fish today. The four seniors looked at everyone and didn't say anything. However, when their gazes landed on Mo Yunjue, they couldn't help but size him up a little more. This was the first time they had seen this young man. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they came to the kitchen. They had been worried that they would be scolded for coming back late. Now they were the ones asking for help. Even if the seniors seemed to be easy to get along with, if they were slightly dissatisfied, they would have no chance at all. It seems that the 4 seniors are in a good mood. They didn't complain about us coming back late. Shang Guanying breathed a sigh of relief. We have to cook a few dishes tonight. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. The fish Xiran caught looks good. Of course. The fish I caught are of different species. But I'll have to rely on your skills to cook. Xiran looked proud. Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying were very fast, and with the help of others, their speed was even faster. Plate after plate of dishes were served. In addition to some local specialties they bought from the Emperor Cloud City, a table of dishes was soon ready. After preparing some things, Bailey Hongzhuang sat down weakly. After practicing for the whole day, her right hand was a little numb from swinging the sword. Coupled with the washing of the river, her right hand was a little tired. Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking about whether or not she should use silver needles to help everyone relieve the sore and swollen feeling. Only then could they continue to practice tomorrow in a good state. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear it for a few days. However, at this moment, the figure of Hua Hua appeared in front of everyone. You must be hungry too, right? Come and eat with us. Everyone smiled and waved their hands. Granny Hua, we're not hungry. Don't say that. Come quickly. Otherwise, we'll be the ones who mistreat you. Granny Hua smiled. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, but still followed behind Granny Hua. Yu Hong looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others who were slightly restrained. He smiled and waved his hand. Little guys, just treat us as your elders. Don't be shy. Thank you, senior. Hu Shukong smiled. How are the results of your practice today? Everyone looked at each other, looking a little embarrassed. We didn't have any results today. Old man Hua, aren't you talking nonsense? Yu Hong waved his hand. It's impossible to master it in a day or two. You can only succeed if you practice day and night. Senior Yu, we will definitely work hard in our cultivation. Yu Hong nodded slightly. I know that all of you have been training very hard, so Granny Hua has prepared a gift for all of you. Granny Hua? Everyone was surprised. If you're done eating, go to the house over there. I prepared a medicinal bath for you. After a day of high-intensity cultivation, soak in the medicinal bath and cultivate. Your cultivation speed will greatly increase. Everyone's eyes lit up. Previously, they had heard from Zhong Limu that he would often soak in medicinal baths after cultivating. They did not expect that they would have the opportunity to do so. Thank you, Grandma Hua. Everyone bowed, expressing their gratitude with words and expressions. Although he hadn't soaked in it before, he could guess that the ingredients used for this medicinal bath weren't simple. When everyone saw the bathtubs in front of them, they were touched. The material of the bathtub looked very new. Obviously, it was specially prepared for them in the past 2 days. Just by smelling the scent of the medicinal bath, she knew that there were many precious spiritual herbs here. She could recognize most of them, but there were also some that she did not know about. It was not because she could not recognize them, but because she had never come into contact with them before. In the abandoned immortal forest, she found some spiritual herbs that she did not recognize. It was clear that there were many differences between the immortal region and the upper realm. Not only that, some of the rarer herbs in the upper realm could be found here. If her judgment was correct, she lived in the upper realm 1,000 years ago. She had never come into contact with the immortal region. Therefore, if she came to the immortal region in the future, she would have to read more books to understand the effects of the spiritual herbs in the immortal region. Let's go in quickly. This medicinal bath is very beneficial to our bodies. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Shang Guanying and Linger did not delay, and hurriedly entered the tub. A wave of warmth surrounded everyone, and their tired bodies immediately relaxed. The medicinal power entered their bodies through their pores, quietly improving their bodies. Granny Hua must have spent a lot of effort to prepare this medicinal bath. Shang Guanying looked at the brown medicinal water. She could feel that after the medicinal power entered her body seemed to have become stronger. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Just preparing these herbs took a lot of effort, and also mixing them together. As she said that, a smile bloomed on her face. Granny Hua is really good. At that moment, the three of them felt that they were very lucky to have met a few kind seniors to guide them in their cultivation after coming to the abandoned immortal forest. In another room, Bewitching, Wen Xiren, Mo Yunjue, and Bai Liyanche were also soaking in the medicinal bath. Even though the four of them did not know much about medicine, they could feel the uniqueness of this medicinal bath. If we cultivate at such a high intensity every day, coupled with the medicinal power of this medicinal bath, I'm afraid our strength will increase very quickly. Granny Hua is really a good person. We barely do anything every day, and she actually helps us like this. Xiren's heart was filled with warmth, and he was determined to treat Granny Hua well. I didn't expect to meet such a kind-hearted old man in the immortal realms. How rare, your luck is really good. Mo Yunjue, who had always been a man of few words, also spoke up. Usually, the people he met would not get up early if there was no benefit to be gained. It was rare to see someone who was willing to help others like this. Xiao Xuanzi looked at Bai Liyanche, who was soaking in the medicinal bath with a look of enjoyment, and it could not help but feel envious. Yanche, doesn't this feel great? Bai Liyanche opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows. Of course. Do you want to try? Xiao Xuanzi nodded. Yes. But it's inconvenient for you to be covered in hair. I think we should forget about it. Bai Liyanche chuckled. Why don't you transform into a human too? You've already succeeded anyway. That's right. Now that things have come to this, you don't have to be so secretive. We're all men, what are you afraid of? Xiren also spoke up. Until now, Xiao Xuanzi had not transformed into a human in front of them, and they could not help but be curious. Xiao Xuanzi, this is a good opportunity. Isn't it great to cultivate with us every day? Bewitching said. Seeing Xiao Xuanzi's firm refusal, everyone looked at each other and felt a little helpless. In my opinion, Xiao Xuanzi is too fat, he doesn't even dare to let us see his real face. Wen Xiren couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of which, we really don't have any fatties in our team. Xiao Xuanzi, it's not a bad idea for you to join us and enrich our team. I don't want to. Xiao Xuanzi snorted, walked to the side and sat down. Mo Yunjue glanced at Xiren and said, Xiren, you're thinking that if Xiao Xuanzi joins us, then you'll have someone to scapegoat for you, right? As soon as he said that, Bewitching and Bai Liyanche also reacted. Recalling Yu Hong's look of disdain when he talked about Xiren, after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed possible. Ahem. Being poked at the key point, Xiren glanced around, wanting to change the topic, but found that the three people's eyes were still on him. Obviously, he couldn't avoid it, so he could only helplessly say, who asked you guys to look so devilish? In the past, at least I had Ling Xiao as my companion, but now, Ling Xiao isn't here, I'm the only one left. Can't you guys understand me? Do you think I'm easy? Hearing Xiren's sorrowful question, the three people's lips twitched slightly. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Seeing the three people looking at him strangely, Xiren couldn't help but ask. Pfft, ha ha ha. The three people laughed. Bai Liyanche even held his stomach, tears coming out of the corner of his eyes. Xiren, you're a man, we didn't notice that you care so much about this problem. I don't want to care. Xiren rolled his eyes, look at Granny Hua and the others, this is an era where looks matter, sigh. Bailey Hongzhuang sat in the bathtub, closed her eyes and began to cultivate the demon summoning scripture. The rich vitality in the air was mixed with the pure medicinal power of the medicinal bath as she breathed in and out. It merged into her body and entered her limbs and bones. It flowed along her meridians and finally merged into her dantian. Linger and Shangguan were also focused on cultivating, unwilling to waste any time. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes when the first rays of the morning sun shone into the room. Feeling that the water in the bathtub was still warm, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. It's really interesting that the water temperature can be maintained like this. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's voice, Shangguan and Linger also exited their cultivation state. They saw that the originally rich color of the potion had gradually become transparent. It was obvious that the potion had been absorbed by their bodies. Other than that, some stains could be vaguely seen, which were discharged from their bodies. These stains are somewhat similar to the stains we get when we cleanse our marrow and meridians. Could it be that this medicinal bath has such an effect? Shang Guanying said in surprise. Marrow and meridians cleansing could improve a cultivator's physique, making it more suitable for cultivation. However, after a cultivator had undergone the first cleansing, it would be extremely difficult for them to achieve a similar effect again. Now, they had only soaked in the medicinal bath once and it had such an effect. It was really a surprise. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the water in the bathtub, her clear eyes filled with surprise and surprise. That's right, it does have such an effect. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I had a similar opportunity before, so there were fewer impurities. Back then, in Bai Yunjiao's historical remains, she soaked in the pool and her body improved. Although these differences weren't obvious, one could feel the difference when cultivating. This was due to the fact that not many impurities were discharged. However, just being able to do this was already very shocking. I wonder what ingredients Granny Hua added. Bailey Hongzhuang was amazed. She was sure that Granny Hua's medical skills were amazing. Even though the immortal region had more spiritual herbs than the upper realm, she believed that not everyone could create such a medicinal bath. Zhong Limu had soaked in this medicinal bath since he was young, so the impurities in his body must have been expelled. It was no wonder that his cultivation talent was so shocking. If she was able to learn the prescription and bring back the spiritual grasses from the abandoned immortal forest, she would be able to hand them over to the elders. Presumably, the elders' strength would also increase. However, although Granny Hua was easy to get along with, she might not be willing to teach this method to others. Furthermore, Granny Hua had only agreed to guide them in their cultivation. Hongzhuang, what are you thinking about? Shang Guanying waved her hand in front of Bailey Hongzhuang's face when she saw that she was suddenly lost in thought. Bailey Hongzhuang returned to her senses and shook her head with a smile. Nothing, let's go out. Prepare a simple breakfast. We should go out and cultivate. Ling Er was not good at cooking, but she had learned a little from following Bailey Hongzhuang and Shang Guanying. At least, the task of preparing the side dishes was now in her hands. With a wave of her hand, the ingredients were cleanly processed. When Bewitching and the rest came out, they realized that breakfast was already prepared. Everyone immediately walked towards the waterfall. As they walked, they munched on their dry rations. When they arrived, everyone could immediately enter cultivation mode. The morning air was slightly chilly. The cold wind blew on everyone's bodies, making their clothes seem slightly thin. However, everyone's eyes were burning with the flames of war, as if they couldn't feel the cold at all. In the next moment, everyone's figures flashed and arrived on the surface of the river. Originally, just standing here was already very difficult. Every wave that came was a test for them. It wasn't until last night that everyone managed to hold on for a little longer. However, after a night of rest, there seemed to be a sense of unfamiliarity. Plop. Plop. A loud splash was heard, and everyone was accidentally washed downstream again. The river water was bone-chillingly cold, and even his body stiffened a little. Once again, he would return and join the group practicing his swordsmanship, and the cycle would repeat. After falling into the water 3 times in a row, everyone finally regained the feeling they had last night and stood a little more firmly. Of course, he would still accidentally fall into the water from time to time, but the frequency was undoubtedly lower than yesterday. When Granny Hua and the rest woke up, they found that breakfast was already prepared, and Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were nowhere to be seen. These little guys are really serious about cultivation. They are quite similar to me in the past. Hu Shukong chuckled, and there was a trace of satisfaction in his voice. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been staying in the wooden house. Because Yu Hong had not yet taught them how to cultivate, they spent most of their time here. They would only follow him out to cultivate if he came. He didn't expect them to leave first today. Of course, Mu-er, you're the laziest one. Granny Hua smiled. Yu Hong nodded. I remember Mu-er was always lazy when he was cultivating. It was Zhongli Kong who chased after him with a wooden stick every day that forced him to cultivate. Isn't that so? If Muir had been so diligent, his cultivation would be much higher now. Huish Yukong laughed. Zhongli Mu's face turned red when he heard everyone's words. He hurriedly said, I know. I'll go cultivate now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongli Mu ran away like a wisp of smoke. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that even his grandfather would scold him. Everyone laughed even more when they saw Zhongli Mu run faster than a rabbit. Muir is simple and honest. He just said a few words and ran away. Zhongli Xiao shook his head. Looks like Muir doesn't need to be supervised with these little fellows here. Muir is usually with us old fellows and rarely sees people of the same generation. That's why he doesn't feel nervous. Now that he knows how people of the same generation cultivate, he knows what's going on. This is a good thing. Huish Yukong smiled. I think you're here to freeload. These little fellows have already prepared breakfast before they left. When Zhongli Mu arrived at the waterfall, he discovered that everyone was there. From the looks of it, everyone had been cultivating here for quite some time. I didn't expect you to come so early. When I went to Granny Hua's place to look for you, you weren't there. Hearing Zhongli Mu's familiar voice, everyone turned around and smiled. You're here. We thought that you usually wake up a little late, so we didn't disturb you. Zhongli Mu curled his lips. I woke up late today and got scolded by my grandfather. Looks like I'll have to wake up early tomorrow. You'll have to call me. Everyone was slightly taken aback. They did not expect such a situation to occur. They all nodded and said, we will definitely call you in the future. Seeing this, Zhongli Mu smiled and said, then all of you should stay here and cultivate properly. If you want to stand firmly on the surface of the river, you have to control your elemental energy to the smallest detail. This doesn't have much to do with strength. All you need to do is train more. I'm going to cultivate above the waterfall. Understood. Everyone nodded. In fact, they had also realized this during the day of cultivation. The reason why they fell into the river was because they did not have enough control over their essence energy, so they could not stand steadily on the surface of the river. Once the waves hit, the water surface would become different. He had to control it immediately, or he wouldn't be able to stand firm. Normally, everyone would pay attention to improving their control over their origin energy when they were cultivating. However, the requirements at that time were not high, so it did not appear to be difficult. But now that the requirements were higher, his control paled in comparison. Zhongli Mu, why are you training at the waterfall? Shang Guaniying asked. Grandpa said that my movement technique is not good enough. If I follow the waterfall upstream and succeed, my movement technique will improve greatly. Even though they were a certain distance away from the waterfall, they could still feel the force of the water rushing down. Looking at the height of the waterfall, wasn't it too difficult to walk up directly? For a moment, the corners of everyone's lips twitched slightly. This kind of cultivation method was really an eye-opener for them. I finally understand why Zhongli Mu's strength is so terrifying despite being younger than us. Xiran sighed, his cultivation method is really too terrifying. Bewitching nodded slightly, although this cultivation method is very simple, it's much more difficult than our usual cultivation. Whether it was for them to practice their swordsmanship here or for Zhongli Mu to practice his movement technique, it was very simple to do, but it was very difficult to do. However, it could be seen from Zhongli Mu that once it was done, it would definitely not only improve in one aspect. Until now, I can only walk halfway up the waterfall before I'll be washed down by the water. However, I believe that as long as I practice for a while more, I'll succeed. I'll go first. Zhongli Mu waved his hand. His youthful face was filled with endless youth under the sunlight, and his bright and sunny appearance gave everyone more motivation. Come, let's continue to practice and strive to succeed as soon as possible. On this day, when Xiran used his fishing techniques to catch a lot of fish. Naturally, he couldn't avoid making fish for dinner. However, he changed the cooking method today and it tasted very good. In the following days, everyone was busy with their cultivation. When they returned, Granny Hua would prepare a medicinal bath for them. Regarding this, everyone expressed their gratitude, and Granny Hua's face was full of kindness. Cultivating in this medicinal bath allowed everyone's cultivation to increase extremely quickly. Furthermore, the origin energy here was much denser and purer than the upper realm. Gradually, everyone was able to stand on the surface of the river without worrying about falling down. This discovery made everyone happy. Although their sword aura didn't improve much, being able to stand here was already a huge improvement. Usually, because they would always fall into the river and walk back from downstream, most of their time was spent on this. Now, everyone could wholeheartedly practice their swordsmanship. Swinging the sword continuously. It was just a simple movement, but everyone made some discoveries in the process of swinging the sword continuously. As their control of origin energy increased, they also discovered a sharp difference when swinging the sword. For example, how to use origin energy to produce a greater effect with the same amount of origin energy. Perhaps they didn't pay too much attention to this point on normal days. When releasing a martial skill, they paid more attention to the might of the martial skill. But now, they realized that controlling origin power was also a profound knowledge. The more origin energy they conserved, the longer their battle power, and if they could accurately control every bit of origin energy without wasting it, it meant that their battle power. Zhongli is right. In the process of cultivation, other than the improvement of sword qi, there are many other aspects that are quietly improving. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes fell on the figure on top of the waterfall. This time, they had seen how serious and terrifying Zhongli cultivation was. Previously, they were often swept away by the river, but Zhongli was completely submerged by the river. Under the majestic waterfall, Zhongli figure seemed extremely small. The huge waves crashed onto his body and directly pushed him to the bottom of the river. However, Zhongli was also very resilient and quickly made a comeback. Therefore, when everyone practiced swinging their swords, they could only watch as Zhongli continuously tried and failed. Defeated and still fighting. When Xiran was curious about how difficult Zhongli move was, so he personally gave it a try. The result was undoubtedly heartbreaking. Before he could even take a few steps forward, he was already submerged by the waterfall. He had to drink a few mouthfuls of water before he could emerge. Bewitching, Xianxia, and Xianxia also gave it a try. Their cultivation levels were slightly higher than Xiran's, but they only managed to take a few more steps forward. In front of the waterfall, they were extremely small. The difficulty level increased with every step forward. Based on their current situation, it was undoubtedly very far for them to reach Zhongli current level. This gap is really too big. Xiran sighed. We still have a lot of training to do. After Xianxia experienced this gap, the way he looked at Zhongli also changed. If Zhongli goes to the upper realm, I'm afraid no one will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Bewitching nodded and looked at the young man in the beast robe. Such a genius was really outstanding. I used to think that there were too many outstanding geniuses in the upper realm. But in front of Zhongli, those geniuses are all overshadowed. There are also many geniuses in the upper realm. Everyone is working hard to cultivate. While we've been here, I think Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou are also working hard to cultivate. Xianxia's eyes darkened. Although he felt that Mu Jin's character was not very good, he could see that this guy was also tenacious when he was in the Immortal Cloud's secret realm. This time, after being defeated by Hong Zhuang, the possibility of him giving up was not very high. Instead, it was more likely that he would work hard. Aren't we also working hard to cultivate? Bewitching smiled faintly, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. The next time we meet, we'll see. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Other than when Xiran and Shangguan everyone else's strength stopped at Nebula Stage 9. According to Granny Hua, there was no need to rush to break through at this time. The most important thing was to accumulate. Among them, the first to sense the possibility of a breakthrough was Xianxia. Originally, his strength was slightly weaker than Ling but now they were on par. Because of the existence of the seal, Ling found it even more difficult to break through. After Xianxia sensed the opportunity to break through, he had been suppressing it. He had no intention of breaking through. It will be interesting if we break through at the same time, Xianxia said with a smile. Let's take advantage of this opportunity. Wait for me and Ying. Xiran's face was filled with joy. Normally, your breakthroughs are too fast. Ying and I can't catch up to you. Now, this is a good opportunity. I don't think so. Bewitching raised his eyebrows. Bewitching, you'll get beaten up like this. Xiran threatened. With your strength? Forget I said that. Normally, everyone would spend most of their time cultivating on the surface of the river, and when it was time to eat, the men would go around hunting demonic beasts. After a while, they naturally became familiar with each other. On this day, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were cultivating, Xianxia suddenly looked ahead with excitement. Wow, it's so beautiful. The sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction Xianxia was looking at. They didn't know what this guy was talking about. However, when they saw the figure in front of them, they were all stunned. An imperial wind horse elephant appeared in everyone's line of sight. Its rumbling sound revealed its weight. Its body was huge, but its lines were very beautiful. The imperial wind horse elephant is the descendant of a hippopotamus and an elephant. It's very good at speed and is a very powerful existence among the demonic beasts. Zhongli noticed Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' curious looks and immediately explained with a smile. This guy is very good at speed? Mo Yunjue was a little surprised. This guy in front of him was so huge, it didn't look like it was strong and healthy. Zhongli nodded slightly. You can't judge a book by its cover. It's the same for beasts. Little Blossom, you're here. Zhongli waved his hand at the imperial wind horse elephant. He was very familiar with it. The imperial wind horse elephant slowly walked to Zhongli side and rubbed against him. It was very friendly. However, when it looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, it was undoubtedly a little more distant. Little Blossom? Shang Ying's lips twitched. This imperial wind horse elephant looked so domineering. Why did it have such an unsuitable name? Without waiting for Zhongli explanation, Xianxia said with a silly smile, it's originally as beautiful as a flower. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Looking at Xianxia's love-struck expression, they suddenly felt that their aesthetic standards were a little different from Xianxia's. Previously, I thought that Xianxia's aesthetic standards were quite normal. Could it be that after he gained weight, his aesthetic standards also changed? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching thoughtfully. Bewitching's eyes were also filled with doubt. He shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Maybe the demonic beast's sense of beauty is different from ours? In my opinion, little Xianxia must have been too empty and lonely recently, so he's thinking of love. Xiran's eyes lit up, and he looked like he had found the truth. Hearing Xiran's words, everyone looked at each other. Perhaps there was such a possibility. Zhongli, on the other hand, did not notice anything amiss as he explained to everyone, you all know that Granny Hua's name is Hua, right? Back then, when Little Blossom was injured, it was Granny Hua who treated him. From then on, Little Flower and us got to know each other. Sometimes, when we found some treasures, we would give them to Granny Flower. However, Granny Hua did not accept it as a contract beast, but their relationship was still very good. Granny Hua's name is Hua, so she named him Little Flower. Everyone finally understood. Actually, when they knew Granny Hua's name, they were also a little shocked. After all, this name was really too simple. Now, it seemed that Granny Hua had inherited her parents' tradition. Naming was as simple as always, Master, why do I feel that Granny Hua's naming skills are comparable to yours? Ugh, Bailey Hongzhuang face-bombed. When she first heard the name Little Blossom, she felt helpless. However, after hearing Xiaohei's words, it seemed that her naming skills were on the same level as Grandma Flower's. At least mine is more suitable for your situation. Bailey Hongzhuang defended herself. Just take it as it is. Xiaohei spread her hands. She looked like she could say whatever she wanted. Little Blossom, they are my new friends. You haven't been here for a while, so you don't know them. They are now staying at Grandma Flower's house. You will see them often in the future. Let me introduce them to you. Zhongli introduced Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to Little Blossom. Only then did the vigilance in Little Blossom's eyes disappear. There was a hint of familiarity. However, facing Xianxia's gaze, its gaze changed. Why is this guy looking at me so strangely? So pretty. Xianxia looked at Little Blossom with infatuation. When Zhongli introduced himself, he took a step forward. Beautiful beast, I am Xiaoxuanzi. Little Blossom looked at Xiaoxuanzi strangely, but didn't say anything. Seeing this, Xiaoxuanzi went to Little Blossom's side. Little Blossom, your name is so nice. I just came to the abandoned immortal forest not long ago. They are all cultivating. It's so boring. Why don't you bring me around? Hose before brothers Bewitching sighed. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Looking at Xiaoxuanzi's flattering face, she said, Bewitching, Xiaoxuanzi is quite good at chasing after beasts. Did he learn it from you? That's not it. Bewitching shook his head. If you want to talk about spoiling your wife, he should have learned it from me. When I chased after you, Xiaoxuanzi wasn't even born yet. Tisk tsk. Shang Waninging shrugged. That's too mushy. I can't take it anymore. Let's go cultivate first. I'm afraid little Xuanzi is gifted in this aspect. When Xiran thought of little Xuanzi's previous performance and made a judgment. Zhong Limu also noticed that little Xuanzi was particularly interested in Little Flower. However, he felt that little Xuanzi wouldn't have much of a chance because Little Flower's standards were very high. As expected, Little Blossom, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. I'm not free. It was just two simple words, but Xiaoxuanzi's flattering smile immediately froze. Zhong Limu, I'll be leaving first. After Little Flower said that, he turned and walked in another direction. When his huge body walked, there was a rumbling sound again. Xiaoxuanzi, I think you should just forget about it. Bewitching muttered and was about to pull Xiaoxuanzi to cultivate together. However, when they turned around, everyone realized that little Xuanzi had already disappeared. They could vaguely hear Xiaoxuanzi's voice. It's okay if you're not free. I'll go with you wherever you want to go. I'm free anyway. Everyone stood stiffly on the spot. They only saw Imperial Wind Horse Elephant quickly moving forward with a mystical fire demonic rock following closely beside it. The Imperial Wind Horse Elephant seemed to dislike the mystical fire demonic rock and increased its speed. However, the mystical fire demonic rock didn't seem to feel the other party's rejection and continued to follow closely. The Imperial Wind Horse Elephant is very good at speed, but the mystical fire demonic rock is also very good at speed. I wonder which one of them is faster. Mo Yunjue coldly said. Not long later, Xiaoxuanzi came back, but his face was bruised and swollen. Seeing this scene, everyone was not surprised. After all, this guy was so friendly and was so talkative, the Imperial Wind Horse Elephant must not be able to take it, so it directly beat him up. Xiaoxuanzi, that Imperial Wind Horse Elephant is bigger than you. I think you won't be able to control it. When Xiran looked at Xiaoxuanzi, who still had a nosebleed on his face, and comforted him. Bewitching, who was practicing his sword, turned his head and helplessly shook his head. I think that Imperial Wind Horse Elephant is stronger than you better raise your cultivation first. Xiaoxuanzi's eyes lit up. Master, why did you say the same thing as Little Blossom? It said that I'm not strong enough, it doesn't like me like this. Then you should give up. Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Among them, Xiaoxuanzi was the one who didn't do his job the most. How can I do that? Xiaoxuanzi's face was serious, didn't I say? Beating is affection and scolding is love. It beat and scolded me, I think you all know what it means. It said that I'm not strong enough, it must be because it hates iron for not becoming steel. Female beasts always care about their face. Wait until I'm stronger than her, she will accept me. Everyone who was originally sympathetic to Xiaoxuanzi did not want to say anything after hearing Xiaoxuanzi's words. This guy's face was thicker than a city wall. Although his face was injured, his heart was not hurt at all. Am I wrong? Xiaoxuanzi's face was filled with pride. Annoying. Too annoying. Everyone turned their heads, they might as well cultivate. Although everyone was not optimistic about Xiaoxuanzi and Little Blossom, what was worth being happy about was that Xiaoxuanzi was cultivating harder. The mystic fire demon rock was a high-level existence among the beasts. There was a bloodline left behind from ancient times in its body. Its cultivation talent was not weak at all. Once it cultivated with all its might, the results were not bad. Noticing this, everyone revealed a satisfied expression. Although Xiaoxuanzi's love came out of nowhere, it still had the effect of promoting. We've been here for a while, it's time to go back and take a look, Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. Back in the desert world and the ocean world, 3 days inside the desert world was equivalent to 1 day outside. Ever since they came to the abandoned immortal forest, time had returned to normal. Because this was the immortal region, a previously uninhabited world. Indeed. We also need to go back and buy some things. Bewitching nodded. The most important thing was to see his parents-in-law. They were all used to staying in the abandoned immortal forest, but they couldn't forget about their family. He didn't know if the Xiao family and the Jun family would make any moves in these 2 months. Are you guys going back? Zhong Limu couldn't help but ask when he heard the discussion between Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Bewitching nodded. Let's go back and take a look today. If everything is fine, we'll come back. All right. Zhong Limu replied with a smile. After making the decision, everyone returned to Granny Hua's residence. It was currently noon. Before they left, they had to complete their mission. When everyone returned, they found Granny Hua brewing medicine in the courtyard. After thinking for a while, everyone guessed that this was probably a medicinal bath prepared for them at night. Why are you back so early today? Granny Hua, we were planning to go back today, so we came back first. Bailey Hongshuang's smile was bright and beautiful. After getting along for 2 months, she really liked this kind and lovely old man. Hearing this, Granny Hua was not surprised. She nodded calmly and smiled, looks like these old fellows are going to complain while you're gone. Everyone smiled. Now that the seniors' food was spoiled by them, if they were to eat the usual food, they would probably think that it tasted bad. Granny, if there's nothing else, we'll be back soon. Granny Hua stopped what she was doing. I was preparing the medicinal bath for you tonight, but since you're going back today, I'll pass this medicine to you. Everyone was surprised. They had asked about it before, but Granny Hua had never told them. You've consumed a lot of energy during your daily cultivation, so the medicinal bath will be very helpful for your bodies. If you're fine after you go back, continue to soak and don't fall behind. Everyone could not help but feel touched. Thank you, Granny Hua. Granny Hua smiled and waved her hand. You little fellows are really polite. You've been thanking me all day, and you'll learn from Mu'er in the future. Mu'er won't thank you. Zhong Limu did not think that he would be pulled out of nowhere, and immediately felt embarrassed. Grandfather said that we're already very familiar with each other, so there's no need for such formalities. That's right. Granny Hua nodded. There's no need for formalities between familiar people. Everyone smiled, knowing that Granny Hua treated them as one of her own. I didn't know that you were going to leave, so I didn't prepare more medicine. Granny Hua turned to look at Bailey Hongshuang. I see that you've been wanting to learn for a long time, so I'll pass this prescription to you today. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but be stunned. Then, her face was filled with joy. Previously, when she had felt the effects of this medicinal bath, she had hoped to be able to master it. This was because the benefits it provided to cultivators were too great. Expelling the impurities in the body was extremely important to any cultivator, but it was very difficult to do so. She always thought that if she could learn it, she would be able to let her family take a medicinal bath as well. Unfortunately, she didn't know enough about many of the medicinal herbs in the immortal domain, so even if she studied the medicinal herbs in this medicinal bath every day, there were still some aspects that she couldn't determine. She had also tested Granny Hua before, but Granny Hua had never told her. She did not expect Granny Hua to be willing to teach her today. Most importantly, it turned out that Granny Hua had already seen through her thoughts. Before she could say a word of thanks, Bailey Hongshuang swallowed it back. She then smiled brightly and said, Granny Hua, you're so nice. Granny Hua smiled and looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a satisfied expression. That's more like it. I see that you seem to be very interested in medicine. If you want to learn, I can teach you when I have time in the future. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up and her pretty face became even more dazzling due to her excitement. The corners of her lips kept rising and it seemed like she was about to lose control. If Granny is willing to teach, I'll definitely learn it well. Granny Hua chuckled and handed the medicine she had prepared to Bailey Hongshuang. Then, she wrote another prescription. There are still some medicinal ingredients here, you can bring them back. Granny Hua pointed at the medicinal ingredients not far away. these were originally prepared for you guys. Looking in the direction that Granny Hua was pointing at, everyone realized that the medicinal ingredients that Granny Hua had been drying these past few days were all prepared for them. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was proficient in medicinal ingredients, understood that although Granny Hua had been drying medicinal ingredients previously, there weren't so many of them. Later on, these were all prepared for them. Thinking about it, after they went to cultivate, Granny Hua hadn't been idle and had gone to pick medicinal ingredients. Although the abandoned immortal forest was rich in medicinal ingredients, they consumed quite a lot of them every day, so Granny Hua had probably spent a lot of time. For a moment, everyone was moved. Compared to what Granny Hua had done for them, their daily lives were nothing. Before leaving, Granny Hua took out a few medical books and handed them to Bailey Hongzhuang. If you have time, take a look at these medical books. There are many types of medicinal ingredients in them. Only by understanding the types of medicinal ingredients will you be able to learn faster from me in the future. Looking at the heavy medical books in her hands, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded seriously. Granny, I will definitely remember the contents of these books. Since you're so serious, I believe you. Granny Hua's eyes were filled with admiration. It's been a long time since I've seen such lovable children. Go back and come back when you're free. This sword move isn't finished yet. Everyone nodded. After practicing for 2 months, although everyone had made quite a bit of progress compared to when they had just arrived, they were still far from reaching Zhongli Mu's level. Hongzhuang, your dream has come true. Granny Hua is willing to teach you. Shangguaning had a smile on her face. She knew that Hongzhuang had this thought, but she didn't say it out loud. That's right, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Granny Hua isn't only skilled in medicine, she's also skilled in alchemy. Previously, President Liu told me that a grade 10 alchemist is much stronger than a grade 9 alchemist. Previously, I didn't know the difference between a grade 10 alchemist and a grade 10 alchemist, but I'm certain that Granny Hua is an existence that surpasses a grade 10 alchemist. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with certainty. Even though she had never truly seen Granny Hua concoct dawn, she could feel the strength of Granny Hua's foundation just by looking at her occasionally. An alchemist who surpasses the 10th grade? Xiran couldn't help but be surprised. He's actually that powerful? Not only Granny Hua, but the other seniors are also very powerful existences. Bewitching's face turned serious. Even such a peerless expert lives in the abandoned immortal forest. I wonder how terrifying the immortal domain is. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. The current situation in the sky had already made them deeply aware of how terrifying the immortal domain was. The difference in strength between the upper realm and the immortal domain was truly shocking. Back then, even Bai Yunjiao and He Xinjun couldn't escape this calamity. Let's not think about this for now. In any case, we still have time. Bailey Hongzhuang's laughter broke the heavy atmosphere. Don't all experts cultivate? Who knows, when the time comes, we might also become experts in the immortal domain. That's right, I have confidence in us. Shangguaning raised her arms high with a face full of confidence. After coming out of the primordial chaos ring, everyone opened the room. If you come out, we have something to talk about. When they saw the note on the door, everyone looked at each other and immediately walked out. Bewitching, Hongzhuang, you guys go and see what's going on. We'll wait here for your news. Mo Yunjue said in a deep voice. Okay, then we'll go first. Bewitching nodded. He didn't say anything else and quickly rushed out with Bailey Hongzhuang. They didn't know when this note was written, and they didn't know if it was too late. Logically speaking, everything has been very calm for a while. There shouldn't be any problems. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned and kept thinking, could it be that the Xiao family and the Jun family did something again? I don't know. Bewitching shook his head. The Xiao family and the Jun family don't dare to confront us directly. If they called us here, then it should be about Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou. The two immediately rushed to the patriarch's residence and met Di Xiaofeng on the way. Seeing the two appear, Di Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief. You two finally appeared. Big brother, what happened? Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that the Xiao family and the Jun family have some movements recently. Father wants to inform you in advance. Also, there's an opportunity to gain experience. Father wants us to go together. After hearing this news, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a very serious matter, then they could think of a way to deal with it. Father happens to be in the study. You guys can go directly. Okay. When Di Yujue saw Di Beichen and Mo Yunjue, a comfortable smile appeared on his face. You're out? Di Beichen smiled and nodded, you can say so. Di Yujue carefully sized up the two of them, and a wisp of surprise quietly flashed across his brows. He has already broken through to Nebula Stage 9? It seems that the results of this period of seclusion are not bad. Father, we've always been working hard on our cultivation. We don't dare to slack off at all. Di Beichen was all smiles. Although they had been practicing their swordsmanship for a while, their cultivation was also steadily improving. This speed was even faster than when he cultivated all day. It was precisely because he had exhausted all his origin power that his cultivation speed was even faster. Zhong Limu had been using this method to cultivate since he was young. It was hard for him not to improve his strength. I can see that. Di Yujue nodded. His handsome face had one word written on it, satisfaction. Father, I heard from Big Brother that the Jun family and the Xiao family seem to have made some moves. Di Beichen returned to the main topic. He was still very concerned about this point. Di Yujue's expression also became more serious as he said, indeed, this is the news I heard a few days ago. I heard that Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Suo found a new master and are now learning from that master. It can be said that they are improving at lightning speed. New master? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Which powerful senior is it? This person is called Shiyu. He is a famous expert in the upper realm. Usually, there are many cultivators who want to learn from him, but he has never taken in any disciples. I don't know why he took in Xiao Suo and Jun Lingxuan as his disciples this time. Di Yujue's face darkened. When he heard this news, his heart sank. This wasn't good news at all. If it was someone else, I wouldn't have to worry. However, Shiyu is different. Shiyu is a publicly recognized expert. I heard that there is a higher realm beyond the upper realm. However, that person was very vague about it. Even if I wanted to know more about it, I didn't have the chance to. This Shiyu had once been to that higher world. Di Yujue's face darkened. He looked at the sky outside the house. I went to see that person before. His cultivation and knowledge are far beyond ordinary cultivators. However, he rejected Xiao Feng as his disciple. All these years, he hasn't accepted any disciples. I thought that he had given up on the idea. I didn't expect them to take the initiative. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. They were surprised. They wanted to ask Di Yujue about this. However, they didn't expect Di Yujue to bring it up first. If they guessed correctly, the higher realm should be the crossing immortal domain. However, they didn't know how Shiyu came back after going to the crossing immortal domain. Father, is the place you're talking about the crossing immortal domain? Di Beichen asked. You know about the crossing immortal domain? Di Yujue was surprised. He asked in confusion, how do you know about the crossing immortal domain? Even he had only heard about this place once. He didn't know about the situation there. He didn't expect Di Beichen to know about this place. It was too shocking. I heard about it from the owner of the historical remains. Di Beichen made up a story. He wanted to tell Di Yujue about the Chaos Ring. However, after they brought Mo Yunjue to the abandoned immortal forest, Senior Zhongli told them not to tell anyone about this secret. Although they didn't know why Senior Zhongli told them that, it wasn't good for them to keep bringing people in. After all, the seniors had only accepted the appearance of the few of them. Otherwise, if they had brought in all the familiar faces, the seniors would probably have ignored them. Granny Hua already spent a lot of time preparing the medicinal baths for them every day. It was impossible for them to teach everyone. As such, they could only do so. I see. Listening to Di Beichen's words, Di Yujue did not doubt him. Di Beichen's darkness attribute talent was so outstanding, he knew that the owner of the ruins was definitely not a simple person. It was not strange that he knew about the existence of the crossing immortal domain. Then what did that senior say? Di Beichen pondered and shook his head. Senior didn't mention too much about it. I only heard that the crossing immortal domain is the place where cultivators from the upper realm ascend. However, the crossing immortal domain is only a place for transitional immortals. If you want to truly become an immortal, you have to enter the immortal domain. There is an immortal domain above the crossing immortal domain? Diyujue was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect there to be two places that were even higher. Apart from the shock on his face, there was also a trace of complexity. Seems like I'm truly ignorant and inexperienced. I've actually never heard of this immortal realms before. Father, the Xianxia continent is so big. It's normal that there are many places that we don't know about. This you should have gone to the crossing immortal domain. As for how he came back, I don't know. Diyujue sighed, that place is an existence of a higher level. For him to be able to go there, it shows that his cultivation has surpassed most of the people in the upper realm. At least, my strength is not as good as his. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching seemed to have suddenly understood why Diyujue was so worried. Since Diyujue was not Shiyu's opponent, there was probably no one in the family who could be his opponent. If Shiyu stood on the side of the D family and Xiao family, or even helped them to deal with the D family, things would become much more troublesome. Such a big family seemed to have a deep foundation, but for a true expert, it was not difficult to deal with them. To catch bandits, one must first catch the leader. As long as the backbone was taken care of, the rest would just be a plate of loose sand. The two of them also felt the threat. If that was really the case, they would have to think of a way. Father, when the boat reaches the bridge head, everything will be fine. Although I don't know why Shiyu is willing to help them, things may not necessarily turn for the better. Bewitching consoled, but deep in his eyes, there was a serious and worried look. To him, the D family was worth protecting with his life. According to what I know, the crossing immortal domain is also a place that the immortal domain looks down on. Only those who perform well in the crossing immortal domain can go to the immortal domain. If this Shiyu really had the strength, he would not still be in the upper realm. Father, don't worry too much. I believe that the upper realm does not have only one true expert. There will always be a way. Bailey Hongzhuang also consoled. The tall and sturdy man in front of them carried the entire family on his shoulders so that they could have a stable environment. Thinking about it, ever since Shiyu took Junling Xuan and Diyujue as his disciples, Diyujue had not been able to eat or sleep in peace. Oh? There is actually such a thing? Diyujue was a little surprised. He felt as if he had seen a wider world, one that was completely beyond his imagination. Bewitching nodded. Father, there's no point in thinking about this now. The most important thing is that we have to raise our cultivation as soon as possible. Who knows, maybe we can go to the immortal domain together in the future. You little brat, you really dare to dream. Diyujue chuckled, but the haze between his eyebrows was blown away by Bewitching's words. However, what you said makes sense. Who said that we can't go? The atmosphere in the room became relaxed. Diyujue spoke again, this time, other than telling you this, I have another thing to tell you. An ancient battlefield had suddenly appeared in the desert near Shihan City in the northwest. Currently, it was covered by a dense fog. Although some people had already entered, they still couldn't see the situation clearly. The only thing that can be confirmed is that there are many treasures left behind from ancient times. Therefore, all the major forces have decided to send the younger generation to explore. Dijujue's gaze swept across Bewitching and Dijujue's faces. He said in a deep voice, there are definitely many treasures in the ancient battlefield. However, the danger is also very high. This time, both you and Xiaofeng will be going. In addition, some outstanding cultivators from the family will also be going. Last time in the Immortal Cloud Mystery Realm, your performance was very good and made our family the biggest beneficiary. Father, why would an ancient battlefield suddenly appear in the northwest? Bewitching was a little surprised. This was also an accidental discovery. Diyujue shook his head and lamented, previously, a dense fog suddenly appeared in the northwest and a large area of fog enveloped the entire desert. Western Han City felt that this was a little coincidental and sent some soldiers to investigate, but these soldiers never returned. After that, they realized that there was something fishy about this matter and Western Han City issued this mission to the Mercenary Association. Because the reward was very generous, many mercenaries went there. It seems that a mercenary accidentally touched the opening of this ancient battlefield, and then the ancient battlefield appeared. A mercenary discovered it? Bewitching was slightly surprised. That means that many mercenaries have already entered? No, after the ancient battlefield appeared, some experts went to check it out and found that the restriction on it had not completely dissipated. I'm afraid that we can't go in for the time being, but there is an extremely dense energy near the ancient battlefield. Cultivating there will yield twice the results with half the effort. Recently, many cultivators have already taken the lead to head there. Even cultivating there is extremely good. When I said enter, I meant entering the fog. It is said that this fog will cause cultivators to lose their way, so the soldiers sent by Western Han City did not return. Bewitching and Li Zhenhuang also understood. It seemed that this fog was very strange. This time, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou will also be going. They have improved quite a bit recently, and the two families have spent a lot of resources to nurture them. Their strength cannot be underestimated. You have to be careful. Du Jue's expression sank slightly, and his brows were tightly knitted together. After experiencing the previous incident, it could be said that they were enemies and their eyes burned with hatred when they met. He did not know what methods Shi would teach the two of them, so he could not help but be worried. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were clearly not that worried. If Xiao Sou and Li Zhenhuang were cultivating with Shu Yu, then they were cultivating with Senior Yu, who was not inferior at all. Although they've improved, we've also improved a lot. Bewitching looked relaxed. Father, don't worry. They were defeated by us in the past, and they will still be defeated by us in the future. It's good that you're confident, but don't underestimate the enemy, Du Jue warned. We understand. Since you've already exited your closed-door cultivation, then don't delay and head to Western Desert City as soon as possible. Du Jue said, your mother has already prepared the things you need to bring this time. She's just waiting for you to come out of seclusion. Let's pack up and set off immediately. By the way, other than the cultivators from the various major factions, the Mercenary Union will also send people in. After all, the Mercenary Union was the one who discovered the ancient battlefield. The top experts of the major forces won't enter, but the Mercenary Union is a place where all kinds of people will be present. There are many unknown factors in this trip, but your life is the most important. Before leaving, Du Jue couldn't help but remind him again. This was the concern from a father. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching smiled and nodded. We'll definitely return safely. After leaving the room, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that we would have to set off so soon after returning. Bewitching, go and inform everyone to get ready. I will concoct some more of this medicine. Leave some at home and take some with you. Bailey Hongzhuang said. When she came back, she had already looked through the formula of this medicine. It was not difficult to concoct it. However, it was limited in the amount of herbs. If it was only the few of them, the amount would be enough. However, there were more people in the clan, so it was not enough. Bewitching naturally understood Bailey Hongzhuang's plan. He immediately nodded and said, okay, then you go first. The two immediately divided the work. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly returned to her residence. Xiao He and Xiao Bai also followed closely by Bailey Hongzhuang's side. They had experience in this area. Even if they worked together now, their speed was extremely fast. Bewitching first informed Xiran and the others that he was leaving this time. Then, he went to see Lin Yunqing. When everything was settled, Bailey Hongzhuang also came out of the house. Wife, is everything ready? Bewitching asked with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The concoction of the medicine is relatively simple. It is also very fast. As an excellent alchemist, concocting medicine was a piece of cake for her. Lin Yunqing, Du Jue, Xiao Wanrong and Di Lin Xian all came. After hearing the conversation between the two, Lin Yunqing could not help but ask, Bewitching, you just said that Hongzhuang is preparing a gift. What is it that is so mysterious? Hearing this, Bewitching gave Bailey Hongzhuang a look. Hongzhuang then handed the storage bag to Lin Yunqing. Mother, this is the medicine I concocted. It will help the cultivator expel the impurities in the body and increase the speed of cultivation. When she said this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but feel a little guilty. This was completely Granny Hua's potion formula. However, because she could not reveal the existence of Granny Hua, she could only do it herself. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Di Linxian's eyes were filled with surprise. What kind of medicine is this? It can actually expel the impurities in the body? Not only Di Linxian, but Di Yujue and the others also had the same expression. There were very few pills that had this kind of effect, let alone a medicine. After undergoing marrow cleansing, it was extremely difficult to achieve such a feat. No one would have thought that such a medicine would exist. However, Hong Zhuang had suddenly taken it out. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. I found it by chance. I haven't had the time to name it yet. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled helplessly. In short, the effect of this medicine is very good. It's best to cultivate until you're exhausted before taking the medicinal bath. The improvement effect will be even more obvious. Hongzhuang is really amazing. She always surprises us. Lin Yunqing smiled. Xiran and the others who were at the side also smiled. Hongzhuang had always wanted to get the formula of this medicine from Granny Hua. Now that she had gotten her wish, the first thing she did was to benefit her family. Mother, are my father and the others still in closed-door cultivation? I've already sent someone to inform them. However, they've been in closed-door cultivation for a while. Although we don't know the exact situation, we can hear the sound of a breakthrough from time to time. It can be seen that the breakthrough speed is extremely fast. Then I'll go and say goodbye to them before leaving. When Bailey Hongzhuang was on her way to the cultivation room, she met Xiao Sou and the others who were rushing over. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. The news came so suddenly. I'm afraid we'll have to spend a lot of time on this trip. This is a rare opportunity to gain experience. Who knows, we might be able to raise our cultivation by quite a bit. Let's go if we can. Di Yujue smiled. As a youngster, he naturally had to give it a try. Mu Lingbing was a bit worried. I heard that this place is very dangerous. Many people don't come out after entering. You must be careful. Don't worry. Beichen and Hong Zhuang have also been to many places to gain experience. In my opinion, they have more experience than you. Situ Yan smiled at Mu Lingbing. Hearing Situ Yan's words, Mu Lingbing thought about it and agreed. Just take the upper realm for example. Hong Zhuang and Beichen had fought their way up. Beichen, you have to take good care of Hong Zhuang, Mu Jint reminded. Grandmother, don't worry. With me here, I definitely won't let anything happen to Hong Zhuang. At the same time, Wen Jinghui was also instructing Xiran and Sheng Guaniying. To cultivators, gaining experience was a very normal thing. However, as an elder, he couldn't help but worry. After all, there were unavoidable risks in the training grounds. Especially in the upper realm, there were many unknowns. Mother, we're about to set off. You should stay here for a while. This is a medicine I concocted. It's very helpful for cultivation. Soak in it every night. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the medicine to Mu Lingbing. Father, other than cultivating every day, there are many demon beasts in the back mountain. It's very suitable for training. Di Beichen explained the best way to use the medicine. He could feel that Lan Yunxiao and the rest's cultivation had been rapidly increasing. However, just increasing their cultivation wasn't enough. Fighting was more important. Go in peace. Don't worry about us. We'll be here waiting for you to come back. Lan Yunxiao's face was full of smiles. His handsome face was full of concern, but his eyes, which others couldn't see, were filled with worry. After everything was prepared, everyone set off. Other than them, Bailey Yunyan and many other cultivators from the Di family were also traveling with them. In a situation like this where there were forces from all sides, the number of people could still give them an advantage. The one leading the team was still the Great Elder. After the first experience, everyone was already familiar with the route. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others sat on Di Beichen's flying car and followed the First Elder's flying car to the northwest. It's said that the mercenary guild will also send people over. I wonder if Huang Futing and the others will be there as well. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. They hadn't seen Huang Futing since he said he was going to train. Because they were in a hurry, they didn't have time to go to Emperor Cloud City to ask. Based on my judgment of Huang Futing, this opportunity, he shouldn't miss it. Bewitching pondered and said, and this matter has been spreading like wildfire. I think they must also know that we will be there. Maybe they are already waiting for us. If that's really the case, then that's not bad. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. This is a very good opportunity to train. If we can get some good fortune, that would be even better. Yunju, you've been in the mercenary union all this time, so you should have some understanding of it. Why don't you tell us about the situation? Di Beichen turned to look at Di Yujue. So far, he had not been to the mercenary union, so he did not know much about the situation there. The mercenary union in the upper realm is not much different from the lower realm, but the strength of the mercenaries here is stronger. Many idle cultivators gather here and form mercenary teams. I heard that many people from different forces also come here to train, and I met them when I was training. Moreover, the upper realm is vast, and there are many special places, so the missions are divided into different categories. Then did you encounter any trouble when you went there? When Xiren asked, usually, a Xiaobai face like yours should be easily disliked by those burly men, right? Mo Yunjue turned to look at Xiren. Do I look like a Xiaobai face? His cold gaze was as sharp as a knife, and with just a look, the air seemed to be frozen. When Xiren spread out his hands and said resentfully, okay, you're not. You brat, just Yunju's gaze is enough to shut those burly men up. Shang Guaniying chuckled. However, I can be sure that Yunju's mission in the mercenary union will be very smooth. Why? Think about it, Yunju is so handsome, the girls in the mercenary union will probably stare at him. Isn't it easy to complete the mission? Shang Guaniying said matter-of-factly. As soon as she said that, everyone turned to look at Mo Yunjue, but the latter did not say anything. Bailey Hongzhuang gave Shang Guaniying a look of admiration. She saw through it at a glance. Huang Futing has his own team. I noticed that someone wanted to join his team, but he rejected them. At that time, I thought it was a little strange because that person was not weak, and they just happened to be going on a difficult mission, so they should not have rejected. Later, I found out that they were dark cultivators, and everything became clear. I see. Di Beichen understood. It's inevitable that someone would see through it. Previously, he had been worried about this problem. Once he was targeted, it would be troublesome. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Not everyone has such good eyesight as Yunjue. There are still very few people who find it. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest arrived at Western Desert City, they discovered that the entire city was bustling with noise and excitement. The huge city was already filled with people, and this scene was comparable to the grand occasion in Piercing Wind City. These people want to enter the ancient battlefield? Xiren was surprised. He didn't know how big the ancient battlefield was. Would these people fill up the entire ancient battlefield? This time, the sudden appearance of the ancient battlefield made it impossible to prevent the news from spreading. Moreover, the number of people in the Mercenary Association was already very large, so it was impossible to control. Although the various major forces have already limited the range of cultivators' strength, you still have to be careful. No one can guarantee that there won't be people who will fish in troubled waters, the Great Elder warned. Everyone nodded. The current situation was far beyond their control. The ancient battlefield appeared in the desert outside Shihan City. The people gathered in the city are mainly new cultivators. Of course, there are also many merchants. With so many people here, the business opportunities are naturally limitless. The Great Elder smiled faintly as he led everyone forward. The information we have is from the past. Different things happen here every day, so before we go, I have to understand the latest situation. If there are no problems, I will bring you all along. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Because Di Beichen and the others were in seclusion and had been on the road for a while, the news the Di family received was from half a month ago. No one knew if anything else had happened in this half a month. Beichen, your family is really big. No matter which city you go to, you have your own people. Xiren looked at the old man who was happily chatting with the Great Elder and couldn't help but sigh. Our family has stood tall for so many years, so we have some relationship with most cities. It's not just us, the other families are the same. Di Xiaofeng smiled. Even if they didn't have any relationship before, they will definitely send people to investigate after this incident. So as long as we come, we will definitely get the latest news. I see. Xiran understood. Although the Cloud Sword sect's influence in the lower realm wasn't small, it was undeniable that they couldn't do this. While the Great Elder was understanding the situation, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were sizing up the situation in the city. All kinds of cultivators were gathered here. There were cultivators entering the city at every moment, and these cultivators often formed teams one after another. The entire city was bustling with noise and excitement. Pill shops, weapon shops, and other cultivation-related shops were all bustling with business. One could even vaguely hear that they were sold out. This is probably the most lively Shihan city has been in these years. Di Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head. In the past, although Shihan city wasn't small, because of its remote location, it wasn't very lively. Every time this small world appears, it can always bring about a city. Bailey Yunyan smiled faintly. They had obviously heard of this situation many times. Look, that person looks familiar. Is he from the Xiao clan? Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze locked onto a man in front of her. She remembered seeing him in the Piercing Wind City before. Everyone followed Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze. The man was also sizing up Bailey Hongzhuang. Only when he felt everyone's gaze did he turn his head and stop watching. That's right. This person is from the Xiao clan, Bewitching affirmed. We came late this time. I believe that the Jun family and the Xiao family have already arrived. Di Xiaofeng spread out his hands, but his expression was very calm. Soon, you will see most of the people you met in the immortal cloud mystic realm. Morong Jing, Chen Feng, and Jiang Wenyan should have arrived as well, right? A faint smile appeared on his chiseled face. It was like the sun in March, warm and bright. Di Xiaofeng nodded. They won't miss such an opportunity. Look, isn't that the Saint of Light? Among the crowd, a cultivator's gaze locked onto Bailey Hongzhuang. After taking a closer look, he could not help but cry out in surprise. As soon as he said that, he immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. Everyone turned their heads, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. That's the D family's team. That's right, that's the Saint of Light. If it weren't for the incident in Western Desert City, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to see the real Saint of Light. Many curious and pleasantly surprised gazes landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. The incident of the Sacred Assembly of Light had already spread throughout the entire upper realm several months ago. As for the portrait of the Saint of Light, it had also spread to every branch of the Sacred Assembly of Light. Everyone had long heard that the Saint of Light was as beautiful as a fairy. When they saw the portrait, they already had such a feeling. It was only when they saw her in person that they were shocked. In a short time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were surrounded by many cultivators. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not expect such a situation to occur. They were all stunned, and could not help but smile. My wife, your reputation is now much greater than mine. Your husband will have to rely on you in the future. Di Beichen chuckled. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Di Beichen. I'll think about it. The Di family came a little late this time. The Xiao family and the Jun family came a while ago. It looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. Isn't that so? I think that with the appearance of the ancient battlefield this time, the relationship between the three great forces might change again. The complicated relationship between the three great families had long been known to everyone. Especially after Bailey Hongzhuang took away the position of the Saint of Light, this conflict could be said to have risen to the peak. There had been no news for several months, and it was likely that something was going to happen again. The Great Elder was originally chatting with his family in Western Desert City when he suddenly realized that his team was almost surrounded by a group of cultivators. He immediately walked over. After discovering that everyone was interested in Bailey Hongzhuang's situation, he felt relieved and began to update everyone on the recent situation. There should still be some time before the ancient battlefield's restriction dissipates completely. Recently, the essence force that is spreading out is getting denser and denser. The surrounding cultivators have all come here because of its reputation. This is an excellent opportunity to raise their cultivation level. Almost all the cultivators from the major forces have arrived. Let's set off now. Hearing this, everyone nodded and immediately followed behind the first elder as they walked quickly towards the desert. It is said that the yuan qi emitted from the ancient battlefield far exceeds the yuan qi that one normally cultivates. Not only is it denser, but it also contains a unique law of heaven and earth. In this short period of time, many cultivators have already made breakthroughs, so all of you must also grasp this opportunity and work hard to improve your own cultivation, the great elder advised. Everyone looked at each other and became even more interested in this. I wonder what kind of heaven and earth yuan qi it is to have such a good effect. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered and said, it's rare to have such a good opportunity. Why didn't father and the others come together? This kind of environment was not only beneficial to them, but also to all the cultivators. I don't think everyone will turn a blind eye to such a good opportunity. Mo Yunjue said slowly. The great elder smiled faintly and said nothing. Everyone walked in the desert. Not long after, everyone found that a large number of cultivators appeared in front of them. They were densely packed and looked particularly conspicuous in this endless desert. In addition, everyone found that the desert, which was originally very clear, was shrouded in a layer of white mist, making the situation in front hazy and unclear. Noticing this scene, everyone knew that this was the place where the ancient battlefield appeared. With the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang and her party, they immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The D family's people are finally here. Their speed is really slow this time. It's most likely that D Beichen or D Xiaofeng are in close cultivation, so they are late. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and her party. Even if they didn't know the specific situation, they could guess it. Bailey Hongzhuang and others just casually glanced around and found many familiar forces. There were many tents. As far as the eye could see, the endless tents were lined up in a straight line. There was a flag hanging on these tents with the names of the major forces written on it. With a casual glance, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the flags of the Xiao family and the Jun family, which were very close to the center. There is our family's flag there. Di Xiaofeng pointed to a flag not far from the Xiao family and said. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes and found the Di family's flag fluttering in the wind. Great Elder, we've only just arrived, but you've already prepared everything? Di Beichen was a little surprised. He was worried that he would not be able to find a good position if he came late. Now it seemed that he was worried for nothing. The family master has sent people to occupy the position as soon as he heard the news. The great elder smiled and said, look, the Lin family's team has also arrived. As soon as the great elder's voice fell, Lin Yi's figure had already appeared in everyone's sight. Second cousin, you're so late. Lin Yi smiled mischievously and got close to Bailey Hongzhuang, second cousin-in-law. Did something happen that delayed you? Previously, we were in seclusion and did not know about the ancient battlefield. Father was worried that it would affect our cultivation and did not disturb us. After we found out, we rushed over immediately. I see. Lin Yi understood, the vitality here is very rich. It's really suitable for cultivation. I broke through 2 days ago. You can't waste this good opportunity. With that said, Lin Yi held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and walked forward. Her pretty face was full of sunshine. Di Xiaofeng looked at the smiling Lin Yi and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As sharp as he was, he could still feel the change in Lin Yi's expression. Di Beichen patted Di Xiaofeng's shoulder. Yi is much better now. Don't worry. He also paid attention to Lin Yi's expression. In fact, since Lin Yi appeared, her eyes did not stay on Di Xiaofeng for a moment. It seemed that she deliberately did not look at him. But in any case, she was getting better. After so many years of love, it would not completely dissipate in a short time. What's more, there was still awkwardness now. This would take time to gradually dilute. Lin Xianxia and Lin Taxing also smiled after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. We have been wondering why you haven't come yet. You have sharp eyes. Lin Xianxia smiled. Lin Yi raised her eyebrows. Of course, I saw my second cousin-in-law as soon as I turned my head. Bailey Hongzhuang had already felt the rich aura of heaven and earth as soon as she got close. In addition to being richer, this aura also had an unknown special aura. Perhaps this was the so-called rules of heaven and earth, which gave people an inexplicable feeling. Their thoughts seemed to be unprecedentedly clear. Even just being in this environment gave people a completely different feeling of comfort. Demon summoning scripture began to circulate unconsciously, absorbing the rich aura. All the cells in her body relaxed and greedily absorbed the aura. She could clearly feel that the aura in her body was constantly filling up. Cultivating in this environment was not only twice the result with half the effort, but the effect might be 3 times, 4 times, or even more. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bewitching and the others also felt the change immediately. Their faces were filled with amazement. Such pure and rich aura, we can't even touch it on normal days. Di Xiaofeng was surprised, this aura can be directly absorbed. It's a good opportunity to improve. Judging from this aura, the ancient battlefield is an amazing place. The mercenary union has found a good opportunity this time. Mo Yunjua's expression was still cold, and there was no change on his cold face. Lin Taxing nodded and motioned everyone to look not far away. Look, those are the people from the mercenary union. The number is the most amazing. Looking in the direction Lin Taxing pointed, everyone found that the mercenary union's flag was flying in the distance. Its range was almost equal to all the other forces. The number of people from the mercenary union is already amazing. Plus, they were the first to discover it this time, so they have the advantage. In my opinion, the cultivators from the mercenary union are only a part of them. There are more cultivators on the way. In this regard, everyone was not surprised at all. The mercenary union could be said to have the largest number of people among all the organizations. Their management was also very lax. Even the cultivators in the organization were mostly mercenaries. I'm afraid it will be very lively when we enter the ancient battlefield this time, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. A heavy look flashed across Lin Taxing's eyes. Actually, I can feel that the ancient battlefield this time is very different. It's much more powerful than the secret realms we've encountered before. Just the Yuan-Chi alone has already far exceeded the past. Furthermore, I heard from some elders that the scale of this ancient battlefield is far beyond our imagination. As for what the situation inside is like, no one can say for sure, but the risk is probably unprecedented. Looking at Lin Taxing's solemn expression, everyone's heart sank. The former must have heard a lot of news. No matter what, this is an abandoned ancient battlefield. With so many of us going in, there shouldn't be too much of a problem, Di Xiaofeng said slowly. The solemn expression on his face didn't disappear. Have you heard that Xiao Shou and Jun Lingxuan have acknowledged Shiyu as their master? Lin Xianxia suddenly asked. I've already met Xiao Shou and Jun Lingxuan previously. This Shiyu is indeed not simple. It's just that I haven't seen them for a while, but their cultivation progress is astonishing. Lin Xianxian's face sank. According to my judgment, they should have reached Nebula Stage 9. With Senior Shiyu as their master, the two of them are even more arrogant than before. Their arrogance is soaring as if nothing happened. Nebula Stage 9? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. They had been cultivating with all their might without slacking off. With Grandma Hua's medicinal bath, they had reached Nebula Stage 9. She didn't expect that Xiao Shou and Jun Lingxuan's cultivation had also risen to such a level. It seemed like this Shiyu was indeed quite capable. Lin Xianxian nodded, that's right. Although I don't know why Senior Shiyu accepted them as disciples, after this incident, I no longer have the same respect for Senior Shiyu as before. Now that we're outside, they might have some misgivings. However, once we enter the ancient battlefield, they will definitely think of ways to deal with you. You have to be on your guard. Feeling Lin Xianxian's concern, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze softened. She smiled faintly, Xianxian, thank you. We understand. Bewitching, your speed this time is too slow. Speak of the devil. Just as everyone was talking about Jun Lingxuan, they discovered that Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Shou were following behind an old man. Before they even arrived, Jun Lingxuan's teasing voice could already be heard. Bewitching turned his head. He didn't pay too much attention to Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Shou. Instead, his gaze locked onto the old man in front of them. Although it was his first time seeing him, he was certain that this person was the famous Shiyu. A tyrannical aura was emitted from his body. It inexplicably gave people an indescribable sense of oppression. This kind of power simply didn't allow them to probe his cultivation. When their spiritual power got close, it would be suppressed. In other words, the other party's cultivation was much higher than theirs. As expected of a cultivator who has been to the crossing immortal domain. His cultivation is not to be underestimated, Bailey Hongshuang said in a low voice. His cultivation should still be inferior to Senior Yu's. It's just that Senior Yu usually restrains his aura, so we can't sense it. Bewitching looked at Shuyu, who was slowly walking towards him. He was constantly making judgments in his heart. Didn't we come a little late to give you a chance? Bewitching raised his face. His handsome face looked even more charming under the sunlight. A cold glint flashed across Jun Lingxuan's eyes. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever. You still like to be defeated, Bewitching retorted indifferently. Xiao Sou's gaze was fixed on Bailey Hongshuang. Now, whenever she saw Bailey Hongshuang, she would feel uncomfortable. Only by making Bailey Hongshuang disappear from this world would she be able to truly feel at ease. Bailey Hongshuang, let's see who's stronger in this ancient battlefield, Xiao said coldly. Recently, her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. She believed that Bailey Hongshuang was no match for her. I'll accompany you to the end. She sized up Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching without saying a word. At the same time, the great elder quietly stood beside Bailey Hongshuang and Bailey Hongshuang with a look of fear. After looking at them for a while, Shiyu said indifferently, two pretty good young people. It wasn't until Shiyu left that First Elder let out a sigh of relief, and his tense body also relaxed. First Elder, are you all right? Di Xiaofeng asked with concern. First Elder waved his hand, this Shiyu is very strong. If he made a move, I wouldn't be able to resist. Fortunately, he didn't seem to have that intention. I really don't know what methods the Xiao and Jun family used to recruit him. This situation is really troublesome. Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions. This Shiyu's appearance was tantamount to giving the Di family a big problem. Master, why did you praise them just now? Xiao Soa couldn't help but ask after following Shiyu back to the family's residence. She had always seen Bailey Hongshuang as a thorn in her side. Hearing her master praise Bailey Hongshuang in front of her, she was really unhappy to the extreme. Shiyu glanced at Xiao Soa and said, these two juniors aren't simple. It's not strange that you lost to them. Why? Jun Lingxuan was also a little confused, but he wasn't as dissatisfied as Xiao Soa. Ever since he acknowledged Shiyu as his master, he understood how powerful his master was. He believed that his master must have his reasons for saying this. I've already heard about the experiences of Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang. They didn't rely on the Di family to come to the upper realm, but rather fought their way up from the lower realm. You've never been to the lower realm, but you've always looked down on it. But have you ever thought about how difficult it was for these two youngsters to come to the upper realm with their own strength in that environment? Shiyu took 2 steps forward, turned around, and continued, I just looked at them. They have a kind of tenacity that doesn't fear danger and a kind of determination that doesn't give up until they reach their goal. For cultivators, these 2 characteristics are very important. However, the 2 of you obviously can't compare to them in this aspect. Hearing Shiyu's words, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Soa both fell into silence. Although they were not convinced that they could not compare to others, they also understood that what Shiyu said was reasonable. They had heard the same words from their father before, so they had to admit it. Shiyu noticed their expressions and nodded. Not bad. You guys didn't rush to refute this time. Then, Master, are we no match for them? That's not it. Shiyu shook her head. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. You must first know where you are inferior to others, and then improve yourself. What I'm afraid of is your arrogance. As long as you listen to my words and work hard, defeating them won't be difficult. Only then did Jun Lingxuan let out a sigh of relief, revealing a joyful smile. Master, we will definitely work hard. Actually, the gap between you guys has already shrunk. You guys are Nebula Stage 9, and they are also Nebula Stage 9. The gap isn't that big. They actually broke through to Nebula Stage 9? Xiao Soa was stunned. During this period of time, they had trained so hard to break through to Nebula Stage 9. Originally, they thought that they would be able to crush the other party, but they didn't expect that the other party had also broken through to the same realm. This feeling made her very unhappy. Hearing Shiyu's words, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Soa fell silent. Actually, this was something that they were unwilling to think about. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Yuer's improvement after coming to the upper realm was indeed astonishing. Back then, the difference in strength between them was not small. However, in just a few years, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Yuer had not only caught up to them, they had even surpassed their cultivation. How could they, who had always been praised as geniuses, accept this? Most importantly, back in the Divine Cloud secret realm, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's taboo techniques were too shocking. Therefore, when they found out that they were both Nebula rank 9 cultivators, their confidence in winning had already begun to waver. Under the same cultivation, they were very clear that they were no match for them. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's methods were enough to let them crush all cultivators of the same level. Although they did not think that they were weak, they still had some understanding in their hearts at this time. Shiyu looked at Jun Lingxuan and Xiaoyu who had fallen silent. She did not want to hurt her two disciples too much, so she immediately said, as cultivators, most of us are extremely hard-working. Aren't you guys working hard too? Don't take what happened in the past to heart. The past is the past. Now that you are my disciples, I will definitely make you the most outstanding young people. Do you understand? Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Soa's spirits were lifted. Then, a strong sense of confidence appeared on their faces. Yes, Master. Previously, they had indeed lost to Bewitching and Xiaoyu. However, now that they had the number 1 expert Shiyu as their master, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaoyu obviously did not have such an opportunity. Therefore, this was their trump card to turn defeat into victory. Shiyu nodded in satisfaction. Previously, I said so much because I hope that you guys will not be arrogant and complacent. Of course, there is no need to belittle yourselves. Accurately recognizing your own strength is the most important thing. The vitality that overflows from this ancient battlefield is the vitality of heaven and earth. It is the source of cultivation energy. Cultivating here will help you greatly improve your cultivation. You must grasp this opportunity and cultivate well. Before you have enough confidence to defeat your opponent, don't cause any trouble for the time being. Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Yuer cupped their hands, their expressions serious and strict. Master, thank you for your teachings. We will definitely remember it in our hearts and diligently cultivate. We will not cause any trouble. Go. Shiyu's face, Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yuer, Xiao Yuer and Xiao Yuer, he was not very willing. After all, the conflict between these two little guys and Bewitching could be said to be well known by everyone. Shiyuer, Xiuer, Shiyuer and Xiaoer's, Xiu. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. As for Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, they were indeed good seedlings. However, since they were opponents, they could only become stepping stones. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching did not immediately start cultivating like everyone else when they arrived at the ancient battlefield. Instead, they looked towards the Mercenary Association's encampment. After a round of investigation, they saw a familiar figure in the Mercenary Association's team. When he heard that the Xiao family's team had arrived, he immediately rushed out to take a look. As expected, he saw Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. Huang Futing is really here. Bewitching's lips curled into a smile, and his heart relaxed. At least now that he saw Huang Futing, it proved that they had been doing well in the mercenary guild and had not been discovered. I told you, with their abilities, there won't be any problems. Bailey Hongzhuang looked relaxed. This is good too. After entering the ancient battlefield, we will have a helping hand that others don't know about. Huang Futing was originally thinking about whether to get close to Bewitching, but he saw the latter give him a look. He immediately stopped and understood Bewitching's meaning. Now that all the major forces were gathered here, it might be best to pretend that they didn't know each other. The cultivators standing beside Huang Futing were also happy when they saw Bewitching, but they were stopped by Huang Futing. Let's not expose our identities. It won't be too late to meet the young master after entering the ancient battlefield. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze and they all understood. It's easy for us to be noticed in the mercenary guild. If everyone knows about our relationship with the young master, it will be troublesome if more things are involved. Brother Huangfu, thank goodness you stopped us. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had indeed thought too simply. This is also the young master's intention. Huang Futing smiled faintly. Now is a once-in-a-lifetime cultivation opportunity. Normally, it would be difficult for us to obtain cultivation resources. Now that we have such an opportunity, everyone has to grasp it and strive to raise their cultivation as soon as possible. Only then can we carry out our grand plan earlier. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression was refreshed. Thinking about the dark sacred assembly, everyone felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood and were full of energy. In the past, they had been aimless and could not see the future and hope. Now, a bright path had appeared in front of them. Although the surroundings were full of thorns and obstacles, they were full of confidence. At the very least, they now had a goal to strive for, instead of living aimlessly like a walking corpse. I see a lot of familiar faces. It seems like they've all come here. Bailey Hongzhuang pretended to be indifferent as she quietly observed Huang Futing's surroundings. Many of the people she had seen in Emperor Cloud City appeared around Huang Futing. It's a rare opportunity. They won't miss it. Bewitching smiled. Now we can rest assured. Let's go into the tent and cultivate. Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou had both broken through to Nebula Stage 9. It could be seen that Shiyu indeed had some ability. They might be thinking about how to deal with us. We have to raise our cultivation as soon as possible and not give them any chance to take advantage of us. His deep and wise eyes were dignified. Although Di Beichen was very disdainful of Jun Ling's son, it was undeniable that this person was an outstanding existence among the younger generation. What's more, with Shiyu's guidance, Jun Lingxuan's recent cultivation speed was extremely fast. He had never looked down on anyone. A scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. They hadn't seen each other for such a long time. Jun Lingxuan had suffered such a huge blow that he might have put away his previous arrogance. All of this was very likely. And he could not lose. Shiyu's appearance was no different from a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Everyone was worried that this person's appearance would bring about changes. Not only Di Beichen, but also Di Yujue could feel Di Yujue's worry when he first talked to Di Yujue. Bailey Hongzhuang knew Di Beichen very well. Although he never revealed anything on the surface, it was obvious that he had remembered everything in his heart. To him, there was no doubt about the importance of his family. He did not want any changes that could threaten his family's safety, so he would definitely think of a way to solve all of this. However, Shiyu's strength was just too strong. At least for now, they were no match for him at all. Regarding this, she felt very helpless. Even if they had thought of a way, at least for now, there was no effective way. When the two of them returned to the tent, when Xiran and the rest opened their eyes. Hongzhuang, the vitality here is the vitality of heaven and earth. It is the source of energy that cultivators need. It is purer and more condensed than the vitality that we normally absorb. We must grab this good opportunity to absorb more vitality to strengthen our cultivation. Ling Er's voice was filled with surprise. Vitality of heaven and earth? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. It was her first time hearing this term. Ling Er nodded slightly. The vitality of heaven and earth is the purest form of vitality. It is very suitable for cultivators. The vitality that we normally absorb is derived from the vitality of heaven and earth. However, regardless of purity or concentration, it cannot be compared to the vitality of heaven and earth. The upper realm basically does not have the vitality of heaven and earth. This is a great supplement for cultivators. This also means that this ancient battlefield is probably a very strong existence. Hearing Ling Er's words, everyone had a higher opinion of this ancient battlefield. Then wouldn't this ancient battlefield be too strong? It's not a place that we can enter at all? Shang Guaniying asked worriedly. Ling Er shook her head. This is an abandoned ancient battlefield. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, we still have to be careful when we enter. Since this is a rare opportunity, let's not waste any more time and cultivate. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped the topic. No matter how dangerous the ancient battlefield was, since they were already here, they would not give up the opportunity to enter. Now that they were all Nebula Stage 9, they clearly remembered Granny Hua's warning. The most important thing now was to suppress his cultivation level. The more essence force he accumulated, the stronger his strength would become after breaking through. If it was any other day, this process would definitely be extremely long. But now, with the heaven and earth Xianxia, this process could be greatly shortened. It was truly a heaven-sent opportunity. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang finished speaking, everyone stopped talking and went into closed-door cultivation. Not only the D family, but almost everyone who came was unwilling to give up such a good opportunity to cultivate. Every second wasted was a second wasted. Therefore, other than a few cultivators who had just arrived, everyone immediately went into closed-door cultivation after settling down. After the great elder settled everyone down, he did not give up on this great opportunity. His cultivation level had not increased for a long time. Perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to increase it. This news caused the leaders of the various forces to become restless. Although their cultivation levels were high, it was also because of this that it was even more difficult for them to break through. Where else could they find such a good opportunity on a normal day? Instantly, many of the leaders of the forces disguised themselves and arrived near the ancient battlefield. After the first person appeared, many more people appeared one after another. Although they had disguised themselves, they were still recognized. However, no one exposed them. After all, everyone had a tacit understanding of their purpose of coming here. Bailey Hongzhuang concocted some medicine and everyone simply soaked in the medicinal bath to cultivate. On one side was the heaven and earth Xianxia, and on the other side was the pure medicinal power. Under the influence of these two factors, everyone improved tremendously every day. However, even if they felt the barrier to breaking through, no one tried to break through. Instead, they suppressed it. This was the time to accumulate. Only by accumulating more would one be able to reap greater rewards. Compared to the various forces, the number of breakthroughs in the mercenary guild's encampment was higher every day. Cultivators of various cultivation levels gathered in the mercenary guild. Some of them even broke through 3 levels in a short period of time. Such a harvest was truly a pleasant surprise. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were engrossed in their cultivation. During this process, they naturally noticed the movements of the other cultivators. However, among the cultivators they were familiar with, they had not heard of anyone breaking through to the Radiant Moon realm. I wonder if the other cultivators also know to suppress their breakthroughs? Bailey Xianxia was puzzled when he realized that no one had broken through to the Radiant Moon realm after such a long time. Perhaps. Mo Yunjua pondered. The Radiant Moon realm is more difficult to break through than the other realms. Others don't know, but I believe that Xiao Sou and Jun Lingshuan definitely know. Bailey Hongzhuang looked certain. Since Shi went to the crossing immortal territory, the cultivators he met were naturally extremely powerful. I'm afraid he already knew about this. Di Baichen nodded slightly. He agreed with Bailey Hongzhuang's opinion. I asked my father before. Perhaps the immortal territory and the upper realm have not been in contact for a long time. So many people in the upper realm are not clear about this. My father doesn't know about this. He just broke through to the Radiant Moon realm as usual. Baichen, where is the immortal territory you're talking about? Di Xiaofeng looked at Baichen in confusion. Why did he feel that Baichen and the rest seemed to know many things he did not know? It's a higher existence. Di Baichen smiled faintly. However, we are not very clear about that place. We only know that Shiyu has been to the crossing immortal domain, so she knows more about cultivation than us. Di Xiaofeng sighed. Originally, the Xiao family and the Jun family were no longer a threat to us, but since this person appeared, things have become a lot more troublesome. I wonder why Shiyu would help them. However, no matter what, we cannot allow him to affect the D clan. Di Baichen's Di Xiaofeng. He would not let go of anyone who affected his family. Even if the opponent was far more powerful than they imagined. Di Xiaofeng looked at Di Baichen quietly. Suddenly, his lips curled into a dazzling smile. Hearing the word immortal, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen looked at each other and laughed involuntarily. Shiyu had only gone to the immortal domain and had yet to become a cultivator of the immortal domain. She was indeed not an immortal. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In these 2 months, the number of cultivators that gathered in Western Desert City could be said to have increased. Previously, when Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived, the entrance of the ancient battlefield was already filled with cultivators. Now, the number of cultivators was constantly increasing. Even the edge of the desert was surrounded by cultivators. Although the further back one's position was, the weaker the concentration of origin chi would be, it was still better than the usual cultivation environment. Therefore, everyone still flocked to this place and enjoyed it. Master, I feel the opportunity to break through again. After Jun Lingxuan felt the barrier to breaking through to the radiant moon realm, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Until now, he hadn't felt any other familiar peers breaking through to the radiant moon realm. If he could break through first, he would definitely be in the limelight. On this point, he could directly suppress Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng. Shiyu looked at Jun Lingxuan's happy appearance and shook her head. Don't be in a hurry to break through for now. Accumulate more. After breaking through, you'll be even stronger. Hearing this, Jun Lingxuan frowned. Master, I already felt the opportunity to break through a while ago. You told me to accumulate, so I've been accumulating. Now that I've felt it for the second time, can't I break through? Ling Sun, don't be anxious about breaking through. Accumulating more is good for you. Master won't lie to you. Shiyu's expression was indifferent, as if she didn't see Jun Lingxuan's anxiousness. Master, I heard that Nangong Yuqing is already at Nebula rank 9. If he breaks through to the radiant moon realm first, then Ling Sun's limelight will be stolen. What's more, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation talent isn't weak. Who knows when they might break through first? Xiao Soa couldn't help but say. During this period of time, they had been suppressed by Di Beichen in every way, and all the limelight had been stolen by them. She only hoped to turn the tables around as soon as possible. If they break through, then let them break through. What's the problem? Shiyu's expression was mild. Do you want temporary glory or long-term benefits? I've already told you before that you can't be too hasty in everything. The best outcome is when the conditions are right. In short, my opinion is not to break through, but to accumulate more. If you don't listen, I won't stop you. Looking at Shiyu's back, Xiao Sou and Jun Lingxuan looked at each other helplessly. I really don't understand. It's not easy to get this kind of opportunity. Why does Master always have such an attitude? Jun Lingxuan sighed. He used to be so glorious, but he had already fallen many times because of Di Beichen. This time, he really wanted to turn the tables, but he couldn't offend his master. I see that Di Beichen and the others haven't broken through. Ling Sun, don't be too anxious. Xiao Sou comforted. Jun Lingxuan nodded slightly. We've already lost for so long. This time, we can't lose again. We definitely won't lose. This is the second time you've sensed the opportunity to break through. Di Beichen and the others haven't broken through yet. It's clear that they can't compare to you. When Bailey Hongshuang sensed the opportunity to break through, she immediately stopped cultivating. If she continued, she wouldn't be able to control the energy in her body and break through the barrier. Noticing Bailey Hongshuang's movements, Di Beichen chuckled, about to break through? Yes. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. I suddenly understand what Zhongli Mu said earlier. He broke through unknowingly while sleeping, so he really can't suppress it. Zhongli Mu had previously told everyone about his breakthrough. Because Zhongli Mu had asked him to suppress it, he had been suppressing it. However, as he accumulated more and more energy, the opportunity to break through kept appearing. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to a breakthrough. Under such circumstances, he didn't even dare to sleep, afraid that he would break through. Until one day, because he hadn't slept for a long time, he was too sleepy and broke through after taking a nap. That's why Zhongli Mu's strength is so abnormal. Xiran shook his head. Their confidence was nothing in front of Zhongli Mu. Just as everyone was talking, the aura of a breakthrough suddenly came. Everyone walked out of their tents after sensing the aura. They could sense that it came from an aristocratic family's tent, but they didn't know which one it was. When Bailey Hongshuang and the others walked out of their tents, they saw the Great Elder standing outside and looking in the direction of the aura. Great Elder, who broke through? This aura comes from the Nangong family. It should be Nangong Yuqing breaking through to the radiant moon realm. The Great Elder looked into the distance and sighed. So it's Nangong Yuqing. Di Beichen didn't find it strange. After all, Nangong Yuqing wasn't weak. Back then, when he pursued Xiao Sou, he had many conflicts with them. However, ever since he brought Nangong Xiaolong back, they hadn't heard any news about him. This guy actually broke through to the Radiant Moon realm. It seems that his progress isn't small. Mo Yunjue said indifferently. Just as they were talking, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou came out of their tents. Nangong Yuqing really broke through. Jun Lingxuan sighed. In the end, he wasn't the first to break through. Xiao Sou comforted him. Lingxuan, it's good that we understand. I believe that master has his reasons. I hope so. Jun Lingxuan turned his head and found that Di Beichen and the others were looking at him. He immediately restrained the sadness on his face and restored his usual arrogance. Di Beichen, do you feel envious to see Nangong Yuqing have you broken through? Your cultivations is slow. I think you're the one who's be disappointed? Di Beichen smiled. In any case, my cultivation's already lagging behind, so it doesn't matter. Besides, strength and cultivation aren't completely proportional. Jun Lingxuan snorted, you're just talking big. We'll see who's the real deal when we enter the ancient battlefield. I hope you won't lose your life before you see us. Di Beichen raised his eyebrows and walked into the tent. The Nangong family's cultivators were undoubtedly full of glory. Their young master was the first to break through and stole the limelight from the other family's younger generation. Father and the rest didn't come for such a good opportunity? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the great elder. It was a pity to miss such a good opportunity. Looking at the look of pity on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, the great elder smiled and said, actually, the master and the rest are already here. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Their eyes flashed with a strong sense of surprise. Is that true? Of course it's true. Then why didn't we see them? The great elder sighed. All the major forces have agreed that the younger generation will explore the ancient battlefield. It's naturally inappropriate for the elders to come here. However, many leaders of the forces have come, but they have disguised themselves and did not enter the base of their respective families. The current situation is considered to be unspoken. Hearing that, everyone finally understood. They had not expected the leaders of the forces to be so interesting. They had formed such an interesting unwritten rule in such a short period of time. Great Elder, it's a pity to miss such a good opportunity. Why didn't the master and the rest go in? Wen Xiren asked curiously. If the master had gone in, he would have reaped a greater harvest than them. Looking at the confused crowd, the great elder smiled and explained, if the master went in, he would have reaped a greater harvest, but the risk would be great as well. Moreover, the younger generation has to be given space to grow. Only with enough experience and opportunities can they become stronger. Actually, the master and the rest had gone through this in the past. I was too naive, Yi Zichen said. Wen Xiren was enlightened. He had only thought about the benefits and had not considered anything else. The younger generation was an extremely precious resource for the family. However, if anything happened to the master, it would be a huge blow to the family. Thinking about it, all the major forces had been doing this for the past few years. The restriction is much fainter than before. I believe it won't be long before it completely disappears. The great elder reminded everyone. Everyone, I estimate that it will take about 7 days. Continue to cultivate first. When it's about time, I'll inform you. Everyone nodded. Once they entered the ancient battlefield, it would be the time for the younger generation of the major forces to compete. Before entering, even if one's cultivation increased by a little, their chances of survival would increase by a little. With that, the first elder walked out of the tent with a helpless look on his face. Nangong Yuqing had already broken through to the Radiant Moon realm, but the young master and the great young master had not. If they entered the ancient battlefield, they would be at a disadvantage. The great young master and Nangong Yuqing had formed a grudge during the previous trip to the Immortal Cloud realm. If they met in the ancient battlefield, they would inevitably fight. He was very clear about the difference between the Nebula tier and the Radiant Moon tier. It might seem like it was only one level, but the difference between the two was far more than just one level. I hope he can make a breakthrough in 7 days. The great elder prayed. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't know what the great elder was thinking. Right now, no one was planning to break through. Their idea was to be like Zhongli Mu and break through naturally. It would be more beneficial for them in the future. Everyone could feel that the restriction was about to disappear. This kind of cultivation opportunity would most likely not appear again in the future. Therefore, in the remaining few days, everyone cultivated in silence for fear of delaying the advancement of their cultivation. Not because of anything else, but because of the noisy discussion coming from outside. It seems that the seal is about to dissipate, Bewitching said in a low voice. Everyone walked out of the tent and looked at the entrance. The fog was as hazy as before, blocking everyone's vision. They couldn't see the front with their naked eyes. They knew that the seal was about to dissipate because of their mental strength. The power that had been lingering at the entrance had weakened a lot and was faintly dissipating. When the great elder saw that everyone had come out, he said, "Young master, I'm afraid that the seal will dissipate in another 4 hours. You have to be prepared. We'll be going in soon." Bewitching nodded slightly. His chiseled face was solemn and serious. "Great elder, don't worry. We're already prepared and can set off at any time." Perhaps it was because they were about to enter the ancient battlefield, many cultivators couldn't cultivate in peace. The surroundings became noisy and lively. Xiaofeng. Morong Jing's figure appeared in front of everyone. "I knew that you were cultivating, so I didn't disturb you. We'll be entering the ancient battlefield soon and we'll have to fight side by side again." Seeing Morong Jing, Xiaofeng smiled heartily and warmly. "You and I have fought side by side since we were young. We can't underestimate the ancient battlefield this time. Although the situation isn't clear, everyone is sure that the danger level inside is higher than what we've experienced before. So, we have to be careful when we enter. We're all people who cherish our lives. We don't know what's going to happen after we enter. It's safer for us to meet up as soon as possible." Xiaofeng nodded. There were so many rumors before they even entered. It was clear how dangerous it was. In his opinion, the treasure was secondary. Protecting his life was the most important. Morong Jing was relieved when he saw that Xiaofeng understood the situation. He didn't stay any longer. All the major forces had already kept their tents and were waiting to enter the ancient battlefield later. "Young master, great master, the patriarch said that everything else isn't important as long as you return safely. Moreover, Xiao Sou and Jun Lingshuan probably learned some tricks from Shuyu. The patriarch said that you shouldn't underestimate the enemy." The great elder's expression was serious, but his eyes were filled with worry. Now that they were about to enter, and none of the young masters and the others had broken through to the radiant moon realm, he could not help but feel worried. "We understand." Bewitching nodded and turned his gaze slightly. However, he found that among the troops that were beginning to retreat behind him, a familiar gaze had fallen on him. It was a face she had never seen before, but the gaze was warm and familiar. The other party nodded at Bewitching, and Bewitching responded indifferently. He knew that it was Yujue in disguise. Before they left, his father was still worried about them. Bailey Hongzhuang followed Bewitching's gaze and also noticed the figure. Whether it was her height or her appearance, she was completely different from her usual self, but she was still recognizable at first glance. Yujue's lips curled into a smile before he turned and left. Not only Yujue, but the leaders of the major forces also left quietly. If they didn't leave now, it would be awkward for them to stay here and look at each other when the juniors entered the ancient battlefield later. Soon after, the restriction completely dissipated under everyone's waiting. "Do you feel it? The prohibition has disappeared completely. We can go in now. After waiting for so long, it has finally disappeared. But who will go in first?" Even though they had sensed the disappearance of the restriction, their hearts were still pounding. The ancient battlefield was simply too mysterious to them. When Bewitching and the rest realized this, they were ready to go and slowly approached the entrance. "Young master, we will wait for your return in the family," the great elder said sincerely as he glanced at the cultivators in the D family. Bewitching nodded. "Don't worry, I will bring everyone back safely. Take care." Just as everyone was in a dilemma, someone had already entered the ancient battlefield. As the first person entered, the other cultivators rushed in without hesitation and threw the so-called risk to the back of their minds. Xiao Sou and Jun Lingshuan also prepared to leave at the first moment, and before leaving, Shuyu couldn't help but remind them. After entering the ancient battlefield, if you don't encounter any danger, there is no need to rush to break through. Suppressing your cultivation will be beneficial to you. However, if you encounter any danger, you can break through if you really can't. Yes, master. You must return safely. Shi nodded and waved for the two of them to leave. Jun Lingshuan did not delay and immediately led his own team into the ancient battlefield with Xiao Sou. When Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes, there was a foggy world in front of her. White fog filled her eyes and in an instant, it was as if there was only white left in the world. The air was filled with the smell of blood and Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but frown. The ancient battlefield should have appeared for a long time. Why is there still such a strong smell of blood? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. However, there was no response to her voice. Beichen? Are you not here? Beichen. After shouting a few times without receiving any response, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. It seemed that they had been separated when they came in. Master, this place is so strange. There is only white fog as far as the eye can see. I can't see anything clearly at all. Xiao He looked puzzled. They had been to such places before, but even though the visibility was low, they could still see clearly within a meter. Right now, they couldn't see anything at all. If there was any danger, they wouldn't even be able to react in time. Bailey Hongzhuang's face darkened. The ancient battlefield is not like the immortal cloud mystic realm. Many people have already entered it. This is the first time it has appeared. No one knows what is going on inside. If it's a dangerous place, wouldn't it be possible for all of us to be wiped out? Xiao He no longer had the joking expression from before. Such a consequence was not something they could bear. First, we have to figure out where the smell of blood came from. Is it from before or now? Bailey Hongzhuang said in a deep voice. Even though the situation in front of her made her feel helpless, Bailey Hongzhuang forced herself to calm down. She had no other choice now. If she did not calm down, she might not even be able to keep her life. Closing her eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang tried to use her mental energy to sense everything around her. However, there was a mysterious power in the fog that prevented her mental energy from penetrating it. Master, my mental strength is unable to leave my body and I can't sense the situation around me. There was a rare nervousness in the young voice. Xiao He, who was usually undisciplined, could also feel the pressure brought about by the unknown environment. The feeling of not being able to see anything and not being able to hear anything was too overwhelming. Me too. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. This situation was beyond their expectations. I wonder if the others are in the same situation as us. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. If everyone was in the same situation, there wouldn't be any progress for the entire day. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that they didn't know if there were any other living creatures in the ancient battlefield. If they were to attack, it would be dangerous. The faint smell of blood lingered in their nostrils. This feeling made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao He, can you sense any demonic beasts nearby? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Xiao He had always been very sensitive towards other demonic beasts. Not really. Xiao He replied, Master, I keep having the feeling that we're standing in the center of the battlefield and not the periphery. The ancient battlefield was so big that it was impossible for every place to be a battle zone. However, the smell of blood lingered around them and there weren't any screams. Obviously, this was the biggest possibility. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, I have the same thoughts as you. Moreover, I can vaguely sense a strong aura around us. It's a pity that I can't see anything clearly. Master, since there's no other way, let's not be anxious. I believe that this fog will disperse eventually. Otherwise, will we all be unable to walk out? Xiao He comforted Bailey Hongzhuang. The current situation made them feel helpless. However, they definitely couldn't let this helplessness grow. It would be very easy for them to collapse. Hearing Xiao He's comforting words, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and stroked its furry head. It's rare for you to comfort me. Of course. Xiao He changed its usual joking expression. It grew bigger and leaned against Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, don't be afraid. I'm here. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart seemed to soften in an instant when she felt the furry warmth beside her. Usually, Xiao He was always making a fuss and was a clown. It was rare for her to be so heartwarming. However, she always knew how important she was to Xiaohei. "Don't be afraid, we will definitely be able to get out of here." Bailey Hongzhuang hugged Xiaohei and said, "The vital energy here is very dense, even denser than when we were in the outside world. If you don't know where to go, you might as well cultivate here first. However, it's filled with a murderous aura. I'll have to pay more attention to it when I cultivate." When Xiaohei saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was so calm, she felt relieved. "Alright, let's wait and see when this fog will disperse." After making their decision, the human and beast sat down on the spot and began to cultivate peacefully. At the same time, many cultivators who had entered the ancient battlefield were in a daze. This was especially so for those who had been separated from others by a mysterious force. They were left alone and could not see the situation clearly. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei calmed down and focused on their cultivation, the fear and worry in their hearts gradually dissipated. However, the smell of blood that constantly wafted into their nostrils reminded them that this place was filled with the strange language and was not safe. Night slowly fell and a thick darkness enveloped the entire world. Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes and saw an endless darkness. It was as if she had become blind and could not see anything. "This fog is strange. It seems to have turned into a black fog at night." Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. "It seems that the two of us can only accept our fate. Master, it's fortunate that the two of us are still together. Think about those cultivators who appeared here alone. That's really terrible." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and could not help but ponder. "I don't know if Ling and Xianxia can find us. However, I can't sense their auras nearby. I'm afraid that they are very far away." Xianxia, and Ling were telepathic. Generally speaking, as long as they were not too far away, they would be able to sense them. However, she could not sense them at all. The size of this ancient battlefield may be beyond our imagination. There's no sound at all nearby. Xiaohei looked defeated. "I've never seen such a unique place. I believe that there will be a way." Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. The number of cultivators who had entered this time was unprecedented. Even so, there was not a single person in the surrounding area. If the cultivators from the mercenary guild had not entered and only the outstanding disciples from the various large organizations had entered, it would have been even more difficult to meet them here. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. However, she had just started cultivating when she felt a strange energy invading her body along with her elemental energy. This energy was contained within her elemental energy. If she was not sensitive enough, she would not be able to detect it immediately. "Xiaohei, stop cultivating for now." "Master, what's wrong?" Xiaohei opened her eyes when she heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. Her voice was filled with confusion. "Don't you realize that the elemental energy we cultivate now is different from when we cultivate during the day? Now that you mention it, I do feel that something is wrong. However, I can't pinpoint exactly what is wrong." Xiaohei scratched her head. After the sky turned dark, there seemed to be some changes. However, I can't sense anything different. There's a special energy that has combined with the elemental energy. Although I don't know what it is, I feel that cultivating like this is not beneficial to us. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were serious. If some strange power accidentally entered her body, it would be difficult to get it out. It's not in the day but at night. While thinking, the power of light in Bailey Hongzhuang's body suddenly spread out. The rich power of light was dazzling and bright, illuminating the black fog in front of her. With this, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the fog in front of her was indeed different. During the day, the fog was pure white. Now, although the fog was also white, it was mixed with a trace of black. It was obvious that this trace of black was not the power of darkness. Most importantly, she realized that the black in the surrounding fog was gradually dissipating after she used the power of light. "Xiaohei, see if cultivating now is the same as cultivating during the day?" Xiaohei noticed the difference after this round of cultivation. "Master, there's no difference between now and during the day. It's so strange." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. She understood after seeing the changes in the fog. "If I'm not wrong, this black energy should be resentment or something like that." Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment before saying, "This is an ancient battlefield. Although you can't see it, just from the smell of blood, you can guess that the number of cultivators who died here must be a lot. So many cultivators have perished here and such a thick murderous aura has gathered here. It's not strange for such a situation to occur. If one cultivator had perished, the resentment might not be that serious. However, when a large number of cultivators had perished, the power gathered together would be extremely huge. I see. No wonder there wasn't such a situation during the day. Master, your light energy can eliminate this. Then we can cultivate at night. That's right. The vital energy here is so dense. If most cultivators can't cultivate at night, then this is a good opportunity to improve their cultivation. Unknowingly, a month had passed. During this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang gradually realized that the surrounding fog had become thinner. If this situation continues, we should be able to see the situation under our feet clearly in a few days' time. That's right, under their feet, actually, they could not see anything at all. They could not even see the situation under their feet clearly. Xiaohei nodded happily. As long as we can see a little more clearly, we can go and look for everyone. They had been staying here for a while and there was no sound around them. This made the lively Xiaohei feel extremely uncomfortable. Hold on for a few more days and we can set off. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei were conversing, a sudden breeze blew past. This was the first time Bailey Hongzhuang had felt wind since they had entered the ancient battlefield. Everything here seemed to be forbidden. Besides the difference between day and night, there was no movement at all. Even the wind had not appeared. As the wind blew past, the thick fog was blown away by the wind, with Bailey Hongzhuang as the witness. Everything in front of her became clear. She could see the blue sky and white clouds. She was freed from her blind state. Master, we can see. Xiaohei was pleasantly surprised. This wind is so magical. It is indeed magical. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was a little stiff. The situation here, sensing that her master's voice was different from usual, Xiaohei asked suspiciously, Master, what's wrong? After asking this question, Xiaohei could see everything clearly. Corpses. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. These corpses were all wearing armor and holding weapons. It was just like a tragic scene after a battle. It was shocking. Even though they had expected such a tragic scene to occur in the ancient battlefield, they had never expected that they would stay in the middle of the battlefield for such a long time. It was no wonder the smell of the blood. It was no wonder that they could feel the attack of an endless amount of resentment when they were cultivating. It was no wonder that they could feel a strong pressure around them. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang understood everything. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the blood-stained ground. Even though these people were dead, they still exuded an extremely powerful aura. She was certain that this battle had taken place a long time ago, but these people's corpses had not decayed. They still looked the same as before, as if something had just happened. She had once heard Granny Hua say that when a cultivator's strength reached a certain level, they would be able to preserve their physical body from decaying. Obviously, these people had already cultivated to this level. If I'm not wrong, these people should be from the immortal domain, right? Bailey Hongzhuang's face showed a thoughtful expression. The cultivators from the upper realm can't reach this level of cultivation. Xiaohei was shocked. Doesn't that mean that everyone here can do whatever they want in the upper realm? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's right. These people are very strong. However, everyone in the immortal region has this level of cultivation, so they can't be considered much. I suddenly understand why this world is divided into so many planes. If they were merged together, the people at the bottom would not even be able to control their own lives. If the people from the immortal region came here, then the entire upper realm would be suppressed. Even the great aristocratic families would not be able to live as leisurely as they were now. Master, don't think so much. This place looks very strange. Let's go first. Xiaohei looked around. As a demonic beast, she had seen many battles. Even so, she could not help but feel apprehensive when she looked at the scene before her. What if someone was still alive here? Wouldn't they be done for? All right. Bailey Hongzhuang replied. She stood there without fear, only respect in her heart. After all, these were all powerful seniors. After seeing this scene, she understood more and more that the immortal region was far more powerful than they had imagined. Just as the two of them were walking forward, Xiaohei suddenly noticed a storage ring in front of her. "Master, there's a storage ring there. I'm sure the cultivators from the immortal region must have many treasures on them." Xiaohei's eyes lit up, and she reached out to grab the ring. "Be careful." Before Bailey Hongzhuang could remind her, Xiaohei had already retracted her hand at lightning speed. She looked at the storage ring on the ground with lingering fear and said in shock, "It's too scary. The cultivation of the experts of the immortal domain is much higher than ours. Although they are already dead, the restriction on this storage ring has not dissipated. With our cultivation, we won't be able to open this barrier at all. Most importantly, it's very likely that we'll be heavily injured by the remnant consciousness it emits." Xiaohei nodded. "Before I could even touch the ring, a powerful force had already attacked me. It's really terrifying. Everything here isn't something we can touch. It's better for us to leave obediently." Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. How could she not be tempted? Not only were the storage rings scattered on the ground, but even the weapons were top-notch divine weapons. If he could bring them back, the strength of the clan would definitely increase by quite a bit. Unfortunately, when she had sensed the difference in power between them, she knew that she would not be able to bring them back. Xiaohei turned to look at her surroundings. She had been so shocked that she had not paid much attention to her surroundings. Now that she had taken a closer look, she realized that there were so many treasures scattered on the ground. "Don't think about it, these are not things that we can touch. Let's hurry up and leave." Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. She knew very well that she should not think too much about things that did not belong to her. Her little life was the most important thing. Forget about them, even the master would not be able to take away the things here. Furthermore, these things had been affected by resentment and blood over the years and were no longer as pure as before. If they were to lose their little lives because of this, it would not be worth it at all. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohei nodded helplessly. It had always been a money grubber. Seeing that it had missed out on so many treasures, it was heartbroken. Noticing Xiaohei's heartbroken look, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. This fellow had been a money grubber ever since she had first met it. It had not changed at all even after such a long time. The woman and the beast walked forward. This battlefield was huge and the number of cultivators who had died here was even more shocking. As they walked, they tried their best to avoid it. After leaving the battlefield, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped. She respectfully bowed to the front. "Seniors, I have offended you before. I hope that the seniors will forgive me." They had stayed here for an entire month. Now that they thought about it, their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Just thinking about it was enough to make them shiver. If they were timid, they would have vomited on the spot. "Master, where should we go now?" Xiaohei looked around and saw a vast and boundless grassland. The battlefield was extremely spacious and their field of vision was extremely wide as well. It was obvious that there were no other cultivators near them. Bailey Hongzhuang paused and her bright, pitch-black eyes flickered with a light of deep thought. "Let's walk in this direction first. When we meet other cultivators, we'll be able to understand the situation here better." At this moment, she did not have any understanding of the ancient battlefield. Even though she had been here for a month, it was as if she had just arrived today. In the past, when she was in the Immortal Cloud secret realm, she was always worried that she would encounter other cultivators and cause conflicts. However, now that she was here, she really hoped that she would be able to meet other cultivators as soon as possible. There were no living creatures in the surroundings, and there was an indescribable feeling everywhere. It was really unsettling. Xiaohei did not have any objections to this. In its opinion, it was the same no matter which direction they went. As long as he could reunite with everyone as soon as possible, that would be the best. A man and a beast walked on the grass. The sun shone on their bodies, casting long shadows on their backs. At the same time, the situation of the other cultivators who had entered the ancient battlefield was similar. Bewitching and Xiaobai walked forward. There was nothing but grass in sight. "This place is really strange. The fog didn't disperse earlier, but now it's gone." Xiaobai sighed. Bewitching nodded. "I also feel that this place is different from the secret realms that we've been to before. It's a little bit creepier. Let's not talk about anything else. The most important thing now is to find Hong Zhuang. I really don't understand why these places always move in and scatter everyone. Little White sighed. This kind of situation really made people feel helpless. After seeing the incomparably shocking battlefield, this feeling lingered in his heart. There was an indescribable strangeness everywhere. His father's previous judgment was correct. The danger level of this place was indeed much higher than before. Most importantly, even if he saw many treasures, he could not get his hands on them at all. The cultivators who had died were too terrifying. They were unimaginably powerful. He was almost certain that many cultivators would be at a disadvantage in this matter. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives here. I wonder if the souls of these cultivators still exist after they died. If they still exist, wouldn't it be easy for the cultivators who came in to be possessed? This was the question that had been lingering in his heart since he walked out of the battlefield. Possession was a technique used by some powerhouses. By devouring the other party's soul, they could occupy the other party's body and survive in another way. With the cultivation of these powerhouses, the cultivators in the upper realm could not resist at all. Most importantly, if these people succeeded in seizing his body, then the upper realm would probably be turned upside down. Back then, only 2 cultivators entered the lower realm and almost caused a catastrophe. If so many powerhouses suddenly appeared in the upper realm, the scene was simply unimaginable. At this moment, he felt that the ancient battlefield's appearance was not a good thing. On the contrary, it was full of danger. Xiaobai naturally understood Bewitching's concern. It also had its own concerns about this. Master, I feel that this battlefield has existed for a very long time. Even the soul of an expert will gradually wither away without a vessel. The possibility of such a thing happening should be relatively small. I hope so. Bewitching sighed. How could he not know this? However, he could not help but be worried. I don't understand. Why would the entrance to the Immortal Region's battlefield appear in the upper realm? This was what he could not figure out the most. I don't know. Xiaobai shook its head. Master, since these people are so powerful, we can't get anything at all. On one hand, they entered the ancient battlefield to explore. On the other hand, they hoped to gain something. However, they did see many treasures, but they could not take them. Since the cultivators here all came from the celestial realm, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to obtain all the treasures here. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Now that we're in, even finding the exit is extremely difficult. We can only continue forward. In fact, just as Bewitching had guessed, many cultivators had lost their lives while fighting for the treasures. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei walked for a day and a night, the murderous aura finally weakened a little. In fact, Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't have been able to withstand the killing intent if it weren't for her blood chi field and killing chi field. The murderous aura that had been formed over the years was simply too fierce and overbearing. If one stayed there for too long, one's mind would be affected. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang was of the light attribute, and her light energy was able to disperse this influence. Otherwise, if an ordinary person were to cultivate there for a month, they would definitely leave behind problems. The killing intent is finally fading. Earlier, I felt that my body was stiff. Now, I feel much better. 3 days later, the scenery in front of them finally changed. In front of them was a lush forest. However, there were no animals here. It was as if everything was still. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei ate their rations as they walked. The area here was extraordinarily large. It took them such a long time to walk through just a patch of grass. Most importantly, until now, they had not met a single person. It's so strange here. There aren't any living things here. Xiaohei could not help but say, I used to worry that there would be demonic beasts in the forest. I don't have to worry here, but I'm looking forward to seeing a living thing. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Her thoughts were the same as Xiaohei's. This situation was just too strange. Since so many people have come this time, we'll definitely meet others if we keep walking. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed a patch of dazzling red in front of him. It was reflecting a bright and resplendent light under the sunlight. What's that? Bailey Hongzhuang looked in front of her suspiciously. A patch of red appeared on the ground. It was obviously not blood. Xiaohei's eyes lit up. Master, let's go and take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She immediately increased her speed and rushed forward. Wow, Xiaohei looked at everything in front of her and could not help but cry out in surprise. Pieces of crystals appeared on the ground. The crystals were red in color and shone brightly under the sunlight. They were as dazzling as rubies. It's so beautiful. The stones on the ground were sparkling. Xiaohei's eyes were also sparkling. It was just too beautiful. It was like a work of art. One look and one would like it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the red crystals in front of her. She was also stunned for a moment. This time, neither she nor Xiaohei immediately reached out to take them. The previous situation had already taught them a lesson. Bailey Hongzhuang squatted down and carefully examined the crystals on the ground. She could feel an extremely dense and pure power emanating from the golden stone. After thinking for a moment, she stretched out her hand. Master, Xiaohei could not help but call out. Bailey Hongzhuang picked up the crystal, and the situation she was worried about did not happen, so she was relieved. Xiaohei, this seems to be a spirit stone. Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. She was very familiar with spirit stones. He often used spirit stones for his daily cultivation, but the blood spirit stone in his hand was purer and denser than the one he used for his daily cultivation. Even a high-grade spirit stone would not be able to compare to it. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohei also picked up the blood spirit stone. After carefully sensing it, she said in surprise, "That's right, this should be a spirit stone. I didn't expect there to be such a spirit stone above high-grade spirit stones. If I use this spirit stone to cultivate, my cultivation speed will be much faster." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes rippled with joy. This was probably their biggest gain since coming here. But master, why are these spirit stones red? Xiaohei was puzzled. She could not help but think of the previous battle. Could these spirit stones have been stained red by blood? Xiaohei could not help but tremble when she thought of this. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head with certainty. These spirit stones were not stained red by blood. They were originally like this. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's affirmation, Xiaohei's expression relaxed a little. Ever since she had arrived at this strange ancient battlefield, she had a different view of the color red. If these spirit stones were really related to fresh blood, even if the effects were extremely good, she could not help but feel a knot in her heart. In that case, these are all treasures that can help with cultivation. Xiaohei's interest was immediately piqued. They had been in the ancient battlefield for an entire month. In this 1 month, not only had they not gained anything, they had also stayed in that unbelievable environment for an entire month. If they did not have anything to encourage them, they would not be able to go on. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. Let's quickly keep these blood spirit stones. If other cultivators come, there might be a fight. However, when Bailey Hongzhuang said this, Xiaohei could not wait to start moving. As a money grubber, her hands and feet were the fastest at times like this. In the process of picking up the blood spirit stones, Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked to find that the spirit stones that she had seen earlier were only the parts that were exposed. There were even more blood spirit stones buried underground. Heavens, there are actually so many blood spirit stones here. Could this be a spirit stone mine? Xiaohei's face was full of shock, but the corners of her lips could not help but curl up. Master, does this mean that we've struck gold? Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. If we use these spirit stones to cultivate, our cultivation speed will be much faster than before. If we really find a spirit stone mine, we might as well bring all these things back. Master, you're very greedy too. Xiaohei teased, but her hands moved faster and faster. With so many spirit stones, it was obvious that they would not be able to collect them all in a short period of time. In order to avoid any possible risks, it was best for them to pick up their pace. In the past, one person could eat his fill and the whole family would not go hungry. Now that the situation is different, we have to be greedy. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders. The appearance of the ancient battlefield this time made her feel uneasy. She was most worried that a remnant spirit would take over their body. If such a thing really happened, the entire family would be threatened. Moreover, Shiyu's appearance had already made them very worried. With these blood spirit stones, although the family head could not immediately catch up to Shiyu's strength, it could at least shorten the gap between them. As long as there was some resistance, the situation would not become so bad. When the man and the beast were tired, they simply sat on the ground and pretended to be tired. Time gradually passed, but the man and the beast did not feel tired at all. These were treasures that could not be obtained even if one fought for them on a daily basis. Now that they were allowed to pick them up as they pleased, they could only hope that there were as many as possible. After all, there was a limit to the number of blood spirit stones. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohei dug up the ground and discovered that there were no more blood spirit stones, they continued to move forward. Master, do you think there will be blood spirit stones scattered in other places like this? Xiaohei looked at the blood spirit stone in its hand. It could also feel the pure elemental energy within it. Thinking back to the first time it used a high-grade blood spirit stone, its eyes lit up. Pure elemental energy did not need to be purified. It could be absorbed. However, this blood spirit stone did not need to be actively absorbed. The elemental energy would continuously flow into its body and strengthen it. Bailey Hongzhuang also held the blood spirit stone and felt that this thing was really mysterious. The demon summoning scripture automatically circulated, and the blood spirit stone's energy continuously flowed into her body. She could clearly feel the spirit energy in her body growing stronger. Now that she was here, everything was a bit strange. Aside from aimlessly looking for others, she didn't know what to do. Now that she had the blood spirit stone, she could cultivate as she walked. Not only was she not wasting time, but her cultivation speed was also faster than if she were to meditate. Master, I feel that if I continue to cultivate like this, I'm afraid I'll break through to the radiant moon realm soon. The spirit energy in this blood spirit stone is very pure. Try to suppress it as much as possible. Granny Hua's words can't be wrong. The last time I saw Jun Lingxuan, I noticed that he was already at the 9th stage nebula realm. After that, Nangong Yuqing broke through, but Jun Lingxuan still hadn't broken through. At that time, I felt that Jun Lingxuan's expression was a bit strange. But now that I think about it, maybe Shiyu also knew about this, so she had them suppress their breakthrough speed. Her clear black and white eyes rippled with a pondering light. Previously, she hadn't thought about this point, but now that she thought about it, she felt that the possibility was very high. Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou are really lucky to have found such a diligent master. Xiaohei angrily said, but I say, this Shiyu really doesn't have good eyesight. There are so many disciples out there, but she chose the 2 of them. It's their own destiny. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Speaking of which, they were able to meet Granny Hua and the other seniors. Their destiny was also very good. As they walked, a sound suddenly rang in Bailey Hongzhuang's ears. It was the pleasant sound of string music. It was like the tinkling of spring water, like the flowing of a mountain. In this exceptionally quiet environment, it was abnormally clear. There's a sound in front. Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. After grasping the 4 arts, she had done some research on zither music. This music was so pleasant to the ear, and the person playing it was clearly immersed in it for many years. Master, why is there music all of a sudden? Isn't it a little strange? Xiaohei was puzzled. Ever since they entered the ancient battlefield, they had not heard any other sounds other than their own. Now that such a voice had suddenly appeared, it was simply too strange. Indeed, no one should be in the mood to play music here. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. But let's go take a look. What if someone wants to use this music to find someone? Even though the possibility was slim, Bailey Hongzhuang was still unwilling to give up. If other people could also hear this voice, they might take advantage of this opportunity to meet Beichen. Then let's go and take a look, Xiaohei replied. The 2 of them walked in the direction of the music. However, although the music sounded very close, as if it was not far from them, after walking for a long time, the man and the beast still could not find the source of the sound. How far is the sound from us? Why haven't we found it after walking for so long? Xiaohei slowed down. It was exhausted after such a long journey. Xiaohei, I think we shouldn't be in a hurry to find them. Let's just go with the flow and head in that direction. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. I feel that this sound isn't just calling out to us. Others should have heard it as well. Since that's the case, it's not a bad thing to arrive a little later. We might run into familiar faces. Then, Master, don't you think that the appearance of this sound is very strange? Xiaohe asked doubtfully. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. It's very strange indeed. If I'm not wrong, this sound definitely doesn't come from the cultivators who entered this time. They don't have such strength at all. To be able to hear the music so clearly from such a long distance, it must be some senior from the immortal region who hasn't died yet. Or perhaps there's some other treasure that's spreading the sound. In any case, we have to be careful when we get there. If it's an old monster who hasn't died after so many years and stays in a place with such dense elemental energy to cultivate every day, then its cultivation level must be beyond our imagination. A hint of fear flashed across Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. If she didn't want to use this opportunity to meet up with everyone, she really wouldn't be interested in the origin of this sound at all. Even if there were any treasures, it would be too difficult to obtain them. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had already made a judgment in her heart, Xiaohe also relaxed. This sound is very special. I wonder where it's coming from. Bailey Yanchei's gaze turned to the endless grassland in front of him. Ling Er glanced at Bailey Yanchei. Let's follow this sound. Perhaps we can find Hongzhuang. We've been here for so long, but apart from you, we haven't seen anyone else. You're from the immortal region after all. Do you know anything about this situation? Bailey Yanchei asked. Ling Er shook her head. Unless I can break through to the Radiant Moon Realm and break the seal, I'm afraid I won't be able to remember anything. Actually, it's good that you're like this. We have to put in a lot of effort to suppress it in order to not break through to the Radiant Moon Realm. You don't have to worry about that at all, Bailey Yanchei joked with a smile. Ling Er narrowed her eyes and stared at Bailey Yanchei. Are you asking for a beating? Bailey Yanchei chuckled. My cultivation is no weaker than yours now. Gone are the days when you could bully me one-sidedly. Ling Er was furious. Just as she was about to flare up, she heard Bailey Yanchei say, you should be more open-minded. Didn't they say that the longer you suppress it, the stronger your combat power will be after you break through? Perhaps this is an opportunity given to you by God. Everything has its own arrangement. You don't have to keep thinking about it. Ling Er's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. Her expression was a little unnatural. She didn't think that the guy who always deserved a beating would suddenly comfort her. She was really not used to it. Stop acting like you know everything. Ling Er pursed her lips. Let's hurry up and leave. Don't delay any longer. With the help of the Blood Spirit Stone, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaohe accumulated their origin power at an extremely fast rate. Bailey Hongzhuang vaguely felt that she wasn't far from Zhongli Mu's cultivation base. Now, she had to stop cultivating every once in a while. Otherwise, she would break through if she wasn't careful. This was the first time the origin power in her body had been so abundant. It was as if it would overflow at any moment. After traveling for 7 days, she finally felt that she was a little closer to this voice. Bang, bang, bang. It seems like someone is fighting. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. After walking for so long, they finally met a living person. Master, we finally met someone. Xiaohe was pleasantly surprised. If they did not meet a person soon, they would feel like they were abandoned by the world. The human and the beast immediately sped up and rushed forward. Their footsteps were extremely light to avoid being discovered by the other party. When they got closer, the two of them finally saw the situation in front of them clearly. However, after seeing one of them, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but be shocked. It's Jiang Wenyan. In their line of sight, the three of them were entangled in a fight. The other two were obviously a pair. Jiang Wenyan's cultivation was at Nebula rank 9. What was surprising was that the other two were also at Nebula rank 9. However, Jiang Wenyan's combat power was obviously stronger than the other two. That was why he was able to resist. The two of them were not simple. Even though Jiang Wenyan tried his best to resist, he was still at a disadvantage. Based on the current situation, Jiang Wenyan would be defeated by the two of them soon. Jiang Wenyan, quickly hand over the item. Perhaps we can spare your life, the man said coldly. Jiang Wenyan sneered. Han Bowen, do you think I'm so naive? If I really hand it over to you, I'm afraid I'll die even faster. Han Bowen's face turned cold. He knew that his words were not convincing. So what if you see through it? You'll die by my hand sooner or later. Until the end, who can be sure of the result? Blood flowed from the corner of Jiang Wenyan's lips. His face was extremely pale, but his gaze was still determined. From the moment he entered the ancient battlefield, he was already prepared to die at any time. However, he would do his best. He would not give up until the very end. You're really stubborn. Han Bowen looked at Jiang Wenyan nonchalantly. Putting everything else aside, I admire you. It's a pity that you're still an opponent. Why do you have to say such nonsense? Jiang Wenyan's gaze became cold and ruthless. To him, as long as he was an opponent, he would not rest until he was dead. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not let his opponent have an easy time. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh as she looked at Jiang Wenyan, who was seriously injured but abnormally determined. Usually, when she saw Jiang Wenyan, he always had a calm and gentle appearance, like a piece of warm jade. She didn't expect that there would be such a side to him under that gentleness. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang flashed and appeared beside Jiang Wenyan. Jiang Wenyan, long time no see. The sudden appearance of the figure stunned the three of them. When Jiang Wenyan saw that it was Bailey Hongzhuang, his dark eyes were instantly dyed with a trace of hope. Previously, he had already determined that he would lose his life here today, but he did not expect that things would actually take a turn for the better. Hongzhuang? Jiang Wenyan was surprised. You happen to be nearby? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I kept hearing a strange sound, so I came here to take a look, wondering if I could meet someone I knew. I didn't expect to really meet someone. Han Bowen's expression changed when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. The Saint of Light? That's right, it's me. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her chin and curled the corners of her lips into an enchanting angle. Han Bowen and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other and a trace of fear appeared on their faces. Who would have thought that another person would appear at a time like this? Holy Lady of Light, this is a grudge between the four of us. I have no intention of offending you and I hope you won't interfere. Han Bowen had a complicated look on his face. Not to mention Bailey Hongzhuang's identity as the Holy Lady of Light, she was already a very difficult opponent to deal with. She came from a humble background but managed to defeat the genius, Xiao Sou. She was considered a shining star among the younger generation. Offending her was not a good thing at all. That's great. You can leave now and I can pretend that nothing happened. How about that? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and the smile on her lips was extremely amiable. Once she said that, Han Bowen and the other man looked at each other. A look of struggle flashed across their eyes. As long as Jiang Wenyan gives us the item, we'll leave immediately. Clang, unsheathing her sword, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes sharpened. It seems that there's no room for discussion? If you want this item, we can share it with you. Han Bowen spoke again. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. There are two of you and Jiang Wenyan alone. You're willing to share it with me but I'm not willing to share it with you. Han Bowen was stunned. His face was as dark as water as he gritted his teeth and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Don't you go too far. You bullied my friend first and now you're asking me not to go too far? Bailey Hongzhuang took a step forward and pointed the thought-severing sword at Han Bowen. Seeing that there was no other way to ease the situation, Han Bowen and the other man made up their minds and attacked Bailey Hongzhuang together. In the outside world, attacking the Holy Lady of Light was indeed courting death. However, in the ancient battlefield, as long as the other party was dead, no one would know about it. On the other hand, if they got what they wanted, they might be able to improve greatly. Wealth comes from danger. They could only fight. Bailey Hongzhuang was not surprised by their decision. She turned to look at Jiang Wenyan. It seems that we'll have to fight side by side. I've dragged you into this. Jiang Wenyan was a little apologetic. Since we're friends, there's no such thing as dragging me down. Back then, no one was optimistic about me, but you still stood on my side. Bailey Hongzhuang, only look at sincerity when making friends. Once we become friends, we will entrust our lives to each other. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with seriousness and sincerity. It was a kind of trust that came from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Wenyan's heart skipped a beat. Touched emotion spread through his heart, and his gaze became even more resolute. What a great line. Then I won't waste any more words. Let's fight. Bailey Hongshuang's figure flashed and met Han Bowen's attack. Ding ding ding, the sharp swords collided, and sword chi burst out. The sharp sword chi seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Numerous gullies were formed on the ground. The two of them moved as fast as lightning. The power of light and the power of fire clashed. The raging flames dyed Bailey Hongshuang's eyes red. The scorching temperature caused the surrounding air to churn. Bailey Hongshuang activated her killing aura field, and a dense killing intent burst out. Swoosh, the terrifying killing intent stunned Han Bowen. Taking advantage of an opening, Bailey Hongshuang's sharp sword stabbed out. Hiss, a muffled sound was heard. Han Bowen's abdomen had been stabbed. She's so powerful. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Bowen quickly called for his teammates to escape. Bailey Hongshuang did not expect Han Bowen to escape so quickly. By the time she wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. When Jiang Wenyan saw that Bailey Hongshuang had chased the other party away, he was a little surprised. He had some understanding of Han Bowen. This guy was definitely not someone who would give up easily. However, he had left so decisively. It could be seen that even if it was just a face-to-face encounter, he had clearly felt that he was not Bailey Hongshuang's opponent. It was because of this that he left decisively. They were both Nebula rank 9, but he was unable to make the other party retreat. Could it be that Hongshuang's battle power was actually that strong? How are you? Bailey Hongshuang looked at Jiang Wenyan with concern. She had already noticed that Jiang Wenyan had vomited blood. It could be seen that his injuries were not light. Jiang Wenyan waved his hand. It's fine. I have already consumed the elixir. It will not take long for me to recover. Bailey Hongshuang nodded and asked, have you met any other cultivators before? No. Jiang Wenyan sat on the ground. After the previous battle, he was really tired. After I came to this ancient battlefield, I was trapped in the fog for a month. It was only a while ago that I started to wander around. Other than Han Bowen and Han Bowen, you are the third person I have met. Then we are considered to be fated. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled, this place is so big. After walking for so many days, you only met a few people, and you met me. You also saved my life. Otherwise, I would have lost my life here today. Jiang Wenyan sighed. He was really lucky today. This means that your life is not meant to end. However, we have to be careful in this place. At least the two of us should be safer. Saying this, Jiang Wenyan could not help but ask, aren't you curious about what Han Bowen and the rest wanted to take away? If it was an ordinary person, they would have already asked when Han Bowen and the rest were here. However, until now, Bailey Hongshuang had not mentioned it. He was also a little stunned. That is your thing. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Bailey Hongshuang shrugged. She had always trusted her friends. If the other party was not willing to say it, she would not ask. The Saintess of the Light is indeed worthy of her reputation. Jiang Wenyan's eyes were serious. In the past, I only thought that you were able to beat Xiaosu because of your talent. But now, it seems that other than your talent, you are different in many other aspects. You're not flattering me, right? Bailey Hongshuang suddenly asked. Haha. Jiang Wenyan laughed heartily. This is a compliment to you. Bowen, how are your injuries? Han Bowen shook his head. I'm fine. It's not that serious. I just need to find a place to rest for a few days. You know that thing is not simple. Why did you give up so quickly? The man frowned. He was unwilling to give up just like that. The rumors outside are not wrong. Bailey Hongshuang's cultivation is very strong. Even if we are both Nebula 9th stage, her strength far surpasses mine. Han Bowen still had lingering fears. Even though they had only fought for a short period of time, he could still feel the terrifying gap between them. At first, he also wanted to test Bailey Hongshuang's strength, but he found that the other party was unfathomable. After he used his full strength, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to easily deal with him. From that moment on, he knew the difference in strength between the two of them. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang still had many mysterious methods. Once she used them, they might not even have the chance to escape. Is this woman's talent really that strong? The man was in disbelief. Although there were many rumors about Bailey Hongzhuang and he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was not weak, he still felt that it was exaggerated because of the halo of the Saint of Light. Now that Han Bowen had said this, he realized that he might have thought too simply. Han Bowen nodded fearfully. She's really strong. It seems that Bewitching's strength is also very terrifying. No wonder Xiao Sou and Jun Lingxuan were defeated by them. These two people really can't be judged by common sense. Then what should we do? Don't we want that thing? The man was depressed. Even though they were not sure what kind of treasure it was, they had stayed in the ancient battlefield for so long and had not gained anything. Something that was hard to come by would definitely not be simple. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang and Jiang Wenyan are together, we don't have a chance for now. However, we can wait for the right time. Maybe there will be a turn for the better later. After Jiang Wenyan healed himself, he said, even if you're not curious, I have to tell you that half of this thing is already yours. There's no need for that. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand and smiled. Jiang Wenyan took out the item and said, I didn't gain anything along the way until I found a cave. The cave was actually empty. I wanted to use it as a temporary shelter, but I accidentally found a map inside. A map? Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. A map of the ancient battlefield? I had just found this map when Han Bowen and the rest appeared. I didn't have the time to look at it carefully. If it's really a map of the ancient battlefield, you're in luck. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. They were completely in the dark when they came here. If they had a map, they would not be running around like they were now. Jiang Wenyan opened the map and looked at it together with Bailey Hongzhuang. With this, the two of them connected the situation marked on the map with the situation they had encountered along the way and found their current location. It really is the map of the ancient battlefield. Jiang Wenyan was also a little surprised. Although he had already guessed this before, he did not expect it to go so smoothly. I wonder which senior is so powerful to be able to draw a map of the ancient battlefield. Bailey Hongzhuang was deep in thought. According to the map, the scope of the entire ancient battlefield was almost beyond their imagination. During this period of time, she felt that the distance she had traveled was not short, but it was only a very small area on the map. It should be the seniors who fought here. They have the map and have been to that cave. I was lucky enough to pick up the map. Jiang Wenyan's face lit up. Because he didn't know anything during this period of time, he really didn't feel good. Now that he had a guiding light, he felt much more at ease. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and carefully checked the situation on the map. She pointed to a place with a musical pattern and said, is this place the source of the music? Jiang Wenyan took a closer look and replied, it's very likely. Why don't we go over there and take a look? Han Bowen and the rest will probably follow this sound and move forward. If they spread the news, I'm afraid that we'll be in trouble. Jiang Wenyan furrowed his brows. This was the most worrying problem during training. It's nothing much, it's just a map. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and smiled slyly. Can't we just draw another one? Jiang Wenyan immediately understood when he noticed her expression. Good idea. Everyone knew nothing about the ancient battlefield now. No one could tell if the map they drew was real or fake. After they finished drawing the map, the two of them walked towards their destination. The sound was still very far away. If she had not seen the map, Bailey Hongzhuang would have thought of giving up as she walked. However, now that she knew the approximate distance, she did not think too much about it. Everything was just as they had expected. Many cultivators rushed over when they heard the sound. As they got closer to the source of the sound, the number of cultivators they met also increased. However, everyone was focused on reaching their destination as soon as possible. Hence, they did not have any other thoughts. In reality, all the cultivators who knew each other understood that they had not gained anything during this period of time. On the contrary, the real treasure could only be found in the direction of the sound. It looks like we're not too early. Someone should have arrived by now. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the increasing number of figures in front of her. Unfortunately, she did not meet anyone she knew. Since the sound hasn't disappeared, it proves that the item has not been taken away. However, let's speed up. If it really is a treasure, it would be a pity to miss it. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. She unleashed her movement skills to the maximum and rushed forward at lightning speed. Xiaohei, I can sense Xianxia and Linger's auras. Really? Xiaohei was elated. It looks like they're rushing over here too. Her round and bright eyes were smiling. She was used to moving around with everyone. It was not strange for them to be separated. Sister. Hongzhuang. Suddenly, two familiar voices sounded. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and saw Bailey Yanche and Linger. I've finally met you. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped and said happily. We've been hoping to find you sooner. It's all thanks to this sound. Otherwise, this place is so big. We really don't know when we'll bump into you. Bailey Yanche's already enchanting face became even more enchanting after he smiled. Even Jiang Wenyan, who was also a man, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Fortunately, he smiled at us. If he smiled at a lady, I'm afraid he would have to rely on you in the future. Bailey Yanche chuckled. Looks like you've been through a lot of situations like this, haven't you? I'm talking about you. Don't worry. I'm not as wealthy as you. I won't be so attractive. Bailey Yanche waved his hand and smiled. Sister, didn't you see brother-in-law? Judging from the map, the sound did not come from the center of the ancient battlefield. If some of the cultivators were on the other side of the ancient battlefield, it would be impossible for them to make it here. Let's go to the front and take a look. It would be great if we could see brother-in-law and the rest earlier, Bailey Yanche said. This place is strange. It would be safer to meet up earlier. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She also felt strange about the ancient battlefield that had suddenly appeared. Everyone sped up and realized that there were more and more cultivators around them. However, every cultivator was moving forward at lightning speed. If they were not familiar with the place, they would only feel a gust of wind and they would not be able to see each other's figures clearly. After traveling for a while, everyone finally arrived at the source of the sound. However, when they saw the figures in front of them clearly, they could not help but exclaim. Oh my God, there are so many people here. Xiaohei was shocked. Even though she had guessed that there were quite a number of cultivators here, the number was too shocking. In their line of sight, there were many cultivators surrounding the front. The scene reminded them of the grand occasion at the entrance of the ancient battlefield. Although the scale was not as big as before because only a portion of the cultivators had entered, the encirclement was not as big as the entrance. Hence, it did not seem much different from before. There are so many people surrounding us. We can't even see the situation in front of us clearly. Linger frowned. I wonder what's in front of us. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. At that moment, she was not in a hurry to check the situation in front of them. There were so many cultivators gathered here but the treasure had not been taken away. It could be seen that it was quite difficult. On the contrary, she was more anxious to find Bewitching in the crowd. Bailey Hongzhuang's line of sight turned slightly, and with just a glance, she saw a familiar figure. As if he felt the gaze behind him, the figure turned around. The moment he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, a dazzling smile bloomed on his handsome face. Hongzhuang. Bewitching walked out of the crowd and quickly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang. He held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand familiarly and said, I finally meet you. Even with Hongzhuang's ability, he believed that there shouldn't be any problems during this period of time, but he still couldn't help but worry about her. Bailey Hongzhuang took a few steps forward. Her beautiful face was as bright as the sun, and her bright eyes were clearly filled with surprise. Bewitching, you really are here. Bewitching looked around and saw that Bailey Yanche, Linger, and Jiang Wenyan were all there. His smile became even brighter. It's great that you're all here. From the looks of it, most of us have already gathered here, except for a few who haven't arrived yet. But maybe we'll see them after a while. Who hasn't arrived yet? Big Brother, Yunju, Yunyan, and a few other family disciples haven't arrived yet. Then Xiran and Ying have already arrived? Bailey Hongzhuang looked in front of her in confusion. She clearly didn't see the two of them. Bewitching chuckled. Turn around and take a look. Haha, it's great to see all of you. Before they got close, Shang Guaning's surprised voice could be heard. This time our meeting was really smooth. It's all thanks to this sound. Wen Xiren also spoke. Previously, when they were out for training, it was extremely difficult to meet up. However, this time after they could move, they met up very quickly. Oh yeah, Beichen, what's the situation in front? Jiang Wenyan couldn't help but ask. Beichen suddenly understood, there's a lake in front and there's a pavilion in the middle of the lake. The sound came from the pavilion. However, until now, no one has been able to cross the lake and walk to the pavilion. Hearing that, Jiang Wenyan was shocked. Why is that? This lake is very magical. Cultivators can't fly over it at all. On top of that, there's a very sharp metal attribute power in the lake. Once a cultivator enters it, he won't be able to resist and will be pierced into a sieve. Since I came here, many cultivators have tried. Unfortunately, the results are. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect the situation to be so difficult. This ancient battlefield is strange everywhere. Even if we want to get a treasure, the difficulty level seems to be higher than before. Shang Guaniying looked defeated. You don't know. When I was trapped in the fog, I was actually in the middle of the battlefield. When I saw everything clearly, I was almost scared to death. This is the first time in my life that I've had such an experience. Just thinking about it makes me feel unbearable. As she spoke, Shang Guaniying couldn't help but shiver, as though she wanted to get rid of the creepy feeling. Hearing what Shang Guaniying said, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect our situation to be so similar. You're the same? Shang Guaniying was shocked. I thought I was the only one who was so unlucky. Don't worry, you're not the only one. Bailey Hongzhuang was helpless. It seems that there's more than one place where the battle happened in this ancient battlefield. Originally, he thought that he was in the middle of the battle. Now, it seemed that there were many such situations in the ancient battlefield. Thinking about it carefully, this was a little strange. Although this region wasn't small, the size of the entire immortal realms was even larger. Even if there were battles, it was impossible for them to gather so densely in one place. Could it be that this place was specially used for fighting? Looking at the confused look of Bailey Hongzhuang, Beichen smiled as he held her hand. Wife, don't worry about it. The most important thing now is to get the treasure in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. That's right. When Xiren nodded, let's go and take a look. I feel that this place is so mysterious, the treasures must not be simple. Although this is a good opportunity for you and Ying to perform. What do you mean? Both you and Ying are of the metal attribute. Many people have tried it before, and they found that cultivators of the metal attribute would experience less resistance in the lake. Not only that, but because the metal element in the lake is extremely pure, you might even be able to gain some inspiration. If you can reach the pavilion in the middle of the lake, this treasure will be yours. When Xiren excitedly walked towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest followed closely behind. The crowd that had surrounded the pavilion so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through quietly made way for them when they saw Beichen and the rest. It was only when they got closer that Bailey Hongzhuang could clearly see the pavilion in the middle of the lake. There was a lake in front of them. The lake was not very big, only a few 100 meters in diameter. The water was clear and rippled as a gentle breeze blew. However, at this moment, the clear lake water was stained with a few traces of bright red. Everyone could see that the corpse that had fallen in the lake water had long been pierced full of holes by the metal-type energy. The bright red spots made the calm lake water look even more demonic. In the middle of the lake, a red pavilion stood quietly. The pavilion was surrounded by red curtains. When the breeze blew, the curtains fluttered in the wind. It was a magnificent sight. Looking at the exquisite and strange pavilion in the middle of the lake, a scene appeared in everyone's mind. It was a peerless beauty in a red dress. She was playing a melodious zither in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The sound of the zither drifted in the air and moved everyone's hearts. However, this peerless beauty had disappeared. It was hard not to feel nostalgic. There seems to be something on the table in the middle of the lake? Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the pavilion in the middle of the lake. She could not see it clearly when the curtains were covering it. However, when the wind blew, the curtains fluttered open. She clearly noticed that there was a golden object on the table in the middle of the lake. Bewitching nodded slightly. That's right. Everyone noticed this earlier. According to everyone's guess, this golden object must be a metal-type treasure. The lake water has always had such powerful metal-type energy. It must be related to the object in the middle of the lake. The owner of the pavilion must be a metal-type expert. As he spoke, Bewitching looked at Xiran and Xianxia. That thing will definitely be of great help to metal-type cultivators. Who knows, we might even be able to obtain the inheritance of this expert when we arrive there. With Bewitching's words, Xiran and Xianxia understood that this was an excellent opportunity for them. However, whether or not they could grasp the opportunity would depend on their own strength. Just as everyone was talking, there were cultivators who couldn't suppress their inner desires and tried to enter the lake. Wen and Xiran were not in a hurry. They only paid close attention to the situation of the other party entering the lake. After the cultivator entered the lake, he immediately rushed toward the pavilion in the middle of the lake. However, other than the fact that his speed was relatively fast when he first entered, the people behind him clearly noticed that his speed had slowed down. The surface of the water began to ripple. The cultivators struggled with all their might, wanting to break free from everything and rush forward. These cultivators were fine when they first entered. However, after moving forward 50 meters, the difficulty of moving forward increased a lot. Most of the cultivators stopped at around 60 meters. One of them was not weak and reached 80 meters. However, he failed in the end. Lin Taxing was the first to arrive. He explained what had happened previously. Look, this place is at least 200 meters away from the pavilion in the middle of the lake. If you don't have enough means to deal with it, you have to seriously consider it. That's right. The area around the lake does not allow cultivators to fly at all. Once you enter the lake, it's very difficult for you to pop your head out. I noticed a cultivator who was in the process of moving forward. He realized that he could not withstand the metal attribute energy and wanted to turn back immediately. However, he did not make it in time and lost his life. Bewitching shook his head and sighed. This is a good opportunity, but no matter what, life is the most important thing. Moreover, we only know that the items here are very helpful to metal attribute cultivators. However, the issue of the inheritance is still unknown. It may not be worth taking such a risk for such an item. We are well aware of just what kind of existence the ancient battlefield is. It is likely that the things that appear here are extraordinary. I will act according to my ability. When Xiran smiled faintly. His expression was relaxed, as though he did not take all of this to heart. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching both understood that Xiran was just pretending to be relaxed. The situation before them was too dangerous. After the cultivator exceeded 50 meters, it became very difficult for him to move forward. Streaks of blood spread out from the lake. He was obviously injured. Come back quickly. The cultivator who knew the man quickly shouted. His face was filled with anxiety. The man under the water also felt that he could not move forward at all. He immediately turned around and wanted to return. However, the crowd realized that his struggle was getting more and more intense, and there were more and more bloody holes on his body. After a fierce struggle, he finally followed in the footsteps of the former. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but sigh. It was not easy to cultivate until now. However, in the blink of an eye, he lost his life. What's the situation with the pavilion in the middle of the lake? Is it that no one is allowed to get close at all? The metal attribute energy here is so strong. How can an ordinary person withstand it? I feel that it doesn't make sense at all. Maybe it's deliberately taking people's lives. I think everyone should give up. In such a short time, how many people have lost their lives because of this? It's not worth it at all. It's better to look for opportunities elsewhere. For a moment, many cultivators chose to give up. Although the treasure was important, no one was willing to lose their lives. After making a decisive decision, some cultivators chose to leave first. Obviously, they did not want to waste time here. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. If it was before, they would have thought the same as everyone else. However, after entering the abandoned immortal forest, they realized how powerful the cultivators of the immortal domain were. They also understood that this was not an intentional attempt to take someone's life, but a test. However, the targets of the test should be cultivators from the immortal region, not cultivators from the upper realms. The difference in strength between the cultivators of the two planes was simply too great. Xiran and Xianxia naturally understood this point. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They had only been in the abandoned immortal forest for a short period of time. If they had studied for a while longer and improved their understanding of the metal element, it wouldn't have been so difficult to pass this stage. Just as everyone was thinking about what to do, two familiar figures suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Bewitching, we meet again. Just by hearing these familiar voices, Bailey Hongzhuang already knew that they were Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosou. However, they were not surprised that these two people appeared here. Hearing Bewitching's indifferent voice, Jun Lingxuan chuckled, "It's rare for us to reach a consensus on this point. Then we'll have to see who dies first before the other can be freed." Bewitching turned his eyes, his dark and charming eyes revealing a cold and frightening brilliance. He did not like to take the initiative to find trouble with others, but the other party's existence had threatened his family, so he could only fight to the death. Looking at Bewitching, Jun Lingxuan was shocked for no reason. He only felt that Bewitching seemed to have changed a little after not seeing him for a while. When he met Bewitching in the past, there was naturally no need to mention the enmity between them. Bewitching also wanted to take his life, but this kind of ruthlessness and decisiveness from the heart was something that had never been seen before. At least he could clearly feel that Bewitching's killing intent towards him was stronger than before. Then we'll have to rely on our own abilities. Jun Lingxuan calmed his inner emotions. In front of so many people, he could not show the slightest fear. After seeing Bewitching and Jun Lingxuan's confrontation, the surrounding people secretly sighed in their hearts. The enmity between these two people was really getting deeper and deeper. Perhaps only one of them would be able to make it out of the ancient battlefield alive. Xiaosou's eyes were tightly locked on Bailey Hongzhuang. This woman was her obstacle and the knot in her heart. Even though her master had once told her not to take this woman to heart, otherwise she would become a demon in her heart, but all that had happened in the past few years made it impossible for her to ignore all of this. Bailey Hongzhuang had even become her motivation to cultivate diligently. Whenever she had the slightest bit of slack, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure would appear in her mind, and she would grit her teeth and continue to cultivate. Only by killing Bailey Hongzhuang could she erase all of this humiliation. Bailey Hongzhuang also felt Xiaosou's gaze. In fact, ever since she snatched the position of the Holy Maiden, Xiaosou's gaze seemed to be filled with more hatred every time she appeared. It seemed that this woman really hated her to the core. Facing Xiaosou and gnashing her teeth, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled like a flower. Naturally, she knew what Xiaosou was thinking. However, thinking was one thing, being able to do it was another. She did not have any intention of underestimating her opponent. She knew that with Shuyu's guidance, Xiaosou and Jun Lingxuan's powers had increased very quickly. However, she did not belittle herself either. During this period of time, none of them had slacked off in their cultivation. She believed that even if they were to fight head-on, the other party would not be able to gain an advantage. "Woman, can you not always look at my master with such a murderous gaze?" Xiao He stared at Xiaosou with disgust. "My eyes are about to fall out." Xiaosou's expression stiffened and her face darkened. "Shut up. Do you believe that I'll use a bamboo skewer to skewer you and cook you?" As soon as he said this, Xiao He immediately exploded, "Just you? When the time comes, I'll cook you and eat you. Why don't we try it?" Facing the flustered and exasperated Xiaosou, Bailey Hongzhuang's face was as calm as still water, a stark contrast to her cloudy and unruffled appearance. However, the words that came out of her mouth were still tit for tat, without the slightest bit of concession. "Your contracted beast is just like you, weak as hell." After saying that, Bailey Hongzhuang no longer paid any attention to Xiaosou, turned her head, and continued to look at the mysterious and calm lake water. Obviously, now was not the time for them to fight. The pavilion in the middle of the lake was the most important. As for the real confrontation, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After suffering a setback, Xiaosou was also very unconvinced, and wanted to say a few more words, but was pulled back by Jun Lingxuan. The crowd saw that after Jun Lingxuan whispered a few words into Xiaosou's ear, Xiaosou nodded slightly, and even though her face was still filled with unwillingness, she still did not say anything. Xiaosou really can't be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang now, the arrogance from before has been completely extinguished. That's right, when I saw Xiaosou in the past, she was always the center of attention, and no one dared to go against her, but now she is being suppressed by Bailey Hongzhuang everywhere. The wheel of fortune has really turned. Lower your voice, don't be heard, we can't avoid trouble when the time comes. Even though the crowd's voices were very soft, but Xiaosou could still vaguely hear some of it, and instantly the anger in her heart flourished. Lingxuan, why don't you let me continue to argue with her? Now, everyone is laughing at me. Looking at Xiaosou's indignant look, Jun Lingxuan patted the back of her hand. Don't be angry, if we continue to make a fuss now, once we fight, wouldn't it be troublesome? There are so many people here. I just noticed that the number of cultivators from our clan doesn't seem to be as many as theirs, and we don't have the advantage. Moreover, have you forgotten Master's teachings? Only then did Xiaosou regain her senses. Before leaving, she not only taught them the things they needed to pay attention to in order to break through, she also specifically reminded them that unless it was unavoidable, they should try their best not to fight with these two people. As of now, they did not have an absolute chance of winning. However, as long as they cultivated with their master for a long enough time, it would not be a problem for them to defeat the two of them in the future. Although it was very difficult to achieve this, they also understood in their hearts that what their master said had a certain degree of truth. It was all for their sake. I understand. Jun Lingxuan nodded slightly. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Once we break through to the Radiant Moon realm, it will be much easier to deal with them. Do you know what realm they are at now? Xiaosou lowered her voice and asked. They definitely haven't broken through to the Radiant Moon realm. If they had, they would have attacked us long ago. Jun Lingxuan's expression was certain. Now that the enmity between the two parties was so thick that it could not be resolved, if the other party had enough confidence, they would not allow such a threat to exist. If Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching knew what they were thinking, they would definitely shake their heads in denial. It was not that they were unwilling to fight now, but they felt that Xiran's choice was more important. If they fought now, wouldn't it be troublesome? Actually, according to everyone's judgment, to enter the pavilion in the middle of the lake, it is not only cultivators with the metal attribute who can do it, but because of their attribute advantage, the difficulty will be reduced. Lin Taxing noticed the hesitation on everyone's faces and explained. Can other attributes work as well? Jiang Wenyan's eyes lit up. When he heard everyone's words, he thought that only cultivators of the metal attribute would have a chance and felt that it was a pity. After all, it was not easy to find such a place in the ancient battlefield where there might be gains. After spending so much effort to come here, it would be too disappointing if there was no chance at all. Although it would be more difficult for cultivators of the non-metal attribute, there was still a chance of success. Ta Xing, do you have any plans to give it a try? Shang Guaniying asked. Lin Ta Xing looked at the lake in front of him and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. In the end, he shook his head. Although I covet this treasure very much, according to the cultivators who have failed before, my chances of success should be very small. So I choose to give up. In the end, his voice became firm and his attitude was certain. He no longer hesitated. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She had to admit that Lin Ta Xing was an extremely outstanding cultivator. In the Lin family, Lin Ta Xing was the most outstanding cultivator. If not for the fact that Di Xiaofeng had already been appointed as the young master, Lin Ta Xing would have been the best candidate for the position. Sometimes, giving up did not mean that one was cowardly. It meant that one had a clearer understanding of oneself. Beichen, don't you want to give it a try? Xiran raised his eyebrows. He had known Di Beichen for so many years and he felt that it would not be Di Beichen's character to give up without giving it a try. This lake is very strange. If I fail, I can still come back. If I fail and can't come back, Di Beichen turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. The reason why he did not want to fight for it was because metal attribute items were of no help to him. As a cultivator of the darkness and light attributes, if the treasures in the pavilion were of these two attributes, then his thinking would be different. Jun Lingxuan heard Bewitching's words and sneered inwardly. I didn't think that you would be afraid. Why don't you give it a try? Bewitching asked. The famous young master Jun must be very confident? Why don't you try it first? Jun Lingxuan was slightly stunned, but he realized that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Bewitching, don't try to provoke me like this. You don't want to do it yourself, but you want me to do it. Do you really think I'm stupid? Master, why are you wasting your breath on him? Xiaobai rolled her eyes. This guy just likes to kick people when they're down. When it comes to himself, he's just a coward. Isn't that so? Xiao Xuanzi agreed. Jun Lingxuan's face turned ashen. He was actually ridiculed by two contract beasts. Thinking of Bewitching's reaction earlier, Jun Lingxuan suddenly had an idea, and his ashen face eased up. Bewitching, why don't we try it together? Do you have the guts? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Seiwu secretly applauded and quietly kicked the ball back to Bewitching. The embarrassed party became Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Even she was very afraid of such a risk. After noticing Jun Lingxuan's complacent look, Bewitching narrowed his eyes dangerously. Okay, I promise you. Beichen. Seeing Bewitching agree like this, Lin Taxing could not help but feel anxious. Bewitching, you can't be impulsive. Jiang Wenyan couldn't help but speak out. He didn't expect Jun Lingxuan to play a trick at this time. It was really abominable. Bewitching waved his hand, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a devilish smile. Jun Lingxuan has issued a challenge to me. If I don't accompany him, wouldn't I lose face for the D family? As soon as these words came out, Lin Taxing and the others fell into silence. For a man, face was obviously not to be lost. What's more, it was not only his own face, but also the face of his family. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say much. She understood that some things could be given up, but some things must be done. At this time, she couldn't let the young master of the D family become a joke in the eyes of others. After seeing Bewitching agree without hesitation, Jun Lingxuan's expression changed slightly. He wanted to see this guy's hesitant appearance and make him lose face, but he didn't expect this guy to be goaded into action and drag him into the water. He remembered that this wasn't the first time such a situation had happened. He really didn't understand. Didn't this guy say that he would give up before? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Was it possible that everything he said before was just to coax him into taking the bait? For a moment, Jun Lingxuan only felt that it wasn't him who was scheming against Bewitching, but Bewitching who was scheming against him. Lingxuan, look, so many people have died in the lake. I'm afraid it's very difficult. Xiao Soa couldn't help but worry. She and Jun Lingxuan were engaged. Although they hadn't officially married, in her heart, he was the man she had set her mind on. She really didn't want Jun Lingxuan to take such a risk in such a dangerous matter. However, Jun Lingxuan couldn't say anything. This hole was dug by him, and now he couldn't even jump out of it. Originally, I was still a little hesitant about whether I should try it or not. Since you want to go, then I'll go with you. Xiran patted Bewitching's shoulder, his smile as bright as the sun, extremely open-minded. Shang Guanying nodded. Me too, I want to try too. Normally, it's too difficult to catch up to your strength. If I can get an opportunity here, I won't have to worry about this problem. Shang Guanying's face was filled with joy. No matter what, as a metal-type cultivator, as long as she could obtain something from the pavilion, her strength would definitely increase by quite a bit. Xiran frowned. He didn't want Shang Guanying to take the risk. I know what you're thinking, but you don't have to say it out loud. I didn't stop you from making your decision, and you can't stop me either, Shang Guanying said with a serious smile. Xiran paused. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. Indeed, Ying's current cultivation wasn't inferior to his. What right did he have to stop Ying's decision? One more won't make much of a difference. Then I'll also participate. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. After everyone stood up one by one, she felt that the river water wasn't so scary anymore. Perhaps, this was the power of friendship. No matter when, there would always be someone to accompany you. Jiang Wenyan could feel the deep friendship between Bailey Hongzhuang and the other three people, and couldn't help but feel touched. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall what Bailey Hongzhuang had said to him. Sure enough, her friendship was so admirable. Originally, everyone present was about to give up, but they suddenly realized that after Jun Lingxuan started this matter, Bewitching and the others actually planned to give it a try. Immediately, they stopped in their tracks. It was rare to see a show, so everyone naturally wouldn't miss it. Moreover, even if they couldn't reach the pavilion, they still wanted to know what kind of treasure was in the center of the pavilion. After seeing the reaction of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but sneer, but a feeling of jealousy rose in his heart for no reason. He mocked, "It's fine if you want to participate, but you're dragging others to die with you." Shang Guaninging looked at Jun Lingxuan unconvinced. "This is something we're willing to do, so you don't have to worry about it. In my opinion, there are so many people around you, but it seems that no one is willing to accompany you." As Shang Guaninging's voice fell, everyone couldn't help but look sideways. There were indeed many cultivators from the Jun family around. Originally, it wasn't a big deal that it wasn't mentioned. Everyone was just envious of the friendship between Bewitching and the others, but now that it was mentioned, Jun Lingxuan undoubtedly looked quite lonely. Jun Lingxuan's expression was a little stiff, and the cultivators of the Jun family also wanted to say something but stopped. They didn't want to let the young master lose face at this time, but with their current strength, entering the lake was equivalent to courting death. Just as the Jun family's disciples were about to risk their lives, Xiaoxia suddenly said, "Lingxuan, I'll accompany you." Everyone looked at Xiaoxia. For her to be able to stand up at this time, it was clear that she was sincere. Jun Lingxuan couldn't help but feel touched, and the cultivators of the Jun family were even happier. This proved that their young master didn't choose the wrong person. The other disciples aren't good at these things. If they rashly go in, they'll just lose their lives for nothing. We're not like some people who are willing to let their families take risks. Xiaoxia spoke up to ease the previous awkward situation. She believed that the gap between her and Bailey Hongzhuang had infinitely narrowed. Since Bailey Hongzhuang dared to go in, why wouldn't she dare? After everyone made up their minds, they no longer hesitated. After making some judgments in their hearts, they prepared to enter the lake. They slowly walked up to the lake. Even though they were already so close to it, they still couldn't feel the slightest bit of metal energy. It was as if the lake in front of them was just an ordinary lake. Everyone's heart was heavy. After entering, the slightest carelessness would cause them to lose their lives there. Jun Lingxuan cast a sidelong glance at Bewitching's group. Suppressing the worry in his heart, he said, "Bewitching, please." Together. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled up slightly. His charming face was filled with his signature dazzling smile, without the slightest bit of nervousness or worry. "If you find that you can't hold on any longer, retreat immediately." Bewitching transmitted his voice to everyone. "Based on the previous cultivators, if you can swim to a place where you can't resist, you still have a chance to swim back if you can move without hesitation." Naturally, he couldn't let everyone die with him. Although this was something that no one had done before, he felt that it was possible. Moreover, Xiran and the others had already trained their reaction speed. They would definitely be faster than the average person. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quietly exchanged glances. They understood. "You're going too?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked in surprise. Bailey Xianxia chuckled. "Sister, you and brother-in-law are going to try it. How can I not accompany you?" Whether it was in the past or now, he had always been wherever Hongzhuang was. This had never changed. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was filled with warmth. Indeed, Xianxia had always been with her. Now, Bailey Xianxia was her younger brother, her most beloved brother. Ling Er noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's touched gaze on her. She could not help but say faintly, "Anyway, we have a contract. If you die, I can't live either. Why don't we try it together?" "Ling Er, you're always so straightforward." Xiran could not help but laugh. Ling Er was usually very serious. She rarely interrupted when others were talking. However, the words that came out of her mouth made people not know whether to laugh or cry. She was really too straightforward. I like to speak the truth. Ling Er did not feel that there was anything wrong with what she said. Her face was calm and matter-of-factly. Even so, Bailey Hongzhuang was still touched. She knew that Ling Er was stubborn. Then let's go in. The next moment, everyone rushed into the lake together under the shocked gazes of the crowd. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the several figures in the lake. There was no doubt that this was the most likely attempt to succeed. Lin Hua and the practitioners of the D family were all praying in their hearts. They only hoped that they would succeed. If they failed, the consequences would be unbearable. Lin Taxing clenched his fists. Bewitching was the young master of the D family. If he lost his life here, he really did not know how to face the head of the D family when he returned. After entering the lake, Bailey Hongzhuang experienced the sharp metal attribute energy that everyone was talking about. The metal attribute had always been known for its sharpness. After entering the lake, she felt as if there were countless sword chi rushing towards her. The power of light was unleashed, forming a layer of armor on the surface of his body, resisting the power of metal. At the same time, she sped up and rushed forward. In this lake, there was no other energy other than the metal element. Once the elemental energy in one's body was exhausted, there was only one outcome: death. What a scary place. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. It was no wonder that only metal-type cultivators could last a little longer here. It was because they could still absorb some elemental energy from the lake. After moving forward for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang found that the difficulty increased exponentially. Every step forward was extremely difficult. This feeling was similar to when he was climbing the stairway to heaven. The higher he went, the more difficult it was to advance. The sharp power had already pierced through the armor formed by her elemental energy. The metal attribute energy unceremoniously pierced through her skin, causing a heart-wrenching pain. This was the first time that she had felt this kind of elemental energy. It was far sharper than the elemental energy that she usually encountered. After piercing through her skin, the elemental energy even entered her body and wreaked havoc in her body, forcing her to divert her attention to control it. Once her meridians were severed, it would be really bad. On the shore, Bewitching and the others quickly approached the front as soon as they entered the lake. 50 meters. Even after moving forward 50 meters, everyone's speed did not slow down too much. They were still moving forward steadily. 60 meters. 80 meters. 100 meters. As the group advanced further and further, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The distance from the shore to the pavilion in the middle of the lake was only 200 meters. They were already halfway there, and everyone was still advancing. If they could really succeed, everyone was looking forward to it. Young master, you can do it. Young master, you can do it. For a moment, the cultivators from the D family and the Jun family could not help but cheer for their family heads. This was not only for the treasures in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, but also a contest between the two young masters. Whoever won would have a lower status in the future. However, more cultivators could not help but sigh at the gap between them. I have to admit it even if I don't want to. Previously, the most powerful cultivator had only advanced 80 meters, but now, they have all advanced more than 100 meters. Of course, it's infuriating to compare oneself to others. Most of the cultivators who went in earlier were from the mercenary guild. How could their cultivation resources be compared to the young masters of the aristocratic families? Their strength is not something that ordinary people can compare to. You're right. Which young master of the aristocratic families is not a monster? 110 meters. 120 meters. At this moment, everyone's bodies were bleeding. Traces of blood floated in the lake. Even on the shore, everyone could feel the pain and effort of the people under the lake. Everyone's speed slowed down. At this point, they were almost at the limit of their efforts. Countless metal attribute forces were like sharp blades that constantly scraped their bodies, leaving scars wherever they passed. Even if they used all their skills to protect themselves, under such a dense number of sharp blades, their armor was extremely fragile. He felt as if he had rushed into a place full of sword chi, and all the power was trying to squeeze him out of this place. Among the crowd, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou were the first to slow down. Bei Li Hongzhuang, Di Beichen, Bai Li Yanche, and Ling gradually slowed down as well. From the perspective of the people on the shore, they could see that Di Beichen and the other three were slightly ahead of Xiaosu and her companion, but it was only a meter away. Everyone seemed to be struggling. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiren and Shang Guanying were the fastest. Even if their speed was much slower than before, they still had the strength to move forward. It was clear that they were much more relaxed than Di Beichen and the others. Xiren and Yingying both have the metal attribute. Maybe they can succeed. Lin Taxing's eyes sparkled with expectation. He knew the strength of Xiren and Shang Guanying. Both of them were first-class geniuses, but Di Beichen and Bei Li Hongzhuang usually overshadowed their limelight because they were too dazzling. However, he knew that they were also two outstanding people. Bei Li Hongzhuang tried her best to resist. Even she could not help but feel that it was difficult to continue under such circumstances. However, when she noticed Xiren and Shang Guanying in front of her, she was very happy. Even though they could already see the pavilion in the middle of the lake in front of them, Bei Li Hongzhuang had a feeling that they would not be able to reach it. However, since they were already here, it was not a bad idea to try and see how far they could go before their lives were in danger. Both Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosu gritted their teeth and persevered. The pain was indescribable. If they could, they would have given up long ago. However, Di Beichen and the rest were still moving forward. If they gave up just like that, it would be too embarrassing. Therefore, the two of them gritted their teeth and persevered with all their might. They were geniuses who were not weaker than their opponents. How could they give up so easily? Xiren and Shang Guanying found it very difficult to move forward. As they were of the metal attribute, in this lake full of elemental energy, their hearts were clearer than usual. When they were cultivating in the past, they did not have much understanding of the metal attribute. Now, they suddenly understood the various wonderful uses of the metal attribute. The energy in their bodies unconsciously began to imitate these blade-like energies. There were even sounds of metal clashing around them. Since these energies could turn into blades, their own energies could do the same. The two of them were not familiar with it in the beginning. Later on, they slowly grasped some tricks. Although it was very difficult to move forward, they could still feel that they were moving forward bit by bit. Even if it was just a little, it was enough to make them happy. Yingying, you can do it. Xiren said with difficulty. We'll definitely succeed. Shang Guanying gritted her teeth. Her gaze was determined. They had to prove themselves with their abilities. 150 meters. 160 meters. As the group got closer to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, the cultivators on the shore fell silent. Their gazes were fixed on the few figures. This time, they should really succeed. 180 meters. Now, the blade had solidified, and everyone had turned into a bloodied man. Piercing pain came from all over their bodies. Everyone only had one feeling, and that was pain. However, they could no longer feel where the pain came from. Look, Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosu seemed to have given up. As the voice of a cultivator fell, everyone turned to look. As expected, Jun Lingxuan and Xiaosu had stopped moving forward. Obviously, he was more than a meter behind Bei Li Hongzhuang and the others. Although he couldn't see their expressions, he could guess that they must have given it their all. At that moment, no one mocked them, because to be able to reach such a distance, they had already surpassed the vast majority of people. At the very least, the cultivators on the shore had basically reached this stage, so they had no right to mock the other party. After reaching 180 meters, Bei Li Hongzhuang tried to move forward again. Suddenly, a tremor spread from the bottom of her heart. That was the fear of death, the despair that came from the bottom of his heart. Bei Li Hongzhuang retreated without hesitation the moment she sensed it. She completely gave up on the idea of moving forward because she could feel that if she moved forward a bit, even if it was just a centimeter, she would be killed by this power. It's too scary. Bei Li Hongzhuang felt a lingering fear. This was the first time she felt so clearly on the edge of life and death. Even if she didn't move forward, she knew very well that if she took a step forward, she would definitely lose her life. When everyone noticed that Bei Li Hongzhuang suddenly started to retreat, they couldn't help but be stunned. They were only 20 meters away, but Bei Li Hongzhuang suddenly gave up. It seems that Bailey Hongzhuang shouldn't be able to move forward anymore. The closer we are to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, the greater the pressure. Don't think that it's only 20 meters, it's actually as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just as everyone was guessing, they suddenly noticed that Bewitching and the rest had also started to retreat. Linger, Bai Lianche and Jiang Wenyan all remembered what Bewitching had said earlier. When they felt that something was wrong, they immediately retreated. Humans have an instinctive sense of danger, let alone them who often wander on the edge of life and death. Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Shou were already in extreme pain. They couldn't even move forward. When they noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had started to retreat, they also retreated without hesitation. As long as they could escape from this pain, they were willing to do anything. Among everyone, only Xiran and Shang Wannying persisted in moving forward. Even if the speed was very slow, no one lost their patience because they knew all too well how difficult it was. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest gave up after sensing the fatal danger. The process of retreating was also very torturous. They simply couldn't go back quickly. They were still in the midst of endless blades. Their physical condition was no longer the same as when they were moving forward, so retreating was also incomparably difficult. In the process of retreating, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood why those cultivators had lost their lives. They must have not given up after sensing the fatal danger. Once they tried to move forward, they would be doomed eternally. Ling Sun, are we going to die here? Xiao Shou's voice was extremely weak. Even if she turned back, she was already seriously injured. Looking at the distance behind her, she only felt that it was too difficult. Perhaps, he wouldn't even be able to hold on until he reached the shore. Jun Lingxuan's face was covered with bloodstains, but his voice was very firm. Say Wu, believe in yourself, we will be able to return to the shore, don't give up. Alright. Everyone noticed that the speed at which Bailey Hongzhuang and her party were returning was just as slow. They were not much faster than the speed at which Wen Xiran and his party were advancing. I'm afraid they've suffered heavy injuries and exhausted their essence. Energy. I wonder if they can make it back. A cultivator voiced his conjecture. He did not think that it would be easy for them to return this time. It's really not worth it if you lose your life. In my opinion, they will have a hard time before 80 meters. Everyone agreed with this judgment because before the 80-meter mark, everyone had advanced very smoothly, but after the 80-meter mark, it was much more difficult, and the difficulty of returning was naturally the same. I think you guys shouldn't worry about this. Think about how those cultivators couldn't even come back. At least they can still try to come back. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned and suddenly felt that the situation was indeed like this. Just this point alone was enough to prove the disparity between them. Xiran and Shang Wannying had never felt that a distance of 20 meters was so far away. The price they had to pay for every step forward made them fearful. At this point, there was only one kind of willpower that supported them to continue forward. They had no way out. This last bit of distance had almost exhausted their elemental energy. Even if they turned back now, they would definitely die in the lake. Therefore, their only chance of survival was to continue forward and reach the pavilion. Countless thoughts appeared in their minds. In the end, they still focused on sensing the metal element. I can't take it anymore. When they were only a thin line away from the pavilion, Xiran felt that he had seen death. His body had no strength left. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. Oh no, just a little bit more. Xiran and the others can't hold on anymore. Perhaps it was due to the connection between brothers. Bewitching turned his head and noticed Xiran's situation. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang paused. When she thought of Xiran and Shang Wannying leaving them, she couldn't imagine the scene. Beichin, lend me a hand. Bailey Hongzhuang transmitted her voice. In the next moment, a chant came out of Bailey Hongzhuang's mouth. A kind of invigorating energy spread from the bottom of the lake. Even with so much metal elemental energy, it couldn't stop it. Beichin placed one hand on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Light elemental energy poured into Bailey Hongzhuang's body. At this point, they were both at the end of their rope. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't have much elemental energy left in her body. It could only be done by the two of them working together. Rich light elemental energy exploded under the lake. It was like a resplendent lamp, suddenly illuminating the lake. Everyone was attracted by this light. After hearing the mysterious chant, they all understood Bailey Hongshuang's intention. She's helping Xiren and Shangguaniying. She's actually helping them when she can't even protect her own life. For a time, everyone present could not help but be moved. According to their judgment, with Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's strength, even if it would be extremely difficult for them to return, the possibility of them surviving was still not small. However, now that they had exhausted their strength, it would be impossible for them to return. Under such circumstances, they still made such a decision. Were they not afraid of death? This thought flashed through everyone's mind, but everyone understood that it was not that they were not afraid of death, but that they were willing to die for their friends. After noticing Bailey Hongshuang's actions, Ling Er and Bai Li Yanche followed Bewitching and channeled their elemental energy into her body. Their chanting gradually became louder and louder, and the amplification effect also became apparent. When Xiren and Shangguaniying could not hold on any longer. Even though there was only a thin line between them, they could only give up in despair no matter how unwilling they were. However, at this moment, a wave of warm energy suddenly came, injecting life into their exhausted bodies. Even without turning their heads, they knew that this was all done for them by Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching. When Xiren roared and used all his strength to climb up to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Shangguaniying and Xiren climbed up to the pavilion in the middle of the lake almost at the same time. However, at the moment they rushed out of the water, tears had already blurred their vision and merged with the lake water, bringing with them a bitter taste. Even though they were in the lake, they could still hear the conversations of the cultivators on the shore. They understood the situation of Bailey Hongshuang and the others very well. In a situation where they could not even protect themselves, Bailey Hongshuang still gave up all her power to help them. How were they going to leave the lake alive? After Jiang Wenyan felt the increase in power from Bailey Hongshuang's chanting, he felt that his exhausted body had gained a little more strength. However, he was not in the mood to become stronger as soon as possible. Instead, he was shocked by the friendship between Bailey Hongshuang and the others. He also had many friends, but life and death friends were pitifully few. Everyone around him valued their own interests the most. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for their friends. That was just empty talk. Other than family, it was impossible for ordinary friends to do this. But now, he actually saw it. Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Shou were also shocked. A thought flashed through their minds: Bailey Hongshuang must be crazy. In order to help Xiren and Shangguaniying, she was willing to sacrifice her own life. Wasn't this seeking death? However, this was also good. Originally, the two of them wanted to get rid of Bailey Hongshuang. But now that Bailey Hongshuang had fallen, it was equivalent to helping them solve a big problem. Based on the relationship between Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang, one could imagine the blow that Bewitching had suffered from Bailey Hongshuang's death. When the time comes, all the advantages would belong to them. After when Xiren and Shangguaniying walked to the pavilion in the middle of the lake, all the pressure immediately dissipated. The most peculiar thing was that the wounds on their bodies had healed in a short period of time. The people on the shore were also shocked when they saw this. This pavilion is really not simple. Their faces were still full of scars and now they have disappeared. Needless to say, the treasures in the pavilion in the middle of the lake are not simple. Wen and Xiren are really lucky. When Xiren and Shangguaniying couldn't care less about the things in the pavilion. They immediately looked at Bailey Hongshuang and the others in the lake. After they succeeded, Bailey Hongshuang also stopped chanting. Bewitching and the others retracted their powers one after another. However, they were already heavily injured, and the origin energy in their bodies had been greatly depleted. Their situation had undoubtedly worsened. No one felt that it was not worth it. After knowing that when Xiren and the other had succeeded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Xiren, what about Hongshuang and the others? Shangguaniying's eyes turned red. She knew that this power did not only belong to Bailey Hongshuang, but also to Bewitching and the others. It was so dangerous underwater. If they did not return as soon as possible, they would not be able to return. Damn it! When Xiren could not help but curse out loud. This feeling made him feel like he was going to collapse and go crazy. He had never been so flustered before. All the thoughts flashed through his mind. Worry, nervousness, fear. All the calmness and rationality seemed to have disappeared at this moment. No matter how hard he tried to calm himself down, he just couldn't do it. He did not know what to do to help Bewitching. He was afraid that everyone would lose their lives because of this. If that was the case, he would rather die himself. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Xiran's mind. As Xiran's voice fell, Xianxia seemed to have found her backbone. She wiped the tears off her face and nodded frantically. That's right. Maybe the solution is in this pavilion. There must be a way. There must be a way. Xianxia quickly rushed into the pavilion. Because she was too anxious, she stumbled and almost fell. She leaned on the edge of the table and looked at the treasure on the table that was shining with a golden light. It was something that shone like gold. It was shaped like a stone and a rich metal attribute was spreading from it. Even if she was just looking at it, she could feel the metal attribute constantly fusing into her body. Xianxia picked up the stone on the table. If it was any other time, she would definitely be careful of the various dangers in this pavilion. However, she could not care about all of this now. She urgently wanted to find a way to remove the metal attribute energy in the lake. Even if it meant that she would die, she would not hesitate. Picking up the golden stone, Xianxia tried to change the lake water. However, she found that the stone had no effect on the lake other than the rich metal attribute. No. Why not? What should I do? Xianxia was in so much pain that she was going crazy. Her tears could not stop falling. She looked around the pavilion and her body could not stop trembling because of nervousness. When Xiran was also frantically looking for the mechanism in the pavilion. However, no matter how hard they looked, they could not find any mechanism at all. For a moment, Xiran was completely panicking. This situation made him feel incomparably devastated. Bewitching and the others were risking their lives for him, but he could not do anything. This feeling was really too devastating. It can't be. It can't be. When Xiran shouted hysterically. He couldn't believe it. Bewitching and the others could feel Xiran and Xianxua's despair. A trace of sadness emerged in their hearts, but they did not regret it. As long as Xiran and Ying were safe, that was enough. After seeing this scene, everyone fell into silence. This was something that no one had expected. Even if many people did not know Bewitching and the others, they could not help but feel sad at this moment. It was really a pity that such outstanding people had fallen like this. Star Stomper, what should we do? The cultivators from the Lin family and the D family panicked. They could not imagine the consequences. However, Lin Taxing had already fallen into silence. His spirit was tense and he kept praying in his heart. He believed that there would be a turn for the better. Previously, the patriarch had said that Bewitching and Xianxia both had great opportunities. As long as they didn't encounter any big problems, they would definitely be able to turn misfortune into blessings. It was just that. Was the current situation a big problem? Xiao Sou and Jun Lingshuan couldn't help but feel excited. As long as Bewitching and Bewitching were dead, their biggest stumbling block would disappear. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but feel happy. The two of them seemed to have gained more strength as they continued to swim towards the shore. As long as they could survive, they would be the biggest winners. Bewitching and the others did not give up because of this. Even if their physical condition was extremely bad, they would not give up until the very last moment. So difficult. Go to sleep. You won't be in so much pain when you're asleep. A warm voice rang in Bewitching's ears. As long as she closes her eyes, she will be able to escape from this endless pain. Bewitching slowly closed her eyes. She was simply too tired and she wanted to rest. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a familiar and incomparably sentimental face appeared in her mind. When she had first met him, he had been dressed in golden robes and had bright eyes and white teeth. He had been as calm as the wind and his smile had stunned the world. Those warm eyes, that doting smile, that broad chest, everything about him had made her yearn for him. No, I can't leave him like this. I had said that I want to be with him for the rest of my life. A hint of clarity returned to Bewitching's pitch-black phoenix-like eyes. She pulled herself together. I can't die like this, an aura of despair enveloped Bewitching and the others. Every movement of their bodies was accompanied by endless agony. Countless sharp blades had almost pierced them into sieves. All of their defenses had been reduced to nothing after the power had been reduced. Perhaps this would be their final resting place. Just then, a whirlpool suddenly appeared at the bottom of the lake. This whirlpool had appeared out of nowhere, but the power of its suction was exceptionally terrifying. The powerful whirlpool immediately swept Bailey Hongzhuang and the others into the bottom of the lake. They did not even have the chance to struggle. A wave of dizziness washed over them. They felt as if they were being swirled around by the current, as if there was a black hole at the bottom of the lake. It was sucking them in without any explanation. The powerful water current slammed into their bodies, causing their injuries to worsen. This sudden turn of events attracted everyone's attention. No one had expected such a change to occur at the bottom of the lake. Everyone was dumbfounded. This lake isn't very deep. Besides, isn't the bottom of the lake a flat surface? Why would a whirlpool suddenly appear? As one cultivator broke the deadlock, the rest of the cultivators returned to their senses. The surroundings suddenly became very noisy. That's right. That whirlpool seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and sucked Bewitching and the others away. Look, the bottom of the lake seems to have returned to normal. This lake is really strange. I'm afraid it will be difficult to come out alive after being sucked in. Everyone sighed faintly. Not to mention that the lake water was so strange, just the fact that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were riddled with holes. Even if there really was an opportunity under the water, a little test would probably turn them into ashes. Xiran, they're gone. Xianxia stared blankly at the lake that had regained its calm. She rubbed her red and swollen eyes and hurriedly said, "Does this mean that they still have a chance to live?" Xiran was silent for a while before he nodded. That's right. Bewitching and the others have always had the ability to turn misfortunes into blessings. As long as there was no result, it meant that they were still alive. Yes. They must still be alive. Xianxia nodded heavily. They definitely will. However, the hatred in her heart for Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou was constantly deepening. If it weren't for those two hateful guys, Bewitching and the others wouldn't have tried and wouldn't have fallen into such danger. If they had really encountered an accident, they would have destroyed the Jun and Xiao families at all costs. Lin Taxing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but recall the scene when the family head spoke. Apart from a cultivator's own talent and strength, there was something else that was very important. As the saying goes, heroes are made of circumstances. Luck often had a lot to do with it as well. Bewitching was able to rely on his own strength to come to the upper realm and escape the fatal situation back then. It was clear that his luck was very strong. Bailey Hongzhuang had encountered many sources of luck after coming to the upper realm. She was also a person with great luck. Generally, cultivators whose luck was not as good as theirs would find it very difficult to compete with them. As long as they did not encounter any major problems, they would definitely be able to turn danger into safety. When he first heard this, he thought that this was too profound and could not understand at all. However, after seeing the scene just now, he suddenly understood. If it had been any other cultivator, they would have died long ago under such circumstances. There would not have been any changes at all. However, this vortex had suddenly appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. Although many people believed that this vortex could be fatal, he felt that this might be the turning point. There was an additional variable from the original situation of certain death. At least there was a slight possibility. He did not know whether Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching could return, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was still possible. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were dizzy from the swirling water. They felt like they were going to vomit their organs out. Bang, 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 bang. After the first sound was heard, several sounds were heard one after another. Bailey Hongzhuang fell heavily to the ground. Her body, which was riddled with holes, had long been severely injured. Even though she had been injured often before, she had never been injured so severely. In fact, she couldn't even move an inch. Her entire body was in excruciating pain. It was as if her body was no longer under her control. Her head was dizzy. She could not even take a careful look at everything around her. Bewitching, Wenyan? Bailey Hongzhuang called out with all her might. She could feel the connection between Ling Er and Jiang Wenyan, but she did not know if Beichen and Jiang Wenyan were there too. Yes. Di Beichen seemed to have used up all his strength to spit out a single word. Jiang Wenyan also let out a muffled groan. His entire body felt as if it had fallen apart. Even his breathing was accompanied by unbearable pain. After hearing the familiar voice, Bailey Hongzhuang felt relieved. Even if his body was in a terrible state, his heart was at ease. At the very least, they had survived for the time being. But soon, Bailey Hongzhuang heard another muffled groan. This one belonged to Jun Lingxuan. It seemed that all of them had been swept here together. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head with difficulty. As expected, she saw Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou. At this moment, both of them were badly mutilated, lying limply on the ground, as if they no longer had the slightest strength to resist. If she still had a bit of strength left, she would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to kill these two fellows. But now, it was extremely difficult for her to even move her fingers, let alone sit up. This thought flashed across the minds of both parties present, but no one had the strength to move. They were all lying on the ground. Compared to when they were in the lake earlier, the current situation was much more comfortable. Even if there were pills in their storage rings, no one could retrieve them now. Helpless, everyone could only rely on cultivation to recover. Following the disappearance of Di Beichen and the others, the crowd turned their attention to Xiren and Shang Guaning after a heated discussion. They had finally entered the pavilion in the middle of the lake with great difficulty, and they did not know what kind of treasures were in there. They had spent so much effort and might have even caused Di Beichen and the others to lose their lives. It would be a pity if they only got an ordinary reward. When Xiren and Shang Guaning found it difficult to calm down for a moment. Originally, they had been hoping to successfully obtain the treasure in the pavilion, but after all that had happened, their original eagerness had completely disappeared. If they could choose again, they would rather not have everything here. After a long while, the two of them finally calmed down. They believed that Di Beichen and the others would not fall so easily. They would definitely have a chance to meet them again. We can't let Beichen and the others down. Xiren's expression was firm and his red eyes were filled with determination. No matter what, he wanted to become stronger. If there was a chance, he wanted to fight side by side with Di Beichen. However, if there was no chance, he could only avenge Beichen if he became strong enough. Shang Guaning wiped the tears from her face and nodded seriously. That's right. The two of them looked at the golden stone again, and the rich metal attribute energy continued to flow into their bodies. Even if they did not know what it was, they were certain that it would be very helpful to their cultivation. After realizing that this thing was not dangerous to their bodies, the two of them began to absorb it with peace of mind. Just as the two of them had absorbed the stone, a golden light suddenly flashed like the sun. It was so bright that no one dared to look directly at it. When the golden light gradually dissipated, the crowd looked at the pavilion in the middle of the lake again and found that Xiren and Shang Guaning had disappeared without a trace. Where was the figure in the red pavilion? The crowd was dumbfounded again. They disappeared again. This lake was really strange. Whether it was in the lake water or in the pavilion, they had all disappeared. Could it be that they went to the same place? If that is the case, then all of this will be interesting. However, I feel that Xiren and Jian Xiaotian have most likely obtained the legacy and disappeared. Di Beichen and the others are probably not that lucky. Lin Taxing was equally stunned. He had thought that since Beichen was not around, he would have to take care of Wen and Xiren. He did not expect such a scene to happen now. He did not know when they would meet again. 7 people were lying on the cold ground, their clothes already stained with blood. If someone came here, they would definitely think that these were 7 corpses. However, upon closer inspection, they would be able to feel the slight rise and fall of their chests. Clearly, they hadn't died yet. As Nebula Realm cultivators, everyone's recovery ability was undoubtedly very fast. Unfortunately, the metal energy from before was too sharp, and they had stayed in the lake for so long. Not only did this energy pierce through their skin, but it also entered their bodies. Under the influence of this power, the speed of recovery of his injuries was also much slower. At first, everyone was worried that there would be some kind of danger inside. Since they could not move at all, once there was danger, only death would await them. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. Although their injuries were slowly recovering, everyone was finally able to speak after 2 days. The metal-type energy in this lake is so strong. If Ying and Xiren could really obtain the inheritance, their control over metal-type energy would increase greatly. Thinking of Ying and Xiren's painful expressions, a warm current flowed through her heart. If they knew that everyone was still alive, they would definitely be very happy. The cultivator who set up this pavilion was very powerful. Just giving them some pointers would be a great reward. How powerful were the cultivators in the immortal region? They already knew when they were in the abandoned immortal forest. Although Senior Yu only let them practice their swordsmanship and did not give them any pointers, they knew that Senior Yu's true strength was extremely terrifying. If Yao Xiang could really receive Senior Yu's pointers, they would only be qualified if they mastered this move. However, up until now, they had yet to truly master this move. After this, I really have to hand it to you guys. Jiang Wenyan could not help but sigh. First, you almost lost your life for them. Now, instead of thinking about your own situation, you're still thinking about them. Although it was a sarcastic tone, everyone could hear the gentleness in his voice. If they were in your shoes, Xiren and Ying would do the same. Bewitching smiled faintly. They had grown up together, and they were no longer ordinary friends, but real family. Jiang Wenyan was silent, but his heart yearned even more. However, he now had the chance to join. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' words, Jun Lingxuan could not help but mock, "You guys are really dreaming. It's good enough that Wen and Xiren can obtain the treasures in the pavilion. You want to obtain the inheritance? Dream on." "That's right." Xiaoxia mocked. She did not think that Wen and Xiren could obtain the inheritance. If they really did, it would be a terrifying increase in strength. "How do you know?" Bailey Hongzhuang retorted. "It's so difficult to reach the pavilion. Have you guys encountered such a difficult obstacle before? I feel that this is a senior selecting a disciple. Don't say sour grapes when you can't eat them." "I think so too." Jiang Wenyan agreed. If a checkpoint like this doesn't count as an assessment, then the requirements here are too high. Jun Lingxuan and Xiaoxia snorted coldly and fell into silence. 2 mouths couldn't win against 5 mouths, so it was better to just shut up. At this moment, their feelings were extremely complicated. Normally, it was already very difficult for the two of them to go up against Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, let alone Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Now that everyone could not move, it was naturally peaceful. But once everyone recovered their fighting strength, the situation would be terrible. The other party would definitely attack them without hesitation. It would be too difficult for them to escape this calamity. In fact, they had been thinking about this question for the past 2 days. If they couldn't find a way to escape, then the moment Bailey Hongzhuang and the others regained their mobility, they would undoubtedly be dead, and indescribable gloominess spread throughout their hearts. The heavens were really unfair. Wouldn't it have been better if they had allowed Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to die at the bottom of the lake? But now, the two of them had to be dragged into this matter, causing the situation to take a huge turn. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others naturally knew that after Deng Rao regained his mobility, this was the best opportunity to kill Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Shui. Perhaps, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If they took advantage of this opportunity to get rid of these two people, the Jun family and Xiao family would definitely suffer a big blow. Although they didn't know whether Shu Yu would still choose to stand on this side after losing her disciple, it was always beneficial to them. Therefore, after saying a few words, everyone continued to cultivate and heal their injuries. The sooner they could regain their mobility, the sooner they could solve this disaster. "So, we have to hurry up and find a way to leave here before they recover." Jun Lingxuan transmitted his voice. Xiaoxia replied, "I understand, but we don't even know where we are right now. I'm afraid it won't be easy to leave. There's no other way. I don't believe that the heavens really want me to die. Maybe there will be other opportunities." Jun Lingxuan's eyes burned with unwillingness. He was also a person with an opportunity. If the heavens didn't want Bewitching to die, would they let him die? He didn't believe it. Time passed slowly. After everyone eliminated more than half of the metal attribute power in their bodies also regained their mobility. Immediately, everyone took out medicinal pills and took them. Relying on cultivation to heal their injuries was undoubtedly slow. With this medicinal pill, everyone's injuries could be quickly healed. After Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sowu took the medicinal pills, they rushed to the other side in a defensive posture, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with fear. Since everyone came here by accident, why don't we temporarily put down our hatred and learn how to get out of here? Jun Lingxuan's voice was slightly heavy. His still pale face revealed a bit of awkwardness and reluctance. Even if he knew that his words were not very persuasive, he had to try because there was no other way. After Bailey Hongzhuang stood up, she could clearly see the situation around her. It was a very dark and secluded place, surrounded by rocks. The rocks were black and moist. They were in a square space, and there was a faint light in front of them. Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sowu were standing there. Noticing this, Bailey Hongzhuang understood that the two of them must be trying to escape from the front. However, it was impossible to pass through there, so they stood there awkwardly to discuss. Do you think such words are useful to us? Bewitching didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question. More people means more ways. If you were trapped here, won't it be useless? Xiao Sowu was a little nervous, and her voice was filled with panic. We don't mind taking your lives first, then we'll figure out a way ourselves. Bai Li Yanchei's voice was cold. What useful ideas can you two idiots come up with? As soon as these words came out, Jun Lingxuan and Xiao Sou's expressions turned extremely ugly. Don't force us. If you push us too hard and we really explode, you will also suffer. Jun Lingxuan's eyes were malicious, full of resentment and threat. He wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. They could roughly guess the meaning of Jun Lingxuan's words. Then why don't you try? Ling Er's expressionless face was filled with coldness. Hearing this, Xiao Soa seemed to have made up her mind and nodded heavily. Indeed, they had no way to retreat. The dangerous situation that Master had mentioned before was roughly like this. If they couldn't defeat or repel the other party this time, they really couldn't go back. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had already made up their minds. This time, no matter what, they wouldn't let the other party go. With a move of their figures, everyone attacked Jun Lingxuan and his companion without hesitation. Even if their injuries hadn't healed and they had only regained their mobility, their killing intent hadn't decreased in the slightest. Since they were destined to be enemies, they had to kill them as soon as possible to avoid more variables. After Jun Lingxuan noticed this scene, they were also nervous. They clearly felt that there was a light behind them. It should be a path, but they didn't know why they couldn't walk through it. So, delay for half a minute, I'll break through quickly. Jun Lingxuan was full of confidence in himself. He had already received the opportunity to break through, but he had been suppressing it recently. Now, if he wanted to break through, it would be a simple matter. Xiao Soa nodded slightly. Although it was very difficult for her to resist for a moment with her strength, her injuries were actually lighter than Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Her recovery was also better than theirs. Only Jiang Wenyan's situation should be similar to hers, but he was just helping. She felt that Jiang Wenyan might not really use his full strength. Everyone rushed forward and stabbed the other party with their swords without hesitation. For them, if they didn't have to break through, then they wouldn't. It was best to take advantage of Jun Lingxuan's breakthrough to deal with the other party. Otherwise, once he broke through, it would be difficult for them to deal with him again. For such a guy, it was really not worth it for them to break through early. Ding ding ding, everyone's attack speed was actually not very fast. Compared to their usual strength, it was really far worse. Xiao Soa blocked in front of Jun Lingxuan and blocked everyone's attack with her sword. Although everyone's strength was not as strong as before, and their speed was also weakened, their fighting spirit was still there. Relying on Xiao Soa alone, it was impossible to resist everyone's attack. Almost in a face-to-face confrontation, Xiao Soa was already injured. However, she still held on. If she couldn't stall for time now, then it would really be a dead end. Bailey Hongzhuang's sword violently stabbed out and mercilessly stabbed towards Xiao Soa. It's time to end the grudges between them, Xiao Soa's mind. Just when she thought she was going to lose her life, suddenly, another sword appeared and knocked Bailey Hongzhuang's sword away. Then, she saw a familiar figure appear beside her. Jun Lingxuan, you've broken through? Xiao Soa looked at Jun Lingxuan excitedly. She saw that Jun Lingxuan's injuries had all disappeared. It was obvious that he had recovered from his breakthrough. Jun Lingshuan nodded and looked confidently at Xiao Sou. Let me do it. Looking at Jun Lingshuan, Xiao Sou's eyes flashed with infatuation and her lips curled into a smile. Jun Lingshuan turned to look at Bewitching and the rest. Bewitching, luck isn't always on your side. Jiang Wenyan was also shocked when he saw that Jun Lingshuan had fully recovered from his injuries. If that was the case, the advantage between the two parties might really change. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest did not expect Jun Lingshuan to break through so quickly. Usually, a breakthrough would take some time. Even if they broke through the shackles, they would still need to stabilize their cultivation. However, Jun Lingshuan had successfully broken through in just a few breaths. Could it be that there was such a change after reaching the Radiant Moon realm? Thinking about how Zhong Limu had broken through while sleeping, perhaps it was because he had suppressed it, and the breakthrough was completed in the blink of an eye. However, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous for them. Jun Lingshuan gave Xiao Sou a look before attacking Bewitching. Among everyone, he hated Bewitching the most. As long as he could take Bewitching's life with his own hands, just the thought of it was enough to make him excited. Bewitching, be careful! Jiang Wenyan shouted. Bewitching dodged Jun Lingshuan's attack. In just one exchange, he could feel that Jun Lingshuan's strength was much stronger than before. This difference was far greater than the difference between the levels of the Nebula realm. Thinking about it, this was the advantage of breaking through after suppressing it. If it was an ordinary cultivator who had just broken through to the Radiant Moon realm, they would definitely not be able to compare. Ding ding ding, Jun Lingshuan's every move was ruthless, attacking Bewitching's vital points from tricky angles. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest went up together, but their condition was much worse than usual due to their injuries. Even if they worked together, they could only block Jun Lingshuan's attacks. Bewitching's heart sank. The current environment had the most water element, and there was very little dark energy. He could not use the dark energy to summon help. If this continued, he could only break through. Although he felt that it was not worth it, there was no other way. After Jun Lingshuan broke through, Xiao Sou also broke through. As long as they could kill Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, so what if they didn't continue to suppress them? Everything was worth it. Moreover, they had broken through to the Radiant Moon realm. Once they left this place, they would be able to fight for more resources. Damn it! Xiao Sou has also broken through. Jiang Wenyan was shocked. He could not understand how Jun Lingshuan and Xiao Sou could break through so smoothly. Didn't he need an opportunity to break through? Why was he able to break through immediately when he wanted to? Moreover, this breakthrough was so fast and simple that it completely overturned his understanding. Although he also felt that he would soon break through to the Radiant Moon tier, it would not be as easy as these two. Bailey Hongzhuang, this day next year will be the day you die. Xiao Sou charged towards Bailey Hongzhuang with a ferocious expression. The murderous intent that had accumulated in her heart all this time had completely exploded. She wanted to kill this woman who had taken everything from her with her own hands, and then take it back with her own hands. Sensing the threat, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed, and she immediately prepared to break through. A tyrannical aura spread. She had broken through to the Radiant Moon tier. Jun Lingshuan and Xiao Sou were surprised to see that other people had broken through. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was just about to break through, was shocked when she sensed this aura. She turned to look at Jiang Wenyan. No one had expected Jiang Wenyan to suddenly break through at a time like this. This was truly unexpected. Jiang Wenyan was overjoyed. He had hoped that he could break through as soon as possible so that he could get everyone out of their predicament. Although he had been seriously injured this time, it was a blessing in disguise. He could feel that he was getting closer to breaking through. Just a moment ago, he had suddenly broken through. Jiang Wenyan blocked Xiao Sou's attack. His stern face was cold and detached. Xiao Sou, this situation is not certain yet. Jiang Wenyan, you may be on friendly terms with them, but I've known you longer than they have. At a time like this, there's no need for you to stand on their side. Jun Lingshuan looked at Jiang Wenyan and persuaded him, you only care about benefits. As long as you kill them, I'll give you double the benefits. You must know that as long as they disappear, the D family and the Lin family will fall at our hands sooner or later. Xiao Sou's expression was calm. There was no such thing as an eternal friend. At a time like this, betrayal was the most common occurrence. She believed that Jiang Wenyan would not refuse. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others frowned. Even if Jiang Wenyan were to join Jun Lingxuan's side, they might still be able to deal with him. However, if Jiang Wenyan were to really do that, it would only prove that they had misjudged him. Hee hee. Jiang Wenyan suddenly chuckled. His gaze drifted for a moment before it landed on Jun Lingxuan again. This time, there was an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Jun Lingxuan, I was indeed like that in the past. However, after meeting them, I've suddenly grown tired of my previous way of doing things. Benefits are indeed important, but now, I feel that sacrificing my life for my friends is also a very cool thing to do. Jiang Wenyan's features had always been delicate and pretty. He had always faced the world with a gentle look. However, at this moment, there was less hypocritical gentleness on his face and more seriousness. His pitch-black eyes burned with raging flames, completely igniting the hearts of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. All along, they had thought that Jiang Wenyan was a friend worth befriending. Now, everything had proven that their judgment was correct. Jun Lingxuan looked at Jiang Wenyan in disbelief. He found it hard to believe that such childish words would come out of Jiang Wenyan's mouth. Risking my life for my brother? Jun Lingxuan shook his head and looked at Xiao Sou. Then, he turned his head and said with a gloomy expression, Jiang Wenyan, don't be childish. Do you think you're reading a martial arts novel? You are the young master of the Jiang clan. If your father knew that you would say such things, he would definitely be extremely disappointed in you. Perhaps he will be disappointed in me, but as long as I am not disappointed, it will be fine. Jiang Wenyan smiled faintly. So, Jun Lingxuan, take this. Jun Lingxuan secretly spat, his heart filled with unspeakable anger. These damned bastards could actually make Jiang Wenyan sacrifice so much for them. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it at all. Why did all of this happen? He really wanted to ask God why a guy like Bewitching could make everyone sacrifice so much for him. Jun Lingxuan didn't realize that behind his annoyance was his crazy jealousy. No problem. Jiang Wenyan patted his chest confidently. Jun Lingxuan did not say anything else after seeing that there was no turning back. Even if Jiang Wenyan had broken through, it did not mean that the situation had changed. At most, they could just kill Jiang Wenyan together. The battle between the two sides started again. The sound of weapons clashing was clear and loud in this quiet environment. Just as everyone was fighting, suddenly, a pleasant sound of a zither was heard. The sound of the zither was especially crisp and pleasant in the already quiet environment. Coupled with the echo, it was like music from the heavens, moving one's heart. The crisp and pleasant sound of the zither was full of bitterness and a trace of yearning. However, upon hearing this reply, everyone couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness in their hearts. They couldn't help but shed tears. Everyone stopped their attacks and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They had always thought that there was nothing here, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Although they did not know why it did not appear before, it was obvious that it had appeared now. Everyone looked ahead cautiously. At this time, no one was in the mood to continue fighting. The most important thing was how to deal with the situation in front of them. No matter how pleasant the sound of the zither was, everyone's face was filled with a trace of seriousness and their hearts were even more cautious. The sound came from there. Bewitching pointed to the front. That was the place where Jun Lingxuan had been preparing to escape. Since they could not get through, but the sound of the zither was coming, it was really strange. Jun Lingxuan's heart was also filled with horror. Thinking back to the situation in the lake, the sudden appearance of the whirlpool, all of this was extremely strange. If all of this was done by the owner of the zither, then this person's strength must be very terrifying. Even if everyone present joined forces, they might not be able to leave safely. Bewitching, let's put aside the matter between us for the time being and observe the situation first. What do you think? Jun Lingxuan said. Bewitching glanced at Jun Lingxuan indifferently. You're lucky. As soon as he said this, Jun Lingxuan could not help but curse. Every time this guy spoke, he had the urge to beat him to death. However, there was nothing he could do. We came here because we heard the zither music. Do you think this is the owner of the pavilion in the middle of the lake? Jiang Wenyan looked ahead and could only see a beam of light. He couldn't see clearly what was in front of him. In his opinion, encountering such a situation in such a quiet and enclosed place was not a good thing. It is indeed possible. Bai Xianxia nodded. I think this zither sound is similar to what I heard before. Why don't we go ahead and take a look? Bailey Hongzhuang looked around and said, we don't have any way out. If we want to leave this place, I'm afraid we can only go from the front. Let's go take a look then, Bewitching said. He wanted to see what was going on ahead. Everyone walked forward together. This time, when they got close, they walked in without a hitch. When we were here before, we couldn't walk in at all. Now we can suddenly walk through. Xiao Shou was stunned. Jun Lingshuan took Xiao Shou's hand and said in a low voice, this place is very mysterious. We can't tell what kind of danger there will be. In short, be careful and don't leave the group. As everyone walked towards the light, they realized that the path was much longer than they had imagined. The beam of light looked very close, but it was very far away. As everyone got closer, the sound of the zither became clearer. Most importantly, as they moved forward, the area became wider and wider. The place they were in before was like an underground cave. It was simple and plain, and it carried the power of nature. However, the place they were in now was obviously man-made. The further they went, the more magnificent the environment became. It was like a palace, bright and dazzling, and extraordinarily gorgeous. Standing here, everyone even suspected that everything they had seen before was an illusion. How could there be such a huge difference between the two places? What is this place? Jiang Wenyan was stunned. Could this be the world under the lake? Everyone looked at each other. No one could find the answer. Although this was the easiest answer, the lake was obviously not as big as this underground place. The decorations here are extremely luxurious. In addition to the whirlpool from before, I don't know anything else. The only thing I can be sure of is that the owner of this place must be very powerful. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone looked at each other. This was also what they were most worried about. Sister, don't worry. Maybe we can find the mysterious inheritance here. Bai Xianxia smiled faintly, and eased the tense atmosphere. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, and said with a smile, what you said is also possible. Previously, when they were in the mystery realm, didn't they also find the inheritance under such circumstances? The cultivators here were very likely from the celestial realm. Then, the inheritance was even more impressive. Jun Lingshuan and Xiao Shou quietly looked at each other. If the inheritance really existed, then no matter what, they couldn't let Bailey Hongzhuang and the others take it away. Following the sound of the zither, everyone finally saw a graceful figure in the spacious hall. They saw a woman with skin as white as snow, wearing a red dress. Her long hair was like a waterfall, soft like black satin. The red hair accessories added even more radiance to her. Her exquisite features were impeccable. Every frown and smile moved people's souls. What a beautiful woman. Everyone could not help but sigh in their hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang and Linger who were present were also extremely beautiful. Bailey Hongzhuang could be said to be able to captivate the birds and beasts, overshadowing the moon and putting the flowers to shame. Her beauty was confident and flamboyant, and her delicate facial features were like that of a fairy, revealing a trace of heroic spirit, making her unforgettable. Linger's beauty, on the other hand, carried a sense of alienation and indifference. It was a kind of ethereal beauty, just like a cold beauty. The woman in front of him was beautiful and flirtatious, like an enchantress. Her fox-like eyes were curled into a charming arc, and her fiery figure was without a doubt. The fair skin on her chest, coupled with her bright red dress, made her look even more charming and alluring. However, at this moment, there was a trace of sadness on her face as she played the zither. She seemed to have endless longing and wanted to share her feelings with her lover. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others appear, the woman stopped playing the zither and a look of joy appeared on her face. With that smile, everything around him seemed to have lost its luster. Sir, you're here. Her soft and gentle voice made one's heart go soft. Perhaps it was the best description of a person like her. Even her voice was extremely seductive. Everyone was so engrossed in the woman's beauty that they ignored her words. After regaining their senses, everyone felt that it was very strange. Her husband, who was her husband among the people present, Xiaosuo subconsciously moved closer to Jun Lingxuan. This woman was obviously a vixen. She could not let Jun Lingxuan be seduced by her. However, when faced with such a woman, even a woman could not help but take a few more glances, let alone a man. The woman's smile was like a flower. Her peach blossom eyes were upturned like a lazy cat. Her eyes exuded endless charm. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared. After a brief moment of amazement, she regained her senses. It was indeed strange for such a seductive woman to appear in such a secluded place. Moreover, this person had addressed one of the men present as her husband. It was as if she had seen her long-awaited sweetheart. However, this was the first time all of them had come here. It was impossible for them to know this woman. I feel that this situation is a little strange. Let's think of a way to leave this place quickly, Bailey Hongzhuang said. However, after saying this, Bailey Hongzhuang realized that no one responded to her. She could not help but turn her eyes. However, she found that Di Beichen, Bai Liyan Che, Jiang Wenyan and Jun Lingxuan were all staring at the figure in front of them. It was as if they had not heard her at all. Hongzhuang, they seem to have entered an illusion? Linger sized up the reactions of the four people. The expressions on their faces were almost exactly the same. If this was under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank. She looked carefully and nodded, indeed. Look, that woman has also disappeared, Xiaosuo exclaimed. The woman who had been standing not far away a moment ago had suddenly disappeared. There is indeed something strange here. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. I wonder why this illusion has appeared. Obviously, this was an environment that only men would fall into. The three women were not affected at all. Could this be a test? Linger pondered. Perhaps the owner of this place only wants to choose a man to be his successor. Although this kind of situation was rare, it was not impossible. Generally speaking, if the owner of the ruins was a man, he would prefer to find a man to be his inheritor. If it was a woman, she would prefer to find a woman to be her inheritor. However, the tests that everyone usually came into contact with were basically equal. It was really rare to see a situation where they were directly excluded from the start. Perhaps. Bailey Hongzhuang felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Xiaosuo had just looked at Jun Lingxuan. The current situation was a little awkward for her. Bailey Hongzhuang and Linger could still talk, but she couldn't even get a word in. I wonder who will pass the test. Linger's gaze unconsciously fell on Bai Liyan Che. Even if they did not enter this illusion, they could roughly guess the content of the environment from the expressions on everyone's faces. This must be a dream full of romantic encounters. A fiery, passionate, and charming beauty took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Just by thinking about it, one could understand the scene. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen. If he could find himself in this illusion, she believed that Di Beichen could resist this temptation. Beichen? Bailey Hongzhuang tried to wake Di Beichen up. Generally speaking, if one was trapped in such an illusion for a long time, it would not end well. If possible, it would be better to leave as soon as possible. Beichen, wake up. However, no matter how Bailey Hongzhuang called out to Di Beichen, he was still trapped in the dream and could not leave at all. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. She did not find it strange. She had guessed that it would not be so simple, but she still wanted to try. Illusions were often very realistic, making it impossible for people to realize that they were in an illusion. If one could not see through it on their own, or if the outside world destroyed it, it would be impossible to leave. Just the illusions set up by the powerhouses of the upper realm were already very difficult to break through, let alone the illusions set up by the powerhouses of the immortal domain. It seemed that it would be very difficult for everyone to leave this illusion. Ordinary men are not willing to wake up from this illusion. It's useless even if you call out. Xiaosuo curled her lips. Do you think Di Beichen is really that sincere to you? You can tell at a time like this. Beichen is sincere to Hongzhuang. Don't try to sow discord here, Linger said coldly. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xiaosuo. It seems that you know men quite well. Do you think Jun Lingxuan can't pass this test? Ordinary men are like that. Xiaosuo's expression was calm. As long as a man is capable, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is not a small number. How many men would reject this kind of throwing oneself into their arms? Among the men here, I'm afraid that no one can escape. Looking at Xiaosuo's expression, which seemed to have seen through everything, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but shake her head. In her eyes, love was the most loyal thing in the world. She understood that Xiaosuo's situation was the majority, but she did not want to be part of this majority. She believed that Beichen also understood this point. Even if what you said makes a lot of sense, I still believe that Beichen wouldn't. Xiaosuo looked at Bailey Hongshuang. She could feel the strong confidence emanating from the latter, and the smile on her lips was inexplicably dazzling. She did not understand how Bailey Hongshuang could still be so confident at this time. At least, she didn't, then just wait and see. The truth will tell you everything. Xiaosuo sneered. She had seen too many situations like this in her family. Every woman thought that they could obtain the one and only love, but it turned out to be nothing more than their own fantasy. Of course, there were also some men who did not marry anyone else. That was because their conditions were not as good as that of the first wife, so they did not have the courage. Even if it was Jun Lingxuan, she could not guarantee that he would not have a concubine in the future. Bailey Hongshuang and Ling Er looked at each other, and did not say anything about this situation. Xiaosuo had already believed that it was normal for men to have multiple wives. This was already a kind of tragedy, and it was useless to say anything more. Just when the 3 of them were waiting for the 4 to come out of the illusion, the 4 suddenly moved. They saw the 4 of them walking forward together. The expressions on their faces were still somewhat similar, but it could be vaguely seen that there were some differences. They haven't come out of the illusion yet. Let's follow them and see what they're going to do. Bailey Hongshuang said as she followed them. As the 4 of them gradually moved forward, Bailey Hongshuang and the others also saw the situation here clearly. Bright red, bright and dazzling. Judging from the direction that Di Beichen and the others were walking, their destination was the red bed. Noticing the bed, Bailey Hongshuang and the others understood the real situation. If they walked on it, it meant that this illusory realm is really strange. Bailey Hongshuang frowned. I've entered illusory realms before, but after entering, people were usually still in the same place. However, they actually kept walking forward. This kind of feeling feels like it's real. Hongshuang, is it possible that something like this happened? Ling Er thought for a moment before saying, actually, that woman hasn't disappeared. It's just that we can't see her, but they can see her? As soon as this was said, Bailey Hongshuang and Xiaosuo were both surprised. After thinking about it carefully and connecting it to the reactions of the 4 people, they suddenly felt that all this was very likely. If that was really the case, then this method was really beyond their understanding. Look, there seems to be something on the bed. Xiaosuo pointed at the bed. There was a storage ring on the bed. Because it was red, no one had noticed it before. Only after taking a closer look did they realize it. Could there be some kind of treasure in this storage ring? Xiao He came out of the contract space. Previously, because Bailey Hongshuang wanted to go to the bottom of the lake, he was worried that Xiao He wouldn't be able to withstand it, so he recalled her. However, because Bailey Hongshuang's condition was so terrible that he couldn't even summon her back from the contract space. Now that he had recovered a little, he summoned the little guy back. Seeing the storage ring, Xiao He's eyes lit up. As a money grubber, she would never give up on any possibility of getting rich. The storage ring of an immortal region cultivator. Just thinking about it was an incredible reward. Previously, when they were on the battlefield, they saw so many storage rings, but they couldn't take a single one. This storage ring was here. They might be able to get it. Xiao Wu's eyes were also burning. She was now in urgent need of precious cultivation resources to improve her cultivation. Almost without hesitation, Xiaosuo quickly stepped forward, wanting to grab the storage ring on the bed. She definitely couldn't give Bailey Hongshuang any chance to surpass her. When she saw Xiaosuo's action, Ling Er immediately tried to stop her, but Bailey Hongshuang stopped her. Bailey Hongshuang shook his head. Let her be. Why? Ling Er frowned. If this opportunity fell into Xiaosuo's hands, it wouldn't be good for them. You'll know. Hearing this, Xiaohei Hongzhuang, Ling, Xiaohei Hongzhuang, and Sa, Xiaohei Hongxing. No matter how hard she tried, it was useless. This situation was no different from when she had tried to escape with Jun Lingxuan. If it's really an inheritance, why would Master let someone who hasn't passed the test get it so easily? Bailey Hongzhuang raised his eyebrows. Based on the current situation, he could determine that only these 4 men could get the storage ring. They had no hope at all. Xiao Shou had been so excited that she had completely forgotten to think about this point. So that's how it is. Ling understood. I actually panicked and forgot about this. Perhaps. Bailey Hongzhuang had a complicated look on her face. She did not know why, but the feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. However, no matter how hard she thought about it, she could not figure out what the problem was. What exactly is the problem? She muttered to herself. She felt that if she couldn't figure this out, something bad would definitely happen. Xiao Shou looked rather embarrassed after her failure. She remained silent with a gloomy look on her face until she noticed that Bewitching and the others were getting closer and closer to the bed. She then spoke up, they're getting closer and closer to the bed. I think you're wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. Her clear eyes were filled with determination. How would you know until the very last moment? Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had spoken, Bewitching suddenly stopped in his tracks. The footsteps of the other 3 were still moving forward, only Bewitching had stopped. Seeing this, the 3 of them were shocked. Could it be that their prediction had come true so quickly? They saw Bewitching frowning as if he was rejecting something. Unfortunately, the 3 of them could not hear what he was saying. However, they could tell from the determined look on his face. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curled into a small smile. It seems that her judgment was not wrong. Xiao Shou was shocked. She never thought that things would turn out this way. Previously, when Bewitching had rejected her for Bailey Hongzhuang's sake, she had felt that Bewitching was a hypocrite. However, she could not deny that she had felt a little jealous. At this moment, it was not just a little bit of jealousy. It was a crazy jealousy. Why? How could Bewitching be so calm when faced with such a beautiful woman? Is Bailey Hongzhuang really that important to him? For the sake of Bailey Hongzhuang, he was willing to resist all temptations. Xiao Shou had never thought that such a situation would really happen, because such a person had never appeared in her life. Xiao Shou, it seems that your judgment is wrong. A rare smile appeared on Linger's face. Not all men are like what you said. You just haven't met one yet. Xiao Shou, who was already in shock, was also stunned after hearing this. It was as if a sharp knife had pierced her heart. It's just that you haven't met them yet. Yes, it was just that she hadn't met him yet. It turned out that such a man really existed. When she thought of this, she looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with even more resentment. Because Bewitching was her fiancé, she had been engaged since she was a child, but because of a coincidence, he had become Bailey Hongzhuang's man. Noticing the change in Xiao Shou's expression, Bailey Hongzhuang could also guess what she was thinking. However, she was too lazy to care. She checked the other places in the bedchamber, wondering if there were any other treasures here. She walked to the woman's dressing table. She had to admit that everything here was so exquisite and elegant. If this woman really existed, then the man who had hidden her in this golden house must also be an extraordinary beauty. Just from this arrangement alone, she could feel that he had put in a lot of effort. He really loved this woman. However, she did not know why he could not bring her out to meet others. While Bailey Hongzhuang was looking around, Xiao Shou was still lost in her own thoughts. It was obvious that she could not figure it out. When Bewitching woke up and looked at the environment in front of him, there was a trace of doubt between his eyebrows. What happened? Did I enter an illusion just now? Linger nodded. That's right. You were the first to break free from the illusion. The other 3 are still in the illusion. Then what happened to the 3 of you? Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and asked. Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands, a helpless look on her face. This illusion only works on men, so the 3 of us did not enter the illusion at all. I see. Bewitching felt a little strange after he understood. This illusion is really interesting. It only works on men. A beauty like that has endless charm for men, but it's not attractive to women at all. On the contrary, they might want to kill her. Xiaohei looked at Ling Er and the others. Do I make sense? However, no one paid any attention to it. Xiaohei pursed her lips and said, "Male master, you're quite amazing. You can still be Lu Xiaohui under such circumstances and not be tempted." Ling Er gave a rare smile. That's true. Look at the three of them. They still can't break free from the illusion. This proves that you're sincere to Hong Zhuang. Of course I'm sincere to Hong Zhuang. Bewitching raised his eyebrows and walked to Bailey Hong Zhuang's side. Wife, I've rejected all temptations. Shouldn't you give me a reward? Bailey Hong Zhuang was not in the mood to joke with Bewitching at this time. Her expression was serious and serious. Beichen, don't you feel that something's wrong? Hearing this, Bewitching stopped smiling and looked around carefully. Where do you mean? I don't know either. Bailey Hong Zhuang shook her head helplessly. It was precisely because she couldn't figure out what the problem was that she was particularly depressed. I have a feeling that only men can enter this illusion. This illusion itself is a little strange. Moreover, the storage ring that appeared there also has an indescribable feeling. Vaguely, she felt that there was some kind of connection between these things. She was actually very close to discovering it, but she just couldn't pierce through this layer of paper. Only then did Bewitching notice the storage ring on the bed. I also feel that there is something wrong. It's definitely not a good thing. Xiao Shou has already tried before. She couldn't touch the ring at all, Ling Er added. Xiao Shou's expression revealed a trace of awkwardness and she remained silent. Beichen, tell us about the situation in the illusion so that we can figure out where the problem lies, Bailey Hong Zhuang said in a deep voice. As soon as she said this, Beichen's expression changed a little. The look in his eyes changed slightly and there was a hint of hesitation. Male master, you don't have to worry about it. Based on the situation just now, we know that it must be a very erotic scene. Just tell us directly, Xiaohei teased. In response, Bailey Hong Zhuang and the others also looked calm. They had already guessed this situation. Beichen, where does she want you to go? Bailey Hong Zhuang suddenly asked. Beichen turned his gaze to the bed and suddenly understood a problem in his mind. She wants us to go to that bed. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bed, and the storage ring on it was particularly eye-catching. Once the group understood the situation, they felt that the red storage ring's sparkling light had a demonic air to it. Previously, we had not noticed the appearance of this storage ring until you had arrived. Furthermore, only men can approach this place. Women cannot. This proves that this is selective. Her pitch-black phoenix eyes flashed with a wise light. The more Bailey Hong Zhuang spoke, the more serious her expression became. He's choosing someone. Possession. Beichen's gaze turned cold. This was a powerful cultivator's method. Some cultivators' souls had managed to escape after they had fallen. Furthermore, they had managed to preserve their souls by coincidence. At a time like this, as long as they could find a suitable cultivator and possess their body, it would be a form of rebirth. Aside from this situation, there was another possibility. Some cultivators had reached a certain level of cultivation and could no longer break through their shackles. As their lifespan neared its end, they would choose to use this method to extend their lifespan. Regardless of which method it was undoubtedly extremely cruel. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. Why had they been so safe ever since they had arrived here? It must be because this cultivator was only left with his soul. Furthermore, no one had entered the ancient battlefield for many years. When a soul has not found a host for a long time, its power would gradually weaken. Hence, when they were unconscious, the soul could not do anything to them. The only way was for them to actively touch the soul's owner's belongings. Only then would the soul be able to seize the opportunity to invade their body. Furthermore, with the addition of this illusion, everything would become very simple. However, any possession would require the cultivator to actively touch his belongings. Otherwise, he would not be able to approach them directly. Actually, as long as there's a storage ring, no one would be able to resist the urge to touch it, right? Xiaohei was a little puzzled. Wasn't this a little superfluous? Perhaps this soul has some special fetish. Bailey Hong Zhuang shrugged. There's another possibility. the illusion can increase his power. However, this is not the most important thing now. We must not let Xianxia and the others touch the storage ring. Otherwise, based on the strength of their souls, they would not be able to resist this old monster. Her exquisite and dazzling face was filled with anxiety and worry. Once a body has been possessed, even if the physical body remains the same, the soul would have been replaced. It would no longer be a familiar person. After Bailey Hongzhuang analyzed the situation, everyone became nervous. Bailey Xianxia and the others were already very close to the bed. If they didn't stop them now, it would really be too late. Xianxia, wake up. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in front of Bailey Xianxia and shook his body, trying to wake him up. No matter what, she couldn't let anything happen to Xianxia. Wenyan, wake up. This is an illusion. Bewitching walked to Jiang Wenyan's side. In his eyes, Jiang Wenyan was a close friend who he could entrust his life to. At a time like this, he absolutely could not watch Jiang Wenyan die. Xiaosu also desperately pulled Jun Lingshuan. She didn't know whether Bailey Hongzhuang's analysis was correct or not, but the risk was too terrifying. This situation was even more terrifying than death, because no one knew what the other party would do with their body. No matter how hard they tried to wake them up, it was to no avail. This illusory realm was simply too powerful. Their tiny efforts were completely useless. Most importantly, as the group tried to forcefully stop them, a restrictive spell suddenly appeared. They couldn't even touch their bodies. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang immediately attacked the restrictive spell, only to find that it was completely useless. Her power only caused a few imperceptible ripples on the restrictive spell before dissipating into nothingness. Damn it! Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but curse. Her icy face was filled with urgency. Xianxia and Jiang Wenyan didn't have anyone they liked. Under these circumstances, it was simply too difficult to resist. Just the thought of watching this happen right before their very eyes was simply unbearable. Ling Er and Bewitching also tried to break the restrictive spell without any hesitation. However, even after combining everyone's strength, it was still to no avail. What do we do now? Ling Er couldn't help but look at Bailey Xianxia. Although they had many conflicts on a daily basis, she didn't feel good when she thought about what might happen to this guy next. Bailey Hongzhuang was silent. The other party was very powerful. Under these circumstances, they couldn't do anything at all. In the next instant, Bailey Hongzhuang took out pills and handed them to Ling Er and Bewitching. We can't think of anything for the time being. The only thing we can do is to recover as soon as possible. Bewitching's expression darkened. He understood what Bailey Hongzhuang meant. If they really couldn't do anything, then the only thing they could do was to recover as soon as possible. Once the other party succeeded in taking over their bodies, they would all be in great danger. Xiaohei, you and Ling Er check around to see if there's a way out. Bewitching and I will think of a way to wake them up from the illusory realm. Alright. Xiaohei and Ling Er immediately began to look around. They had originally thought that this was a good place, but now, it seemed to be a completely evil place. Bailey Hongzhuang tried to use the power of light to break the illusion, but her current state was not enough. She had to take out the Holy Maiden crystal. From the moment the Sanctus crystal appeared, a rich light energy bloomed, illuminating the surroundings even more. The moment Xiaosu saw the Sanctus crystal, her eyes flashed with a complicated light. She was undoubtedly very familiar with the Sanctus crystal. She had also seen the Sanctus crystal in the past few years. Originally, he thought that the Sanctus crystal would be given to him in the end. Who would have thought that it would fall into the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang? Bailey Hongzhuang channeled her power into the Sanctus crystal, and the Sanctus crystal's light energy became even denser. When the light bloomed, everyone noticed that Bailey Xianxia and the others' faces flashed with a hint of struggle, as if they were affected by something. Bailey Hongzhuang's face lit up. It seemed that the power of light was indeed helpful in this situation. As long as everyone could wake up from the illusion, the other party would not be able to take over their bodies successfully, and they would be able to leave safely. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was effective, it was fine. Bailey Hongzhuang used the power of light, hoping to completely wake everyone up from the illusion. Just as everyone saw the light, they suddenly realized that Bailey Hongzhuang had stopped moving. Wife, what's wrong? Di Baichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with concern. His expression changed when he saw her. Wifey? Di Baichen called out again. Bailey Hongzhuang still didn't respond. At this moment, Di Baichen confirmed his guess. Hongzhuang has also fallen into an illusion. How can this be? Xiaosu was dumbfounded. They had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. If Bailey Hongzhuang had also fallen into an illusion, they would really be at their wits' end. The owner of this place is more powerful than we thought. It's obvious that he's very skilled in creating illusions. Because there's no way to stop Hongzhuang, he let her fall into an illusion. Di Baichen turned to look at Ling Er. Have you found a way out? Ling Er shook her head. Her pretty face was full of anxiety. No, this place is completely sealed off. We can't find any exit at all. This place is really too strange. When I walked in that direction earlier, I realized that we couldn't go back to where we came from, Xiao He said in a low voice. This place is really strange. Xiao Bai looked around, unwilling to let go of any chance that there might be a trap. It believed that there was definitely a way out. They just hadn't found it yet. Di Baichen's expression darkened. It looked like the owner of this place had made up his mind to keep all of them here. Xianxia and the others are getting closer and closer to the bed. We can't stop them. Ling Er's face was pale. This situation was really too despairing. It seemed like there was no way out at all. Xiaosu also looked like she was about to break down. They might really have to die. At this moment, Bai Liyanche suddenly stopped in his tracks. Look, Bai Liyanche's expression has changed. Xiao Bai exclaimed as she pointed at him. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. As expected, Bai Liyanche didn't continue forward. How is this possible? Xiaosu was stunned. If she had not seen Jiang Wenyan and Jun Lingxuan still moving forward, she would not have believed that Bai Liyanche could break through such an illusion. Di Baichen's feelings for Bailey Hongzhuang were too deep, so he could not be bewitched by other women. But Bai Liyanche did not seem to have a sweetheart at all. How did he break the illusion? After Bai Liyanche broke out of the illusion, he quickly regained his consciousness. His reaction was the same as Di Baichen's. What's going on? Xiao He quickly recounted everything that had happened and asked in confusion, Yanche, how were you able to resist temptation? Bai Liyanche was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Ling Er, only to discover that Ling Er was also looking at him. His eyes flickered as he said, she's not my type. As soon as he said this, everyone looked doubtful. If he didn't like such a beauty, then what type did he like? No matter what, it's a good thing that you broke the illusion. Di Baichen patted Bai Liyanche's shoulder. His gaze then landed on Jiang Wenyan. Now I'm just worried about Wenyan. I hope he can break the illusion. Master should be able to break it soon, right? Xiao He asked worriedly. Di Baichen nodded slightly. Hongzhuang is a light attribute cultivator, so it's relatively easy for her to break the illusion. Furthermore, she knows that there's an illusion here, so she should be able to break it soon. With regards to this, he completely believed in Bailey Hongzhuang's ability. In fact, Ling Er and Bai Liyanche also thought so. Master had always been rational, so it was not difficult for him to break the illusion. Kacha. With a crisp sound, Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes. The illusion had been completely dispelled. Wife, you're awake? Di Baichen immediately noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's movements. His handsome face was filled with joy. He knew that Hongzhuang would definitely be able to dispel the illusion. Moreover, with the Holy Maiden crystal in her hands, the illusion would not affect her much. However, he did not expect her to be so fast. It was beyond his imagination. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, it's all thanks to the Holy Maiden crystal. The illusion did not affect me much. In the next moment, she noticed Bai Liyanche and asked in surprise, Bai Liyanche, you dispelled the illusion? Bai Liyanche smiled faintly, although it was a little slow, I managed to dispel it in the end. That's good, Bailey Hongzhuang was relieved and turned to look at Jiang Wenyan and Jun Lingxuan. It would be best if the two of them could dispel the illusion. However, if they could not, it would be troublesome. Perhaps, all of them would have to stay here. Bailey Hongzhuang used the Holy Maiden crystal once again to display the power of light, Although the effect was not too great, it still had some effect. Just as he was about to sit on the bed, a look of struggle flashed across Jiang Wenyan's face. Then, he woke up. "Wenyan, come back quickly!" Bewitching hurriedly called out. Jiang Wenyan was just rejoicing when he heard Bewitching's words. Although he did not understand what had happened, he immediately rushed back to everyone's side and looked ahead fearfully. What happened? The power of the Holy Maiden Crystal was still being emitted. Everyone noticed that Jun Lingxuan's emotions were also somewhat affected. "Lingxuan, wake up quickly!" Xiaosuo hurriedly shouted. After seeing that everyone had regained their senses, Xiaosuo became even more anxious. Most importantly, all the men had resisted the temptation. Why was Jun Lingxuan the only exception? This made her feel particularly unhappy, but the most important thing at the moment was Jun Lingxuan's life, so she couldn't care about this for the time being. Jun Lingxuan had already sat on the bed, and his right hand touched the storage ring. Just as he was about to touch the storage ring, the Sanctus crystal shone brightly, and Jun Lingxuan was also awakened from the illusion. "Jun Lingxuan, don't touch that ring." Bewitching noticed that Jun Lingxuan's expression froze. He knew that Jun Lingxuan had exited the illusion and quickly reminded him. "Ling Sun, come back quickly. There's something wrong with that ring." Xiaosuo also shouted. Jun Lingxuan turned his head, looked at everyone looking at him, and then said to Xiaosuo with a chuckle, "Suo, how can you listen to them and not want such a good treasure? It's very likely that there's a soul there that will take over the body. Don't touch it." Jun Lingxuan looked at the ring in front of him and said with a chuckle, "Really? They can also judge this kind of thing? In short, don't touch it no matter what." In her view, the previous reaction of Bailey Hongzhuang and others didn't seem to be fake. What she wanted most was to leave here safely. As for the treasure, she didn't care. Jun Lingxuan's eyes flashed a trace of hesitation. He also felt a little strange about the situation at the moment, but the ring was placed in front of him, which was really too tempting. The two of them charged towards Jun Lingxuan in a flash. However, when they got close, they were suddenly bounced back by an invisible force. When they realized this, everyone was shocked. They were not surprised that such a situation would occur before the illusion was broken. However, now that the illusion has been broken, why was this happening? This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. This was completely different from the previous situation. How could this be? Ling Er was puzzled. Countless thoughts flashed through Bailey Hongzhuang's mind. However, the most important thing now was to stop Jun Lingxuan. "Jun Lingxuan, don't touch that ring. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Jun Lingxuan chuckled. He did not believe Bailey Hongzhuang's words at all. "Don't try to lie to me. Only I passed the test. This is my inheritance. If you want to take it away from me, there's no way." If Jun Lingxuan still had some doubts before, after seeing that everyone had been blocked, he gained a little more confidence. In the next moment, Jun Lingxuan's hand reached for the storage ring. "No!" Xiaosuo shouted. However, it was clearly too late. This was because Jun Lingxuan had already touched the ring. After picking up the ring, Jun Lingxuan sneered at everyone. "Didn't you want to snatch the storage ring? Stop dreaming. This is my inheritance?" Xiaosuo felt relieved after seeing that Jun Lingxuan was fine. She immediately glared at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Could it be that these guys had been lying to her earlier? Inheritance? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. Wasn't it a romantic encounter? How could it be an inheritance? Jiang Wenyan nodded gently. The previous scene was indeed as you had described. However, there was a test after that. When I was undergoing the test, I felt a force, so I retreated and regained my consciousness. There's actually such a change? Ling Er was stunned. Had they guessed the beginning correctly but not the end? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. According to their judgment, there shouldn't be any problems with what they had guessed before, but the situation that happened later was indeed unexpected. Jun Lingxuan sneered, "Loser. Say Wu, you have been deceived by them." Xiaosuo quickly walked to Jun Lingxuan's side, her face full of disgust. "I didn't expect their acting skills to be so good." Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say anything else. Although the situation in front of her was indeed beyond her expectations, this kind of assessment was really too strange. Jun Lingxuan, since you've obtained the inheritance, you should know where the exit is, right? Bewitching turned to look at Jun Lingxuan, only to see a smug look on the latter's face. Jun Lingxuan sneered, I know, but why should I tell you? The heavens are really blind. Xiaobai shook her head and sighed. Such a good opportunity had fallen into Jun Lingxuan's hands. This was too difficult to accept. Wen Yan, I've affected you. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little apologetic. If she hadn't affected Jiang Wenyan, perhaps this inheritance would have belonged to Jiang Wenyan. Hearing this, Jiang Wenyan chuckled. If it's meant to be, it will be. If it's not meant to be, don't force it. What's more, your original intention was to save me. I don't think this thing belongs to me. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others saw this, their hearts were also slightly warm. Jiang Wenyan being able to say such words was really touching. End of chapter 5777. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.